Chapter 1. A Hero? In the dark, damp surroundings, an unbearable stench pervaded the air, a foul combination of rotting wounds, human excrement, and other peculiar odors. Clearly, this was not a place where ordinary individuals could linger comfortably. In a quiet dungeon, faint wails occasionally echoed, the mournful sounds emitted by injured prisoners. The clever inmates confined in this place maintained a profound silence, conserving their strength rather than wasting it on futile lamentations. For if they lacked sufficient rest and energy, it would signal the imminent arrival of death. Clang, clang, thud, thud. Two rhythmic footsteps began to resonate from the corridor outside the cells, casting a shadow of unease over the prisoners within. To their eyes, these figures appeared as harbingers of doom. Thud, thud. With the insertion of a key, a door swung open, and a young man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, reluctantly opened them. His bare torso bore numerous wounds, the most harrowing being a stab wound near his heart, a result of a life-threatening strike that had nearly claimed his life, now encased in bandages. These injuries had been inflicted over the course of the past month. Ha ha ha. Our hero, it's time for you to come with us. Two guards, clad in soldier attire and brandishing long spears, aimed their weapons at the man within the cell. Upon hearing this, the young man could only grit his teeth and rise, the shackles on his as the host of the event posed a question. The audience, nearly 7 tiers deep, responded with fervent enthusiasm. Observing this, the host erupted into exaggerated laughter. Indeed, the next to grace the stage is our heroic failure, Roz. Under the setting sun, the once empty arena became a stage for a man bound hand and foot. Scum, the accursed failure. Ha ha. I bet on your demise today. I've wagered my entire fortune on it. Please, do me a favor and perish. As the man made his entrance, a wave of intense boos cascaded through the crowd, and, unsurprisingly, various objects were hurled into the arena. Roz felt a surge of frustration, yet he swiftly suppressed it. He had witnessed such scenes countless times before. Ever since he was imprisoned and formally condemned in the dungeon, he had been compelled to visit this gladiatorial arena nearly every day. He had become a 36-time champion, yes. He had vanquished 36 opponents, some human, some beast. Some victories came easily, though most were hard-fought, and his injuries had steadily accumulated. He was far from being in peak condition at this moment. Faced with the cacophony of jeers, Roz raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and shouted in a display of defiance against the events that had transpired. Shoo! Such a gesture only further incited the crowd's agitation, as commoners, merchants, and nobles alike joined in cursing Roz. How amusing. It seems our protagonist is quite confident. I wonder if he would still feel so assured if he knew the identity of his opponent. The host wore a sinister grin as he mocked, leaning in to listen to the crowd's agreement. Then, with palpable excitement, he declared, "Now, let us welcome our other protagonist, one of the beast kings from the northern forest, the Shadow Leopard King." As another gate swung open, a low, ominous howl echoed from the darkened passage, and moments later, a luminous-eyed creature emerged. A palpable threat hung in the air, and Roz caught the scent of blood. His expression shifted as he recognized the beast before him, fully aware of the power it wielded. One of the apex predators of the harsh northern forest, its strength surpassed that of ordinary creatures. It was said that 7 seasoned hunters had ventured forth to slay this infamous beast, known for its predation upon the innocent, yet none had returned. In its territory, no other formidable animals dared to exist. Hence, it was crowned a Leopard King. Once, Roz had contemplated seeking out this beast in the treacherous forest to test his own prowess. But alas, he had never found the opportunity, ending up in this dire predicament instead. The Shadow Leopard King stood nearly 3 meters tall, its body cloaked in darkness. Beneath its obsidian head, only 4 claws displayed a tuft of white fur. At this moment, the Leopard King regarded the man in the arena with the poise of a top-tier predator. Roar! This is troublesome. Gazing at the menacing figure before him, Roz felt a sense of dread. The only silver lining was that the leopard bore some minor wounds and appeared less than healthy. Roz surmised it had not fed in some time. However, this also meant that neither party had a retreat, and he could not rely solely on brute strength to intimidate his foe. The Shadow Leopard King took the initiative. Adopting a predatory stance, it was both hungry and enraged, having fallen from its former glory to a state of starvation and captivity, desperate to sink its teeth into the food before it. Roar! Noticing the beast's movement, Roz immediately heightened his vigilance. He understood that his survival depended on the beast's current weakened state, yet this was also the most perilous aspect of the encounter. Breathe! In that instant, as the creature lunged, Roz steadied himself and adjusted his breathing, focusing intently on the beast's actions. Bound as he was, he could not afford to make any grand movements, compelling him to tread with utmost caution. The stench of the beast's presence wafted toward him, and Roz dared not make any sudden moves, suppressing his revulsion as he calculated the trajectory of the impending attack. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Amidst the crowd's fervent chants, the Shadow Leopard King charged forward, and Roz had anticipated this moment. In a swift motion, Roz pivoted to the right, evading the Leopard King's pounce. As the beast and he brushed past each other, Roz delivered a powerful punch to its abdomen. Crash! Smack! In the instant Roz struck the Shadow Leopard King, a shadow akin to an iron whip lashed out from the side, sending both combatants reeling. With a thud, the two figures rolled on the ground before regaining their footing. Wow! It seems our hero has retained some strength after numerous battles, managing to stand after facing a blow from the Shadow Leopard King. Truly astonishing, the host exclaimed, attempting to stir the crowd's excitement once more, lamenting, "What a shame the audience will not witness the hero being vanquished in a single blow." Boo boo boo. A chorus of derisive jeers erupted anew, but Roz paid them no heed. He stood tall, vigorously rubbing his right chest. He could distinctly feel the pain radiating from his ribs. What immense power! And this is still from that cheat, enhanced physique in this twisted world. He muttered under his breath, remaining stationary instead of launching an attack. The Shadow Leopard King, however, lacked such reservations despite the pain in its abdomen. It only fueled the beast's ferocity. Whoosh! After a brief moment of gathering its strength, the Shadow Leopard King lunged at Roz with greater speed and force. This time, Roz did not evade. As the Leopard King leaped toward him, he raised the iron chain, binding his hands to block the beast's claws. But the sheer force of the impact sent him crashing to the ground. Oh, tear him apart. Bite him to death. The crowd displayed cruel smiles, though a scant few turned away from the gruesome scene. The claws were halted by the iron chain, and the Shadow Leopard King immediately directed its teeth toward Roz's head. Roz deftly dodged this strike, simultaneously swinging his head like a hammer toward the Leopard King's skull. Unfortunately, I cannot assist with that. Such an impact momentarily dazed Rhodes, yet his formidable physique enabled him to firmly grasp the claws that nearly broke free. A struggle to the death. A fierce entanglement. This was a strategy conjured by Roz in an instant, lacking the physical prowess to match his opponent. He opted for a mutually destructive approach, which afforded him a unique advantage. A sharp pain surged through his feet, and Roz understood he had been clawed by the Shadow Leopard King's hind legs. Without hesitation, he bent his legs and delivered a fierce kick to the Leopard King's abdomen. 1 strike. 2 strikes. He continued to rain down blows. Meanwhile, he tightly bound the Shadow Leopard King's forepaws with iron chains. When faced with the creature's sole method of attack, its bite, he swayed his head side to side, dodging while simultaneously colliding with the beast. Alas, such a rudimentary battle lacked the grace of a gladiator. Truly, one could not help but acknowledge the irony of labeling him a hero. Laughter echoed through the broadcast, accompanied by a cacophony of jeers from the crowd, but Roz's gaze only grew colder. Headbutt, headbutt, headbutt. Blood began to flow from his head. Yet this only heightened his exhilaration. Thud, thud, thud. He could scarcely count how many times he had struck. His mind had begun to blur, and he sensed the creature's struggles waning, its movements growing sluggish. In a frenzied state, Rod sank his teeth into the Shadow Leopard King's neck. Crack. Spit. His first bite tore away the fur, followed by a ravenous consumption of flesh and blood. 1 bite. 2 bites. Amidst a storm of insults, Rod savored this hard-won feast, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained malice. Creak. The iron gate swung open, and 3 guards armed with powder guns advanced cautiously. Halt. Sensing the approach of living beings, Rods turned his gaze. His eyes, akin to those of a vengeful spirit, caused the guards to recoil in fear. Bang. A bullet struck the ground at Rods's feet. Realizing the imminent danger, he composed himself, rising slowly while raising his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling that he posed no threat. Once assured that the guards would not shoot, Rod surveyed the arena. Aside from the Shadow Leopard King, whose life force was nearly extinguished, the air was thick with curses. With a soft chuckle, Rods turned his body, lowering his hands to wipe the repulsive blood and flesh from the corner of his mouth with his tattered garments. Then, in a surprising display of gratitude, he placed his right hand over his heart and inclined his head toward a high platform, seemingly thanking the unseen benefactor for this sumptuous meal. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd, and once more, a chorus of curses erupted. But Rods merely strolled toward the open passage. He dares to provoke me? How amusing. I am not a man to remain indifferent to such taunts. A pallid nobleman waved his ceremonial staff, while the two soldiers behind him stood frozen like statues. You there, he pointed, go arrange something. I must pay a visit to the dungeon. The soldier, pointed at by the noble, moved his body slightly and respectfully departed. As the newest and most esteemed noble of the kingdom, who also commanded the city defense forces, he naturally possessed the privilege to freely enter and exit the death row. Had it not been for his desire to see that fool, Rods, endure a bit longer, he would have already eliminated him. Moments later, the man adorned in noble attire joyfully exited the private chamber of the arena, oblivious to the fact that a pair of watchful eyes were silently observing his every move. Chapter 3. Lafitte tap. 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 In the pitch-black environment, Rods opened his eyes, distinctly hearing the series of footsteps. Enduring excruciating pain, he turned his gaze toward the entrance. Having existed in darkness for an extended period, the prisoners had grown accustomed and could perceive their surroundings to some extent. As Rods discerned the identity of the visitor, his expression gradually turned cold. The newcomer wore the uniform of the kingdom's chief of the city defense forces indeed. A rising star in this nation that had recently undergone tremendous upheaval. Surely you haven't come to see if I'm dead, have you? I must apologize. Someone like me won't exit so easily, Lafitte. The man Rods referred to as Lafitte waved his cane with his right hand while lifting his military hat with his left, offering a slight bow to Rods. A smirk crept upon his lips as he arrogantly remarked, General Rods, I would never presume such a thing. However, you have managed to survive this time. Will you do so next time? Lafitte pointed his cane at Rods's injuries to his abdomen and lower limbs, taunting him. Immediately, silence enveloped the air as the two men regarded each other, the atmosphere growing increasingly grave. Rods was the first to shatter the stillness. It was you, wasn't it? Claiming I attempted to assault Baron Yuze's daughter. I should have dealt with you sooner. The absurdity of being imprisoned as a hero stemmed from the accusation that, following a banquet, Rods was alleged to have attempted to assault a noble's daughter, with several witnesses to corroborate the claim. The hero of the kingdom found his reputation tarnished in an instant. Lafitte, with an impassive expression, chuckled softly. That is only if you are capable of such a feat. Rods's eyes hardened, yet his tone remained flat, as if he were recounting a tale that had befallen another. Meanwhile, Rods's right hand pressed against his injured leg. Applying slight pressure, waves of pain kept him alert. Lafitte narrowed his eyes, observing Rods's subtle movement with contemplation. It seems you have stumbled upon certain truths you ought not to know. He then shook his head. Regardless of how you came to this knowledge, it no longer matters. I am merely here to inform you of your fate. Fate? Rods's expression shifted slightly. He was astute enough to surmise something ominous. Of course, before delivering the bad news. Allow me to share some good news. My good news. Lafitte suddenly appeared quite elated, extending his tongue to wet his lips as he proclaimed. In just 5 days, on the first day of the 15th century, I shall be engaged to Her Highness the Princess. I believe I owe you my gratitude. Rods, remaining composed, retorted, Humph, what concern is that of mine? Surely you did not come here merely to thank me. Lafitte erupted into laughter. Oh, you are unaware, are you? It seems your intelligence network is not as sharp as it was during the war. The king had originally intended to betroth the second princess to you. But I have preempted you. As for the reason, observing Rods's impassive expression, Lafitte shook his head lightly, retracting his smile. Let me share some good news with you, along with some bad. In a few days, on the last day of 1499, I shall personally execute you. The so-called hero in the arena. Rods, to his surprise, laughed in response, his teeth clenched. I will kill you. I shall use your flesh and blood, your very soul, to mend my suffering. Lafitte dismissed Rods, perceiving him as a defeated hound, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Perhaps a few days ago you might have had a chance to overcome me, but suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred the dark surroundings, scattering a few white feathers that floated gracefully through the air as Lafitte began to levitate, hovering a meter above the ground. This, indeed. This is the treasure from the sea, rumored to grant the power of a demon upon consumption, the legendary devil fruit. A pair of pristine white wings unfurled from Lafitte's back, their gentle flapping creating a soft breeze that alleviated some of the foul stench surrounding Rods. This artifact, procured from the Bordeaux royal family for the purpose of bestowing strength upon this nation's hero, was originally intended by the king for your consumption to enhance your power. With a snap, the wings transformed into a flurry of feathers as Lafitte descended gracefully to the ground, twirling his staff, which caused Rods's right hand, resting on his thigh, to tighten with intensity. Who would have thought such wonders truly exist in this world? Simply consuming it grants one extraordinary abilities. Lafitte's tone was tinged with delight as he smiled. This is an exceptionally magnificent fruit. The battle to come will surely be unforgettable for you. The reason I can consume this devil fruit is that you, above me, have lost your qualifications. You scoundrel! I will kill you. I will surely kill you. It turns out it was all for that cursed devil fruit. Finally grasping the truth, Rods was instantly consumed by rage, pounding against the cage in a desperate attempt to break free. What Rods did not realize was that Lafitte's actions were primarily driven by jealousy. After having learned the art of hypnosis at the age of 13 and personally eliminating the father who had tormented him, Lafitte had not felt envy toward anyone since, regarding all others as mere playthings until he encountered Rods. Ha 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 ha. How reminiscent of a defeated houndess barking. With those words, Lafitte felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. However, as the laughter subsided, a wave of emptiness washed over him, extinguishing his desire to continue reveling in the spectacle of his failure. With a turn of his body, he sauntered away with a light-hearted gait. I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. Just before vanishing from Rod's sight, he waved his hand, as if bidding farewell. The sudden commotion around him made Rods acutely aware of what was transpiring. When did that powerful hypnosis ability begin? Was it when he turned the staff, or when he spoke? Putting aside his act, Rods silently congratulated himself for having remained vigilant from the very start. Otherwise, he might have ended up like the other inmates. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, he chuckled to himself. Perhaps not, for he is here solely to flaunt his prowess. Rods felt a tinge of disdain mixed with jealousy regarding Lafitte's behavior. Disdain for such trivial antics, and envy for the devil fruit he had acquired. Let me ponder this. Rods closed his eyes, swiftly contemplating the intelligence he had on Lafitte. At 13, his noble father and numerous servants were slain by an unknown assailant, leaving only Lafitte, who happened to be out at the time. For years ago, he had joined the rebellious faction led by the Grand Prince, fighting alongside them against the current king. Reflecting on their fates, one soaring above while the other languished below, Rods felt a disorienting sense of despair. After enduring countless struggles, he found himself imprisoned while Lafitte had stolen everything from him, thriving in the process. With a deep sigh, Rods began to recollect some intelligence he possessed. Lafitte, a future cadre of the Blackbeard pirates, was rumored to have the power of a flying Zoan-type devil fruit, alongside formidable hypnosis abilities and commendable swordsmanship. During his time within the confines of his cell, Rods had come to a clear understanding of where his formidable adversary lay, slandering his reputation and inciting both commoners and nobles against him, evidently utilizing his hypnotic prowess. A formidable foe indeed. With a quiet sigh, Rods began to worry about his predicament. He was acutely aware of his current state, knowing full well that he stood no chance against a devil fruit user. It seemed he would have to devise another plan. Roth slowly closed his eyes, contemplating how he might escape. The Central District primarily housed the nation's long-standing aristocracy alongside the newly ascendant nobility allied with the king. Hall, cease your prattling. I have already stated I will not engage in foolishness. You know that scoundrel Roth is unlikely to survive till dawn. I merely wish to leave behind a token of remembrance. The Baron, clad in formal attire, lamented to his old comrade. I have known Roth for 6 years, nurturing him as if he were my own son. I am certain he would never undertake such actions. Removing his top hat, Hall revealed his gray-streaked hair, his expression sorrowful, his tone equally filled with regret. Yet, contrary to my desires, the king has issued his decree, and I must comply. Witnessing his old friend's demeanor, Dalmy, responsible for the belongings of the condemned, could only exit the room with a heavy heart. Hall, amidst his sadness, displayed a hint of resignation. After a brief wait, the door creaked open, and Dalmy approached, holding 2 items in his hands. He stepped forward and directly thrust these items into Hall's grasp. Let us proceed. Though this may contravene the law, who could blame me for aiding an old rascal like you? Hall accepted the weighty objects, and hearing his friend's words, he rose, patting Dalmy's shoulder, and said, Next time, we shall drink together. Away with you. Dalmy issued his decree to evict without a hint of hesitation, and Hall did not linger. Grasping the items in his possession, he ascended into his carriage. As the vehicle rumbled away, Baron Hall gradually distanced himself from the locale. Upon returning to his residence, the commander of the 2nd Legion, Baron Hall, began to wield his influence, meticulously plotting something of great consequence. On the final day of the year 1499 in the maritime calendar, this nation, which had been usurped by the 2nd Prince and subsequently restored by the 1st Prince, began to welcome individuals from distant shores. This locale, Situated in the Western Sea amidst the four seas, is the island of Roxanne, home to the Kingdom of Bordeaux. Previously, this kingdom had maintained a semi-isolationist stance due to its geographical advantages, yet now, under the leadership of the first prince, who advocated for opening the nation and joining the world government, such policies were set to continue. The notion of opening the nation and aligning with the world government was initially intended to be realized a decade ago. However, on the very day the old king passed away, the second prince, who had his eyes set on the throne, struck unexpectedly, forcing the unprepared first prince to retreat in defeat. With the return of Bordeaux to the throne, contact with the world government was naturally reinstated. Given the insular nature of the Western Sea, the world government was eager to welcome new members, as this would enhance their naval capabilities and bolster recruitment, thereby strengthening their position against the dominant mafia families in the region. On this momentous day, the world government extended due courtesy to the Kingdom of Bordeaux, sending not only a rear admiral to lead the delegation, but also a king from another member nation and two princes from countries aligned with the world government. Chapter 4. Henry Rhodes. On the last day of 1499, the weather exhibited an unusual shift, replacing the previous days of bright sunshine with a blanket of ominous clouds. Following a heavy downpour, a gathering of nobles awaited the arrival of guests at the newly constructed, rain-soaked port. Lafayette, the commander of the city defense forces responsible for security, held his cane behind him, gently swaying it as he stood in the front row. He gazed skyward, muttering to himself, "It appears that the rain has ceased, which means the afternoon's gladiatorial games may proceed after all." Beside him, an established noble scoffed at the man, but was begrudgingly aware of Lafayette's potential in the current political climate. Thus, he felt compelled to flatter. "Ah, it seems even the heavens have conceded for this execution. Rest assured, Baron Lafayette." Lafayette nodded in acknowledgement, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of disdain. "Here they come." A resounding call drew the crowd's gaze towards the direction of the heavily fortified bay, formed by one or two steep cliffs, where three warships approached with a slow grace. The leading vessel bore the emblem of the world government, a cross formed by 5 interconnected black circles, while the following two displayed the seagull banner representing the navy. With the arrival of the world government's representatives, King Bordeaux Limcary of the Bordeaux Kingdom was notified and made his slow entrance. A series of horn blasts echoed, as both parties signaled their presence, and the warships began to close in on the harbor. The resonant sound of the new era steam engines struck the hearts of those present like a drumbeat. Sandrock Island, situated in seclusion and having remained closed to the outside world for nearly a decade, was startled by the arrival of steam warships, leaving the nobles in a state of shock. Among them were a few who had previously witnessed steam warships during an earlier government visit, and even now, they were overcome with awe at the sight. Moments later, a regiment of disciplined soldiers formed 2 lines, creating a formidable barrier. At the forefront stood Rear Admiral Jonathan, representing the world government, followed by the king of the Andar Kingdom and princes from 2 other nations. Following their meeting, pleasantries were exchanged among the nobles, leading to arrangements for the accommodations of esteemed guests and a luncheon. The ensuing events included a concert, gladiatorial games, and a grand banquet, culminating in the significant ceremonies of the following day: the engagement ceremony, the founding ceremony, and the celebration welcoming the new century. As the 2 parties prepared to dine, Baron Hall, who had been among them, had mysteriously vanished. In the stillness of the prison, a faint sound stirred. Rhodes' ears twitched as he slowly opened his eyes to see a shadow growing larger in his field of vision. Initially fearing it was time for his execution, he felt a rush of excitement mixed with profound guilt upon recognizing the figure. "Uncle, you must be cautious of that Lafitte fellow." "Everything is. Yes, I already know." Hall interrupted Rhodes, having never believed that Rhodes would attempt such a heinous act during his imprisonment, yet the evidence was overwhelming. However, after more than a month of investigation, Hall uncovered troubling aspects regarding Lafitte. It was not merely that Lafitte stood to gain the most from the series of events, but various signs indicated that he was far from a virtuous individual. "I cannot request King Ram to release you." Rhodes understood this well. Despite being the most senior subordinate to the king, a subject is bound to obey the sovereign's will. "I will do my utmost to eliminate Lafitte in the upcoming games. But if I fail, Uncle Hall, you must be wary of his hypnotic abilities." In that moment, Rhodes did not forget to caution Hall, who had once taught him language, combat skills, and etiquette, much like a father would. Hypnosis? Baron Hall exerted a slight pressure on the handle of his cane, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he inquired. Rhodes nodded gravely and responded, This individual possesses an extraordinarily potent, hypnotic ability. I suspect that those who initially came forth to testify against me were all ensnared by Lafitte's hypnosis. He visited the prison once before, subtly entrancing the surrounding inmates without their awareness. Rhodes' words prompted Hall to frown, recalling how Lafitte seemed effortlessly adept at everything he undertook, a proficiency that indeed felt unsettling. That man might even challenge the king. Hall refrained from elaborating further. If that individual truly wielded such formidable power, his ambitions would undoubtedly be grandiose, and the future of this nation would inevitably hang in the balance. I will keep a vigilant watch on him. Under no circumstances should you confront this man directly. It would be perilous, Rhodes cautioned once more. Hall snorted lightly, retorting, "Do not forget, your abilities are a gift from me." At this exchange, both men shared a sudden smile, reminiscent of conversations from years past. Suddenly, Hall leaned in, drawing closer to Rhodes, and slowly extended his right hand in what appeared to be a gesture of handshake. After a moment of surprise, Rhodes reciprocated. As their hands clasped, Rhodes immediately sensed something unusual within his grasp. Before he could react, Hall whispered, "The primordial place. Take care." With that, Hall turned sharply and departed. Upon inspecting his hand, Rhodes discovered a bracelet of his own, the most significant aspect being that it concealed a slender wire. "Uncle Hall." Hall did not pause for a moment. He raised his hand and made an okay gesture, one that Rhodes understood signified safety in their actions. Such a sign was typically made only when Hall felt secure. The primordial place, Rhodes murmured to himself, grasping Hall's intent. It was a signal for him to escape. However, should he flee, Hall would undoubtedly face repercussions. Despite Hall's reassuring gesture, Rhodes wrestled with his conscience for some time before deciding to plan his escape. He could not resign himself to a suffocating demise in this place. He resolved to act in the final moment, perhaps minimizing the burden on Uncle Hall. With this determination, Rhodes surveyed his surroundings, his mind already formulating a plan. He slowly closed his eyes, preparing himself for the battle that lay ahead. Meanwhile, the royal city at the heart of the kingdom was abuzz with activity. King Bordeaux, King Andar, and two foreign princes had just concluded their luncheon and entered the musical gala, where a multitude of nobles enjoyed a well-deserved respite. Observing the bustling city from a distance, Rear Admiral Jonathan, who had not participated in the festivities, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this nation should have joined the world government a decade ago. However, it is not too late. Jonathan sighed, and his aide promptly responded. The situation in the West Sea has significantly improved. The influence of the so-called 5 major mafia families has waned considerably. Jonathan nodded slightly and smiled. This is undoubtedly due to the commendable efforts of our naval colleagues. With the legendary Pirate King's era coming to an end, the world's dynamics underwent a profound transformation. For the sake of a coveted throne, wealth, and power, countless nefarious individuals began to surface upon the seas. 1 year prior, Rear Admiral Crane proposed a series of strategic plans to address this emerging crisis, including the initiative to restore order across the 4 seas. This endeavor not only curbed the malicious intentions of would-be criminals, but also greatly enhanced the reputation of the world government, effectively eradicating some malevolent elements before they could gain traction. Among the 4 seas, although the East Sea is the birthplace of the pirate King Roger, it also boasts the presence of the naval hero Garb. Furthermore, aside from Roger, this sea is historically one of the most tranquil and stable, making its restoration relatively straightforward. In stark contrast to the simplicity of the East Sea, the West Sea presents a far more intricate scenario, characterized by a tangled web of aristocratic powers, clandestine mafia groups masquerading behind legitimate businesses, and ambitious figures who, while ostensibly affiliated with the United Nations, secretly aim to expand their territories. This region poses considerable challenges for the world government. The South Sea, however, stands as the most effectively governed territory, with numerous experimental bases and training grounds established therein, bolstered by a substantial military presence that maintains a semblance of stability amidst the current turmoil of the 4 seas. Conversely, the North Sea is a hotbed of unrest, where not only is brute force revered, but also where numerous ambitious individuals arise. The Germa Kingdom's massacre of the 4 nations is a testament to this chaos, and presently, the Don Quixote family exerts its influence across the North Sea, making life quite arduous for the naval forces stationed there, despite the world government's millennium-long dominion over this realm. The shifting tides of time and the maturation of legal frameworks render many issues unsuitable for resolution through force. While one may suppress a single nation or even two with overwhelming power, employing such methods universally among member states of the United Nations inevitably breeds a sense of insecurity. Therefore, the world government generally extends certain conveniences and benefits to its member nations, facilitating their governance. However, should any nation or island pose a threat to the world government's authority, it will not hesitate to employ absolute force to obliterate such threats. After lamenting the current difficulties of life, Jonathan cast his gaze upon the central city of the Kingdom of Bordeaux, while the island's map materialized in his mind. This is an island shaped like a concave arc, with the central city positioned at its heart, commanding the most advantageous defensive location in the nation. The two protruding cliffs render access virtually impossible for outsiders, while to the far left and right of the central city lie a forest and a desert. Such a formidable and defensible terrain effectively deters most who might contemplate invasion, allowing this nation to exist in a state of semi-isolation amidst a tranquil environment. It is hoped that the endeavor to establish a naval base in this land will proceed smoothly. Otherwise, a thunderous upheaval may ensue. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted near the furthest walls of the city, followed by a surge of flames. Moments later, Jonathan received word from the soldiers, reporting that this was a suicide rebellion orchestrated by former insurgents, which the king had already tasked his soldiers to address. Attention must be paid to this matter. Should King Bordeaux require our assistance, our navy stands ready to offer help without charge. At the very moment the so-called structure detonated, a rather disheveled figure, accompanied by a number of criminals, escaped from the death row prison. The earlier ominous clouds had dissipated, and a sliver of the setting sun illuminated the scene, revealing engraved inscriptions on the bracelet adorning the wrist of the disheveled figure. Henry Rhodes Chapter 5, The Great Escape. Half an hour prior, the death row was visited for the final inspection before the gladiatorial matches. This routine procedure ensured that the combat could proceed smoothly. The inspection team would arrive an hour in advance to verify that the condemned prisoners selected to fight were present. Should any of them perish for any reason, immediate replacements would be sought. The two guards expressed surprise upon reaching Rhodes's cell, for in their eyes, this man possessed an indomitable spirit. They unanimously believed that he would meet his end upon the arena stage. Hey, exclaimed one of the more robust guards, striking the iron bars with his weapon. But silence reigned within the cell. Don't waste your energy. Half an hour ago, he was mumbling something incomprehensible before collapsing to the ground. He is surely dead by now, remarked a prisoner from the adjacent cell, grinning. Another prisoner from the opposite cell sighed. Alas, he perished just like that. It seemed they were all too familiar with such scenes. The two guards exchanged glances, their demeanor shifting to one of caution as they approached the prison bars. After listening intently and observing closely, they confirmed the grim reality of Rhodes's demise. Let us go in and confirm. The sturdier guard produced the key designated for Rhodes's cell and unlocked the door. Armed with a baton-like weapon, he cautiously stepped inside, while the other guard raised an antique firearm, ready to defend against any potential threat. Bang, bang. The robust prison guard, named Jason, approached the corpse lying face up without directly turning it over with his hands. Instead, he struck the back of the body forcefully with his baton. The corpse remained unresponsive, which alleviated Jason's concerns. He then prodded Rod's abdomen with the baton and forcefully attempted to lift him. To his expectation, Rod indeed began to rise. However, what Jason had not anticipated was that the supposedly lifeless Rod abruptly opened his eyes and swiftly grasped Jason's baton. In a sudden movement, Rod rose to his feet, closing the distance between them just as Jason was taken aback. Thus, Jason's companions outside were unable to fire their weapons due to his obstruction. Suddenly, the assaulting Rhodes did not relent. With a forceful tug of his right hand, he seized the throat of the prison guard Jason, swiftly disarming him. In a flash, a shadow darted forward, the baton striking precisely at the head of the guard, aiming his weapon outside. In the moment of the guard's astonishment, Rhodes delivered a swift kick to Jason's lower region, and before Jason could emit a cry of anguish, Rhodes dashed out, landing a punch on the guard outside. With a resounding impact, two figures collapsed onto the ground, leaving onlookers in utter disbelief. They were yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos. While the seemingly doomed Rhodes stood outside the cell, his shackles cast aside. Hey, you lot of doomed wretches, do you truly intend to expire in solitude here? Rhodes displayed no pride in having vanquished the two guards. He spread his arms wide, his smile marred by a wound at the corner of his mouth, rendering it somewhat sinister. Are you willing to wager your lives one last time? Will you continue to languish here and wait for death? Or will you join me in breaking free? His enticing words ignited a fervor among the death row inmates surrounding him. Those trapped here were either victims of misguided loyalty to a former master or individuals guilty of heinous crimes. Without unforeseen circumstances, they were destined to perish in this place. Now presented with such an opportunity, how could these scoundrels let it slip away? Let me out. Please, take me with you. Be sure to include me. A smile, tinged with a hint of malevolence due to the scar at the corner of his mouth, crept across Rhodes's face in response to the fervent pleas. The aimless souls had gathered, and whether they could escape now rested upon fate. All right, this is perfect. I also require your strength. Rhodes deftly bent the previously straightened wire into a lock-picking tool, a skill he had acquired from an old drunkard, having spent over 6 years in this country, half of which was spent working in a tavern. A job arranged by the then Prince Hall to facilitate his integration into this world while gathering intelligence for the Grand Prince's cause. During one incident, while assisting a drunken patron unable to pay his tab, he encountered a thieving drunkard, from whom he learned the art of lockpicking in exchange for a bottle of liquor. With a click, the wire inserted into the iron door successfully liberated the adjacent cell. At this moment, he recognized the meticulousness of this facility. The guards did not carry an abundance of keys, possessing only those specific to death row cells when escorting inmates to battle. Thus, for Rhodes to unlock all the cells, he would still require some time. Thank you. The condemned prisoner was released from his confines and, upon regaining his freedom, immediately stretched his limbs before expressing his gratitude to Roz. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Roz firmly stated, "If you wish to survive, this is merely the beginning." He raised a finger and continued, "We must procure weapons and await the opportune moment to charge forth together." The liberated inmate swiftly comprehended Roz's intentions, given the circumstances. This course of action was undoubtedly the most prudent. "No problem," he affirmed. Roz nodded and proceeded to unlock the next cell. 1, 2, 3. However, Roz's endeavor was not without its challenges. Not all prisoners were in their right minds. After neutralizing an assailant driven by madness, Roz was judicious in his selection of whom to liberate next. Sensing the rising clamor within the death row, Roz estimated that the time had come. With an inspiring rallying cry, over 30 condemned souls surged toward the door leading to freedom. Outside, the guards sensed that something was amiss within the prison. Their colleague had been inside for 20 minutes, exceeding the usual duration by 10 minutes, a clear indication of trouble. Something may be happening inside. Remain vigilant. The guards, not lacking in discernment, immediately heightened their alertness, yet they underestimated the fervent desire for freedom harbored by the desperate inmates. With a resounding crash, the door was violently struck, followed by a thunderous explosion as it was flung to the ground. "Open fire!" shouted the guards stationed at the entrance of the death row. As others on patrol hurried to the scene, the air was filled with the sharp reports of gunfire and the thud of bodies hitting the ground. Amidst the chaos, a voice, though not particularly commanding, rang out, "Do not fear, press forward." These cowards rely solely on their firearms for bravado. Sammy, with his imposing physique, pushed through the throng, bellowing in a bid to uplift the spirits of his comrades. In this era, or rather, in this nation, firearms have yet to attain a sophisticated level of advancement. Although the King of Bordeaux procured a batch of more precise and safer flintlock guns in his quest to reclaim his throne, such perilous weapons were allocated solely to his personal guards. The firearms in this location are the most rudimentary matchlocks. The matchlock, typically cumbersome to operate, relies on a burning wick to ignite the gunpowder, and each shot necessitates a tedious reloading process. Even the most skilled marksman in this country can manage only 3 to 4 shots per minute, thereby granting a glimmer of hope to the unarmed death row inmates. The initial volley of gunfire unleashed 4 bullets, striking down 2 unfortunate souls, a consequence of the inmates' reckless charge. As the death row inmates closed in on the 4 guards, they were met with another round of gunfire from the reinforcements, which fortuitously felled 1 inmate with a shot to the head. Shoot! The beleaguered jailers, having finally reloaded their weapons, were seized by panic upon witnessing the menacing assailants, their shots ending in a series of misfires as the enemies closed in. The guards, having undergone basic training, found themselves woefully inadequate against a horde of death row inmates teetering on the brink of life and death. In a flurry of fists and feet, the 4 guards fell to the ground, with some of the assailants advancing towards the arriving reinforcements. Kill! In an instant, the cacophony of battle erupted. The sounds of gunfire, the thud of clubs, the clash of bodies, and the cries of anguish began to permeate the air. Those adept with firearms seized the opportunity to commandeer guns for shooting, while others, lacking such skills, wielded matchlocks as makeshift clubs. Fueled by sheer fervor, the once weak death row inmates found their morale surging above that of the guards and jailers. Boom. At that moment, an explosion reverberated from the southeastern part of the central city, near the city wall. Such a violent commotion naturally captured the attention of the city's authorities. The chief of the city's defense, Lafayette, was immediately informed of the explosion occurring in the southern district, as well as the riot erupting within the death prison. He ordered that all gates be secured, allowing no one to exit, not even a stray dog. Meanwhile, Lafayette approached King Bordeaux with measured steps. The condemned prisoners within the death prison exchanged anxious glances. But upon realizing that the explosion was not aimed at their confinement, their thoughts began to whirl. At that moment, the gates of their prison were finally breached. As the doors collapsed with a thunderous crash, figures surged forth in a desperate rush for freedom. The light of late afternoon, though waning, was blinding and searing for those who had emerged from the shadows of despair. For this group of condemned souls, the taste of liberty was paramount. Among them was Rhodes, who, blending in with the inmates, paused as he neared the gate, reflecting on the earlier explosion that had originated from the southeast, where a city lay near a desert expanse, a potentially advantageous escape route. However, that was not the destination Rhodes sought. Without further contemplation, he turned in the opposite direction, joined by 5 or 6 others fleeing towards the southwest. Chapter 6. Exiting the city. What? Just as King Bordeaux regained his composure and finished the final performance at the Opera House, he received another piece of news that ignited his ire. The fire resulting from the explosion at the southeastern city wall had been contained, yet it was confirmed that several prisoners had vanished from the death prison. Among them were not only a brutal murderer but also some staunch loyalists of the former King of Bordeaux. Additionally, the so-called hero of the kingdom, who was to participate in the upcoming gladiatorial display, had also escaped. This incident caused King Ram to lose face among the numerous foreign dignitaries. His expression gradually turned serious, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Lafayette, as the constable, how could you allow this? An explosion. A riot. This is solely your responsibility. Lafayette immediately bowed slightly, his cane rotating rhythmically behind him, and replied softly, Your Majesty, please forgive my negligence. Before nightfall, I shall eradicate all the escaped prisoners, and I will thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding this incident. Lafayette fixed his gaze intently into King Ram's eyes and insisted, Please trust me. It appeared that some extraordinary force had come into play, as the furious King Ram managed to temper his anger slightly. He gestured with his robe, commanding, Proceed at once. A smile graced Lafayette's fair visage, and after a slight bow, he vanished from the scene. My king, what shall be done about the subsequent activities? Inquired a close aide to King Ram, who had noticed nothing amiss. King Ram waved his hand, his mood darkening once more. Cancel the performance that follows. Let the esteemed guest retire and await the evening banquet. Yes. Upon exiting the theater, several robust men clad in city constabulary uniforms immediately approached Lafayette. My Lord Lafayette. Without further ado, Lafayette commanded his subordinates to commence the pursuit of the escaped prisoners and dispatched several trusted individuals to investigate the prior explosion. As his subordinates swiftly dispersed, Lafayette lifted his gaze to the sky. Due to the morning rain, the sunlight around 4 o'clock was not overly scorching, and the theater began to gradually empty of patrons. He was supposed to prepare for the final performance of the already commenced gladiatorial contest. Could it be you? Surely not this fellow. Lafayette understood Rhodes well. He was undeniably a man unwilling to accept such an ignoble conclusion. Throughout their 6 months of collaboration, Lafayette had gained a clear understanding of the kind of person Rhodes was, one who consistently overshadowed others in every endeavor, be it military prowess, interpersonal relations, personal skills, or even the accolades he was destined to receive. These circumstances incited a profound envy within Lafayette, which soon morphed into a deep-seated jealousy. This jealousy prompted him to devise a plan aimed at bringing ruin to his rival. The success of this scheme enabled him to usurp everything belonging to Rhodes. Initially, he harbored grand ambitions, yet now he resolutely refused to allow anyone to jeopardize his hard-won achievements. The threat of obliteration loomed large. Lafayette narrowed his eyes, as a sudden gust of wind stirred behind him, sending white feathers fluttering through the air. A pair of pristine wings materialized, and Lafayette's feet lifted from the ground, propelling him swiftly into the sky. He intended to utilize the advantages of his newfound powers to discern the whereabouts of his adversaries. Damn it! Why did the explosion occur so suddenly? A beleaguered nobleman gazed at the flames erupting from the distant courtyard, accompanied by the cacophony of chaos outside. In a state of alarm, he turned to his loyal servant beside him for clarity. Master Mike, remain calm, the butler, clad in servant attire, replied, his countenance equally grave. However, the wisdom gained from age instilled within him a measure of composure. It appears that our assassination plot has been exposed. We must hasten to leave this place at once. But the great enmity of the Timothy family, the man, referred to as Master Mike by the butler, protested. His voice tinged with bitterness. The butler offered no further explanation, swiftly gathering their belongings in preparation for their escape, having narrowly evaded capture from the dungeon. They numbered around 20, excluding the 5 or 6 who had fled alongside roads in the opposite direction. The remaining individuals scattered in 2 distinct directions. One group of 8 dashed towards the main entrance, while a smaller group of 6 veered towards the site of the explosion. It was unclear what compelled this latter group to alter their course. Initially, they too had been racing towards the main gate, but after encountering resistance from the guards, they redirected towards this area, perhaps convinced that some incident had unfolded here that might offer them a chance at survival. The group of prisoners who escaped from the death row was not foolish. They created chaos in an attempt to incite greater turmoil, thereby augmenting their chances of fleeing. Tap, tap, tap. Rhodes' footsteps subtly fell behind a few individuals, only to vanish at a corner. Minutes later, a hastily dressed Rhodes, having discarded his prison garb for a hat, hastened in a particular direction. Suddenly he halted, turning his gaze towards a robust figure. With a furrowed brow, he coldly remarked, "Are you seeking death?" Sammy, pulling off his prison attire, clumsily donned a short shirt he had pilfered from an unknown source and, with a flattering tone, implored, "Why not take me along? I presume you possess an escape plan. The central city is engulfed in explosions and riots. The usual exits are undoubtedly compromised, leaving us to await our demise here." He pointed at Rhodes and continued, "As a former hero and the highest commander of the city defense forces, you must have a way out. How about taking me with you?" Noticing Rhodes' troubled expression, Sammy hurriedly added, "Regardless, I am sticking with you." After a moment's contemplation, Rhodes reluctantly nodded and said, "I will not wait for you. It is best for you to keep a low profile." With that, Rhodes disregarded the seemingly naive yet cunning giant and swiftly moved towards a specific direction, while Sammy's fleeting smile indicated his eagerness to follow suit. Kill. Eliminate them. A few prisoners trapped within the city succumbed to madness, the tightly shut gates hastening their descent into despair. Their initial fervor quickly dissipated, giving way to frenzied behavior. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as another condemned prisoner fell, prompting several others to storm into a civilian residence. After a chaotic uproar, the prisoners emerged, each with a hostage in hand. "Help! Help!" A desperate cry filled the air, and a dark silhouette streaked across the ground. As the death row inmates looked up, they were met with a dizzying spectacle. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding thuds startled a death row inmate, who was clutching a young girl, his eyes widening in disbelief as he instinctively swallowed hard. With a swift descent, a man clad in elegant white noble attire landed before them, his icy gaze fixated on the hostage-taker, albeit tinged with disappointment. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as a woman, previously held captive by the 3 men, collapsed to the ground. A man fled in panic, while another trembled, attempting to approach one of the remaining assailants. "Don't come any closer. Stay back." The assailant pressed a stolen knife against the sobbing girl's neck, his trembling hand causing the blade to quiver as well. "Do you know where the one who freed you from the cells is?" Lafitte advanced slowly, seemingly indifferent to the hostage held by his adversary. "Stop! Stop!" The thug, suppressing his fear, shouted loudly as he observed the man who had just executed his companions drawing nearer. With a sudden force, he pressed his short blade against the throat of the agitated hostage, hoping to draw blood to intimidate his opponent. Sighing softly, Lafitte tightened his grip on his cane and remarked, "What a bunch of foolish individuals." In a split second, the captor, who held the girl, uttered a question only to be enveloped by a surge of excruciating pain, accompanied by the encroaching darkness in his right eye and the warm liquid cascading down his face. The thug was bewildered by the turn of events, yet he sensed the peril he was in. In a moment of desperation, he made a grave error, exerting force in an attempt to harm the little girl he had taken hostage. With a resounding thud, he cried out, "My hand!" Having anticipated the man's intentions, Lafitte swiftly extracted a fine sword from the eye socket of his opponent's face. Then, with a display of exquisite swordsmanship, he severed the thug's arm. As blood splattered around him, the malevolent thoughts concealed within Lafitte began to surface. He no longer sought any information from this doomed man. With a deft twist of his wrist, the sharp blade glided across the thug's neck, resulting in a head rolling to the ground, blood gushing forth, accompanied by cries of shock. Miho, the man, who had been attempting to rescue the hostage girl, dashed towards her in a frenzy. The young girl, however, had already fainted at the sight of the execution of her captor's arm. How tedious. Lafitte snorted lightly, summoning his hastily arriving subordinates to deal with the aftermath. With an air of disdain, he walked towards an isolated area, and in a moment ascended into the sky, resuming his hunt. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, in a secluded corner of the moat outside the southwestern part of the central city, a series of bubbles erupted on the water's surface, followed by the emergence of two heads. "Oh dear, I thought I would suffocate." One head gasped for air, seemingly trying to compensate for the breath he had missed while submerged. A few seconds later, Sammy looked around with delight, exclaiming, "We're out. We're finally out. Keep it down." Roth, filled with discontent, let out a sharp rebuke, immediately quickening his pace in an attempt to distance himself from the city. The capital of the Bordeaux Kingdom is encircled by towering 7-meter walls, featuring a principal entrance and a secondary gate, along with two smaller gates to the southeast. The town is further protected by an artificial moat, a formidable barrier that Roth had invested considerable effort in while aiding King Lim in capturing this stronghold. At this moment, it was indeed this very moat that afforded Roth the opportunity to escape the besieged town. Chapter 7. The malevolent forest to the southwest of the central city lies a canal that connects with the moat. During an unexpected rescue mission, Roth discovered that this canal, near the city wall, was open to the outside world. Though the majority of the local populace was aware of this fact, one entrance, barely 2 meters wide, was obstructed by sturdy timber. This rescue incident fortuitously led Roth to this location, revealing that the wood had succumbed to decay over time. Initially, he had contemplated sealing this breach, yet, in a twist of fate, it proved advantageous. Roth and Sammy found refuge in a secluded spot as dusk settled. After submerging 5 meters, breaching the timber, and holding their breath for 3 arduous minutes, they finally emerged into the open air. With a splash, they swiftly clambered out of the water and darted into the forest, seeking to elude their pursuers. Roth was acutely aware that Lafitte had acquired the powers of the devil fruit, including the exceedingly rare ability to fly. Thus, their only recourse was to rely on the cover of night to facilitate their escape. "Hey, benefactor, where are we headed?" Sammy gasped, his chest heaving as he sought clarity on their destination. "The malevolent forest," Roth replied after a moment of contemplation, articulating their objective. "To the southwest of the Bordeaux Kingdom lies a vast, dense forest, abundant in resources, yet a source of ambivalence for the common folk. Many have survived thanks to this forest, while others have tragically fallen prey to its depths. Consequently, the citizens of Bordeaux have dubbed it the malevolent forest." This was also the first place Roth had encountered upon arriving in this realm. He vividly recalled Uncle Hall's admonition about the initial land, which likely referred to the site of their first meeting. Roth was convinced that there lay within a means of escape, and he began to surmise Uncle Hall's intentions. "Uncle Hall, are you hoping for me to leave the country?" he pondered internally. In truth, Roth was reluctant to abandon this land, to sever ties with all that was familiar. Yet, the only thing this kingdom presented him with now was peril, leaving him with no choice but to seek refuge at sea. However, the ocean beyond might prove to be fraught with even greater danger. Roth was no longer the same youth who had served King Lim alongside Uncle Hall years ago. He had since gleaned fundamental insights about this world from the relatively enlightened King Lim. Here lies the fervent and adventurous realm of One Piece, crafted by the esteemed Japanese manga artist Eiichiro Oda. After Roderick discerned the truth of this world, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. How could a mere escapade at an internet CAF, alongside a few rounds of gaming, culminate in an explosion that thrust him into such a nightmarish existence? Tomorrow marks the 1500th year, signifying that over a year has elapsed since Roger's execution. The seas are currently tumultuous, and it is inevitable that various heroes will soon stir the winds of fate. Silently lamenting his plight, Roderick glanced at his disheveled self and shook his head in self-deprecation. While future luminaries thrive in their pursuits, he finds himself fleeing for survival. What a stark contrast. Quickly, big guy. The central city lies nearly 3 hours away from the treacherous forest's edge, and the absence of convenient transportation renders their progress arduous. Fortunately, they had previously pilfered some sustenance from a humble dwelling. Otherwise, their physical condition would have rendered such a prolonged escape impossible. "There's no need to rush," Roderick interjected, interrupting Sammy's words. "We have already fled the city. The sky is high and the birds soar freely. No, we have not yet eluded danger. Every path leaves traces, and our hurried escape has undoubtedly left numerous signs behind. With careful searching, we are bound to be discovered." Only by retreating into the treacherous forest can we elevate our chances of survival to 50%. Only 50%? Sammy's face was rife with disbelief. Roderick chose not to engage in further discourse with him. His intent to save this individual was far from genuine. There was no need for excessive elaboration concerning a tool that could be discarded at any moment. Indeed, as Roderick had anticipated, their prior incursion into the dwelling had merely incapacitated the civilians inside. When the city guards conducted their search, they would inevitably uncover the clues left by Roderick and his companion. Within half an hour, a large contingent appeared at the location where Roderick and his companions had landed. Lord Lafitte, we can confirm that Henry, Roderick, and Sammy ought escaped from this very spot. Such news caused Lafitte's gaze to sharpen. He turned his head towards the treacherous forest, his voice cold and commanding. They must be attempting to escape in that direction. Search the area immediately. And do not err again. The sudden elevation in Lafitte's tone instilled fear within his entourage. Yes, over 30 elite soldiers mounted their steeds and commenced their search, while Lafitte remained behind, a sinister smile curling his lips. Ha ha ha, do they wish to make the battlefield amidst the jungle? A game of hunter and prey? With a flourish, he unfurled his wings and ascended slowly, gaining altitude and speed, transforming into a dark silhouette racing through the sky. A mundane existence is rather dull. This is beginning to hold some intrigue, Rods. Do not disappoint me. The night's escape was eerily tranquil, yet this very calmness stirred a sense of unease within Rods. Their flight had persisted for 2.5 hours, and even the most seasoned of them were now breathless. Coughing, Sammy halted, choking out a few dry coughs, the parched sensation in his throat drawing tears to his eyes. Desperately, he reached for his water pouch, consuming the last drop of liquid, which provided much-needed relief to his dry throat. Observing his companion's actions, Rod slowed his pace, though he did not stop outright. Gradually coming to a halt, he retrieved his own water pouch, which he had pilfered from a resident's home, and took a gentle sip, feeling the fatigue within him ease. Do you wish to continue accompanying me? My destination lies beyond the treacherous forest, and I trust you are aware of the dangers that dwell within. Sammy cleared his throat softly, his eyes shifting. Despite his imposing stature, he possessed a cunning disposition. Otherwise, he would not have immediately recognized that Rods had a means of escape. Rest assured, I am confident in my stamina. No matter your pace, I shall keep up. In the dungeon, Sammy's cell was not far from where Rods was imprisoned. He distinctly recalled someone visiting Rods before his release, and he was well aware of Henry Rod's identity. Thus, at the moment of the prison breakout, he was certain that everything was interconnected with this individual. As fate would have it, his suspicions proved correct. Having escaped to this point, he certainly would not relinquish his resolve. Understood. Rods turned, gazing intently at the foreboding forest, a flicker of wildness igniting within his eyes. Whoever enters my territory shall find their heads bitten off. With this thought echoing in his mind, Rod stepped boldly into the depths of the forest. Whoosh! Tap! As shadows descended from the heavens, Lafitte, having tucked away his wings, gazed upon a concealed wooden boat at the cliff's edge, gently wiping the perspiration from his brow. The prolonged flight had taken its toll on Lafitte, who had recently acquired demonic powers. His physique, not particularly robust, now felt the weight of exhaustion. Yet, the revelation before him rendered any fatigue insignificant, and a smile graced his lips as he exclaimed, "At last, I have found you." While soaring through the skies, he had noted the peculiarities of the terrain. A once precipitous cliff revealed an inconspicuous pathway, leading down to a small stretch of beach. This discovery aroused a hint of suspicion within Lafitte, and upon descending, he indeed uncovered a vessel suitable for his escape. Grasping his cane sword with his right hand, he approached the wooden boat with a sense of vigilance. Sensing no signs of life, Lafitte cautiously lifted the green tarp that shrouded the boat, revealing an abundance of provisions and water within. The discovery here elicited a chuckle from Lafitte, who then shook his head in disinterest. I never anticipated that before the hunt even commenced. I would already find myself at the finish line. This certainly strips away all semblance of enjoyment. With that, he declared, let the banquet officially commence. After savoring a modest portion of the royal delicacies, Rear Admiral Jonathan sought out King Lim, his mind still preoccupied by the earlier explosion. Ah, Rear Admiral Jonathan. You wish to inquire about this matter? It seems to be of little consequence, King Lim remarked after a brief pause, revealing the cause of the incident. So, you're suggesting this was the act of a fallen noble family? I believe I heard whispers of unrest in some towns. Is there a connection? Jonathan astutely linked these events, prompting a shadow to cross King Bordeaux's features. Faced with the formidable power of the world government, King Lim reluctantly divulged the reasons behind the turmoil. Thanks to timely intervention, the riot did not harm any civilians. Of the escaped criminals, aside from the 2 still at large, the others have been slain. I suspect the remaining 2 will meet a similar fate tonight. Rear Admiral Jonathan nodded, contemplating the forthcoming collaboration, and candidly remarked, King Lim, should you require assistance with anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. Lim waved his hand dismissively, smiling, rest assured. Our nation possesses remarkable talents as well. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the banquet within the palace resumed. Not far away, Baron Hall approached the window with a wine glass in hand, pushing it open to allow a sliver of moonlight to stream in. Rod, you can escape safely, can't you? You haven't forgotten the techniques I entrusted to you, have you? Having already received news of the dungeon riot, Darmy sighed in resignation at Hall's actions. Alas. Chapter 8. The curse of hell. A piercing scream erupted from a tense group of individuals as a constable, impaled in the ankle by a wooden spear, struggled to lift his foot from a pit below. Help! Save me! The excruciating pain rendered the constable's voice tremulous, his complexion paling as he lay helplessly on the ground, eyes fixated in terror upon the spear still lodged in his foot. Damn that wretched fellow! He is nothing short of a hedgehog. From the heart of the city to the treacherous forest, they spent nearly 3 hours in pursuit atop their war steeds. With the assistance of a team member well-versed in the local terrain, this squad of nearly 30 relentlessly followed the trail of the fugitive. However, this relentless chase exacted a heavy toll during the hour-long pursuit. They not only faced the assault of ferocious beasts and the harshness of the landscape, but also fell victim to insidious and malicious traps, resulting in a reduction of their ranks by nearly half. Captain Raquel, the deputy of the city's security team, was a seasoned veteran on the battlefield, adept in various combat tactics and possessing formidable strength, having once single-handedly vanquished over a dozen elite soldiers. After losing an arm in the war, Raquel voluntarily transferred to the security department as it was the only place outside of prison where he could wield violence legitimately. We shall continue the pursuit. We are on the verge of catching up with them, Raquel declared, his agitation mounting. The thought of failing to accomplish the task assigned by Lord Lafitte sent a tremor through his heart. For he understood the darkness that resided within that man. They were of the same ilk. Yet, Jimmy could no longer proceed. Then let him wait here, Raquel stated coldly. Yet here, in the treacherous forest, the scent of blood could prove fatal. The officer supporting Jimmy felt his grip tighten on his right arm, a manifestation of his yearning for life. Raquel's expression darkened, his gaze growing increasingly frigid as he sensed the pervasive unease in the air. A pall cast by the earlier loss of half their numbers. Realizing that forcing his subordinates to advance would not yield the desired outcome, Raquel softened his demeanor, speaking with gentleness. Very well. In that case, you take Jimmy and head back. We have already caught sight of those 2. They no longer have time to set traps. They were all acutely aware of the terrifying nature of Lord Lafitte. Only those who had spent considerable time with him truly comprehended the darkness concealed beneath his visage. There were no objections to Captain Raquel's arrangement, as none wished to grant the 2 escapees any additional time, for doing so would only exacerbate their peril. All right, quicken your pace. Let us close in on them. The elite chosen from the security team quickened their pursuit of Roz and the others, while the remaining officer attended to Jimmy with basic first aid before gently assisting him in a slow retreat. Suddenly, Roz, appearing somewhat disheveled, came to an abrupt halt, nearly colliding with Sammy, who was closely following. Licking his cracked lips, Sammy, his voice slightly hoarse, inquired, "What's wrong?" Roz offered no reply. Instead, he turned towards a cliff where, in a secluded spot, a cluster of tender green vines thrived. With determination, Roz approached this location, parting the vines with his hands, revealing a circular opening about 2 feet in diameter before him. The circular opening is enveloped by moss and vines, its conical shape extending approximately 2 meters outward, with walls remarkably smooth as if fashioned by some tool. Rod's gaze was drawn into the abyss of the hole, which was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his right hand into the void. After a brief exploration, a smile crept upon Rod's lips, and an inexplicable sense of security washed over him. He grasped the object within tightly and pulled. Suddenly, a cacophony of iron chains scraping against stone erupted, and in the dim light, Sammy beheld Rod extracting a peculiar weapon. "What is this?" Sammy inquired. Rod, gazing at the weapon firmly in his grip, was beset by a flood of memories. 6 years prior, he had inexplicably appeared in this world, possessing only this strange weapon. Everything else was alien to him. Starkly contrasting with all that he had known, even his own body no longer bore resemblance to his former self. The 26-year-old Rod had been transformed into a 13-year-old boy. Awakening on a treacherous forest beach, he found himself clad in fine attire, adorned with a bracelet engraved with his identity, alongside a weapon of striking familiarity. At one end of the weapon was an ancient, black iron lantern, embellished with bizarre and mysterious runes. Attached to the lantern was a dark iron chain, the other end of which culminated in an oddly shaped sickle. This weapon is quite familiar to Rhodes, as just a moment before arriving in this world, he was engrossed in a game of League of Legends. In that match, he had encountered this very weapon, wielded by the opposing champion, Thresh, the Chain Warden. Indeed, he thus acquired his own unique advantage, a fragmented version of the talent known as Infernal Curse. Infernal Curse. Thresh can harvest the souls of enemies who perish in his vicinity, granting him an enhancement of 0.75 armor and 0.75 ability power, while also augmenting the shield strength of the lantern and the minimum additional magic damage of the Doom Clock. This is the original version of the hero's talents, while the abilities inherited by Rods are a significantly abridged version. There are no so-called various skills or equipment, and one cannot rely on teammates to secure kills for soul acquisition. Even if one relies solely on personal kills, the drop rate of souls is not guaranteed. Furthermore, even if a soul does drop, one must utilize this peculiar weapon to absorb it in order to reap its benefits. The subpar external modifications had driven Roz into a frenzy for quite some time, however. He understood that they might very well be the foundation of his existence in this world teeming with monsters. With a flourish, he grasped the chain and lantern, his scythe poised as his gaze once again fell upon the circular hole where weapons had previously been concealed. This was a temporary storage point for supplies, a place where he and his comrades had learned hunting techniques under the tutelage of Hall, typically used to stash spare food and water. The reason Roz had hurried in this direction was that Hall had quietly mentioned it to him earlier. What a wondrous world this is. The capabilities of a sword to achieve such feats inspire a yearning within the heart. As Roz gazed at the circular hole, a sudden exclamation escaped his lips, leaving Sammy utterly bewildered. What? Indeed, the aperture before Roz had been carved by a sword, and the wielder astounded him even more. In 1462, the 14-year-old Hall, leveraging his family's long-standing service to the Emperor, had become a reserve member of the Bordeaux Kingdom's Guard, while Brooke, who had just turned 30 and was born in this land, had recently ascended to the position of captain of the Guard. Brooke, the soulful king of melodies, would one day become the musician of the Straw Hat Pirates. When Roz first heard this name from Hall, he was taken aback. He had never imagined that such a figure would be so close to him. The very hole before him was a testament to the fierce battle fought by Captain Brooke against a ferocious beast in this very spot. No worries. Such power is one that I must inevitably master in the future. Rods tightened his grip around the weapon he referred to as the Soul Lantern, resolutely making a silent vow. Suddenly, the sharp sounds of gunfire erupted, followed by the whistling of arrows. Rods realized that the pursuers behind him had arrived. He quickly bent down to dodge, while Sammy, equally swift in his response, threw himself to the ground and rolled to safety. Although his movements were clumsy, he managed to evade the initial wave of attacks. This is bad, Sammy muttered. Rods rose, a grin splitting his face, though the scar at the corner of his mouth rendered his smile rather sinister. With confidence, he declared, "It is they who are in dire straits." As he twirled the chain in his hand, the scythe and lantern began to spin faster, transforming Rods into a striking figure reminiscent of a matador. Clang! Lackey drew a short blade, his gaze fixed warily on the two before him. He understood well the formidable strength of his adversaries. Their physical prowess combined with an exceptionally ferocious fighting style made them a challenging pair. The other was a survivor of 22 victories in the gladiatorial arena, equally formidable. "Hero Rods, surrender. You may yet find a glimmer of hope for survival," Lackey proclaimed as the four constables behind him swiftly reloaded their firearms. The intent of the opposition was clear, and Rods was determined not to let them succeed. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, indignantly exclaiming, "Hero? I sense a vile mockery. You shall perish." The distance that had originally separated them by 20 meters was quickly reduced to 10. At that moment, Rods raised an eyebrow and hurled the lantern in a certain direction. Bang, 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 bang. Four consecutive gunshots rang out, with bullets precisely aimed at Rod's location. In the split second before the gunfire erupted, Rod sprang into action, the thrown lantern snagging a tree branch. With a powerful tug, he vanished from his original position, leaving behind 4 bullet holes in the ground where he once stood. Lackey was the first to turn and glance sideways, only to see Rod swiftly reaching a large tree, where he braced himself with a push of his legs and shook the lantern free from the branch. Flintlock? Rod had intended to eliminate a few of the armed assailants while they reloaded, but was taken aback to discover they were equipped with flintlocks, which allowed for quicker reloading and firing. 10 seconds for a reload is far too swift. Calculating the time in his mind, Rod shook his arm vigorously, launching the side with precision, ensnaring the constable behind Lackey. Death sentence. Chapter 9. The hunt. The technique employed by Roz was not a gift from any system, but rather a crude imitation of the skills belonging to the champion known as Thresh. Consequently, it bore no extraordinary effects. The scythe he hurled forth struck a sheriff directly, and a dreadful wail resonated through the inky darkness. With a fierce tug, Roz yanked the scythe back, a trace of blood glistening upon it, causing his eyes to widen in fury. You shall all become the sustenance that fuels my strength. Thud, thud, thud. The 5-meter distance posed no obstacle to Roz's advance. Though not in peak condition, his momentum was as formidable as that of a tiger. Death. Lackey was the first to confront Roz, brandishing a short blade aimed at Roz's visage, attempting to execute a lethal strike. In response, Roz swiftly raised his hand to block. Clang. The iron chain firmly intercepted Lackey's dagger, while several teammates positioned beside Lackey promptly drew their weapons to assault Roz. Observing this, Roz pivoted sharply, evading the swords aimed at him from either side, and with a powerful motion, he swung the weapon that had previously parried Lackey's dagger. Bang, bang, with 2 resounding impacts. The officers lunging at Roz were struck down, collapsing at his feet. Whoosh. An arrow flew toward Roz's heart, and by the time he sensed the impending danger, it was too late to evade. With determination, Roz angled his body slightly, and he heard a soft thud as the arrow pierced his left shoulder. Pain coursed through him, but he grit his teeth and kicked out at Lackey. Lackey, born of military stock, was equally resolute in battle. He tightened his grip on the knife, swiftly withdrawing it before delivering a cunning horizontal slash. As he noticed several adversaries closing in, Roz shouted with urgency, "Sammy, you bastard. Why haven't you?" Before Roz could finish his sentence, a towering, robust shadow surged toward the fray. Sammy, wielding a large blade, charged at the trio of gunmen who were busy reloading their flintlock pistols. Die for me. Sammy was no pushover. Upon witnessing Roz's predicament, he swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. Only with Roz's survival could he hope to escape alive. Resolving to act, Sammy unleashed his full might upon the enemy. The battle was on the verge of erupting, while a frail sheriff began to retreat. Upon reaching a relatively safer distance, he pulled a cylindrical object from his waist pouch and ignited the fuse with a rudimentary lighter. Fizz, 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 whoosh, boom. The dark night sky suddenly erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks. Before embarking on his journey, Raka considered the formidable strength of the fugitive and thus carried a signal flare. Raka was acutely aware that Lafitte was undoubtedly present within this forest. And with the legendary powers of the devil fruit, Lafitte's combat prowess was unequivocally the highest among this group. Rod's peripheral vision caught the fireworks illuminating the sky, prompting him to hasten his actions. Should Lafitte, possessing the ability to fly, arrive here, they would be in grave danger. Rod held a significant apprehension towards Lafitte. The fact that a predator who had endured for decades valued him implied remarkable potential. To be candid, faced with the already empowered Lafitte, Rod felt little confidence in securing victory. Swiftly in this, Rod shouted, urging Sammy to quicken the pace of their battle. Sammy, sensing the subtle shift in circumstances, increased the force behind his strikes. With a nimble dodge, Rod swiftly dislodged the broken arrow from his shoulder and lunged forward, his right hand, previously gripping the chain, now firmly grasping the handle of a scythe, slit his throat. A sickening thud echoed as blood erupted from the severed throat of a body that fell to the ground. Rod, with his left hand gripping the chain tightly, swung it with force, the iron lantern striking the chin of an assailant attempting to ambush from behind. The sharp sound of breaking bone resonated, and the struck individual widened his eyes in shock. Agony etched across his face. After a brief struggle, he succumbed to unconsciousness. From an unseen vantage point, the body slain by Rod began to gradually coalesce into luminous orbs, fragments of the deceased souls. Holding the soul lantern, Rod could perceive these fragments with clarity. He began to maneuver while engaging in combat, and as he distanced himself from the unnoticed soul fragments, they were promptly absorbed by the lantern in his grasp. Beneath the dim light of the moon, the oil lamps and torches held by the officers were gradually toppled, leaving the environment barely suitable for combat. Sammy executed a dodge, swinging his large blade, and with a squelching sound. The blade lodged itself in the bones of the enemy before him. He withdrew the blade and delivered a kick, sending the mortally wounded adversary flying. Inadvertently discovering that the once dark lantern in Rod's hand was now emanating a green light. The green glow seeped forth, and simultaneously, the blade of Rod's side began to exhibit a hint of green, albeit subdued by the blood staining it, as he felt the scythe growing sharper in his grip. A smirk crept onto Rod's lips, illuminated by the faint green light. His smile took on an alluringly sinister quality. Kill, slit throats, decapitate, sever limbs, hammer chests. The atmosphere of murderous intent gradually enveloped the area, madness consuming the mind, as the echoes of prior skirmishes morphed into subsequent cries of anguish and pleas for mercy. 10 minutes later, only two figures remained standing in this desolate expanse. Sammy surveyed his surroundings before collapsing onto the ground, indifferent to the crimson tide that flowed beneath him. Damn those wretched rats! They've already exhausted me, and now they waste even more of my strength. Perish! Sammy vented his frustration with a fierce kick at a nearby corpse, his tongue flapping incessantly. Rods glanced at the dimming lantern, carefully attuning himself to the surrounding atmosphere. If you wish to avoid further bloodshed, it would be prudent to depart immediately. Before Sammy could finish his words, he noticed a pair of gleaming eyes lurking in the thicket not far away, predators native to this forest. Let us move, Rods urged. Recognizing that the stench of blood had attracted a host of ferocious beasts, engaging with them now would be utterly futile. The sound of footsteps echoed tap, tap, tap. The two individuals promptly distanced themselves from the area, even going so far as to wash the blood from their bodies by a nearby stream, lest they attract the attention of greedy beasts. Along the journey, Rod secretly calculated the fragments of souls he had absorbed in the previous battle. He had vanquished 8 out of 13 foes, from whom he had collected 5 soul fragments, with each fragment contributing 0.75 to both armor value and magical damage. He deemed these fragments to be of marginal utility after being processed by the lantern for soul collection and combustion. Reflecting on the past 6 years, Rods had once eagerly anticipated the arrival of his League of Legends abilities upon discovering his inherent powers. He had longed for a complete summoner system replete with extraordinary skills such as flash and teleport, or the ability to purchase equipment with currency, yet none of these aspirations had materialized. Relying on the indestructible nature of the soul lantern, it naturally became his weapon. During one fateful hunt of a ferocious beast, he inadvertently discovered the correct usage of the soul lantern. After numerous experiments, Rods finally grasped the characteristics of this artifact. Slaying formidable beasts granted a certain probability of yielding soul fragments, with the likelihood increasing in proportion to the beast's strength. In the years spent honing his hunting skills under Uncle Hall, Rods had frequently utilized the vicious creatures of the forest to enhance his own abilities, thereby mastering the art of traversing the jungle. Through rigorous training and the advantages of his extraordinary powers, he had transformed into the most dazzling figure on the path to kingship, while simultaneously uncovering shortcuts to expedite his progress. Throughout 6 months of warfare, he discerned that the probability of soul fragments dropping from humans was markedly greater than that of beasts, as long as the individual was robust. They were almost guaranteed to drop a soul fragment. Even more astonishing for Rods was the revelation that some exceptionally powerful individuals had a chance of yielding 2 fragments. After half a year of relentless battles, Rods reveled in the fortification of his physical form and the vanity brought forth by honor, earning the esteemed title of Hero of the Kingdom, while his physical prowess had vastly outstripped that of ordinary men. Yet, exhaling a heavy sigh, Rods cast aside various distractions, and in that moment of suppressing darker thoughts, he found himself perplexed. Why had Raffet not made an appearance? From the time the signal flare was launched to the conclusion of their battle, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. With his ability to fly, Raffet should have arrived by now. As Rods pondered, he was noticed by Sammy, who was quenching his thirst from the stream. With a hint of displeasure, Sammy remarked, "Are you planning to set sail and leave this country? Since you have fled in this direction, I trust you have made adequate preparations." Although he was recounting a certain fact, Sammy's tone was evidently one of inquiry directed at Rhodes. Rhodes raised his gaze to the sky, estimating the time. They had escaped the city around 7 o'clock, spending 3 hours on the journey. Coupled with the delays encountered in the treacherous forest, it was nearly noon. Returning his focus to the ground beside him, Rhodes bent down to grasp the soul lantern, beginning to wrap it around his body. The total length from the lantern to the scythe was 6 meters, allowing Rhodes to coil it several times around his waist. Perhaps this is a response to Sammy's inquiry. and such an answer clearly fails to satisfy him. He continues to press, asking, "What do you mean by approximately?" Without further elaboration, Rhodes glances at Sammy and states, "All right. We are still a short distance from my intended destination. Let us hasten our pace. You wouldn't want to engage in combat any longer, would you?" Rhodes' words leave Sammy feeling quite dissatisfied, yet at this moment, he can only suppress his anger and keep pace with Rhodes. As for whether Uncle Hall is prepared, Rhodes has no concerns. The first person he met upon arriving in this country was Uncle Hall, who not only taught him literacy and martial skills but also provided significant assistance. Uncle Hall has become akin to family in this world. Turning to look back in the direction they came from, Rhodes silently thinks, "Uncle Hall, please do not act impulsively against Lafitte. Wait for my return." Chapter 10. The Prey. After a half-hour journey, the two finally arrive at their destination. Before them lies a winding, steep hillside. It was here that Rhodes had once awakened on the beach below and climbed up the path, surrounded by a tranquil and serene environment. Rhodes inexplicably feels a sense of unease, vigilantly observing everything around him. "Look over there," Sammy exclaims, a hint of excitement in his voice, as he spots a small wooden boat concealed by overgrown grass. Rhodes turns his gaze but notices nothing unusual. Seeing Sammy preparing to approach, Rhodes suppresses his growing anxiety and follows closely behind. With each cautious step, Rhodes scans his surroundings. Sammy reaches the side of the small boat first and immediately extends his right hand to push aside the grass and debris obscuring it. "Be careful." Just then, Rhodes suddenly shouts, clearly sensing something amiss. As a survivor of over 20 gladiatorial matches, Sammy reacts decisively. Upon hearing Rhodes' warning, he swiftly pivots to the side. A meticulous thinker, Sammy has always maintained a degree of vigilance, not only towards the external environment, but also regarding Rhodes, his companion. Upon hearing Rhodes' alert, his instinct is not to retreat, but to sidestep. Realizing that Rhodes is not attempting to deceive him, he quickly retreats to distance himself from the boat. It is in this fleeting moment of hesitation, beneath the shadowy, hollow grass, that a sharp sword thrusts forward. Fortunately, Sammy sidesteps just in time, allowing the blade, which was destined for his heart, to graze past his chest. Ignoring the pain, Sammy grits his teeth and retreats. Once he has distanced himself 3 meters from the wooden boat, he takes a moment to glance at his chest. The fabric of his shirt is already stained crimson, and he silently thanks his fortune. He is acutely aware that had it not been for Rhodes' warning, that thrust could have cost him his life. Who goes there? Rhodes, too, has executed a backward movement, maintaining a distance of 6 meters from the boat, the maximum range of his weapon. What a stroke of luck. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the weeds obscuring the wooden boat were severed by a single stroke of a sword, sending the foliage spiraling into the air. The figure wielding the gleaming blade stepped forth from the vessel. Illuminated by the moonlight, Rhodes immediately discerned the identity of the newcomer, and his expression darkened in an instant. Indeed, it was Lafitte. He had anticipated that this individual would not let their prison escape go unpunished. Lafitte, raising his sword resembling a cane before his eyes, could not resist leaning closer to taste the blood upon it with the tip of his tongue. Disgusted, he spat it out, sneering, "Bah, bah, bah. What a foul, sour stench." After this, Lafitte's gaze shifted to Rhodes, his eyes brimming with perverse intent and murderous rage. "I wonder if your blood will be sweet. You bastard. I'll slay you." Sammy, witnessing the emergence of his adversary, was instantly consumed by fury. Gripping his large blade tightly, he charged forward, aiming to catch Lafitte off guard. Yet, Lafitte remained unfazed in the face of the oncoming threat. He began to rotate his sword rhythmically, his body swaying slightly. Under the moonlight, the blade shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. The 3-meter distance was merely a single stride, and as Sammy's blade came crashing down, Lafitte deftly stepped back, the weapon grazing the fabric of his chest. The speed of his sword's rotation intensified, diverting much of Sammy's attention towards it. "Take this," Sammy thought, and with renewed determination, he lunged forward once more, delivering another strike with his sword. This time, Lafitte did not evade. The sword in his right hand continued to spin endlessly, while the sheath in his left hand precisely intercepted the trajectory of his opponent's strike. Clang! "Look at me." Whoosh! Clang! Just as Lafitte was about to hypnotize Sammy, a scythe swiftly flew from 5 meters away, slicing past Lafitte's side. The sword he wielded faltered momentarily as it clashed against the chain. This fellow possesses hypnotic abilities. Be cautious. With a brief warning, Rhodes, gripping the chain, pulled with force, causing the end that had been thrown to recoil and wrap around Lafitte's sword. Feeling the power transmitted through the blade, Lafitte thrust forward and then quickly withdrew, the slender sword effortlessly freeing itself from the chain's grasp. Hypnosis. Upon hearing Roz's warning, Sammy became slightly more alert. He had indeed felt a heavy sensation earlier, initially attributing it to his chest wound. It seemed, however, he must now be wary of this individual's tactics. Seeing Lafitte escape Roz's assault, Sammy immediately drew his blade and advanced, while Roz took a large step forward, retracting the scythe and swiftly launching the lantern. The dark lantern struck directly at Lafitte's head. Witnessing the ferocity of both attacks, Lafitte promptly abandoned his playful maneuvers. A flash of cold light. With two clangs, Sammy's great blade and Roz's lantern were unexpectedly deflected aside. So fast, both individuals thought simultaneously. Roz and Sammy exchanged glances, instantly comprehending each other's intent. Attack! Quickly attack! The three warriors, united in purpose, chose to launch a rapid offensive, transforming their battle into a spectacle of extraordinary brilliance. Regrettably, no spectators were present to witness what would undoubtedly be an unforgettable performance. Under the moonlight, the cold light of the sword danced, as Kane's sword, great blade, lantern, and side sword with agility and staggering force. Their combat transcended mere weaponry. Hands, feet, elbows, and bodies became instruments of their struggle. This fellow's sword strikes surprisingly carried an aura of sword energy. In the midst of battle, Roz made an astonishing discovery about Lafitte's swordsmanship. It was not only swift but also ferocious, with that subtle sword energy perpetually seeking to breach his flesh, prompting Roz's movements to grow increasingly ruthless. Observing the growing finesse of his adversary's assaults, Lafitte lightly scoffed, retracting his right hand, gripping the sword swiftly, then gathering strength for a direct thrust. Direct thrust. The blade was swift and precise, its target being Roz. Faced with this onslaught, Roz did not evade. He merely shifted his body slightly, bracing his chest to absorb the blow. With a soft hiss, the sharp sword pierced Roz's skin. Yet Lafitte felt a formidable resistance repelling his thrust. What should have easily penetrated the human form only managed to breach halfway before losing its force. As the blade punctured Roz, a flicker of pain caused his brow to involuntarily twitch, as if he had anticipated this. And he swiftly unleashed a lantern that he had been charging. At that moment, Sammy seized the opportunity, his blade slicing directly toward Lafitte's right hand. With a resounding thud, a figure was sent flying several meters. It was Lafitte, who had relinquished his weapon, struck hard in the abdomen by the lantern that Roz had forcefully propelled. The tremendous impact sent him stumbling back 5 meters. With a swift motion, Roz grasped the Kane's sword lodged in his chest and pulled it free, blood flowing forth. "Are you all right?" Sammy inquired, having fully grasped the formidable nature of the man before him. Without Roz's assistance, he would undoubtedly have met his demise beneath Lafitte's blade. With a powerful tug on the chain, Roz retrieved the lantern, his focus entirely on Lafitte as he coldly warned, "You won't die. Beware of this man." Just then, a sound akin to wings unfurling reached their ears, and they beheld a wondrous force emerging from this world. Under the moonlight, pristine white feathers danced in the air, as a pair of immaculate wings sprouted from Lafitte's back. "What in the heavens is this?" Sammy exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Beside him, Roz was equally taken aback. Previously, Lafitte had only showcased this in a fleeting moment amidst darkness, but now, illuminated by the moonlight, he witnessed a scene that astonished him as well. "Why, your wings are not an illusion created by your hands." Indeed, the Lafitte before Roz boasted wings sprouting from his back, while his hands remained intact. With a rustle, Lafitte's body began to ascend slowly, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Are you surprised? Is it strange?" he taunted, observing the two below, their faces etched with terror. The violent attribute hidden within Lafitte's bloodline began to awaken, a legacy from his upbringing. As he extended his hands, he noticed small wounds adorning his skin, minor. But the dull ache they caused was quite discomforting. This is the consequence of the previous battle. He touched his chest, where he had been struck hard, and the overwhelming sensation had begun to subside. With a flutter of his wings behind him, he maintained his levitating state and spread his arms wide, proclaiming, "Now, witness the miracle, healing spell." As Lafitte silently chanted in his heart, an invisible, gentle breeze enveloped his hands, and in an instant, 2 pale green orbs of light manifested before their eyes. Observing the healing winds, Lafitte clapped his hands, and the injuries he had sustained visibly healed at an astonishing rate, as if the fatigue from the prior battle was swept away. Looking at the rejuvenated Lafitte, Roz tightened his grip on the chain, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. A grave miscalculation indeed. His knowledge of Lafitte was rather limited, primarily based on judgments about his future accomplishments. However, the future Roz envisioned was not entirely accurate. He had assumed that this important member under the Four Emperors was merely favored by Blackbeard Teach for his remarkable strategies, formidable swordsmanship, and the ability to fly due to his Zoan-type devil fruit. Yet, it seemed that this very fruit was the reason Teach had taken an interest in him. Chapter 11. Angel, you, indeed, possess a formidable devil fruit. This is no ordinary Zoan type, is it, Lafitte? Roz remarked, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Lafitte, suspended in the sky, sensed the jealousy well, for he was accustomed to casting such glances downward at the man below. The sight of Roz regarding him with such envy filled Lafitte with great satisfaction. Naturally, he wouldn't mind if that feeling intensified. He nodded in response to Roz's inquiry, then continued, it is indeed not an ordinary Zoan. The devil fruit I consumed is a mythical Zoan, even rarer than the super-rare Logia type. Oh, by the way, Roz, are you familiar with Logia? Lafitte teased, alluding to the information lag resulting from the nation's isolation, then shook his head as if answering himself. You must know. Given your astonishment earlier, what in the world is this? Sammy was utterly baffled by their conversation, yet he found himself powerless against the airborne adversary. Upon hearing Lafitte's admission, Roz's heart sank, his grip on the chain tightening as he contemplated the worst possible outcome. Since I'm in a good mood, let me enlighten you. Lafitte, now completely devoid of any tension, continued, there exists a miraculous fruit in the world. Upon consuming it, one gains the powers of a devil. Indeed, I would prefer to refer to it as the power of the divine. This extraordinary fruit has been classified by those outside into three distinct categories: the Zoan, the Paramecia, and the Logia. The Zoan type allows one to harness the abilities of creatures from the natural world, while the Paramecia grants an array of bizarre powers. And the exceedingly rare Logia often possesses cataclysmic capabilities. It is said that within the ranks of the Navy, there exist 3 newcomers endowed with Logia powers, dubbed monsters. Observing the astonished Sammy and the brooding Roz, Lafitte was filled with exhilaration. Merely 2 months prior, Lafitte was less adept than either of these two. But after acquiring information regarding the devil fruit through monetary means and hypnosis, he developed an insatiable ambition to possess one. Thus, upon learning that the king intended to invest a fortune in procuring a devil fruit for the hero of the kingdom, Roz, Lafitte swiftly devised a plan against him. With a flourish, he spread his arms wide, exclaiming, what I have consumed is, in fact, a far rarer Zoan-type mythical beast fruit. Behold the power drawn from the angels beneath the throne of the gods. A gentle breeze swept by as 2 orbs of green light materialized in the palms of Lafitte's hands. Roz's complexion grew paler upon hearing Lafitte invoke the divine and the celestial beings. In this world, there exists a legend of celestial deities and angels. Previously, the insatiably curious Rhodes procured a tome in the black market of this nation. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as a scripture. It elucidates the doctrines of Catholicism and the dissemination of their revered divinities. Catholicism, also known as Orthodoxy, primarily flourishes in the South China Sea and is one of the religions acknowledged by the global government. It stands as the largest denomination in the world, venerating the divine beings known as celestial deity and heavenly lord, titles bestowed upon the gods they worship. The sect, strikingly reminiscent of the world from which Rhodes hails, captured his attention, particularly a certain side story that lingered vividly in his memory. It is said that in ancient times, humanity faced a cataclysmic transformation of the world, as formidable divine retribution descended upon them. The earth itself was ravaged by an epic earthquake, a consequence of the celestial beings' fierce battles, causing the once unified continents to shatter into innumerable fragments, while a great deluge swept mercilessly across the land. The celestial deities, preoccupied with the task of dispelling this divine punishment, remained oblivious to the calamities befalling humankind. In a bid to prevent the extinction of life, the celestial deities sacrificed 6 pieces of their own flesh, which then transformed into 6 angels tasked with quelling the natural and human disasters. These angels govern the elemental forces of light, darkness, water, fire, wind, and thunder. It appears that Lafitte possesses the power of the wind. With a sudden and forceful strike against the ground, an invisible gust erupted from his body, causing the branches beneath him to splinter and the foliage to scatter. Lafitte, with a broad grin, seemed quite pleased with the commotion he had created, exclaiming, What I have consumed is the devil fruit of the Zoan type in the form of an angelic beast. He then added, you shall never triumph over me. Who wields divine power? Indeed, the beast. Although Raz was filled with trepidation at that moment, he could not help but curse him inwardly. The fruit that was originally meant for him, combined with the magical damage enhancement from his talent Hell's Curse, would have allowed him to soar to unimaginable heights, suppressing his distractions. Raz immediately began to contemplate the source of his vitality. Based on the effects of his previous abilities, he could now generally ascertain that his fruit possessed healing capabilities. Wind manipulation, along with flight and his formidable swordsmanship. Inexorable. After some calculation, Raz's heart darkened further. Facing such an adversary was exceedingly daunting for his weaker self. But perhaps the chilling sensation from the iron chain in his hand hinted at a glimmer of hope. You, scoundrel, have divulged so much to us. Sammy's expression was equally grim. Lafitte shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor devoid of any noble airs. Clenching his fists, he declared with pride, indeed, such matters are rarely shared with outsiders. But how could I not indulge in a bit of boasting to satisfy my inner desires? Moreover, what harm is there in uttering a few words to the dead? With a swift flap of his wings, Lafitte scattered a few feathers across the sky before executing a soaring kick aimed at Sammy. Damn it! Sammy jolted back to reality. Barely having time to regard the manifestations that Lafitte had displayed earlier, he raised his sword to block the impending strike. Clang! The solid boot struck the side of Sammy's large blade, the tremendous force causing his arm to weaken slightly. Gritting his teeth, he let out a fierce shout. Just then, a scythe shot towards him from an acute angle, narrowly avoiding Sammy's head and targeting Lafitte's abdomen. Upon noticing this, Lafitte exerted a powerful push. Whoosh! The figure vanished. And Lafitte ascended once more into the sky, relieved as he exclaimed, that was close. I almost lost my life. Do not jest. Raz discerned the underlying meaning in Lafitte's words. Observing that Lafitte had no immediate intention to attack, Raz glanced at Sammy and said, the opponent holds aerial superiority. Since he aims to eliminate the both of us, we must flee. No sooner had Raz uttered the last word than Sammy retreated, evidently having contemplated escape long before. Lafitte reacted swiftly, flapping his wings and dashing towards Sammy. Whoosh! The shadow linked to the chain swiftly pursued, and Sammy's retreat caught Lafitte's attention, resulting in him becoming ensnared by the dark lantern around his right leg. Raz gritted his teeth and pulled with all his might, unexpectedly halting Lafitte's assault. Sammy! You must escape. Get out of here. Since this scoundrel wishes to silence us, we shall not grant him that satisfaction. Disseminate his information. Sammy, initially prepared to turn and join Raz in a counterattack against Lafitte, was elated upon hearing Raz's words. Without turning back, he waved his hand and sprinted away. Raz, I shall forever remember your great kindness. His voice gradually faded away. You, my friend, are truly a source of constant concern. Lafayette executed a swift pirouette in the sky, effortlessly evading the clutches of Rhodes. Just as he intended to turn and pursue the fleeing Sammy, he witnessed Rhodes hurling something over the cliff. Rhodes, too, had no intention of engaging Lafayette in combat. He discarded the weapons he had previously surrendered and promptly turned to flee, albeit not along the same path as Sammy, but rather towards the precipice. Observing Rhodes' actions, his fist clenched tightly, and he immediately devised a plan. With a powerful flap of his wings, he plunged rapidly towards the cliff's edge. Within mere seconds, he had ascended again. As he beheld the direction in which the two were escaping, he exhaled softly, vowing that none would escape. With a swift strike, aided by the elemental force of wind, his swordplay manifested faint green traces, subtle yet undeniably present. Damn it! Rhodes, turning back, was taken aback by the sight, unable to suppress an expletive. The once intact little wooden boat now bore numerous marks of slashes, clearly rendered unseaworthy. I shall afford you no opportunity. Lafayette glanced towards the fleeing duo. All this transpired in the span of mere seconds. He noted that Sammy, having led the escape, had already covered over 200 meters, while Rhodes lagged less than 100 meters behind him, allowing Lafayette to quickly formulate a strategy. First, I shall deal with the one heading towards the forest. The piece de resistance shall be saved for last. Whoosh! Witnessing Rhodes indeed seeking trouble with Sammy, Lafayette breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly reversed his course. Noticing Rhodes' movement, Lafayette paid it no mind. The fact that Rhodes did not venture far suited his purpose perfectly. Regardless, he was determined to eliminate Rhodes. Let you linger for a few more minutes. Whoosh! As Rhodes perceived that Lafayette's pursuit had not ceased, a surge of joy filled him. and he dashed down the narrow path, accelerating his pace. In an instant, he reached the cliffside path, making no pause as he leaped onto the trail, swiftly veering left and right, racing towards the precipice. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Upon reaching a coastal area, Rhodes was suddenly struck by an object descending from the sky. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a severed head, filled with terror. Where do you think you are running to? Lafayette, soaring above, flapped his wings, sending a gentle breeze that brushed against Rhodes' face, carrying with it a hint of fragrance. Instantly alert, Rhodes edged closer to the sea. Is it truly necessary to go this far? You have taken so much from me. Now you seek to claim my life as well? Hee hee, what do you think? Lafayette revealed a wicked grin, reveling in the pleas of his opponent. A sensation that was indescribably exhilarating. Originally, a person slightly more accomplished than oneself kneels in submission. Such a mindset is truly ineffable. Thus, with a resounding roar, a cacophony of sounds. From afar, a tremendous clamor erupted, and Laz beheld the vibrant display of fireworks illuminating the distant sky, turning his gaze towards the adjacent sea. It was, in truth, the silent arrival of a new era. Then let the battle commence. Chapter 12. The fading of the year 1499 of the sea calendar heralded the dawn of the year 1500. If one were to gaze down from the lofty heavens, this dim world would burst forth with resplendent fireworks. The first day of January in the year 1500 had officially arrived, and people across the globe simultaneously entered a state of jubilation. The 1st of January has always been a momentous occasion known as unwilling, symbolizing the commencement of the year, the month, and the day. It is widely recognized by numerous nations as New Spring. On this day, the majority of nations, factories, and even the rigorously regulated maritime bridge project came to a standstill. This day is one eagerly anticipated by the majority of common folk. On this day, they can momentarily cast aside the trivialities of daily life. They can prepare a sumptuous feast for their striving families, and each face can be adorned with long-lost smiles. As the world retreats a few hours, before dawn breaks in the sky, a solitary figure gradually makes its way toward the palace amidst the darkness. Whoosh! Thud! A disheveled figure plummets from the heavens toward the royal abode, prompting the guards to immediately assume a defensive stance upon hearing the commotion. Their trepidation deepens as they behold the person sprawled on the ground. Commander Lafayette. After some time, King Lim enters the chamber, gazing at the now conscious Lafayette, his heart heavy with guilt and regret. At this moment, a slender scar runs from Lafayette's right temple to his cheek, and his right eye is swathed in bandages. This injury was sustained during an incident when I was submerged in seawater up to my knees, a moment of misfortune. Although I subsequently endeavored to free myself from the water's grasp and hastily employed my unique wind healing technique to mend my wounds, external injuries are easily treated. Yet the affliction of my eyes remains a daunting challenge. Your Majesty, rest assured, the villain who caused this has been vanquished by my hand. Lafayette continued, his expression devoid of emotion. The only regret is that the body sank into the depths of the sea. As you know, the ocean is a realm that restrains those endowed with the powers of devil fruits. Ah, Lafayette, there is no need to fret over such matters. I am well aware of your loyalty. You should focus on recuperating. I shall seek out the finest physician to attend to your eyes. At this moment, Lim had no inclination to dwell on the deceased hero. The individual before him was pivotal to the future of his kingdom. Yet, before he could take any action, Lafayette had already suffered a grievous injury, and Lim could not help but feel remorse. Prior to entering, Lim had learned from the royal physician that Lafayette had lost his sight. I am truly grateful for the king's compassion. However, I am now a diminished man, unworthy of marrying the esteemed princess. Lafayette lamented, his face etched with regret. Enough of such foolishness, King Lim exclaimed, striking his thigh with conviction. Regardless, you have sacrificed so much for your country. Moreover, as king, I shall not renege on my promise regarding your betrothal. Once you have fully recovered, I will arrange for the princess to hold the engagement ceremony with you. Though he may be blind, Lafayette's combat prowess was sufficient to compel King Lim to prioritize his alliance with him. When Lafayette consumed the fruit, King Lim was present and recognized the extraordinary potential it held. In that moment, he had pledged his daughter to Lafayette, hoping to instill a stronger sense of belonging within him. Had he known the immense power of this devil fruit, which he had acquired from a mere merchant, he would have reserved it for his own son rather than allowing it to fall to Lafayette. Observing the gratitude emanating from his future son-in-law, Lim felt a tumult of emotions within him. Ah, Lafayette, take the time to heal properly. As the king departed, Lafitte waved away the attendants standing guard, and the room fell into a profound silence. Creak. Crossing his fingers, Lafitte twisted his left hand with an unnatural angle, accompanied by the sound of cracking. It was evident that he had broken his own fingers. In that moment, Lafitte's features contorted, his expression grotesque, and madness flickered in his eyes as he reached toward his right eye with his intact hand. A green orb of light gathered in his palm. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not restore his sight. This was a malady beyond the capacity of mere external healing. Rods. With gritted teeth, Lafitte spat out a name. The scene shifts back a few hours to a life-and-death struggle between Roz and Lafitte by the encroaching sea. In a clash of their respective skills, Roz quickly found himself at a disadvantage. However, the ocean's inherent restraint on those with abilities allowed Lafitte to remain cautious, preventing him from delivering a lethal blow to Roz. One of the most perilous moments in their confrontation saw Roz enduring a fierce strike from Lafitte's sword. Seizing the opportunity, Roz ensnared Lafitte with a chain, dragging him into the knee-deep water, and in that fleeting moment of discomfort, Roz unleashed a fatal strike, claiming one of Lafitte's eyes. Yet, the ultimate outcome was Roz's defeat. Weak, in pain, and in a dire state, Roz could not overcome the masterful swordsmanship and the powers of the devil fruit wielded by Lafitte. Unwilling to succumb to death, Roz plunged into the sea. Knowing that this was likely a near-certain demise, yet it was preferable to being slain outright. As he sank beneath the waves, Roz vanished from the surface, prompting an enraged Lafitte to search for nearly an hour, ultimately yielding to futility. He believed that in his severely injured state, Roz could not possibly survive the perilous sea, where predators would soon target such delectable prey. Exhausted, Lafitte returned to the palace. As the first rays of the new century bathed the land in light, individuals of all walks of life continued their existence. On the island of Batari in the South Seas, the cry of an infant shattered the morning tranquility, while the clouds above transformed into hues of gold under the morning sun. On this day, a figure destined to reshape the world was born, coinciding with the passing of a remarkable mother. The infant, lovingly named Ace by his mother, lay peacefully in her embrace, savoring the first taste of life as sweet nectar, a final gift from his mother. Once satiated, the baby gradually succumbed to slumber, while the warmth of his mother began to wane. Witnessing this poignant scene, the naval hero Garp resolved to care for this child, not solely because he was the progeny of a man who was both a friend and foe, but also in honor of this ordinary yet extraordinary mother. Grand Line. New World. On a certain island, the clamor erupted once more as the drunken pirates commenced their first meal of the new year, albeit a tad later than customary. A lively tune of Bink's sake began to play, infusing the atmosphere with merriment. Oh dear, we can't go on like this. I'm still feeling the effects of yesterday's revelry, and my head is throbbing, lamented Marco, his orange hair tousled, as he massaged his temples. Suddenly, a robust hand clapped on Marco's back, echoing with a hearty voice. What nonsense are you spouting, Marco? Today is New Year's Day, the first day of a new era. As pirates, we must celebrate with unrestrained joy, exclaimed the towering Edward Newgate, casting his gaze towards the comforting warmth of the sun. Let us revel for 3 days straight. Ah, splendid. Huzzah. The jubilant chorus erupted, as the now dominant pirate crew in the New World prepared for a grand feast to welcome the arrival of spring. Ha. Captain Marco, come share a drink, teased Teach, spotting Marco swaying toward him. Marco raised his hands in surrender, pleading, Teach, spare me. You all got me thoroughly intoxicated yesterday. Ha. Teach cackled, disregarding Marco's plea as he turned back to his companions, continuing their previous conversation. Do you all remember the battle from a couple of days ago? That guy was nearly taken down by me. Teach, stop boasting. That was a sneak attack. Besides, your opponent was a Logia user. With your meager hockey, you would have been easily bested, interjected Sodia, his wavy locks bouncing as he directly challenged Teach bravado. You scoundrel. What are you implying? That I would be defeated by that guy? Teach seethed with fury. Indeed. Are you looking for a fight? Come and try me. As the food was served, Sachi hurriedly intervened to prevent an imminent quarrel between the two. Enough. Instead of wasting your energy on this bickering, why not settle it over drinks? Tick and Sodia exchanged glances, and one of them seized a barrel of rum to engage in a contest. Hey, crocodile. Are you sure you don't want to maintain that form? I find you quite admirable, Eva remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the sight of the voluptuous woman before her. Despite the loss of an arm. Damn it, hurry up. Eva feigned delicacy, admonishing, You were just calling me sister, and now you've turned into a scoundrel? Crocodile. with a fresh horizontal scar on her face, looked helplessly at her own body's smooth, white skin and a bosom that could only be grasped with both hands, causing her to inadvertently bite down on the cigar in her mouth. Farewell. The expression of unwillingness stirred something within Eva, and with a thought, sharp claws emerged from her fingertips. In that case, let us unleash some male testosterone. With a swift motion, the claws pierced Crocodile's body, and miraculously, her tall and alluring form began to morph. Her skin roughened, her physique became more robust, and her ample bosom gradually transformed into defined pectoral muscles. Hey, Crocodile baby. If you wish to experience this feeling again in the future, do come find me. Upon hearing such brazen words, Crocodile swung her right arm, raising a cloud of dust. Hey. Eva quickly retreated and countered the incoming attack with a flamboyant martial arts maneuver. That is not cute at all. After all, I saved your life, Crocodile boy. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Crocodile's mouth, clearly indicating that her previous movement had aggravated an old injury. Observing Crocodile's continued vigor, Eva turned away, waving her hand as she intended to leave. This matter of you attacking me is settled, but remember, you still owe me a favor. Eva genuinely admired this individual's strength. Surviving under the monstrous whitebeard indicated inherent potential. Alas, such pride. Watching Eva gradually depart, Crocodile stifled the impulse to eliminate her. She understood that this person was formidable, and given her own injuries, engaging in combat would only bring trouble upon herself. Those damn scoundrels. I will eliminate you one by one. Facing defeat and betrayal from her crew, compounded by the loss of an arm, Crocodile's heart brimmed with darkness. And she recognized the harsh reality of this world, leading her to make a decisive resolution. Gazing at the newspaper in her hands, Crocodile resolved to become the first to take the plunge. The 7 warlords of the sea, is it? My family, let us toast to the arrival of the new world. With his short blonde hair and clad in a pink suit, Doflamingo raised his glass high, greeted in kind by the Don Quixote family gathered below for various reasons. Cheers. They all drank heartily. Doflamingo embarked on a new endeavor to win hearts, while simultaneously making a momentous decision for the Don Quixote family. Ladies and gentlemen, we have established ourselves as one of the foremost powers in the North Sea. It is time to set our sights on the epicenter of the world, the Grand Line. Torres, with 2 streams of mucus dangling from his nose, quickly interjected, but master, what about the North Sea? Fear not, Doflamingo reassured him, we shall not abandon the North Sea. However, our primary focus must now shift to the Grand Line, for that is where the true stage of the world lies. Doflamingo cast a glance at the eager faces below and added gently, moreover, I am fortunate to have such an exceptional family by my side. Indeed. The praise is directed solely at me, Torres replied confidently. Rest assured, master. The Grand Line will soon be under the dominion of the Don Quixote family. Chapter 13. Spirits of the Sea. A few hours prior, with 2 hours remaining until dawn, a beam of light illuminated the pitch-black sea, accompanied by murmurs. Oh, what a stroke of bad luck. I should have been well fed by now. A light slap on the head interrupted him, as Gaba, looking at the newcomer who was 7 or 8 years his junior, said, Frank, no more complaints. That's the 3rd time I've heard you today. A stormy night is not something we wish to encounter, especially when I have a delicate wife waiting at home. What do you have? The youth known as Frank immediately retorted, having a wife makes you special, huh? As someone saving up to marry his childhood sweetheart next door. Gaba's words had clearly struck a nerve. I sense envy in your tone, Gaba teased. Frank erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, I am not envious. Shoo. A voice from the lookout tower silenced them, bringing instant quiet. The lookout held a higher rank than these sailors. Chadel, controlling the searchlight, moved it left and right. After failing to spot anything, he alerted those below and listened intently for a moment. His tense expression then relaxed. All clear. It's the spirit of the sea. At this moment, the ship's speed was notably slow, had it not been for the impending deadline of the cargo in the hold. They would certainly not be sailing at night, as the dangers of the sea at night are exponentially greater than those of the day. What is the spirit of the sea? Frank inquired, having overheard Chettle's words. Gaba answered, another name you surely know is the orca. Orca. Frank expressed his excitement. Due to their immense physique and social nature, they are also referred to as killer whales, cat whales, and reverse-tusked whales. However, those who make a living at sea prefer to call them spirits of the sea or messengers of the ocean. Gaba glanced at the eager Frank and interjected, indeed. They do possess legendary qualities in saving lives. It is said that cat whales exhibit remarkably high intelligence. A few years ago, a A scholar named Tiricum published an article stating that the intelligence quotient of an adult cat whale can reach that of a 5-year-old child. At that moment, a sailor, having received the news, cast the anchor into the sea, while the lookout above extinguished the bright light. "What is this?" Frank inquired, puzzled. Normally, adult cat whales are quite intelligent, while some juvenile cat whales tend to be rather playful, engaging with various creatures in games. However, even juvenile cat whales possess a weight that is formidable. I certainly do not wish to partake in a game of bullfighting with a cat whale. An image immediately flashed in Frank's mind, and after a shiver ran down his spine, he curiously asked, "Why do you call them cat whales?" Gaba smiled faintly, as if reminiscing, and explained, "Isn't a tiger a member of the feline family? Once, we encountered an animal in the kingdom of myriad known as the panda, which is also black and white. Hence, I prefer to refer to them as cat whales. They are coming." Frank suddenly became exhilarated, for as a novice, he had yet to truly encounter an orca. Strange calls began to resonate across the surface of the sea. Although the sounds were peculiar, everyone discerned a hint of joy within them. Under the dimming moonlight, 7 or 8 individuals beheld the enormous creature bobbing up and down on the water's surface. The length of these creatures ranges from 7 to 8 meters, with some approaching 10 meters, and among them, the largest resembles a medium-sized vessel, nearly 20 meters long. Under the gentle moonlight, Frank could barely discern their rough outlines, which inevitably left him somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, the pod of orcas seemed to have spotted the merchant ship adrift in the ocean, altering their course to approach it directly. "This is bad. Prepare for action." Captain Andy Schleich, alerted by the commotion, swiftly issued commands to a senior sailor and 3 crew members aboard. They promptly moved to the ship's sole cannon to adjust its aim. Only fire if absolutely necessary. The massive orcas began to vocalize around the medium-sized merchant vessel, which eased Andy's concerns somewhat. As long as they did not initiate an attack right away, they were likely safe. "Stand down, turn on the searchlight." The lookout adjusted the beam toward the distance, and, with a click, activated the powerful spotlight. Frank immediately cast his gaze upon the orcas, marveling at the enormous creatures adorned in black and white. Look, there's a person. Underneath such colossal beings, Frank felt remarkably diminutive. While he was awestruck by the marine life, his eyes fell upon the orca that was evidently the leader, and to his astonishment, he beheld a remarkable sight, a person perched upon the orca's back. The gazes of the others followed Frank's exclamation, and indeed, they too spotted the human atop the orca. Could this be a castaway? It seems the orcas have rescued him. Are the orcas here to seek our help? Captain Andy Schleich, hearing the crew's chatter, swiftly made a decision. "Senior sailor, take Gaiboa and Frank in the rescue boat to bring that person back." Frank, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Yes, Captain Andy." Gaiboa shook his head. Frank was still too young. Regardless, maintaining such enthusiasm in the face of these majestic creatures was something Gaiboa felt he could not muster. The orca's calls grew more urgent, seemingly urging the bipedal beings on board to hasten. The merchant crew, recognizing the captain's command, did not hesitate to lower the rescue boat, and the 3 men began rowing toward the magnificent orcas. Wow, they are truly beautiful up close. The spotlight from the merchant ship began to shift toward them, allowing Frank to observe the orcas at a closer range, and a juvenile orca slowly approached them, giving Frank the chance to reach out and touch it. Wow! A slightly larger orca swiftly approached, seizing the juvenile orca that Frank had touched, while simultaneously clearing a path for them. As they drew nearer, the trio finally discerned the unfortunate figure lying upon the orca's back. Clad in ordinary attire, the individual was ensnared by peculiar chains, sprawled on the orca's dorsal surface, obscuring their visage. Yet, they surmised it was a person of youthful age. He appeared to have sustained grave injuries. Gaiboa exchanged a glance with the first mate. Observing the colossal orca that remained utterly still, they maneuvered their wooden vessel closer, with Gaiboa ascending first onto the orca's back, followed by the first mate, while Frank was instructed to remain on the boat. In a short span, they managed to transport the beleaguered man onto the rescue ship. The orca commenced a jubilant chorus, and as the wooden vessel began its return journey, the orca splashed joyfully, receding into the distance. "Captain Andy, summon a doctor at once. This fellow is gravely injured and has been soaked in seawater. He may not survive much longer." Upon hearing this, Andy Schlick promptly turned and made his way to the ship's medical quarters. On a vessel traversing the vast ocean, certain professions are indispensable: the navigator, the doctor, and the cook. When combined with the ship, it encapsulates the essential needs of life. Typically, ship's doctors possess an array of peculiar maladies, some carry the weight of past crimes. Others are unrefined barefoot practitioners, and there are those with ulterior motives. Regrettably, their ship was manned by a barefoot doctor, who was also notoriously cantankerous. Jean was decidedly displeased at having to rise in the dead of night for work, a sentiment that foreshadowed the unfortunate treatment the rescued individual would receive. As the sun shone brightly at the westernmost edge of the sea, two figures emerged slowly from the grand doors after finishing their midday meal. One cast a pitiful gaze toward the master who had nurtured him through his formative years. "Master, I do not wish to leave this place." "No, you must depart. Leaving is not merely a departure, but also a step toward a future reunion. Moreover, you have matured. Your sustenance now far exceeds that of a common person, which does not align with our customs." Shoving a bundle into the apprentice's hands, the elder, referred to as master, gently urged the youth, now taller than himself, forward. "But can an ordinary person like me truly survive out there? Can I even accomplish that so-called task? A common person cannot consume such copious amounts of food." Internally grumbling, the master displayed a benevolent smile, patting the young man's shoulder with gravitas. "You must believe in yourself. You are the most exceptional among your peers, or you would not have been chosen to inherit that ability." The young man clutched the master's arm tightly, brimming with self-doubt. "Is that truly the case? Are you certain? You must have faith in your teacher." Yet, with a firm command, "Now, hurry and descend the mountain." Unable to endure any longer, the master swiftly delivered a kick that sent the young man tumbling down the cliff like a rolling gourd. The mountain gate, boasting 7 platforms and 756 steps, echoed with cries of despair. Observing the descent of his disciple, who shimmered with a fleeting golden light, the master turned away with satisfaction. On the same day, a man who had just completed the grave sweeping for his deceased parents at the farthest reaches of the eastern sea respectfully saluted the eldest elder of his lineage. The aged sage, seated cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes and regarded the younger man with warmth. "Will you not stay for dinner before you depart?" he inquired. "No, esteemed elder. I should have left long ago," the man replied. The elder nodded thoughtfully. To remain unengaged while one is present is a choice. Thus, go. To achieve the path of a master, learning to let go is paramount. After speaking, the elder cast a glance at the bright sky, murmuring to himself, "The celestial phenomena were chaotic last night. Unrest may befall the external world." As the elder closed his eyes once more, the man bowed respectfully and quietly retreated. Once he had left the secluded courtyard, a figure stealthily emerged. "Is everything settled? Hurry, or you'll find yourself coerced into drinking again," the man lamented. "Uncle, I can manage the sea on my own," he protested. The somewhat rotund man slapped him angrily. "You may be superior in combat, but you are nowhere near as capable as your uncle. It is not you who is accompanying me to sea. Rather, I am taking you, you little rascal. Were it not for the promise I made to your late father, I would have little interest in your affairs." Alas, very well. At Fishman Island, in an ordinary room, a young mermaid was napping. Suddenly, she awoke in a panic, her extraordinary eyes revealing that her dreams were far from ordinary. Who is that blonde man? Why does the future of Fishman Island intertwine with him? In her previous dream, she had witnessed the sun's rays breaking through tumultuous clouds, illuminating the world below. Meanwhile, on a vessel in the western sea, a dark-skinned imp peered through a crack in the door. His gaze fell upon a group of individuals joyfully feasting upon delectable dishes, the enticing aromas wafting into his nostrils. "Ham, do not look, do not smell. That way you won't feel hunger," warned an elderly slave residing in the ship's hold. "But today seems to be my birthday," protested the dark-skinned imp, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Birthday? Here, no one is entitled to anything." Chapter 14. Dreams. As Frank gazed upon the increasingly familiar waters, an undeniable excitement coursed through him. In his eyes, the sea appeared quite similar in essence. Yet he felt a distinct tranquility enveloping this particular expanse. The gentle sea breeze caressed him, and the sunlight bathed the merchant vessel in warmth. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, he felt a surge of exhilaration that compelled him to approach the ship's medical quarters. Leaning in to listen, he perceived the sounds emanating from within and gently rapped on the door. "Come in." The voice from inside had barely faded when Frank pushed the door open. The room appeared rather austere, furnished only with 2 beds and a modest set of tables and chairs. "Old man, you haven't let this one slip away, have you?" he jested. "Humph. Are you questioning my skills?" retorted the elderly figure within, a man with hair streaked with silver, who appeared to be in his 60s. He was none other than Dr. Harvey Lister, the physician aboard the vessel known as the Flying Bird. At that moment, Dr. Harvey was struggling to insert a sharp syringe into the body of an unconscious young man with golden hair, exclaiming with a mix of admiration and frustration, "This fellow has an impressive physique. I've already broken 3 syringes on him." His rough hands traversed the skin of the patient, igniting within him an intense desire to dissect. "I have administered adrenaline and cholamine. These are the only life-saving medications available on board. Whether he survives now rests solely upon him," Harvey declared. Upon hearing the physician's words, Frank leaned closer, observing the closed eyelids of the golden-haired youth. As his gaze wandered, he noticed numerous scars adorning the young man's body. With a hint of admiration, he remarked, "Old man, this fellow seems to be a warrior. These scars are like medals that would make any maiden swoon." His address demonstrated the unique camaraderie shared between him and Dr. Harvey, a bond forged through friendship. Frank's presence on this ship was largely due to the old physician's influence. He considered Harvey a true friend, despite the latter's occasional indulgence in frivolous company. Thus, their banter flowed freely without restraint. That's an antiquated notion from our era. I've heard that nowadays, young ladies prefer the delicate charms of wealthy darlings," Harvey teased, casting a sidelong glance at Frank. "Beware, or your Lily might be lured away by those rascals." Upon hearing Dr. Harvey's jest, Frank sprang to his feet, vehemently retorting, "Impossible. Lily is far too clever. No one could deceive her." He silently added to himself, "Not even me." Having grown up alongside Lily, they shared an intimacy that few could rival. Yet he had never summoned the courage to profess his feelings, fearing the loss of his beloved. As his fingers brushed over the resilient skin of the patient, a deeper smile spread across Harvey's face. "Frank, what are your thoughts on becoming my apprentice?" At this moment, Frank was fiddling with the peculiar weapon he had brought along. It was quite heavy. Clang. Feeling the weight of the strange weapon, Frank instinctively released his grip, causing it to crash onto the wooden floor with a loud noise. "Well, old man, I will discuss this with Lily when I return." Harvey, observing the scars on the patient's body, remarked, "The seas are becoming increasingly perilous. In the past, encountering pirates while sailing was a rarity, yet on this voyage, we have already encountered 2 groups. The future will undoubtedly see the emergence of more ambitious marauders, making our journeys even more treacherous. Frank, you ought to acquire some skills. If you diligently study under me for 2 years, you could easily become a barefoot doctor in our town." The route they were navigating was relatively safe, as minor pirates were routinely cleared out by neighboring countries, while more formidable pirates would merely collect a toll and refrain from indiscriminately attacking merchant vessels. However, their current voyage had brought them face to face with 2 bands of small pirates, which certainly heightened Harvey's sense of foreboding. I will seriously consider it." After lingering in Harvey's quarters for a while, Frank hurried off to attend to his duties upon hearing commotion from outside. Meanwhile, the ship's doctor, Harvey, took out a bracelet to examine it closely. It was composed of a platinum-like material, adorned with cloud patterns on the outer edge, while the inner side bore the inscription Henry Rhodes. His gaze shifted to the man lying on the sickbed, his eyes eventually settling on the man's golden locks. In the West and North Seas, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, fair-skinned individuals represented the purest race. However, with the onset of the age of exploration and the colonial era, ethnicities began to blend. The West and North Seas were increasingly dominated by the genetically robust yellow race, causing the distinctiveness of blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals to fade. The man on the sickbed indeed had golden hair, yet his skin tone was somewhat yellow, and his eyes were black. Considering these traits, Harvey began to entertain a certain hypothesis. Could this fellow possibly be the child from that ill-fated family? Suddenly, a wave of inexplicable dizziness washed over Rhodes, causing him to abruptly open his eyes. In his attempts to control his body, he realized he was utterly powerless, which instilled a sense of panic within him. Boom. Crash. The vibration of the ship caused Rhodes to stumble to the ground, and as he adjusted his perspective, he noticed that his body had shrunk significantly. Upon closer inspection, he found that this body resembled the one he possessed upon arriving in this world. Creak. The door to the room burst open forcefully, and a man dressed in a suit stormed in. Spotting young Rhodes, who was half kneeling and retching on the floor, he rushed over and seized him by the arm. "Young master, come with me at once." The gentleman in the suit abruptly seized Rose and rushed outward. At 13, Rose was no longer a mere child. Yet a flicker of fear crossed his countenance. Such a scene, despite his vast experiences, was one he had never encountered. Struggling to suppress his unease, he weakly inquired, "Mark, what is happening outside?" The man referred to as Mark, with a similarly troubled expression, explained as he continued to run, "The kingdom of Bordeaux has deceived us." Just then, A violent tremor emanated from the sea not far from Rose, causing Mark to stumble slightly, barely maintaining his balance against the ship's wall. A perspective that had eluded Rose moments earlier revealed a grave situation. "This is not good, Mr. Porter. There is a pirate ship directly ahead of us. No, not one, but two. This is a merchant vessel belonging to the Henry family, helmed by a seasoned captain who has served the family for over a decade." He had hoped to safely dock at the port, but after barely completing a maneuver in the face of cannon fire, trouble once again loomed. Rushing to the side of Porter, the words had scarcely left his lips when he heard the handsome man with golden hair grit his teeth and exclaim, "Damn it! That Carlos fellow, I shall slay him." At once, the man made a decisive choice, assigning a task to his companion, the guard Mark. As Mark hastily departed, he fixed a resolute gaze upon the ship's captain, Reed, and declared, "Reed, you will remain loyal to me. One to you?" The captain, referred to as Reed by Porter, changed his expression, his resolve hardening as he affirmed, "Of course." He understood the weight of these words. Porter locked eyes with Reed, placed a hand upon his shoulder, and solemnly urged, "Then, let us charge forward." "Is this the past? Or perhaps a dream?" murmured the half-awake Rhodes, harboring vague suspicions. Yet his words went unnoticed by those around him. The ship rocked violently, causing the already pale Rhodes to retch once more, clearly indicating his seasickness. Was this body's misfortune tied to the kingdom of Bordeaux? In a semi-conscious state, Rhodes pondered, catching sight of Mark bringing forth a small wooden boat, which appeared to be equipped with some sort of propulsion device. Mark skillfully assisted young Rhodes aboard the vessel, and with the activation of the lifting apparatus, the small boat swiftly ascended to the surface of the sea. The cacophony of grinding noises was soon drowned out by the thunderous roar of machinery, albeit these sounds were scarcely audible amidst the cannon fire. My father," the voice of young Rhodes was faint, prompting Mark to glance back at the cargo-laden merchant ship, gritting his teeth as he turned away. "My task is to escort you away, young master." On the merchant ship, Porter, armed with a flintlock pistol, gazed at the approaching pirate ship adorned with the Jolly Roger, his eyes filled with determination as he bellowed, "Charge out." As the two vessels drew within striking distance, cannon fire erupted almost simultaneously. Fortunately, the crew aboard the merchant ship consisted of loyal individuals. Otherwise, morale would have shattered under such dire circumstances. Boom, boom. In the exchange of cannonballs, the gunners aboard the pirate ship held a slight advantage, landing a shot that struck the merchant ship's mainsail, rendering the vessel a trapped beast upon the sea. As the pirate ship closed in, a flicker of reluctance crossed Porter's eyes. He was deeply concerned for the future of his son, who had surreptitiously boarded the ship to prove himself. Yet in this moment, he could only strive to buy time. Rhodes, survive. As two ships drew near, an inevitable battle ensued, the cacophony of clashing steel resonating amidst the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Within the gaze of young Rhodes, a chilling sweat broke forth, for his eyes were filled with concern as they fixated upon the merchant vessel where his father resided. In a cruel twist of fate, a stray shot hurtled directly towards him. With a resounding crash, the young Rhodes was engulfed in a haze, sinking into the depths of the sea, his consciousness slipping away. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, a young man lay on a sickbed, his brow furrowed tightly as if grappling with some dire ordeal, beads of sweat gradually spreading across his body. Dr. Harvey, situated in the ward, noticed the commotion and swiftly approached the patient. With two fingers pressed to the young man's forehead, Harvey quickly deduced the presence of a high fever, yet instead of alarm, a sense of relief washed over him. Surviving this fever would mean evading the clutches of death itself. Chapter 15. Rid Island, Western Sea. Rid Island. This island, renowned in the Western Sea, boasts an exceptional geographical location, transforming Lit Island into a remarkable hub of commerce. The three powerful clans have consistently maintained their dominion over and protection of this isle. Despite the rain clouds enveloping the shores, the dock of Lit Island remains a bustling scene, while the residents of Leanley Town find themselves confined to their homes due to the downpour. Drip, drip. The rain patters against the roof, producing a soothing sound that lulls one into slumber. In a modest room, a man gradually opens his eyes. Rods, with his gaze unfocused, stares at the unfamiliar ceiling for several minutes until his mind clears, and he realizes he is no longer in prison. Only then does he become aware of the parched sensation in his mouth. Still somewhat disoriented, Rods fails to notice that he has spoken in Chinese. No one responds. He attempts to rise, but ultimately succumbs to unconsciousness. Another day passes. This time, upon awakening, Rhodes found himself in the company of a youth who appeared to be a few years his junior. "You are awake," exclaimed Frank, his face alight with surprise. When Rhodes uttered the word water once more, Frank clumsily produced a pouch filled with liquid. He brought the pouch close to Rhodes' lips, and a sweet liquid, infused with herbs, flowed into his parched throat, offering a delightful sensation. "Where's this place?" The inquiry, tinged with a Bordeaux accent, momentarily caught Frank off guard. However, managing to grasp the essence of the question, he introduced himself to the ailing patient. "I am Frank, an apprentice sailor aboard the Bird of Prey. Oh, and by the way, you are on Red Island." Frank promptly shared his introduction and addressed Rhodes' question. The familiarity of the language provided Rhodes with a sense of relief. Although he was aware that the outside world primarily communicated in the universal language promoted by the world government, his lack of prior maritime experience had left him apprehensive about potential misunderstandings. He was not keen on enduring the torment of learning a new language once more. After consuming the last remnants of the herbal liquid from the pouch, Rhodes took stock of his physical condition. It was dire. In this moment, Rhodes found himself utterly immobilized due to the severity of his injuries and overwhelming fatigue enveloping him. With only his head capable of slight movement, he directed his gaze towards Frank and managed to utter, "I am Rhodes. Did you save me?" Frank, securing his water pouch, gently waved his hands, his youthful face immediately lighting up with an explanation. "No, it wasn't me. It was our vessel, the Flying Bird, that rescued you." Seemingly recalling something, Frank hurriedly added, "Well, primarily, it was the pod of Orcus that saved you." "Orcus?" Rhodes questioned, a hint of confusion in his tone. Frank then animatedly recounted the peculiar events of that fateful night. Moments later, disbelief and relief washed over Rhodes' expression. "The spirits of the sea. Orcus? I never anticipated that what I thought was an inescapable doom would lead to my survival." Rhodes had some knowledge of Orcus from his previous world. These creatures had no history of aggression and were known for their intelligence, often exhibiting altruistic behaviors towards humans. Although he was uncertain whether the Orcus in this world differed in any way, he felt immensely grateful. "Mr. Rhodes, may I inquire about the circumstances of your misfortune?" Frank, who was currently learning etiquette under the captain's guidance, asked curiously, intrigued by the scarred man before him. Lost in thought, Rhodes snapped back to reality. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to conceal his true identity. Bordeaux had opened its borders, and to achieve prosperity, trade with neighboring nations was inevitable. If the caravan that rescued him ventured there, revealing his whereabouts could spell danger. "Just call me Rhodes. I am a bounty hunter." He fabricated a succinct identity, leaving the Navii Frank momentarily astonished. In return, Rhodes gleaned some information about the island on which he currently found himself. Red Island, not too distant from the Bordeaux kingdom where Rhodes once resided, had gained notoriety in the western seas, largely due to its connections with various notorious crime families. According to the scant intel Rhodes had acquired, the island was under the control of 3 families, each backed by a supporting mafia. Regardless of the circumstances, he was at least alive. "Lafitte, I shall repay you for your deeds in due time." As he silently mused, Rhodes glanced at the dark-haired youth. Frank, suddenly reminded of his external aid that was absent. That invaluable asset could ensure his survival in this perilous world teeming with monsters. "Frank, when you rescued me, did you happen to see a peculiar weapon?" Due to a sense of urgency, Rod's speech became somewhat fragmented. Frank immediately grasped the item to which the other was referring. Nodding in agreement, it must be that weapon with a lantern on one end and a scythe on the other. It has been secured by old Harvey." Rod, having heard of Harvey's introduction from Frank's previous recounting, realized that this was the doctor who had saved him, which allowed him to exhale in relief. The weight on his heart was instantly lifted. As long as it had not been lost to the sea, everything would be manageable. "Brother Rod, you should rest more. Old Harvey has reminded me to ensure you take care of yourself," Frank interjected, halting Rod's attempts to continue their conversation, given that the doctor had advised such. The life-preserving Rod had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he was still alive and not in a rush. With this thought, Rod, feeling unwell, decided to close his eyes and drift into a gentle slumber. On January 3rd, the Morning Star returned on the 1st, and the sailors hurriedly completed their shipboard duties before returning to their respective homes. Meanwhile, Harvey, residing in the neighboring town of Lynn, finally returned to his humble abode after 2 days of relaxation. At 61 years of age, as he stated, he intended to work for 4 more years before embarking on his retirement. With his wife having long since left him, Harvey was quite unreserved about his life. Lacking a family, he spent most of his time aboard ships, and the earnings he garnered were mostly spent in taverns and pleasure houses. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, Harvey noticed the peculiar weapon in the corner, and a smile crept across his face as he tossed a stack of newspapers onto the table, followed by a flurry of rustling pages. Half an hour later, Harvey suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, at that moment, he held an old newspaper in his hands, which featured various topics of interest to him. However, the most captivating item was a missing person notice at the end of the paper, depicting a long-sought adult and child, Henry Porter, Henry Rod. As he gazed at the photograph of the golden-haired child being led by a golden-haired man, Harvey's expression grew increasingly jubilant. Upon noticing the bracelet on the child's wrist, he hastily retrieved a similar bracelet from his own pocket. Indeed. My retirement fund has finally arrived. This means I can officially resign from this wretched maritime work. Harvey couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. However, in an instant, he composed himself. Realizing the esteemed position of the Henry family on the island, he resolved to employ certain strategies to safeguard his own interests. The following day, within a lofty courtyard on Ritter Island, Henry Carlos, having caught wind of some rumors, wore a sullen expression that quickly transformed into one of delight. He promptly instructed his subordinates to seek out the source of the information. Thanks to the formidable influence of the Henry family on the island, it took less than half an hour for not only the elder Harvey to arrive, but also Frank and the protagonist Rhodes to grace the courtyard of the Henry estate. Naturally, there were several outsiders who had also come in response to the news, including the heir of the Bino family, the second son of the Nancy family, and Mr. Chappick, the mayor of Ritter Island. Some individuals here are eager to ingratiate themselves, while others from the two families have merely come to observe the spectacle. In the opulent meeting hall, as he watched the guests arriving one after another, Carlos could not help but clench his jaw, regretting that he had not dealt with that insufferable wretch at the very first opportunity. It now seemed he had only succeeded in binding his own hands and feet. Mr. Carlos, congratulations are in order, Bino Sarkis remarked with a sardonic tone. As one of the three ruling families of Ritter Island, their relationships were merely superficial, and they were all acutely aware of the discomfort Carlos was currently experiencing. Casting a glance at the heir of the Bino family, Carlos shifted his gaze downward towards Harvey and Frank. At that moment, a man dressed in a suit, with slick-back hair, approached Carlos's side. Mr. Carlos, I can confirm that this is indeed Mr. Porter's son, young Master Henry Rhodes. A barely perceptible flutter of his eyelids occurred as Carlos adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and addressed the two men below. Yes, I can confirm that he is indeed my nephew. And this search for him has proven fruitful. Carlos recognized the missing person notice he had originally issued and inwardly cursed the Kingdom of Bordeaux at this moment. He could only resignedly accept the consequences. The reward we initially announced was 50 million Bailey. Carlos continued through gritted teeth. Rest assured, we will pay you every single penny. The substantial bounty was initially proclaimed by Carlos upon confirming the deaths of his brother and this so-called nephew, in an effort to placate his aging father and sister-in-law. Little did he anticipate that he would inadvertently sabotage himself. What troubled him further were the words he had spoken to justify his rightful claim over the family. He had declared, I am merely assuming temporary control of this family. Once my brother or nephew is found, I shall return everything to them. Chapter 16. The Henry family. Three families govern the island of Rit. Each possesses its own influential allies and enterprises. The Bino family commands a vast merchant fleet, thriving on the trade of goods from various islands. The Nancy family relies on the underworld for arms dealing and the trafficking of stolen merchandise. Meanwhile, the Henry family controls valuable commodities such as coffee, cigars, and spices. Among the three, the Henry family boasts the greatest financial strength. The Bino family commands the most followers, and the Nancy family exhibits formidable combat prowess. Yet, backed by three major crime syndicates, they remain unable to undermine one another, thus maintaining a precarious stability on the island. In the territory of the Henry family, Carlos watched as each guest departed, a shadow of gloom deepening in his gaze. Vasily, keep a close watch on those two. I want every last cent of that 50 million back. Standing behind Carlos was a sharply dressed man, Vasily, whose height reached nearly 6 feet and whose features were striking, albeit marred by the noticeable absence of a third of his right ear, which detracted from his otherwise handsome appearance. Vasily was indeed the capable aide Carlos referred to. Rest assured, I will handle everything, Vasily replied respectfully. Carlos nodded, his thoughts drifting to the troublesome figure lying in bed. A wave of frustration washed over him as he pondered, his voice heavy with foreboding. What is the status of that scoundrel's injury? Vasily, unfazed, responded, after a thorough examination. It appears that Master Rhodes has survived the critical phase and will require some time to recover. At this revelation, Carlos's expression darkened further. Coldly, he suggested, "Given the severity of Rhodes's injuries, if he were to succumb in 2 days, how would you judge that rationale?" Vasily paused, seemingly weighing the plausibility of this feeble excuse. Before replying, "The reasoning seems somewhat flawed, yet it appears we have no other option." Having presided over the Henry family for several years, Carlos was acutely aware of the implications such a rationale would have, inviting ridicule from the other two families. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to invite unnecessary peril upon himself. Erasing potential threats had always been his guiding principle. "It matters little," he concluded. "I cannot possibly bequeath this family legacy to that impetuous young lad. Since he took over this inheritance, he has multiplied the family wealth several times." Upon this thought, he immediately commanded, "Do not allow the young master and young lady to approach that bastard." Yes, when Rhodes regained consciousness, he felt stifled. Awakening, he found himself transformed from a modest chamber to an opulent room, exchanging the rigid wooden bed for a plush mattress. As he gathered his senses, he realized that the current circumstances were, in fact, rather dire. "Young Master Rhodes, you are awake." A young woman dressed as a maid approached him with reverence, her voice brimming with joy as she noticed his awakening and began to survey his surroundings. "Young Master? Are you referring to me?" A sense of bewilderment surged within Rhodes as he sensed 2 unfriendly gazes lurking outside the door. Alarmed, he suppressed his anxiety and feigned confusion, asking, "Where is this? Where's Frank?" "Young Master, this is your home." Home. A sudden jolt coursed through Rhodes at this revelation, and he began to piece together the implications, feeling utterly speechless. The blatant malice from the two outside, if this truly was the home of his former self, left him lamenting the cruel twists of fate. "Home? I have no home." "Who are you?" Struggling to rise, his movements prompted the 2 guards outside to rush in. After a brief scuffle, Rhodes complied and lay back down on the bed. "I am indeed called Henry Rhodes, but I have no recollection of this place. You must be mistaken." Under their scrutiny, Rhodes performed a charade. Yet his words were rooted in truth. His home bore no relation to him, and he had no memories of this location. Exchanging glances, one guard understood and promptly went to report to Carlos. Meanwhile, the maid began to sob softly, murmuring phrases such as "the lady suffers and the young master is in pain." Her actions sparked a flicker of intrigue in Rhodes. Regardless of whether this was indeed the residence of his previous self, remaining here seemed an ambiguous choice, and he pondered if he could leverage the maid to his advantage. Already contemplating an escape upon his return to this so-called home, Rhodes was soon met by Carlos, who arrived to verify the news of Rhodes' apparent memory loss. There were no pleasantries exchanged. His inquiries were aggressive, further solidifying Rhodes' suspicions regarding the ill intentions of this place. "My dear nephew, do take your time to recuperate here. I will ensure your well-being in place of your elder brother." Under the unvarnished malice of Carlos's gaze, Rhodes could only helplessly close his eyes. Following a thorough interrogation, Carlos had garnered a comprehensive understanding of Rhodes's past, wandering in Bordeaux, enlisting in the army, being wrongfully accused and branded a criminal. Fleeing the country, these experiences only solidified Carlos's resolve to eliminate his nephew. In his dealings with this so-called uncle, Rhodes had largely spoken the truth, for he was acutely aware that his acting skills would not deceive such a man. As they exited the room and walked in silence for 2 minutes, Carlos addressed his butler, Phil, who was holding a book. With perpetually narrowed eyes and faint shadows beneath them, Phil listened to Carlos's inquiry. A subtle smile graced his lips as he replied in a measured tone, "Indeed, judging by his various expressions, he speaks mostly the truth. However, while truth is truth, it does not preclude the possibility that he may have omitted certain facts. Shall we send someone to the Kingdom of Bordeaux for confirmation?" Carlos, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, shook his head in refusal. "No need. We shall confirm after dealing with him. If what he says holds true, perhaps we can utilize his corpse to establish a connection with Bordeaux." Noticing that the maid before him had not yet departed, Rhodes, uncertain of her true inclinations, refrained from revealing himself. Considering he was unable to leave at that moment, he thought it prudent to extract some information about his previous existence from this maid. "Could you kindly recount my past to me? I am aware that I have lost my former memories." During their prior conversation, the maid had been eavesdropping at the door. As Rhodes attempted to sit up, she quickly intervened to prevent him from doing so, and began to elucidate matters that Rhodes was unaware of. The maid, named May, served as the attendant to Rod's mother, overseeing her daily needs. Through conversations with May, Rod gradually pieced together the history of this body he now inhabited. His father was named Henry Porter, and his mother was Lilia Porter. As the eldest son of the family, he possessed remarkable business acumen and had already secured several lucrative deals for the family at a young age, eventually shouldering the family's responsibilities. The original head of the household, approaching retirement age and with a capable eldest son, chose to relinquish control. 7 years prior, Henry's brother, Carlos, unexpectedly brokered a significant deal for the family, the counterpart of which was the royal family of the Bordeaux Kingdom, rumored to have ambitions of founding a nation. Distrustful of his wayward brother, Henry decided to oversee the initial stages of this transaction himself. Shortly after he set sail, the Porter family discovered that Rod, their son, had vanished. After an extensive search, they eventually received a call from a merchant ship, revealing that Rod had stowed away on board. This trade was a considerable loss for the Henry family, and as time passed without Henry's return, they instead received the grim tidings that the entire merchant ship had been raided by pirates. With both Henry and Rod's fates uncertain, the family underwent a catastrophic upheaval. The ailing head of the family succumbed to his long-standing illness, while Rod's mother, Lilia, grieved incessantly and ultimately fell into despair, leading to her tragic death. Following the death of the patriarch, the reins of the family fell to Rod's uncle, Henry Carlos. Upon assuming power, he adeptly enacted a fade of concern, offering generous rewards for information about the missing individuals and publicly promising to restore rights upon their return, swiftly consolidating his influence over the family. Having gathered this crucial information, Rod finally comprehended the pervasive malevolence that permeated this place. This was no home. It was a classic case of escaping a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. Internally lamenting, Rod wore a troubled expression. After 3 days of treatment and recuperation, he could barely manage to walk, rendering him akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Aunt May, I must confess that I have no desire to inherit any family legacy. Casting a glance at the maid, who was fixated on him, Rod continued. I have found my true calling. I aspire to become the pirate king. Under the scrutiny of the maid, Rod felt a surge of anxiety as he uttered the dream shared by countless young men of this era. Though he had yet to grasp the full essence of such a grand ambition, May's expression shifted to one of disappointment, her tone growing somber as she replied. The Henry family is quite wealthy. There is no need for you to pursue the life of a pirate. Turning her head slightly, she noticed that the guards outside were not attentively watching them. Leaning closer, she whispered in an even softer voice, You should seek vengeance for the lord and lady. Upon hearing this, Roz felt that the person before him was trustworthy, primarily due to his complete isolation in this moment. A straw was being extended to him. Whether it was a lifeline or a noose mattered little. What do you mean? He asked. My injuries are insufficient to allow me to do anything. Gazing into the maid's eyes, Roz detected no signs of change or malice, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Your time is limited. May noted the guard's gaze drifting in their direction and whispered, Master Roz, please take care to rest. Chapter 17. The Gum and Frank. Let us hasten. Harvey, having seen no one behind them, urged Frank to quicken his pace as they endeavored to reach the bustling heart of the city with utmost speed. On Lit Island, there existed an exceptionally vibrant street where most of the rare commodities from the West Sea could be acquired. This street served as a marketplace for goods sold by various merchant ships, and it was under the control of several powerful families and their mafia connections. As a seasoned seafarer of over a decade, Harvey understood full well that malice in this world far outweighed goodwill. Faced with 50 million, they were undoubtedly in peril. The moment Harvey laid his hands on the 50 million belly, he sensed the impending danger. He had initially thought that receiving even a tenth of that amount would be a blessing, yet now, confronted with such a vast sum, he was reluctant to relinquish it. Fighting desperately for the money. Old man, is this money genuine? Frank's gaze was fixed on the box of money in Harvey's hands, filled with skepticism. Still in a state of bewilderment, Harvey's steps did not falter as he replied, his voice trembling, Yes, it is real. I never anticipated they would actually provide so much. I thought they would only pay a portion. Eyes from the street watched the two men hurriedly advance, and Harvey could feel waves of malice. Every passerby seemed to be fixated on the box of money in his grasp. Suddenly, a thought struck Frank, and he turned to Harvey once more, asking, What about that old man? Will Roz be all right? Rest assured, that is his own home. He will receive the best treatment, far superior to what he would have had in your dismal place. Harvey responded, though he could somewhat surmise Roz's eventual fate, which stirred a twinge of sympathy within him. Yet, the boy's life was one he had saved himself. Hurry, Harvey urged, panting as he quickened his pace. As long as they reached Treasure Street, The nefarious individuals eyeing his wealth would be less inclined to act boldly, especially considering the formidable presence in that location. Bang! A bullet struck the ground ahead of Harvey, causing him to halt abruptly, his heart tightening. With a slight turn of his head, he glanced toward the source of the gunfire, and his expression shifted dramatically. The bald gang. Heard that you all came into a considerable sum of money. My friends and I were wondering if we could borrow a little to enjoy ourselves. A series of footsteps echoed as 5 or 6 figures emerged from behind a building, all sporting shaved heads. The bald gang is a small faction on this island, notorious for extortion, fraud, and theft. Most of the idle men roaming the island belong to this gang, and its primary members all share the same bald appearance. Harvey tightened his grip on the money box, a blend of fear and anger surging within him as he noticed 2 firearms aimed directly at him. With a grim expression, he stated, I trust you are aware of the origins of this money. It belongs to the Henry family, and if you take it by force, it would be a provocation against them. Of course we are aware, replied the leader of the bald men, his greed palpable. His gaze fixed on the money box in Harvey's hands as he laughed heartily. You aren't planning to stay on this island, are you? If you can make such plans, then so can we. 50 million Baileys may not be significant to the true power players, but for an ordinary individual, it is a sum that could never be earned in a lifetime. If they could acquire this money, none would mind leaving the island behind. How much do you want to borrow? Harvey inquired helplessly. Old man. Frank grasped the dagger concealed in his clothing, prompting Harvey to instinctively shift his body to obstruct Frank's movement. Locke, a cadre of the bald gang, marked by his bald head and a fierce tiger tattoo on his face, smirked at Harvey's concession, saying, Let us see how many brothers we have. Harvey's gaze drifted to the 5 bald men behind Locke. Oh, forgive the misunderstanding, Locke interrupted. I meant our brothers in the bald gang. So we want it all. The men behind Locke erupted in laughter. Indeed, our choice is certainly everything. Harvey's complexion paled, and Frank trembled with anxiety. You, Harvey shouted in anger. Locke waved his hand, and the 2 men behind him cocked their firearms. Choose wisely. Either hand over the money, or leave your life behind, and then the money will still come to us. Harvey clenched his teeth, the culmination of his earlier flight and the present predicament causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. In this dire situation, he found it impossible to conceive a way out. As a doctor, he possessed little combat prowess, and beside him, Frank was barely an ordinary fighter, while they faced 6 armed men. Damn it, this was too hasty. Harvey cursed himself for being blinded by greed, realizing that had he not been intoxicated the previous night, he would not have acted so recklessly. Take it. Understanding that some matters are unavoidable, Harvey hesitated for a moment before reluctantly tossing the black money box toward the bald-headed rock. Old man. Frank observed Harvey's unwilling expression with a tinge of anxiety. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out just as Rock caught the box, causing Harvey to drop to the ground in shock. Expecting a reversal from the other party, the 2 were instead met with a scream from across the way. Ah! Frank looked up to see that the leading bald man had a gruesome hole in his outstretched hand, a sight most unsettling. Black on black? Harvey's reaction was slightly delayed. Upon witnessing the scene, his first thought was that someone was indeed preying on the unsuspecting. Who is it? The 2 men among Rock's crew brandishing firearms immediately began to scan their surroundings. Due to the abruptness of the previous gunfire, they had failed to perceive the trajectory of the bullets. Bang! The gunfire erupted once more, and in an instant, one of the gunmen had his head blown apart, collapsing lifelessly to the ground with a thud. The rat. Over there. Ignoring the fate of his fallen comrade, Rock pointed southwest, and the group turned their gazes to spot a man clad in a black trench coat. Damn it! A somewhat frail bald man, upon seeing the dead rat, was consumed by rage. He swiftly crouched down, seizing the fallen rat's firearm, and just as he aimed to shoot, 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Bang! Bang! The slender bald man felt a sharp pain wash over him before he succumbed to eternal darkness. Frank kept his eyes fixed on the approaching figure in the trench coat, who halted, then jumped back while firing, causing one of Rock's men near Frank to drop dead, widening Frank's eyes in astonishment. Impressive. Did Chet evade? The man holding the firearm cursed, his reloading actions faltering. Given the enemy's precise shooting, it was evident that there was a vast gulf between them. He merely knew how to handle a gun, while the opponent was clearly a skilled marksman, instilling fear within him. As the trench-coated man drew closer, someone from Rock's crew finally caught sight of the weapon in the man's hand, casting a shadow of dread over them. A revolver. It's the Garo revolver. One exclaimed in alarm, turning to flee, but his movements were no match for the swift shooter. It seemed the opponent relished the moment, prioritizing the escapee as the target. The shot found its mark in the head, revealing the prowess of the newcomer. For shots, 2 bullets left. Locke endured excruciating pain while calculating the potency of his opponent's bullets. The revolver, developed and manufactured by the notorious Garono family of the Mafia, was commonly referred to as the Garono revolver, in an era still dominated by the use of smoothbore firearms. This lightweight pistol capable of holding 6 rounds was undoubtedly a lethal weapon, capable of easily claiming lives. As an aspiring thug, Locke had often fantasized about possessing such a formidable instrument, yet he never anticipated facing it himself. In the face of life and death, his yearning for survival quelled his fear of demise. In close quarters, he was the marksman. If he could close the distance, his adversary would be doomed. The 3 exchanged glances, recalling the fate of their comrade who had fled, and unanimously agreed on this strategy. Charge. The trio surged forward almost simultaneously. The man armed with a firearm swiftly affixed a bayonet to his weapon, while another and Locke drew their sharp daggers. Vasily, observing the 3 rushing towards him, instantly grasped their intent. As a marksman, he knew his physical prowess paled in comparison to that of seasoned warriors, making close combat a nightmare for him. Spotting the tattooed bald man lurking behind his 2 foes, Vasily's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes beneath the sunglasses radiating a deadly resolve. As the trio closed the 20-meter gap, he struck. Bang! The man wielding the bayonet crumpled to the ground. With only 10 meters separating the remaining 2 from Vasily, he fired again. Bang! Another fell. The distance between bald Locke and Vasily dwindled to a mere 5 meters. With his left arm incapacitated, Locke's face twisted in a grimace as he gripped his dagger tightly and lunged forward, closing the distance. He yelled, "Die!" As the enemy approached, Vasily remained calm. He deftly swung his right hand to the left, pushing the gun forward, the magazine propelled out by inertia. Without glancing at the changes in his weapon, he swiftly drew a spare magazine from his waist, seamlessly installing it. Bang! The spent shell and the removed magazine clattered to the ground simultaneously. The incredulous expression on bald Locke's face revealed his inability to control his momentum. Meanwhile, as he watched the body plummeting towards him, Vasily pivoted, allowing the 2 to cross paths. Thud. Locke collapsed to the ground, a bullet having already traversed his heart. Chapter 18. Crisis? The swiftness of the marksman extended beyond just his firearm. His hands were equally agile. Fool. Vasily stepped over the corpse beneath him, striding directly towards the 2 still sprawled on the ground. Tap, tap, tap. Upon reaching the black money box, Vasily bent down to lift it. The moment he grasped it, he felt a slight difference in weight. Ignoring the minor discrepancy, he regarded the slowly rising duo with indifference, stating, "This is not a robbery." At this moment, Frank finally emerged from his previous timidity. Harvey reached out to restrain Frank's impulsiveness, simultaneously recognizing the newcomer. Vasily, a gunman of the Henry family, was covertly referred to by outsiders as one of Carlos's right-hand men. With a begrudging glance at the money box in Vasily's hands, Harvey could hardly fathom the audacity of the so-called Henry family. It seemed, "I am not worthy of taking this money." However, the current head of the Henry family pales in comparison to the illustrious Mr. Porter of the past. Once renowned, Henry Porter was a man of his word. While it was evident that Carlos had little regard for such principles, "You may complain here, but I advise you to refrain from spreading your grievances elsewhere. Otherwise, your life may truly be at stake." Vasily chose not to engage in further conversation with the 2 men, turning away with the money box and vanishing from their sight. "Alas, my apologies. I was too reckless," Harvey said, surveying the bodies scattered around, offering a brief apology to Frank before continuing. "Since the Henry family has not directly eliminated us, they likely won't pursue us further. The stack of cash we discreetly set aside earlier can serve as our compensation for this ordeal." Harvey once again made a grave misjudgment. He could not have anticipated that this was merely the beginning. Feeling the coldness of the stack of cash in his arms, Frank's gaze fell upon the firearm beside the corpse, and at that moment, he finally unraveled the entire situation. "We have effectively betrayed Roger," Frank remarked. Locking eyes with Harvey, his heart heavy with the realization that such a prosperous family was clearly not a suitable choice for Roger. "We should not have acted in this manner." As a native of Ritter Island, he understood well what the Henry family represented and was acutely aware that figures like Carlos would never relinquish power easily. They had evidently committed a grave error. "Well," Harvey hesitated, fully cognizant of the environment in which his patient found himself. Yet, the previous night's intoxication had evidently amplified his greed. "They shouldn't he dare to act openly against Roger." "Shouldn't he they?" Frank interjected, producing the cash from his pocket and offering it to the elder. I didn't save Roger for money. This cash feels like a burning burden in my hands. Noticing Harvey S. in action, Frank forcefully thrust the stack of bills into the elder's hands and swiftly approached a corpse to retrieve the firearm. Frank, what do you intend to do? Are you seeking death? Harvey exclaimed loudly, witnessing Frank's actions. Frank inspected the weapon with concern before responding resolutely, I need to ascertain Roger's condition. You are walking into certain doom. For Lily, I refuse to perish so easily. At this moment, the youthful Frank evidently made his own decision. Harvey, in stark contrast, was in a state of utter exasperation. He could hardly believe that the typically astute Frank was now acting so foolishly. This was merely a stranger they had known for 3 days. Yet that was not a valid reason for selling him. Despite Harvey's objections, Frank disregarded his counsel, clutching a firearm as he hastened toward his abode, intent on retrieving that peculiar weapon to return it to Roger. This weapon had recently been reclaimed by Frank from Harvey and had been left beneath the bed, untouched by the Henry family. As Frank ventured further away, Harvey's expression fluctuated between despair and contemplation. Glancing at the bills in his hand and reflecting on his tender age, he let out a deep sigh. What have I become? With his reason restored, Harvey felt a twinge of guilt over his unprincipled actions due to Frank's disruption. With a resigned demeanor, he approached another lifeless body, discovering yet another firearm nearby. Casting one last glance in the direction Frank had taken, Harvey understood that the latter might be preparing to return home, and he resolutely retraced his steps. 5 minutes later, Harvey, decapitated by a swift blade, fell to the ground, his face etched with terror and disbelief. A cloaked assassin lifted the severed head, retreating to the shadows and addressing a looming figure with respect. Brother Vasily, the old man's head is here. And I have also retrieved 24 lost bills. The assassin had observed the unfolding events from a distance, waiting for Vasily's signal before stepping back. Now tasked with the order to take Harvey's life. I wonder why you didn't eliminate both of them earlier? Vasily's gaze hardened, his tone measured. Are you instructing me on my duties? The assassin quickly lowered his head in deference, fear evident in his voice, and no, I wouldn't dare. Although Vasily generally treated his subordinates with a degree of calmness, they were acutely aware of his formidable nature. Many adversaries of the Henry family had met their demise at his hands. Disregarding his subordinates' trepidation, Vasily placed the bloodied head into a toolbox, gripping it in one hand while carrying a chest of money in the other as he strolled toward the family residence. The headless corpse sprawled on the ground beneath the afternoon sun was a stark sight, the unfortunate bearer of the Henry family's long-fulfilled task having lost his life, while the whereabouts of the riches remained a mystery to some. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm glow across the land, a knock echoed through Carlos's study. Stirring from his slumber, Carlos found himself surrounded by several intriguing biographies and a smoking pipe, having succumbed to sleep after a few indulgent puffs. Come in. A black top had adorned his head, while a small piece of flesh was missing from one ear. Beneath his black suit lay a revolver. Vasily entered, carrying 2 suitcases. Upon glancing at Carlos's disheveled appearance, a hint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Boss, here's the 50 million and Harvey's head. Instantly, a smile spread across Carlos's face. 50 million would allow him to indulge in luxury for quite some time. He reached out and, upon feeling a bottle of wine, tossed it lightly. The bottle swiftly soared towards Vasily, who deftly snatched it from the air with his right hand. Casting a glance at the label, he recognized it as the finest batch of Baichuan wine from Shihai Baichuan town. This caused Vasily's lips to involuntarily curl upward, during moments devoid of duty. He relished the pleasure of solitary sipping. The money box can remain here. You may hand the head over to fire for disposal, he instructed. Vasily nodded slightly, then grasped a bottle of liquor in one hand and the head box in the other as he made his way towards the door. Understood. By the way, be sure to deal with that nuisance promptly, Carlos reiterated emphatically. Yes, understood. Meanwhile, Frank returned to his residence and stole a glance at the beloved girl next door. His childhood companion had blossomed into a stunning young lady, stirring deep emotions within him. Observing Lily, who was quietly weaving like a sleeping beauty by the window, Frank yearned to speak to her. However, the thought of her snobbish mother halted his steps. It's nothing. I merely intend to return Brother Rod's weapon and see if there's anything I can assist with, he muttered, silently encouraging himself. Moments later, a shadow quietly made its way towards the Henry family residence. As dusk faded and night enveloped the surroundings, a dark figure approached a room guarded by 2 sentinels at the entrance, with 2 more armed guards stationed further away. One of the concealed gunmen was the first to notice the figure's movement, As he raised his weapon in a defensive stance, he recognized the newcomer as Captain Vasily, prompting him to salute immediately. Captain, Captain. Vasily advanced slowly, his expression unchanged, nodding at his subordinates before striding directly towards the room where Rod was imprisoned. Inside, a faint light flickered from a kerosene lamp, and the guards at the door made no attempt to impede Vasily's entrance upon recognizing him. Nonetheless, Vasily felt compelled to clarify his purpose for being there. I have come to assess this man's injuries. The cruel smile on Vasily's face sent a shiver down the spine of the guard. After you. Creak. Rod, lying on the bed, had already sensed the commotion outside. He took a deep breath, striving to elongate his breathing silently. The footsteps drew nearer, and as Rod squinted to catch a glimpse of the intruder, an ominous feeling washed over him. With a heart heavy with despair, Rod assessed his physical condition. He could muster only a meager 30% of his original strength, insufficient for a prolonged struggle. Clenching his fist in secret, Rod mentally prepared to make a break for it. Vasily halted just a step away from Rod, within the optimal range for an attack. He chuckled softly, remarking, after enduring such injuries, you still wish to hunt me? It seems your wounds are not quite lethal after all. Rod suddenly opened his eyes wide, his fists clenched tightly as he prepared to unleash a fierce assault. However, before he could act, Vasily, quicker than he, drew his pistol and aimed it at Rod's head. Rod froze, realizing that a true expert strike reveals everything. Vasily's swift action of drawing his gun, disengaging the safety, and aiming was executed with remarkable fluidity. Among those known to Rod's, Vasily's marksmanship could undoubtedly be regarded as unparalleled. Please refrain from any rash movements. I have received orders that do not entail your demise at my hands. As he observed Rod's rising partially, Vasily's expression momentarily flickered with a hint of distraction, and he vaguely envisioned Mr. Porter and Lady Lilia. How strikingly similar. Chapter 19. The potion Vasily observed Rod's, whose brow bore a resemblance to Lilia's, and an inscrutable glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his left hand delved into his breast, an action that aroused a twinge of caution in Rod's, who clenched his fists and adopted a more serious demeanor. Noticing Rod's movement, Vasily's lips curled into a slight smirk. He wasted no time and directly retrieved a small transparent vial from within his clothing, containing a vivid blue liquid. Poison, perhaps? Rod scrutinized cautiously. Vasily tossed the vial towards Rod's, and given the barrel of the revolver aimed at him, Rod's response remained subdued, as he reached out to catch the small blue bottle. He was about to speak when Vasily immediately pressed his left index finger to his lips. This gesture compelled Rod's to silence, suggesting that Vasily was not an adversary. It seems your injuries are not too grave. With a furtive glance towards the entrance, Vasily stepped forward and swiftly grasped Rod's arm, exerting a firm grip followed by a twist. The already injured arm suddenly throbbed with excruciating pain. With a muffled groan, Rod's expression shifted, a chilling intent flashing through his eyes. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from his opponent, Vasily felt a shiver run down his spine, yet paradoxically, he exhaled in relief, realizing the other was indeed formidable. With a powerful push from his feet, Vasily returned to his original position. Well, this is much more agreeable. I doubt your injuries will allow you to last until the day after tomorrow. Vasily then turned, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he remarked, Our young master Rod's glared furiously at the departing figure, bellowing, You scoundrels, what do you mean by this? Is this still my home? Without a response, Vasily gradually receded from view under the watchful gaze of the two guards, who then closed the door with unfriendly expressions. Rod's returned to his bed, his mind replaying everything that had transpired. The demeanor of this person did not seem that of an enemy, yet one could never be too sure of deception. Gazing at the small blue vial in his hand, Rod's was filled with confusion. Is this poison? Or perhaps, the other party mentioned that I would not survive until the day after tomorrow. Does this imply that someone may strike against me tomorrow? Alas, I shall not dwell on this for now. If danger arises tomorrow, I shall fight with all my might. Rod's feels an intense frustration regarding the fear he currently experiences, while simultaneously lamenting the cruel twist of fate. From the Kingdom of Bordeaux to the Isle of Rit, he has merely transitioned from one cage into another. In the span of just a few days, he senses that his destiny has slipped beyond his control. Having just escaped the wolf's den, he has now entered the tiger's lair. With a heavy heart, Rod's finds no affection left for the family of this original body. Earlier in the afternoon, that so-called cousin came to mock him, igniting a surge of murderous intent within Rod's. Sighing deeply, he suppresses his tumultuous thoughts, begins to adjust his breathing, and closes his eyes to rest. Regardless, a great battle is inevitable tomorrow. This is something Rod's can foresee. in the shadows on the outskirts of the estate. A pair of vigilant eyes scrutinizes the surroundings. The security here is formidable. Frank has changed positions several times, but has yet to find a perfect vantage point. Beads of sweat have thoroughly soaked his clothing, leaving him at a loss. Earlier, he returned home to retrieve Rod's weapon, which proved to be quite heavy, requiring considerable effort to manage. Sensing the heightened vigilance in this area, he feared for his own concealment and thus hid the weapon in a secure location. Concealed among the thicket, Frank, struggling to devise a plan, grips his firearm tightly in one hand while scratching his head with the other. Just then, a cold, cylindrical barrel pressed against his back. When did this happen? Overwhelmed by shock and terror, Frank lowered his firearm, raising both hands above his head to signal his lack of threat. What do you intend to do? A chilling voice emanated from behind him, causing Frank's heart to plummet. I will confess. Trembling, Frank immediately set his backup plan in motion. No, please don't misunderstand. I am a friend of Rod's, or rather, Henry Rod's. I have a belonging of his that I intend to return. After stumbling through his explanation, Frank felt the weapon that had been pressing against him withdraw. Turn around. Upon hearing the command from the figure behind him, Frank understood that the gun was still aimed at him, instilling a sense of urgency. He raised his hands high and turned his body. Though he had come here fueled by fervor, he would not sacrifice his life blindly for it, when circumstances dictate. Preserving one's life must take precedence. It's you. Upon turning, Frank recognized the man he had encountered several times within a single day, causing a jolt of surprise to surge through him. In the afternoon light, the opponent's deft marksmanship instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him. Though he possessed knowledge of firearms, his skills merely aligned with those of an ordinary individual, unable to match the precise targeting exhibited by his adversary. Young man, approaching this vicinity recklessly is tantamount to courting death, especially with a weapon in your possession. Vasily re-aimed his pistol at the target, his voice cold as ice. Confess your intentions. A wave of lethal intent washed over Frank, causing him to tremble. I truly came to return the weapon. Indeed, this is the truth. With a decisive snap, Vasily pulled the trigger. However, Frank, trembling in trepidation, found himself devoid of the anticipated pain. A blank? Intriguing. I sense an element of concealment in your words, yet it matters little now. Observing Frank's puzzled expression, Vasily continued, what of the weapon belonging to Rod? Having narrowly escaped death, Frank dared not delay in complying with Vasily's demand, promptly leading the ominous figure to retrieve the peculiar weapon. As he beheld the enigmatic armament, Vasily fell silent for a few seconds. He had expected to encounter a renowned sword or an ancient blade, something undeniably gallant, yet the taste was utterly lacking. Silently scoffing, Vasily reached for the bizarre lantern scythe. As the iron chain slipped into his grasp, he sensed its weight, lifting it entirely. He was met with a surprising heaviness. This weapon weighs approximately 100 kilograms. In truth, for a weapon of nearly 200 pounds, it is quite remarkable that Frank has managed to bring it here, especially considering the peculiar potion that the old man Harvey had given him earlier. As a trained marksman, he can endure this weight for a short duration. However, Vasily pondered the strength of Rod's. Having observed Rod's briefly before, he understood that the assertions made by the latter were likely accurate. Rod's must have undergone some training, with his muscles evidently more developed than those of an average person. This implies that Rod's possesses considerable strength. Thus, Vasily, gazing at the young Frank, suddenly remarked, surely you can deduce that Rod's is in a perilous situation. You have come to rescue him, haven't you? Frank was about to retort, but Vasily interrupted him. Whatever your intentions, today is not the most opportune moment. With a knowing expression, Vasily added, tomorrow at 7 o'clock, wait at the 2 o'clock position at the main entrance. Without waiting for a response, he hoisted the weapon and departed. Tomorrow at 7? Frank echoed thoughtfully, observing the figure retreating. The next day, the maid in a beautiful outfit arrived to prepare breakfast for Rod's, though entering the premises necessitated a thorough inspection. Good morning, maid, Rod's greeted her, acutely aware of his precarious situation and intent on leveraging every available resource. Young Master Rod's. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Rod's swiftly broached the subject. Who is that man in the black suit with a scar on his ear? The maid, seemingly already informed, quietly explained Vasily's background. His name is Vasily, the foremost marksman of the Henry family, who has dealt with many adversaries for them, regarded as the right-hand man of the Henry family. Noticing the gaze of the guards, the maid lowered her voice further. He can be trusted. Rod's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly weighed the pros and cons. swiftly deciding to place his faith in the maid and Vasily. As the guard's attention shifted, Rods discreetly revealed the vial he had received from Vasily the previous day. Then inquired, "Do you know what this is?" "The blue scale potion. It is concocted by the master pharmacist of the Western Seas." The maid's gaze fell upon the injuries concealed beneath Rod's clothing, her tone resolute. "It can temporarily alleviate your wounds, but you will subsequently endure pain that is exponentially greater than what you feel now." "Is that so?" "I understand." Rod's expression suddenly transformed into one of profound simplicity. Such a transformation brought a gentle smile to May's face. "Mr. Roz, it is truly a joy to see you alive. As Lady Lilia's devoted maid, surviving to this moment and witnessing her lady's child is an immense privilege." Knock, knock, knock. The sound of urgent rapping echoed from outside, and May understood that the guards were pressing for her departure. She cast one last glance at Roz, bowed slightly, and bid farewell. If the lady were still alive, she would undoubtedly be delighted to see such a handsome young man. May your path ahead be smooth and prosperous. The maid May slowly retreated. Roz, listening to her words, discerned a hint of farewell within them. "Aunt May." Click. The door was firmly shut. Gazing at the meal before him, Roz felt an inexplicable warmth, reminiscent of the comfort he last experienced with Frank. Though the meal was modest, minced meat porridge and greens, he ate with a sense of assurance. The peculiar actions of May and Vasily hinted at something unusual, and Roz chose to trust his instincts. After finishing his breakfast lunch, Roz surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings, and a fleeting surge of murderous intent flickered within him. Such a wretched place ought to cease to exist. Chapter 20. The choice, have you heard? That fortunate soul from yesterday was eliminated, and the bounty of 50 million berries he had acquired vanished into thin air. Surely he had attracted the attention of others. After all, that sum is a fortune unattainable by the average person in a lifetime. Ha ha ha, who knows, perhaps that scoundrel Carlos has snatched the money back. After a night of fervent gossip, the news of Harvey, who had joyfully claimed the 50 million berries, meeting his demise spread throughout various taverns. The Oak Tavern. This establishment is a favored haunt for captains, merchants, and various patrons, standing in stark contrast to the ordinary, boisterous taverns that abound. At this moment, Captain Andy Schreck of the Flying Bird bore a somber expression, as he had not anticipated that the individual they had rescued aboard his vessel held such significant stature. Furthermore, he could scarcely fathom that Harvey, that scoundrel, would betray them. Had they collectively claimed the bounty, their escape would have been assured. "Ah, Andy, who would have thought you would rescue a person of such importance?" chuckled a man clad in a flowing robe, accompanied by his aide, as they approached Andy, who sat alone, drowning his sorrows in drink. "Surely you did not recover more than mere coin, did you?" With a disdainful huff, Andy downed the contents of his glass and abruptly rose to his feet. "That rascal Harvey distanced himself from us the moment he sought the bounty. This matter is no longer our concern." He hastily sought to absolve himself of suspicion, while simultaneously grappling with the impending financial burden of hiring a new physician. In this day and age, finding a doctor is no trivial task, and locating one who is both qualified and reasonably priced is even more challenging. Moreover, the ship's physician is an indispensable role. Alas, how frustrating. Ignoring the derision from those behind him, Andy departed from the tavern, burdened with worry. Gazing sorrowfully at Harvey, who lay quietly in a grave, Frank was engulfed in grief. Just yesterday they had been together, yet at this moment they were irrevocably separated. Upon returning home from Henry Manor last night, he received the harrowing news of the elderly Harvey's murder, and without delay, he hurried to the neighboring village, only to be met with the sight of a headless corpse. This left him in a state of disbelief, yet he was compelled to confront the harsh reality. Suddenly, Frank seemed to have matured considerably. After attending Harvey's funeral, which was attended only by a few acquaintances, he remained at home until nightfall. The young man had previously lived on this small island, struggling to survive after the untimely death of his parents. Having ventured out to sea twice aboard merchant ships, he had developed a yearning for the outside world. It was only after rescuing a scarred man that he became more invested in this longing than others. Yet at this moment, Frank was engulfed in turmoil. He grappled with the loss of a friend and an overwhelming sense of impending crisis, while simultaneously feeling a glimmer of hope for the future. Alone, he was at a loss for what to do. The thought of Captain Andy, who had hurriedly come and gone that afternoon, sent a chill through him. He understood that the captain feared being entangled in trouble, but that was the ship's doctor who had served him for several years. As he clenched his fists, Frank suddenly heard footsteps outside, which made him instantly alert. Knock, knock. The gentle sound of knocking echoed, and Frank swiftly grabbed the firearm he had taken from the deceased gang member, pointing it toward the door. "Who is it?" Click. He disengaged the safety of the gun. "Frank, it's me." A melodious voice floated through the door, causing his heart to race inexplicably. He quickly lowered the weapon and opened the door. Before him stood a girl with flowing, light golden hair and a sprinkling of freckles on her fair complexion. She appeared to be around 15, yet her figure was already curvaceous. "Lily." Frank's heart quickened, rendering him slightly stammering. Lily observed the formerly frail boy now exuding a hint of vigor, which made her chuckle softly, though she quickly masked her amusement upon sensing the gravity of the situation. "Frank, I heard about Dr. Harvey's tragedy." Noticing a flicker of sorrow in his eyes, she gently inquired, "Are you all right?" "Oh, don't worry." Feeling the warmth of her concern, Frank was enveloped in a comforting sensation. Perhaps now was the time to express his true feelings. A sudden thought surged within him, causing his heart to race as if it were being scratched by 100 claws. "Lily." "Yes? What's wrong?" "And nothing." As Frank gazed at Lily's face, he hesitated, retreating from his intention. "You little rascal, come here this instant. What are you still chatting about with that poor boy?" Before Frank could flush with embarrassment, a roar akin to that of a ferocious lioness echoed from a distance. Lily immediately furrowed her brow, pouting at her irate mother. "Hurry up and come to me." Observing the irate woman nearby, Frank could not bear to see the girl he cherished suffer. He quickly urged, "Lily, you should head back." Lily glanced at Frank, a hint of reluctance in her response. As she turned to return, Frank felt an overwhelming desire to embrace her. He was uncertain when it was that he began to feel awkward in front of this girl he had grown up with. Perhaps it was when he noticed her developing figure, or perhaps it was during the first stirring of his heart. Or maybe it was when her parents mocked him for his lack of wealth and influence. Frank clenched his fist in determination. "I shall rise above. I shall boldly pursue Lily. How many times have I been reminded that you are destined to marry a nobleman? Do not converse with such unsavory individuals." "Mother." As the voice faded, the sky began to dim. After a prolonged silence, Frank resolutely seized his weapon. He had decided to stake everything on his future. He opened the door and vanished into the shadows. The Henry family estate, aptly named Rose Garden, was a moniker bestowed by Carlos, who had overseen the extensive planting of roses. Unfortunately, it was January, and the grandeur of the blooms could not be admired. The estate boasted 10 male servants, 10 female servants, and a contingent of 50 armed guards, alongside Carlos's wife, concubines, and several children, making it a significant estate indeed. However, the strength of the Henry family extended well beyond this. They owned 3 large merchant ships, along with several medium-sized vessels under their command, employing nearly 1,000 individuals. Even in the Western Sea, such prowess was commendable. The other 2 families on Ritter Island possessed similar strength to that of the Henry family. Today, Carlos could sense the murmurs surrounding him, which incited his ire. Such gossip had drawn the attention of the Vino family. In the afternoon, a junior official from the Vino family's office on Ritter Island came to inquire about the situation. The night left Carlos feeling utterly disinclined to eat. He promptly summoned Vasily, insisting that he must see the corpse of Rods before dinner. Once Vasily had departed to fulfill his orders, Carlos turned his gaze towards Fire, who lingered in the shadows. With a subtle gesture, Carlos signaled to Fire, who instantly vanished from sight. It mattered not. As long as I eliminate those who pose a threat to my standing, I shall be able to rest easy. In recent nights, Carlos has been haunted by dreams of his deceased elder brother and father, compelling him to resort to marijuana for solace. Upon returning to his abode, Vasily gazed at his room with growing disdain. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped a peculiar weapon and strode purposefully towards the chamber where Roz was confined. The sound of his heavy footsteps echoed, yet the oil lamps lining the path illuminated Vasily's silhouette for the guards from afar. The 2 guards inclined their bodies slightly, seemingly having received orders, and promptly vacated the area, which struck Vasily as peculiar. With no time for contemplation, he pushed open the door to enter Roz's cell. Within the confines of the room, Roz emerged from a blind spot behind the door. "Is it time for my demise?" he pondered, clutching a blue vial with its cap already removed, evidently prepared to swallow its contents should the situation demand it. The door creaked as Vasily entered, and Roz's eyes fell upon the weapon in Vasily's hand, his own soul lantern. "What have you done to Frank?" Roz's tone rose, clearly harboring a favorable regard for the one who had rescued and cared for him in his time of need. Vasily tossed the hefty weapon, weighing over 100 kilograms, at Roz's feet, and to prevent any misunderstandings, he added an explanation. "Rest assured, the boy is unharmed. This is what he entrusted me to deliver to you." Upon hearing this, Roz's tense heart began to ease, not out of blind trust, but because, at this juncture, he had no choice but to believe. "Quickly, drink the blue elixir. It requires a minute to take effect." Meeting Vasily's gaze, Roz seized the blue vial and downed its contents in one swift motion. A refreshing sensation coursed from his throat to his abdomen, but mere moments later, agonizing pain ensued. The intense agony nearly provoked a cry from Roz. A hardened man shaped by his prison experiences. Gritting his teeth to endure the torment, Roz suddenly felt a surge of heat erupting in his abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body, briefly mending the wounds he had suffered. The rising warmth invigorated him with a long-lost strength. A groan of relief escaped Roz as his muscles swelled, and as his tightly shut eyes fluttered open, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled within. Chapter 21. Explosion. How much time do I have? 15 minutes. That should suffice. Roz bent to retrieve his enhancement, determined to transform his adversaries into nourishment for his growth. Observing Roz's eagerness to charge forth, Vasily called out to halt him. What now? At this moment, his strength was momentarily restored, signifying that the man before him was indeed trustworthy. Thus, Roz was willing to heed the plans of this individual. Vasily refrained from unnecessary chatter, succinctly outlining the approximate number of enemies in the vicinity and explicitly indicating the direction in which Roz could make his escape. "All right, I comprehend. Merely 50 foes. I shall first eliminate them before contemplating further actions." Vasily's brow furrowed slightly. In such an environment, the notion of annihilating the enemy entirely seemed rather presumptuous. However, upon observing the stubborn glint in Roz's eyes, so reminiscent of the late Lady Lilia, Vasily felt a twinge of recognition. He vaguely recalled the night before her tragic demise, when the infatuated lady clasped his hand, resolutely entrusting him with the task of locating her son. Roz, noticing the enigmatic expression in Vasily's gaze, felt a surge of curiosity, particularly when the latter produced an object resembling a remote control. "What is this?" he inquired. "It is a spring-operated detonator. I installed several explosives in discrete locations last night. Should this estate erupt in flames, it might divert some of the crowd, thereby enhancing our chances of survival." Has the technology outside advanced to the point of utilizing remote explosives? Roz expressed his astonishment. From what he had gathered, the technological state of the world was perplexing. Most regions lacked even the concept of electricity, with transportation predominantly reliant on primitive human and wind power, akin to circumstances of the late 20th century. Yet, certain cities boasted technology that transcended the era of cloning techniques, robotic concepts, and airships, evoking a vision of a future world. Upon arriving in this realm, Roz had presumed West Sea to be a backward European setting, never anticipating the emergence of such a detonator before him. Do not misconstrue. This is merely conventional explosives coupled with some specialized devices. Seemingly sensing Roz's fanciful musings, Vasily promptly interrupted his thoughts. Click. Vasily pressed down firmly on the thumb switch. Suddenly, Roz was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of danger. The hair on his body stood on end as realization struck him. Bombs. Nearby. Boom. 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 The resounding explosions reverberated through the room, plunging the two individuals into peril. Blazing flames erupted, illuminating the dark surroundings with a fierce brilliance. As the explosions echoed, the structure began to collapse, flames rapidly spreading, and thick plumes of black smoke ascended skyward. Amidst the fiery glow, a figure, once concealed in shadows, emerged, none other than Fire. One of Carlos' confidants. My Lord Fire, indeed Vasily has betrayed us. Behind Fire, a trusted individual spoke out in anger, cursing at the sight of the explosion. Fire, however, maintained a smile on his face. From the moment I discovered the bomb he had set, I realized he had developed a spirit of resistance. Yet this fellow was exceedingly vigilant, leaving me no opportunity to act. Transitioning from an outsider to the steward of the Henry family, Far not only possessed remarkable abilities but also a sharp intellect. His presence was often felt alongside Carlos, advising him and indulging in various vices. His shadow loomed over many incidents. Perhaps sensing Fire's formidable capabilities, Carlos, upon becoming the true power holder, inevitably resorted to methods of checks and balances. Fire had long desired to eliminate Vasily, but he was genuinely intimidated by the man's marksmanship. Thus, upon capturing evidence of betrayal, he showed no mercy. The bombs that were meant to explode throughout the estate were discreetly relocated to the room adjacent to where Roz was imprisoned. When Vasily pressed the spring release, he unwittingly triggered the very bombs beside him. Consequently, both Vasily and Roz were likely to be obliterated. while I would wait 5 minutes before entering to extinguish the flames and collect the remains. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted from the ruins, and a somewhat bulky figure staggered out, engulfed in flames. The scene before fire compelled him to widen his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Impossible! How can one emerge unscathed from such an explosion? Could it be that this individual had ascended to the realm of monsters?" Fire recalled a rumor circulating in the shadowy world, where certain individuals referred to those who surpassed ordinary humans as monsters. The term monster signifies an existence that transcends the mundane, with the sole criterion for this designation being bullets. To be unperturbed by bullets is to be deemed a monster, since the force of an explosion exceeds that of a bullet. It naturally serves as a viable measure. As Fire composed himself and scrutinized the scene, he let out a sigh of relief. Emerging from the fiery ruins was a figure whose abdomen was pressed against Vasily, and that figure was none other than Rod's. The two appeared rather bulky in their proximity. A series of gritted teeth sounds escaped Rod's, who was overwhelmed by an unrelenting pain from behind, flames scorching both his garments and skin. Cursed armor points are ineffective against the heat of the explosion. Rod's inwardly cursed. He found himself perplexed by this so-called enhancement, the term armor points merely translated to increased protection. Yet, whether struck by fists, blades, clubs, bullets, or explosive shockwaves, all seemed to fall under the category of physical harm. When confronted with the searing heat and flames of an explosion, Rod's found himself barely distinguishable from an ordinary person. At this moment, Rod's back was marred by burns. Vasily, having just regained his senses from the disorienting blast, looked at Rod's current state with a tinge of concern. "Do not fret, it is merely a minor explosion," Rod's reassured, releasing his grip on Vasily and tearing away his tattered garments. His gaze began to survey the surroundings. After a brief moment, he spotted two hidden figures in a corner. Due to the instantaneous nature of the previous explosion, there had been no time for a substantial reaction, compelling Rod's to shield Vasily by throwing himself atop him. Although Vasily had not endured a significant frontal impact, his legs bore minor injuries, causing him discomfort while walking. However, in light of the current circumstances, such pain was negligible. Observing Rod's, who gripped his weapon tightly and directed his gaze toward a specific direction, Vasily promptly introduced. "That is Fire, the steward of the Henry family, wielding considerable authority within the clan." A smirk crept across Rod's lips, even as pain coursed through his body. It could not suppress his burgeoning fury and murderous intent. "No matter, I shall take care of these fellows." Without further ado, Rod surged forward, lantern and scythe in hand, charging towards his adversaries. "In that case, I shall finally pursue what I have long desired." Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Rod's, Vasily finally felt a sense of relief. He promptly turned away, enduring the pain emanating from his right leg as he vanished from the battlefield, dragging his heavy footsteps. Vasily drew forth his revolver with his right hand, setting his course towards the maid's quarters. This sanctuary was the residence of all female servants, strictly prohibiting male entry. Traversing through the maid's quarters would grant him direct access to Carlos's abode. Just moments ago, at the instant the explosion erupted, a man armed with a knife, tasked by Phil, forcefully breached the doors of the maid's quarters. Earlier that morning, his superior, Phil, had assigned him a mission upon the sound of the explosion. He was to infiltrate the maid's quarters to eliminate a certain individual for Boss Carlos, a directive that echoed the orders of Carlos himself. With a resounding crash, the wooden door flew open under the man's assault. The explosion had already roused the maidens from their slumber, and as they emerged from their chambers to ascertain the cause of the commotion, the sight of an armed intruder incited a chorus of frantic screams. "Ah, a rogue! There's a rogue!" A few astute maids, recognizing the weapon in his hand, swiftly retreated to their rooms, securing their doors. They were not foolish. Having witnessed the explosion at the Henry estate, coupled with the presence of an assailant, they understood that something dire had transpired. Taking refuge in their rooms seemed a prudent course of action. "Shut up, for heaven's sake!" The knife-wielding man expressed his exasperation. Never imagining that these frail maidens possessed such formidable resolve, his head felt somewhat dazed. Under the command of Boss Carlos, as May conspired with outsiders to orchestrate an explosion aimed at the estate, he was tasked with capturing this traitor. After a moment of profound silence, one maid, regaining her composure, addressed the man. "She is in the innermost room." At this moment, no one came to May's defense. Ironically, when May was favored by the esteemed Lady Lilia, she basked in the glory among the maids. Yet, with the disappearance of Porter and Rod's, and Lilia's diminishing power to uphold the family's interests, May, too, faced abandonment akin to Lady Lilia. For reasons unbeknownst to them, these women, who had once harbored jealousy towards Mei, now realized that the woman they envied was destined to perish today. Haha, you know your place. The armed man immediately surged into the building. Moments later, he dragged Mei out into the open, where the onlooking women cast cold gazes, while those hidden within the confines of the house observed the unfolding scene through the windows. With a violent throw, the disheveled woman clad in simple attire was slammed to the ground by the irate man, who spat curses, "You wretch, how dare you ambush me?" At this moment, the blood flowed from the thigh of the knife-wielding man. Earlier, he had rushed into the maid's room, eager to indulge in his primal desires. The woman, nearing 30, was in the prime of her allure, and he had long coveted her. This opportunity was a chance he could hardly resist. However, upon breaking in, he was unexpectedly met with a fierce blow. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and evaded the knife aimed at his chest, but it instead found its mark in his thigh. In a fit of rage, he dragged the woman out. His eyes glinted with malice as he brandished the large blade, his mind consumed with fury. The orders were clear. Those who betrayed Henry must perish. Without a trace of hesitation or mercy, he swung the knife down. Bang. Chapter 22, Carnage Bang. The sound of gunfire pierced the air, followed by the sickening thud of bullets striking flesh. Simultaneously, the sharp blade continued its assault against the woman before him. Thud. A gaping hole appeared in the forehead of the man who had wielded the knife, and in an instant, he lost all will, collapsing heavily to the ground. In such a scene, the maids present were suddenly struck with fear, their screams echoing in a cacophony. The sound of footsteps, some heavy, some light, resonated through the air, and the maids soon beheld a familiar figure. It was Vasily. At that moment, his steps were hurried, and his expression bore an added layer of anxiety. Mei. From a distance, he noticed that her chest was already drenched with blood, prompting him to call out. He stifled the pain in his right leg and quickened his pace. Moments later, he knelt beside Mei, who lay on the ground, and with a tinge of remorse, he spoke. "Forgive me. I have arrived too late." Cough, cough. Am I going to die? Mei's voice had grown exceedingly weak, yet she seemed prepared for this moment, displaying no hint of fear. Gazing at the man who had admired Madame Lilia since childhood, she managed to muster a faint smile. "Do not be sad. I am merely going ahead to find the lady. Vasily, I entrust you with this." The strike was ruthless, descending from her right chest, severing not only a portion of her beautiful attire but also inflicting damage upon her heart. Had it not been for such grievous injuries, timely medical attention could have preserved her life. As the enchanting maid, Mei, slowly closed her eyes in his embrace, Vasily clenched his teeth in anguish. Too slow. I was too slow. If only I had arrived a second earlier, perhaps my gun could have fired half a second sooner, potentially saving Mei's life. Cursing himself bitterly, Vasily gently laid down Mei's lifeless body. The atmosphere around him allowed no room for sorrow. Struggling to rise, Vasily surveyed his surroundings and declared coldly, "Look upon her corpse. Should there be any losses, I will ensure that each of you accompanies her to the grave." His icy gaze swept across the crowd, and each person who met his eyes instinctively bowed their heads in submission. Thud, thud, thud. Despite the injury to his right leg, Vasily forced himself to run, fully aware that this would exacerbate his wound, potentially crippling him. Yet, in that moment, he cared not. He was a gunslinger, and even if one leg were rendered useless, it mattered not as long as he could eliminate the one he had long desired to vanquish. As the menacing figure of Rods approached rapidly, fear felt a surge of dread. He was no formidable warrior and had never anticipated falling into such peril so swiftly. "Stop him," he urged. He believed that any subordinate witnessing the chaos would immediately rush to investigate, and then they could employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to subdue the adversary before them. The men behind Fear took the initiative, stepping forward and drawing their blades to confront Rods. Rods, already ensnared in iron chains, began to swing his lantern and scythe as they closed in within 7 meters. In less than a second, he had whipped his weapons into a fierce whirlwind, and when within 5 meters, he struck with ferocity. With a left-handed hammering motion, the heavy lantern soared like a battering ram, hurtling towards the man obstructing Fear. The short-haired man, armed with a wrist guard, widened his eyes in alarm as the weight descended upon him. In a split second, he deftly swung his long blade to intercept the incoming assault. Clang! Bang! Sparks flew as the short-haired man's hands trembled, his face contorting in agony. He felt as though he had struck a formidable steel wall, his weapon's impact akin to an egg colliding with a boulder. His palms burst open, blood oozing forth. Yet, this did not alter the trajectory of the lantern's assault. Boom! The lantern struck the man's chest with a resounding impact, sending him sprawling several yards away. As he collapsed to the ground, his chest caved in, and he immediately expelled a torrent of blood, slipping into a state of impending death, gasping for breath. An ignited object was hurled at Phil from behind, and during the brief moment his subordinates managed to obstruct it, Phil did not remain idle. Although he was not a martial artist, he often carried explosives. Observing his subordinates holding their ground against the adversary for a single round, he had no time to retreat to his safe distance and ignited a bomb resembling a detonator, casting it towards Ross. Realizing the impending danger, Ross swiftly jerked his left arm, retracting the lantern, while his right arm deftly swung out, the sharp sickle slicing towards the detonator-like object. Within a mere 3 meters from Ross, the bomb was cleaved in two. Boom. One half of the explosive plummeted to the ground, while the other half detonated with a thunderous roar due to the ignited fuse. Raising his left hand to shield his face, Roz was met with a shockwave, accompanied by the unwelcome searing heat. Fortunately, Roz had severed the bomb, and the explosion's force was halved, coupled with the 3-meter distance, which minimized the impact on him. Humph. With a heavy grunt, Roz sprang into action once more, attempting to close the distance between himself and Phil, yet Phil, being exceedingly cautious, turned his back and fled without a moment's hesitation after throwing the bomb. Witnessing Phil's retreat ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within Roz, a murderous intent surging through him. As he sprinted, he glanced at the lifeless body that had left no soul fragments behind, inwardly cursing the miserly wretch. Pat, pat, pat. The two parties raced forward, with Roz, a former hunter and warrior, naturally far superior to the cerebral Phil in combat prowess. Within seconds, they had narrowed the gap significantly. Quick, this way. Ahead, a throng of guards emerged. Having responded to the commotion within the estate, Phil, the steward, was the first to spot the disheveled and fleeing Phil, breathing heavily from his rapid flight. Phil urgently commanded the approaching guards, "Take him down." These guards were no ordinary individuals. They were valiant souls recruited from various merchant ships and locations, possessing strength that far surpassed that of the average person, and they worked together with remarkable synergy. Raise your weapons. Aim, fire. The 3 guards, armed with firearms, executed their movements in perfect unison, but alas, the accuracy of firearms in this era was disappointingly poor. In response to the gunfire, Roz immediately adopted an S-shaped maneuver, and due to the lackluster aim of the firearms, none of the 3 bullets struck him. After evading this round of attacks, Roz released his grip on the lantern, allowing it to fall to the ground, and without pausing his stride, he tightened his grip on the sickle's handle and surged forward. The chains and lantern scraped against the ground, producing a jarring sound. As Roz advanced, his body swayed slightly to dodge the sporadic gunfire. Damn it! Prepare to encircle him. Far turned his gaze, and even the usually composed demeanor of his was momentarily shattered as he unleashed a curse. After issuing a decisive command, he swiftly integrated into the ranks of the guard, wary of being targeted by Roz. The distance between them dwindled rapidly. 10 meters. 7 meters. Taking a deep breath, Roz summoned his strength and leaped into the air, reaching a height of approximately 1.5 meters. His right arm swelled with power, veins prominently visible. With a forceful twist of his waist and arm, he swung the iron chain, causing the 6-meter-long lantern behind him to trace a semicircular arc, descending with tremendous force. Whoosh! The sound of the air being sliced open resonated. The lantern descended like a mighty hammer. With a sickening thud, the first victim's head burst like a ripe watermelon. Unyielding, the lantern continued its descent, striking the ground with ferocity. Crack! The initial roar of the heavy object colliding was followed by the explosive sound of the granite floor shattering, sending tremors through those standing upon it. This overwhelming display of power caused the 7 or 8 individuals who had arrived first to panic and scatter instinctively. With a resounding thud, Roz landed, immediately reigniting his momentum and surging forward. The weight of most of his weapon had already transitioned towards his adversaries, propelling Roz's speed beyond that of before. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of less than 5 meters. A soft chuckle escaped his lips, coupled with a slight smirk, exuding an undeniable air of intimidation. Embrace death. The carnage resumed. This marks the second unleashing of chaos by Roz upon his release from prison, where he had endured suffering just days prior. Under the luminous glow of moonlight and flames, the clash of blades rang through the air, and amidst the relentless slaughter, the side became unnaturally sharp, as adversaries fell one by one. Imperceptible orbs of light materialized beside the corpses, subsequently drawn into the lantern as Roz approached. The one-stem lantern flared to life, emanating a faint, eerie glow. Tap, tap. No, come closer. The sole survivor, Phil, who had been lurking in the shadows, became the last man standing. In a mere 2 minutes, Rod showcased his extraordinary prowess in killing, skills honed through the life-and-death battles of the gladiatorial arena. Thud, thud, thud. As the menacing figure drew near, Phil retreated in disarray, only to stumble and fall. In terror, he looked up to see Rod's, his face smeared with blood, advancing with a cruel smile that shattered Phil's resolve. After all, he was but an ordinary man. 1 step, 2 steps. Demon. The sheer terror of impending death overwhelmed Phil, causing him to faint. Yet, blinded by bloodlust, Rod showed no mercy. With a swift motion, he swung the scythe that glimmered with a faint light. Thud. The body lay severed. Moments later, a white orb appeared, only to be absorbed by the lantern glowing with an ethereal light. 8 men, 5 souls. Not enough. Not enough. The frenzied Rod turned his gaze towards a certain direction, the location of his Uncle Carlos. With the lantern in hand, Rod traversed the darkness, intent on hunting down more prey. Chapter 23. The Might of the Marksman. Captain Vasily, what troubles you? On his journey forward, Vasily encountered 2 armed guards. As their instructor in firearm usage, he was always addressed as Captain. His right hand clutched the revolver, and at that moment, he harbored doubts about everyone present. The assassination that had transpired was likely an incursion by hostile forces. You must go and provide support. I am heading to Boss Carlos. Perhaps the guards had not received any orders from Carlos to obstruct him, for they were easily led away by Vasily's deception. Due to the recent explosions, he faced little resistance as he advanced. Upon nearing Carlos's position, approximately 50 meters away, 2 figures obstructed his path. Captain Vasily, what has transpired over there? Inquired one of the figures on the left. Vasily studied them, sensing an unusual tension. Gripping his weapon tightly, he hesitated. There may have been a riot over there. Then what brings you here? The voice that pierced the silence belonged to the guard stationed on the right. Vasily stated plainly, I have business with the boss. I'm sorry, but we've received orders from the boss that no one is permitted to approach this area tonight. Typically, only 4 guards are stationed at Carlos's residence. However, Vasily sensed an unsettling presence lurking in the shadows. Had he been discovered? If so, there was no turning back. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. He drew his weapon and fired again. What defines a marksman? A true marksman can strike a target with precision from 30 meters, while those who exceed this range are often labeled as snipers. Vasily was indeed a genuine marksman. His shooting characterized by speed, accuracy, and lethality. Under the influence of his gun sense, he instinctively knew where to aim upon grasping his firearm. 2 bullets were unleashed, and the 2 individuals obstructing Vasily collapsed instantly. Crack. The sound of hurried footsteps and the faint click of safety mechanisms being disengaged reached Vasily's ears in the enveloping darkness. From the direction of 10 o'clock relative to Carlos's residence, he raised his hand and fired twice more, resulting in anguished cries echoing in response. While he could not ascertain whether he had struck a fatal blow, he surmised that these 2 unfortunate souls would hesitate to rejoin the fray for the time being. Vasily has betrayed the Henry family, a voice shouted, gradually fading into the night. Vasily had not managed to prevent the warning in time, yet he remained calm. For a marksman, composure and detachment are often the keys to survival in combat. Within the lavishly adorned residence, Carlos, who had returned early due to a lack of appetite, now found himself growing anxious. The resounding explosion would evoke a sense of alarm even in the most oblivious. He was uncertain of the events unfolding but speculated that they must be related to his order to eliminate Rods. He hastily instructed his subordinates to impose a lockdown, completely unprepared for the news of Vasily's treachery that would follow mere minutes later. From a nameless foot soldier to a current officer of the Henry family, he could not comprehend the motive behind the betrayal, yet he recognized that if it were indeed true, they would be in grave danger. Fac, evacuate this place. Additionally, you must seek assistance from the Vino family. The Vino family, one of the 5 major crime syndicates, served as the formidable backing for Henry. Every ocean harbors its own underbelly, and those who inhabit these dark realms engage in activities prohibited by the world government. Intelligence, vice, drugs, human trafficking, arms dealing, illegal transport, assassination, and warfare are themes that the dark world can never escape. The dominion over the dark underworld of the West Sea lies with 5 prominent mafia families: the Simon family, the Vino family, the Garan family, the Chigu family, and the Chia family. Only those who dwell in the West Sea can truly comprehend the vast power wielded by these intertwined criminal organizations. This is one of the reasons the Henry family has been able to expand to such proportions. Guarding Carlos are 4 sentinels, who at this moment burst forth from the door, 1 veering to the right, while 3 dart to the left, and 1 boldly advancing towards Vasily. Die! The sentinel charging at Vasily swayed his body to evade potential gunfire, yet this maneuver struck Vasily as utterly ludicrous. I'm a marksman. Hitting a moving target is quite simple. Anticipating the next move of the oncoming assailant, Vasily swiftly discharged his firearm. The bullet surged forth. The trajectory was initially void. Yet in the next instant, the sentinel, who had charged forward to distract Vasily, veered towards that very direction. Thud! A gaping wound suddenly appeared in the chest of the sentinel, maintaining his forward thrust. The gunshot not only struck the adversary but also delivered a fatal blow to the enemy's heart. Vasily paid no heed to the lifeless body that lay a short distance away. He cast a glance at the positions of 2 groups of individuals. Noticing that one of them, adorned in opulent attire, bore a striking resemblance to Carlos. What a pathetic ruse! Remarkably, Vasily disregarded the individual to the right and instead pursued the direction in which the other 3 were fleeing. Tap, 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 boom. As Vasily reached a certain position, he raised his hand and fired a shot behind him. The guard dressed in Carlos's attire rejoiced, realizing that the god of death Vasily had turned his attention elsewhere. Regardless of the circumstances, survival was paramount. Just as he relaxed, a smile creeping onto his face, and prepared to vanish from Vasily's sight around a corner, the gunfire erupted. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right leg, causing him to lose his footing and collapse to the ground. Excruciating agony radiated from his leg. Ah, my leg. For reasons unknown, Vasily chose not to take this man's life. 3 remain, calculating silently in his mind. Vasily gritted his teeth against the pain in his leg and began to close in on the fleeing trio. During his pursuit, he noted that none of his adversaries attempted to outsmart him with a counter-sniper shot. Thus, he seized the opportunity to reload his revolver mid-run. At a distance of 70 meters, bang, a bullet struck the head of the last man. At 80 meters, another fell to the ground, struck in the back. At this moment, Vasily halted his advance, aware that the only survivor was the very man he had longed to eliminate, Carlos. As Carlos prepared to escape his line of sight, Vasily adjusted his stance, slowly crouching down, raising his revolver, ejecting the spent cartridge, reloading, and taking aim. 1 second later, just as Carlos turned to leave his field of vision, bang, a flash of fire erupted from the revolver, smoke billowing from the barrel, and Carlos collapsed heavily to the ground from 100 meters away. Vasily rose deliberately, nonchalantly blowing away the white smoke before slowly approaching Carlos. At a distance of 100 meters, it took Vasily a full minute to close the gap. Ah, help me. A desperate cry rang out as Carlos struggled to turn over, feeling intense pain radiating from his abdomen, even sensing a warm liquid flowing from the wound. Watching Vasily draw nearer with each passing moment, Carlos desperately crawled forward, striving to distance himself from the impending peril. After a minute, he gasped, "Why? I have given you tenfold what an ordinary person could offer. Why betray me?" Fear flickered in Carlos's eyes as he panted heavily. Vasily, drawing closer, surveyed the pitiful state of Carlos and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. Who would have thought that a wretch like you would eliminate your own elder brother and inherit everything?" Carlos's face turned pale with terror as he scrambled backward. "Are you one of Porter's men?" Carlos could hardly believe that this individual, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, was affiliated with his deceased brother. Bang! Hiss! A bullet pierced through Carlos's right leg. "One of Porter's men?" "No, to be precise, I am in the service of Lady Lilia." Vasily's revolver aimed at Carlos's left leg. "Lilia," Carlos whispered in despair. Bang! Carlos's left leg was shot through, resulting in a howl of anguish and completely severing his chance of survival. It is the greatest misfortune for that kind-hearted Lady Lilia to be persecuted by a person like you. Bang! This time it was Carlos's left arm, followed by his right. "No, please." Carlos's eyes became vacant. The agony of his body could no longer suppress his dread of death. Let it end. The final bullet was aimed at Carlos's head. Bang! Those were days of hunger. Living on this island like pests, the orphans welcomed a glimmer of hope in their lives. It was a golden-haired girl who, by all rights, should have been a lady. She was beautiful, at least in Vasily's eyes. Subsequently, their lives transformed. Food became available, and they were taught the skills necessary for survival. Though the lady's visits were few, Vasily would forever cherish the memory of the delectable cream bread she had handed him. After Henry Potter and his son Rods went missing, the funding for the orphan program on Ritter Island was abruptly halted. Lilia, faced with the tragic news of her husband and son, ultimately succumbed to despair after 2 years of enduring hardship. Realizing his love for Madame Lilia, Vasily yearned to work near the estate, hoping to be closer to her essence, yet serving the Potter family. He gradually uncovered certain truths. The disappearance of Potter and Rods was orchestrated by Carlos in collusion with the Kingdom of Bordeaux, a partnership that ultimately led to the sorrowful demise of Madame Lilia. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Vasily resolved to exact vengeance on the man responsible for Lilia's death. Coincidentally, Rods's reappearance prompted Vasily to expedite his plans. Thud. Carlos's body crumpled to the ground, riddled with 6 bullet holes, as if that magazine had been prepared solely for him. Vasily exhaled a long, labored breath. Chapter 24. The Escape. Tap. 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 The heavy footsteps echoed in Vasily's ears, breaking the silence that had lingered for half a minute. The magazine ejected, and a new one, loaded with 4 bullets, was inserted as Vasily aimed his gun towards the source of the sound. The first thing that caught his eye was a faint, ghostly glow, followed by a glimmering scythe. Illuminated by the dim light, Vasily lowered his revolver upon seeing the visitor. 22. Rods uttered, his expression devoid of emotion as he advanced. 22 individuals? Vasily's first thought was of those who had perished at their hands. After a moment's silence, he began to approach Rods. I should have told you to leave this place directly. Rods, reflecting on the scene before him, glanced at Vasily, who had holstered his revolver, and the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. This fellow should have been my kill, he said with dissatisfaction. But I have already taken care of it. Vasily spoke calmly. Observing the expressionless Vasily, Rods could not help but smile. Just a minute prior, he had arrived here, shrouded in darkness, utilizing the stealth of the hunter technique. Thus he had gleaned an overview of Vasily's actions and words. Was it the handiwork of this man's mother? No wonder the maid May claimed he could be trusted. Nevertheless, such matters were of little consequence. How many minutes remain since I consumed the potion? Rod smiled broadly. Vasily extended his right hand towards his chest, retrieving a pocket watch for a glance, then replied, less than 3 minutes remain. Rods nodded in understanding, turning his form. He suggested, shall we depart? Gazing at the watch, Vasily considered the time still available, seemingly feeling there was something more to be done. He stated directly, you head towards the direction I instructed you to go before. I shall join you shortly. Vasily turned and walked a few steps, but noted an absence of movement behind him. Looking back, he found Rods indeed fixated upon him. What is it? If you walk like that, your leg will surely fail you. What do you intend to do? Vasily fell silent for 2 seconds, then pointed towards the room from which Carlos had emerged, saying, there should still be quite a bit of cash. I understand. Rods immediately sprinted in that direction. He grasped the adage that a penny can thwart even a hero. A minute later, Rods returned hastily, clutching a black money box. As he passed Vasily, he effortlessly hoisted him and dashed towards the exit. A moment later, Frank stealthily arrived at the location previously designated by the gunman Vasily, taking cover quietly. Inside the manor, the sounds of explosions, gunfire, and struggle echoed incessantly. Holding fast to the belief that such occurrences were indeed as expected, Frank felt a surge of anxiety. He yearned to rush in for support, but his own strength was dubious, fearing that he would become a burden instead. While the cacophony continued, Frank could still console himself that the others remained unharmed, but as the sounds faded, he could no longer remain seated, aware of the scale of Rose Manor. He did not believe Rods could single-handedly escape. Suppressing his fear, Frank advanced several meters closer. Hearing a sound, Frank halted, immediately raising his weapon in readiness towards the direction he intended to approach, and then he witnessed an unbelievable scene. There stood the very person he aimed to rescue. One hand grasping the fearsome gunman, the other clutching a familiar black money box, and slung across his body was a distinctive weapon as he sprinted towards him. 5 seconds. Both parties locked eyes, and a smile finally graced Rod's face. Frank, in a heartbeat. Save me. Hearing Vasily's urgent reminder, Rods could only strive to abbreviate his words. Yet, 2 seconds later, the anticipated pain finally arrived. An excruciating agony. Unparalleled torment. In the fleeting moment when pain surged through him, Rods succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. A few seconds later, he awoke with a sharp cry of anguish. It hurts. The excruciating sensations overwhelmed him, intense pulling. The remnants of previous sword wounds and multiple fractures in his bones assailed him. Unable to bear the agony any longer, Rods slipped into a state of shock. What on earth is happening? Frank, taken aback, found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Vasily, who had also fallen to the ground, quickly regained his footing. He turned to Frank and urged him to carry Rhodes, insisting, "We must leave this place at once." Vasily had no time to elaborate. The Henry family boasted hundreds of capable fighters on this island, and the Vino family's squadron was also stationed here. Presently, their strength was compromised, and even at their peak, they would have no choice but to retreat before the dark kings of the West Sea. Frank hastily slung his rifle across his back and lifted Rhodes, but soon realized that Vasily's pace was far from swift. A glance over his shoulder revealed that Vasily was injured in the leg. "Your leg," Frank exclaimed. Vasily paid no heed to his own wound, his gaze fixed ahead as he replied, devoid of emotion, "It's nothing. Press on. We have little time." With a reluctant nod, Frank resumed his arduous task of carrying Rhodes. After more than 10 minutes of navigating past two groups heading toward Rose Manor, sweat poured down Frank's forehead. "Where are we going, big brother?" he inquired. Vasily surveyed their surroundings and pointed in a specific direction. "Over there, a 2-minute walk." With gritted teeth, Frank continued onward. Moments later, they spotted a carriage waiting by the roadside. A head popped out from the front, addressing Vasily. "Vasily, it seems you've stirred quite a commotion." Vasily, recognizing this fellow mercenary who had once shared his orphan life, retorted with a grin, "Enough chit-chat. Let us get moving." "All right, hold on tight," came the response, followed by the sound of hooves pounding against the ground as the carriage swiftly vanished into the night. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Frank turned to Vasily and asked, "Where are we headed?" "To safety," Vasily answered. This response plunged Frank into silence. He naturally comprehended the implications of the other's words. "Since you have appeared here, you must understand what this entails. Offending the Henry family means that the power behind them will not simply let this go. Leaving this place is the wisest choice." Vasily had previously encountered the operatives of the Vino family, a formidable gunman, and he suspected that with his absolute marksmanship, he had surely touched the threshold of being a sharpshooter, and he was merely an operative. Frank clenched his jaw and inquired once more, "May I return home? I wish to bid farewell to someone." Observing Frank's youthful visage, Vasily shook his head slightly, saying, "Regardless of whom you wish to say goodbye to, I strongly advise against it. It would only bring them trouble." Instantly, Frank dismissed the notion of bidding farewell to the young Lady Lily. The carriage grew silent as he glanced at Vasily and Rhodes. Half an hour later, at a secluded coastal area, a small sailing boat was moored there. The vessel was modest, slightly larger than the fishing boats typically used by local fishermen, and ordinarily required only 3 to 4 individuals to operate. As the carriage arrived, the 3 men boarded the boat in succession. Looking back at their friends on the shore, Vasily waved his hand in gratitude, saying, "Thank you." The person on the shore reciprocated the gesture before swiftly departing in the carriage. With the anchor raised, the crew used poles to push the boat several meters toward the sea, lowering the sail as the small vessel began to drift slowly into the ocean. The explosion at Rose Manor was certainly a noise that caught the attention of those who were observant. Mere minutes after Rhodes and his companions left the estate, a contingent galloped towards the scene, each rider clad in a black suit and top hat, armed with firearms. Upon seeing the damaged gate, Bert displayed a look of displeasure. Dismounting first to investigate the estate, followed closely by his men, who dispersed to search for survivors. 5 minutes later, in the main hall of Rose Manor, the remaining female servants stood trembling, amongst them a young girl of 7 or 8 years. "Mr. Bert, these 8 are the only survivors, the deceased number 48, including the head of the Henry family, Carlos, and his eldest son. The well-dressed Bert, in his 40s, was the overseer of this island for the Vino family." In response to his subordinate's report, his expression bore a hint of regret. "It is truly unfortunate. I rather liked Carlos. A self-satisfied fool is, after all, easier to control." A cry of "Father, dear father, brother," erupted from the small girl, drawing the attention of all present. "Miss Rowlty, I deeply apologize. This is the oversight of our Vino family guards." Bert hastily approached the girl to offer comfort. "It was Rhodes, that scoundrel, who killed my brother." The girl, known as Rowlty, wiped away her tears and sobbed. "Uncle Bert, could you lend us your assistance?" "Of course," Bert replied, considering the young girl's sudden misfortune. He acquiesced to her plea and arranged for a maid to escort her to a place of leisure. Humph, such cunning at such a tender age, quite unlike her father. Contemplating this, Bert turned to the individual on his right and inquired, "What are the particulars of the situation?" The person, upon being questioned by Bert, straightened their posture and promptly relayed the information gathered by their colleagues. Thus, it was revealed that only two individuals had assaulted the Rose Manor. One was his nephew, Henry Rhodes, and the other was Vasily from the estate. Bert had encountered both individuals. He was well aware of the prowess of the gunman Vasily. Such a person, even if placed within their black party, could undoubtedly excel as a formidable operative. Yet, the revelation that the seemingly incapacitated Rhodes possessed formidable capabilities left Bert astounded. According to the maid's description, both had sustained injuries, and the word had spread throughout the city, leading to a manhunt for them, alive or dead. Regardless of their identities, any assault on the affiliates of the mafia was deemed a provocation. Chapter 25. The Dark Bounty. The following day, a significant event unfolded on Ritter Island. The Henry family, one of the three prominent families on the island, had narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of ruthless criminals the previous night. A chilling total of 48 corpses served as a harbinger of dread. Accompanying this terror, the two perpetrators of such a heinous crime became the targets of public ire. The treacherous Vasily found himself with a bounty of 30 million baileys from the Vino and Henry families, while the parricide Rhodes was marked with a staggering 50 million bailey reward. It is worth noting that the majority of this sum was to be covered by the Henry family, categorizing it as a dark bounty circulating within the shadowy realm of the West Sea. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Henry family was poised to welcome another heir, Henry Carlos's second son, who had been sent several years prior as a hostage to the Vino family headquarters for education. This can certainly be regarded as a tradition of the Vino family, wherein all heads of their enterprises are required to send a scion to the headquarters for further training. However, this so-called training is merely a euphemism, as it essentially serves as a form of hostage. These hostages are taken to the Vino family's stronghold primarily to be indoctrinated with corporate culture and undergo a form of brainwashing. Those with potential may ascend to become trusted confidants of the next mafia boss. At this moment, the Henry family is evidently without a leader, forcing Bert to submit an application. Faced with a bounty of 80 million, the people of Ritter Island are understandably exhilarated. Mercenaries serving various merchant ships, the subordinates of the other two families, and even commoners have set their sights on this fortune. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the treasure they seek has already emerged upon the sea. West Sea, Cheyenne Island, Kingdom of Bordeaux. After several days of interrogation, the events surrounding the riots that transpired on the eve of the new century have finally been disclosed to the public. The instigator of these riots was none other than the Timothy family, who sought vengeance for their father's death during a power transition. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the prison break was none other than the erstwhile hero Rhodes, who released a multitude of criminals, causing considerable distress among the civilian populace. This, however, was merely a superficial explanation for the public. The king, who held all the power, eventually uncovered some clues. Regardless of the lack of concrete evidence, the king was incensed by Hall's involvement and ultimately issued a decree to strip Hall of his position and title, as well as a command forbidding him from leaving the city. This was a concession made in light of Hall's decades of service. After a few days of recuperation, Lafayette put on an eye patch, seemingly unperturbed by recent events, and redirected his attention toward the naval base application. The naval headquarters is located in Marineford along the Grand Line and oversees 5 major naval divisions, which are strategically positioned in the east, south, west, north, and the New World, each commanded by a vice admiral. These 5 divisions govern numerous branches to ensure the security of their respective waters. With the rise of piracy and unrest, the Navy has devised plans to expand its divisions and increase its branches. Jonathan, as a brigadier general, was assigned the task of establishing a branch in the Kingdom of Bordeaux. Lafayette, viewing the Kingdom of Bordeaux as a prize already secured, would not permit such a formidable foe to remain unchallenged. During a previous negotiation, Lafayette skillfully manipulated the king's words, leading him to reject Jonathan's application. Much to the latter's frustration and helplessness, the member states under the world government largely retain their respective policies. As long as they can pay a sufficient sum of celestial gold, the world government typically refrains from excessive interference. For the Navy to establish a branch and recruit personnel in a nation, they must submit a formal application to the government of that nation. Even if a country agrees to allow the Navy to construct a base, they often confine them to remote locations or uninhabited islands, serving the dual purpose of surveillance and defense against extraordinary threats at sea. However, what Jonathan did not anticipate was the sudden reversal of an agreement that had initially been reached, leading to his considerable embarrassment. With a displeased countenance, Jonathan departed the central city accompanied by 2 subordinates. According to naval protocol, without the Kingdom of Bordeaux's docking permission, they must vacate the premises within 7 days. This text outlines the initial regulations established for the Navy, allowing it to dock and resupply within the territories of member states of the world government, without obstruction from those nations. However, the Navy is also restricted to a maximum stay of 7 days without permission. At this moment, the Kingdom of Bordeaux has already issued a warning to Brigadier General Jonathan, rendering their current mission a failure. Brigadier General Jonathan, we shall return to the dock. If nothing unforeseen occurs by tomorrow, we will set sail back to our headquarters to report, Jonathan lamented, stroking the sparse beard at the corners of his mouth. The journey back was silent, but as they neared the dock, a figure staggered towards them, seemingly a drunken man. As a brigadier general, Jonathan instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword. Stop! Upon noticing Jonathan's movement, the 2 sailors beside him raised their weapons, issuing a warning. Sensing exposure, Hall ceased his pretense, straightened his posture, and bowed slightly, saying, "Mr. Jonathan, I beg your pardon for this uninvited interruption." Jonathan's keen memory recalled the man before him, whom he had seen at a celebration a few days prior. "Are you Baron Hall?" he inquired, uncertain. "No, I am now merely a common citizen," Hall replied, adjusting his hat and gazing at what might be the only individual capable of alleviating the kingdom's peril. He earnestly implored, "I must not waste time, Mr. Jonathan. I beseech you to save this country." Jonathan responded with confusion, gesturing for his subordinates to lower their weapons, recognizing the rudeness of aiming firearms at a gentleman. "I have grave suspicions that our king has fallen under someone else's control. The kingdom's sheriff, Lafayette, possesses formidable hypnotic abilities and is attempting to dominate this nation." Jonathan's brow furrowed. If what Hall claimed were true, it would indeed explain the drastic changes in the King of Bordeaux. Is that the fellow who suddenly lost his right eye, Lafayette? Jonathan pondered, after a moment of contemplation. Hall felt a wave of helplessness. He alone bore the knowledge of the dire situation, but could not disclose it. His son, Rhodes, had already been reported dead, and he could not afford to implicate his married daughter in further danger. Suddenly, Hall sensed a gaze upon him. As a former hunter, his instincts were sharp, prompting him to survey his surroundings, yet he found nothing amiss. "Yes, Mr. Jonathan," he affirmed. Jonathan promptly began to question Hall regarding the matter at hand, and minutes later, observing Hall's disheveled appearance, he asked, "Do you possess sufficient evidence?" Hall's expression darkened as he replied, "No, I only know of these events." Jonathan's demeanor grew somber upon hearing this. With a note of resignation, he stated, "If you do not possess concrete evidence, then our Navy cannot intervene. It is believed that you are aware that our Navy holds no authority to interfere in the policies or disputes of other nations, unless you possess evidence of their crimes. To meddle lightly in the affairs of foreign states would pose significant complications for this institution under the aegis of the world government. Committing such an error would effectively sever our avenues for advancement, and in more grievous cases, one may find themselves facing a military tribunal." Hall, with a grim expression, shook his head and implored, "Is there truly no way?" "Please forgive our impotence," Jonathan replied, bowing slightly in an apologetic manner. "We have received the notification of departure from the Kingdom of Bordeaux. We must set sail immediately within the next day." As Jonathan began to walk towards the port, he paused momentarily beside Hall and softly remarked, "Should you manage to procure concrete evidence, we shall certainly take action." Seemingly struck by a thought, Jonathan retrieved an item resembling a snail from his pocket. He presented it, saying, "This is a mother and child telephone bug, which possesses a fixed frequency and can only communicate with my mother bug. We will first establish our base at the nearest naval station, and should you obtain definitive evidence, we shall undoubtedly return." The mother and child telephone bug is a unique kind of telephone bug, where one mother bug breeds several smaller individuals, which can only connect with the mother bug, making it a favorite among naval commanders who favor cultivating informants. Telephone bug? Simply press its singular button, and I shall receive the message, he explained. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps resonated as a squad of royal constables approached. The leader, clad in a crisp uniform, first saluted Jonathan before turning to Hall and stating, "Hall, you are still considered a person under suspicion and are not permitted to leave the city. Kindly accompany us back at once." Glancing at Jonathan and seeing no sign of intervention, Hall reluctantly concealed the telephone bug in his hand and obediently followed the constables back into the city. "Brigadier General Jonathan," he interrupted his aide, seemingly anticipating the unspoken words. He clarified, "I sensed someone observing us earlier, which is why I did not invite that individual to elaborate further." We represent the navy of the world government and must uphold justice, refraining from unwarranted interference in the affairs of other nations. Jonathan then turned and returned to their encampment. To save your own country, you must recognize that you are the most crucial element. In the waters distant from Lit Island, Roz opened his eyes only to find himself upon the sea, realizing with dismay that his injuries had worsened. For over a month, he had not experienced a moment of normalcy. He was either injured or en route to injury. Now, all he yearned for was a sanctuary to recuperate and restore his health. Suddenly, Vasily and Frank entered the room. After a brief introduction, Roz began to grasp the unfolding situation. The atmosphere grew tense with an unsettling silence. Just as Roz sensed something amiss and was about to inquire, Vasily spoke first. It is well known that navigating the vast seas requires a navigator. After a 10-second pause, Frank sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, I am merely a sailor. I am a gunman. Their gazes fixed upon Roz. Feeling overwhelmed, Roz realized the implication of their words. They seemed to be in dire straits. Under the intensity of their stares, Roz's voice rose in frustration as he exclaimed, I've never been to sea before. The three exchanged bewildered glances. Above them, a crow cawed as it flew past the top of the sailboat, seemingly heralding an ominous future for the trio. Chapter 26. Mermaid Island. 1 month later. Mermaid Island. This is a rather remote island, originally a desolate and nameless land, yet over time, a few dozen households have settled here. Due to the tavern owner's penchant for weaving tales of mermaids, the island has come to be affectionately known by its inhabitants as Mermaid Island. Today, the tavern owner continues to recount the stories that the islanders have grown weary of. Ah, indeed, mermaids are the most exquisite beings in this world. Observing a young man seemingly captivated by his words, the old man exclaimed with delight, Young man, you must venture out and experience the vibrant tapestry of this world. Suddenly, a towel was flung onto the old man's wrinkled shoulder, accompanied by a voice laden with complaint from behind. So, you are eager to explore, are you? The old man's expression stiffened. He swiftly grasped the towel from his shoulder and hurried towards the recently vacated table. No, I merely spoke out of turn. Spoke out of turn? How dare you? The old man felt a twinge of grievance, though his actions belied his words. I apologize. My old fellow simply enjoys his banter. After all, what need is there for a man to experience too much? Finding a suitable maiden and leading a stable life is the true essence of existence. The elderly woman, her hair graying and stature diminutive, addressed the young man with whom the old man had been conversing. Indeed, as for maidens, there are none in this cursed place. So it is indeed necessary to venture forth and search. Yes, you speak wisely, the golden-haired youth promptly agreed. The tavern matron, observing the young man, who appeared markedly more animated than before, wrapped in bandages, confirmed, By the way, young sir, your name is Roz, is it not? The youth immediately responded, Yes, Roz. Look at you now, looking much healthier. Would you care for a glass of fun wine? Roz was well aware that the fun wine referred to a potent liquor favored by the tavern's patrons, as its strength often propelled them into a state of blissful inebriation. Naturally, it was also the most profitable drink. Haha, no thank you. I shall stick to fruit wine. This tavern boasts a distinctive fruit wine, crafted from a berry-like fruit found in the mountains, with a taste that is initially astringent yet leaves a lingering sweetness. Upon first savoring this fruit wine over 10 days ago, Roz fell in love with it, returning each day for a glass while listening to the tales spun by the tavern's proprietor. Only a fool would indulge in such fruit wine, believing in mermaids. A fisherman, clad in the attire of his trade, seemed quite disdainful of the tavern owner's narratives, enjoying his subpar liquor. Mermaids? Where? If such creatures existed, I could easily skewer them with my spear. Talk of saving princes and happily ever afters is utterly ludicrous. The drunken fisherman loudly lamented the tavern owner's incessant storytelling. The tavern owner and his wife exchanged a knowing glance, a smile gracing their lips, seemingly unfazed by such antics, as though they had witnessed this scene countless times before. Indeed, Roz had encountered similar scenes many times in his past, during his tenure as a bartender at an establishment near the treacherous forest, where he observed many struggling souls lamenting the injustices of life and vehemently contesting the words of others. Usually, Roz would dismiss such individuals with a smile. But today he felt compelled to retort, perhaps stirred by the tranquility of his current life. Mermaids do exist. In those perilous waters, beneath the depths of 10,000 meters, lies the fabled Mermaid Island, teeming with countless mermaids and fishfolk. The inebriated patron suddenly became agitated, staggering toward Roz. The tavern owner swiftly intervened, positioning himself between the two. seemingly attempting to dissuade the drunken man's advances. Mermaid Island? Are you jesting? How could such fantastical beings exist in this world? You won't fool me, the drunkard bellowed, convinced that the volume of his voice equated to the validity of his beliefs. Only those dwelling in the confines of ignorance would believe the world to be as small as a well. Even a figure as formidable as Gold, Roger, who conquered the seas, could not alter the perceptions of the masses, Roz mused with a shake of his head. Though he had only glimpsed this vast world through anime, he alone understood the magnitude of the perspectives depicted therein. With over 170 member nations within the world government, nearly half of which are free nations, more than 300 genuine countries, and countless villages scattered across myriad islands, these are authentic figures. Humans, subhumans, giants, fishmen, fur tribes, and many other races compose a vibrant yet tumultuous world, one that can only be truly comprehended by those who venture into the depths of the ocean. Boy, are you mocking me? The drunkard seethed, suddenly enraged, shoving aside the elderly proprietor before raising his fist to strike Roz. Leaning back, Roz evaded the blow, his right hand swiftly seizing the drunkard's wrist with a firm grip. As the piercing scream echoed through the air, Roz swiftly grasped the arm of the individual, drawing their head closer. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Rod's eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed. With a swift motion, he struck down, rendering the inebriated man instantly silent. The tavern owner's eyes widened in shock. Roz released the drunkard's wrist and softly remarked, "No need for concern. He merely requires a tranquil slumber." The tavern owner, suppressing his own trepidation, approached and assisted the old patron, eventually managing to settle him onto a chair in the corner. "Rods, a person of your stature need not engage with such individuals," the tavern's proprietress, Hallie, observed with a smile, seemingly admiring Rod's earlier actions. "Perhaps it has been a month of tranquility on this island, and you found it hard to resist." Due to Vasily's ineptitude, the trio had been stranded on the wooden vessel for 3 days, lacking navigational charts and a skilled navigator. The only one with any knowledge was a novice sailor named Frank. Even though the provisions on Vasily's ship were sufficient, they nearly faced a crisis. During a tumultuous storm, they inadvertently ran aground near the island. Upon disembarking, they discovered it to be a diminutive isle, inhabited by merely 100 souls. Fortunately, among them was a barefoot doctor with some knowledge of herbal remedies. After a fortnight of recuperation, Rods was finally able to disembark normally. Having spent 2 weeks in bed, Rods grew restless and decided to explore the island, wandering into its sole tavern. Initially bandaged, after a month, he found that his injuries had largely healed. A sense of unease crept over Rods as he reflected on his earlier murderous intent, a feeling he quickly dismissed. Would a prince truly forsake his throne for the sake of a mermaid? Rod looked at the old woman before him and inquired. Over the past fortnight, he had thoroughly absorbed the tale told by the tavern's elder. The narrative primarily revolved around a prince and a mermaid. The story was rather straightforward. The prince, who was the heir to a kingdom, purchased a slave in the black market, this slave being the fabled mermaid. Consequently, the prince fell deeply in love with this enchanting creature. However, due to the stark disparity in their statuses and the chasm between their species, the prince could not marry the mermaid as he wished. Yet, he ultimately took a shocking step, abandoning his throne to elope with her. The tale concluded with the prince and the mermaid living a life devoid of shame. Though the story was somewhat cliché, it had become Rod's sole source of amusement on the dreary island. "The power of love is indeed magnificent," the old woman affirmed. "How wonderful it is. I too yearn to experience the feeling of love. But would it not be absurd to seek this in the world of pirates?" Contemplating this inwardly, Rod nodded in agreement. He then drained his cup of fruit wine, placed a few coins on the table, and rose to take his leave. "Thank you for your hospitality, but I must return to my duties." Once Rod departed, the tavern owner swiftly began to clear the dishes and glasses. "Those people do not seem quite normal. Might they disrupt our lives here?" Mrs. Harley scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at her husband. "We are nearing the end of our days. Why should we worry so much?" Having said that, Mrs. Harley seemed to recall something and immediately approached her husband, pinching his ear with a fierce expression. "You scoundrel! You've been telling this story for years. How can you regret living with me?" "No, that is not true. As one ages, one tends to speak nonsense." Do not mind it. Do not mind it." Humph. A subtle exchange of banter began to unfold. As Rod strolled to the shoreline, a tattered ship came into his view, where a figure was busily hammering away, while another figure was awkwardly transporting timber along the coast. "Hey, take a break. I brought you lunch." Moments later, the two figures arrived at the shore, one after the other, Vasily, I told you to leave the hauling to me, Rod complained, observing Vasily's unsteady gait. Indeed. During their previous battle, Vasily had sustained a leg injury from which he could not recover, leaving him with a permanent limp. I'm merely limping. It doesn't mean I can't work. Perhaps anticipating the consequences of his injury, Vasily did not succumb to despair. Rod was aware of an occasion when Vasily had drunk himself into a stupor alone at the tavern. He did care, despite his outward demeanor. In just a few days, the ship would be able to sail normally, and we would finally be able to leave this place. In contrast to the two somewhat composed individuals, Frank naturally exuded a more vivacious spirit. Having narrowly escaped death, he began to indulge in fantasies of his next voyage. For this occasionally absent-minded yet adventurous character, Rhodes could offer but a singular assessment. He is a person destined to thrive on the sea. Chapter 27. The Mafia. The following day, an unusual event transpired on the remote island. An albatross descended, dropping several newspapers before vanishing into thin air, while the papers were immediately snatched up. On this isolated island, paper was a rare commodity. It is worth noting that Rhodes and his companions had endured several days using coarse paper for their needs, ultimately succumbing to necessity and spending money to purchase all the soft paper available in the village. In a temporary dwelling, Rhodes awaited the arrival of a villager who came to sell newspapers, which were, of course, provided to them in the form of toilet paper. As they unfolded the newspaper, the front page revealed a headline capable of sending shockwaves across the world: the 7 warlords of the sea. The article reported that Sir Crocodile had become the first member of the 7 warlords of the sea. The center of the page depicted a man clad in a gray coat, bearing a prominent scar across his face, with a golden hook for a left arm and a slicked-back hairstyle. The backdrop of this article was the Navy headquarters, Marine Fort. The authorization was set for the day after tomorrow, when Admiral Steelbone would represent the world government and bestow powers upon the warlords. As Rhodes read the contents softly, he couldn't help but scoff. This crocodile truly had audacity. As a pirate, he dared to appear at the Navy headquarters, seemingly unafraid of falling into a trap and being besieged by the Navy. With knowledge of future events, Rhodes was aware of the infamous reputation of the 7 warlords. Yet he was surprised that Crocodile had joined the organization so early. The plan for the 7 warlords had been proposed by the Navy a year prior. But in that time, it had garnered little attention, as pirates feared it was merely a conspiracy. Meanwhile, Vasily was fiddling with his revolver. Firearms, like knives, required constant maintenance. As he polished the trigger, he remarked, "The first to feast on pufferfish is no ordinary individual," chuckling at the official World Economic Journal's introduction of Crocodile. Rhodes mused. Debuting with an 81 million bounty, this rising star surged through the Grand Line into the New World, and upon entering, he directly challenged Whitebeard. Second only to the Pirate King. Is this a testament to his bravery or his ignorance? Rhod's words piqued Vasily's interest. His gaze shifted to the newspaper in Rhod's hand. Curiosity evident as he stood to grasp another piece of toilet paper. He had heard of Whitebeard, a world-class powerhouse, a king in his own right, ruling wherever he set foot, even commanding respect from the Navy. Approximately 7 or 8 years ago, this king had visited the West Sea. Vasily vaguely recalled the collective fear that gripped the region, as everyone was terrified of inadvertently provoking this monarch, which could lead to the disintegration of their islands. After thoroughly examining the article, Vasily couldn't help but exclaim, "To survive under Whitebeard's reign is a formidable deterrent to ordinary pirates." In his words, it seemed as though Whitebeard had become a philosopher's stone. Invincibility equated to absolute strength. Survival signified mastery, while the deceased were mere nameless footnotes. As he closed his eyes and envisioned the terrifying might of Whitebeard during the impending war, a shiver coursed through Rhodes. Such a monstrosity would undoubtedly haunt the nightmares of the masses. Hastily, he endeavored to erase the shadow of Whitebeard from his mind. Indeed, Vasily concurred. The dynamics of the ocean were on the brink of transformation. "Vasily, do you have any plans?" Rhodes inquired, the implication of his words unmistakable. Vasily gazed at Rhodes, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Lady Lilia, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "What are you contemplating?" In previous days, Rhodes had inquired about Vasily's true identity. Vasily had revealed himself to be a subordinate of Rhodes's mother, a connection that facilitated a harmonious rapport between them, allowing Rhodes to glean insights into his enigmatic matron. With the ship nearing completion, Rhodes was naturally inclined to consider recruiting this individual. He had not forgotten the formidable adversary awaiting him in Bordeaux. He needed strength, and at this moment, he yearned for it. "We have toppled the Henry family," which inevitably means we have also incurred the wrath of the Vino family, the shadowy figures behind them. If we aspire to achieve anything, we must take to the high seas. Roz pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons before arriving at a decision. Take to the high seas? Vasily asked, perplexed. Oh, I mean to become pirates. Roz suddenly realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. Pirates, you say? That could indeed be a viable option. Having accomplished his initial goals, Vasily found himself at a crossroads, originally intending to pursue his own aspirations, yet now devoid of direction. Perhaps he should fulfill the request made by the maid, May. Before her untimely demise, she had entrusted him with the care of Roz. Would you like to join me? Roz directly invited, sensing the potential in the man before him. He could tell Vasily was a formidable character, ruthless and, according to Frank, an adept marksman. Such a person should not be absent from this tumultuous sea. Since you have asked, I would be willing to accompany you for a while. Vasily replied with a smile. That makes 3 of us then. A few days prior, Roz had extended an invitation to Frank. And as one who had been swept onto their pirate ship, Frank had little choice but to comply. They would venture into chaotic territories to recruit allies, then acquire a larger vessel and establish their reputation. Roz began to count on his fingers. After some idle chatter, Roz prepared to seek out his diversions. At that moment, Frank hurriedly approached, his tone tinged with caution. Brother Roz, a ship has just landed on the island. Roz furrowed his brow, then relaxed slightly. Perhaps it was merely a merchant ship making its monthly rounds. This small island is seldom visited by vessels. Those that do arrive are primarily small trading ships bringing supplies such as food and beverages, which serve as their means of survival. Let us see if we can procure a nautical chart from them. Upon their initial arrival, a merchant ship had come to trade. Yet due to the poor condition of the few individuals present at the time, no incident arose. However, as they prepare to set sail once more, it is only natural that they would require a chart of these waters. As I was about to step outside, I noticed Vasily loading the revolver with ammunition, while Roz appeared to be on high alert. Typically, there was little cause for concern when dealing with the local populace, but the presence of outsiders warranted a degree of vigilance. Although uncertain of their current worth, both Roz and Vasily felt an inherent sense of danger. I turned and wrapped the nearly 6-meter soul lantern around myself, adding a touch of menace to Roz's usually imposing demeanor. Observing this, Frank also became wary, with both leaders on edge. He too could not afford to be careless and slung the long gun he had previously taken from a corpse across his back. The 3 of us made our way, one after the other, toward the island's sole docking point for vessels. This time, the traders were unusually energetic, perhaps due to the presence of Roz and his companions, which had somewhat inflated their purses. This newfound affluence spurred them on to procure goods with great enthusiasm. As the trio passed by the tavern, attempting to make their way to the merchant ship, the tavern owner cautiously peered out, his white hair and wrinkled visage betraying his age. Hey, he called out, noticing that Roz and his companions had paused at his voice. Roz, my boy, there are some unfamiliar faces aboard the ship today. You best leave this island swiftly. With that, he quickly withdrew his head back into the tavern, seemingly fearful of becoming entangled in such matters, gripping the sickle tightly with his right hand. The 3 exchanged glances. Roz closed his eyes momentarily before suddenly opening them wide. His presence had transformed into something exceedingly perilous, causing the nearby civilians to retreat in trepidation. Let us see who dares to confront us. In truth, the 3 of them were already aware that, aside from the relatively innocuous Henry family, the most probable adversary they would face was the Vino family, one of the notorious mafia clans. They had already prepared themselves for the prospect of enmity. During their month on the island, Vasily had enlightened Roz about the true state of affairs in the West Sea. This region is steeped in rich cultural heritage. Home to the world-renowned archaeological sanctuary of O'Hara, the illustrious artistic capital of Troy, and the flourishing nation of Flowers, all of which serve as the cradle of organized crime. The West Sea is dominated by 5 major mafia families, which control a significant portion of the underworld dealings, wielding influence so profound that it can sway entire nations. Among these families, the Chigu and Kija clans boast the longest histories, having existed in the West Sea for 3 centuries. Originally a single entity, they split for reasons shrouded in mystery and now oversee intelligence, trade, and assassination services, respectively. The current head of the Simon family is a 2nd-generation leader, primarily engaged in human trafficking. The Garone family, a more recent emergence in the criminal landscape, has access to clandestine channels for procuring advanced weaponry, allowing them to ascend rapidly in the West Sea's underbelly. Lastly, there is the Vino family, with whom Rods and his companions share a complicated history. This mafia thrives on war and chaos, delighting in inciting conflict while controlling 5 impoverished nations, all acquired through warfare. The current boss of the Vino family, named Mino Vitacino, is darkly referred to as the Black Mosquito by the lower echelons, a figure of extreme brutality. When Vasily first introduced Rods to the Vino family, Rods wondered why the Capone family, which he had envisioned, was absent. Upon reflection, he realized that the current timeline was still early. The members of that family should only be a couple of years older than him, likely biding their time for the opportune moment. For Rods, who remained largely unaware of the mafia's formidable power, Vasily had witnessed firsthand the might of the Vino family, whose ranks were filled with extraordinary individuals, leading Vasily to exercise utmost caution. Once a hunter, Rods understood that it would be unwise to provoke such a deeply entrenched giant. A hunter must wait for the opportune moment to strike their prey. However, in this small locale, the newcomers possessed what they needed, and thus would not allow this so-called enemy to escape unscathed. Chapter 28. Seeking Death? Brother Wilt, our comrades have been dispatched. A man clad in laborer's attire, with an axe at his waist, glanced somewhat awkwardly at his brother-in-law and superior, dressed in a tailored suit, complemented by a silk shirt and adorned with a luxurious watch and an exquisite cane. One would hardly suspect that he was the formidable leader of a gang controlling a quarter of the nation's territory. Wilt, the former leader of the Axe Gang and now the proprietor of Wilt Debt Company, cast a disapproving glare at his brother-in-law, whose bravery was overshadowed by a lack of cunning, were it not for the fact that his beautiful sister was his own mistress. This man would merely be a laborer of little consequence. I've told you countless times, refer to me as boss. Wilt corrected him sternly. Only petty thugs would address someone as boss or leader. They had long since transcended the rudimentary gang model. Oh, boss. The words of Wilt had barely escaped his lips when a sailor, hastily dressed, rushed in. Boss. The target has appeared. The target has appeared. The speaker was visibly excited. Wilt's eyes suddenly gleamed with anticipation as he asked urgently, how many? Just the 2 of them. Wilt promptly issued commands to the 2 men beside him to prepare for battle. 8 million. This was indeed 8 million. Enough for him to retire immediately or to expand the company for further development. Having risen from humble beginnings to his current stature, Wilt possessed not only a commendable intellect but also a significant ambition. Once upon a time, he aspired to become the godfather of the mafia. Clack, clack. Roz and Vasily emerged in succession near the merchant ship, while Frank concealed himself at a distance. Observing the bustling sailors aboard the vessel, Vasily furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. Although the individuals wore sailor garb, they did not resemble those who made their living at sea. As a former key figure in the Henry family, Vasily had encountered those who worked on ships. Due to the sun's reflection on the ocean and the lack of proper nutrition, those who earned their keep at sea typically had rough skin, with sun-kissed, reddened faces being the norm. The sailors or merchants before him, however, did not fit this description. It appears they are indeed here for us. Let us approach cautiously. Roz, lacking long-range capabilities, understood that proximity was essential to unleash his full potential. Their positions subtly adjusted, enabling them to find cover swiftly as they advanced. Clack, clack. The footsteps drew nearer to the cargo-laden ship, as both parties contemplated close-quarter engagement. Excuse me, I would like to purchase something. I wonder if you have it in stock? As they drew closer, Roz brandished a stack of cash and inquired of a man who had cast him a curious glance. Oh, what do you seek? Perhaps taken aback by the unexpected question, the leader responded with a hint of confusion. Roz flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. Do you happen to sell nautical charts? Before the foremost talent could utter a single word, he was abruptly interrupted by another voice. As for the nautical charts, we indeed possess them. However, I wonder what price you are willing to pay for their acquisition. Each chart is crafted by the hands of navigators, rendering it an exceedingly precious commodity upon the vast ocean. Given the current climate, wherein any ambitious soul yearns to venture forth, these charts have become invaluable beyond measure. What of 80 million? Roz raised his head slightly, casting his gaze toward the ship, yet the vessel's height obstructed his view of those aboard. 80 million, you say? Ah, splendid. In an instant, Roz's expression shifted. He felt an ominous presence, akin to being targeted by a beast of immense power. Be cautious. As Roz's warning echoed, a thunderous roar erupted from the ship. A strange whistling sound reached Roz's ears, and he understood that a cannonball was poised to be fired in his direction. This fellow is surrounded by his subordinates and ordinary citizens. Just as he intended to evade the imminent impact, Rodz's movement suddenly halted, only to swiftly pivot forward and charge ahead. Boom. Vasily, less than 10 meters from Rodz, detected the danger earlier. The profession of a marksman has not been long established. Yet once it emerged, it swiftly became predominant on battlefields across the land. In contrast to swordsmanship and combat that demand years, if not decades, of rigorous training to attain proficiency, one can become an ordinary gunman with merely a brief period of instruction. Along this mainstream path, a bifurcation arises, that of artillery strikes, utilizing cannons for more formidable assaults. This route is far simpler than mastering the intricacies of various firearms. Due to the proximity of these two paths, Vasily is also adept in artillery. Although not as formidable as his marksmanship, he can effectively deal with ordinary people or anticipate their intentions. Upon hearing the faint adjustments of the cannon aboard the merchant vessel, he instinctively grasped his revolver, closing his eyes to attune himself to the subtle movements aboard the enemy ship. Calibration, loading, ignition, fire. The gunfire and cannonade erupted simultaneously. No, the gunfire was swifter. The cannon's thunderous roar followed, enveloping the preceding shot. Boom. The cannonball was launched, yet it barely traveled half a meter before being struck by a bullet, causing it to detonate. Kaboom! The explosion shattered parts of the vessel, igniting flames in its wake. What? The individual who had spoken earlier was tackled to evade the initial shockwave, and once he regained his composure, he could not help but curse. Damn it, did it misfire? Meanwhile, the gunner in the second-level ammunition hold on the side of the ship lay amidst a pool of blood, fully aware that the cannonball had been fired correctly, yet perplexed as to why it had exploded nearby. His head drooped, and he closed his eyes. Run! A loud cry shattered the air, prompting the few remaining villagers to scatter in panic. Yet Rodz pressed forward, gripping his weapon tightly, suddenly shouting, "Vasily, leave these scoundrels to me. You hold the line." In that fleeting moment, Rodz clearly discerned the caliber of the foes they faced. To him, they transformed into mere bundles of white experience points. Kill. The desire to slay surged. With a powerful push, Rodz lunged towards the two nearest adversaries. Before they could react, he executed a swift horizontal slash with his right hand, devoid of any superfluous motion. With a flick of his left arm, the lantern swung upward towards another's face. Swoosh. Crash. The scythe bit into flesh, and the lantern shattered bones. Once again, Rodz transformed his form, directing his focus towards the last two individuals below. His breathing had become remarkably balanced, an indication of a powerful method of breath control. With a swift series of strikes, the two adversaries endured 3 blows at the hands of Rodz, yet ultimately succumbed to their demise. Exhaling a breath laden with fatigue, Rodz straightened his posture and cast his gaze upwards. Before long, unnoticed by any onlookers, a white orb of light materialized beside the lifeless bodies, only to be drawn into a lantern. 1. TSK. For individuals yielded merely a single fragment, a testament to their formidable prowess. I hope you do not disappoint me. With a surge of strength in his right arm, Rodz propelled his scythe swiftly towards the ship's edge, leveraging the momentum to leap 3 meters onto the vessel's deck. Witnessing this, Vasily hurried towards the nearest 2-story house, his steps somewhat unsteady yet remarkably assured. Meanwhile, at another location, as the battle cry echoed across the sea, Frank, having faced 2 waves of pirates, took a deep breath to bolster his resolve. Come on, Frank, you've got this. With renewed determination, Frank advanced towards the position previously held by Vasily, uncertain of its strategic value yet confident that standing there was undoubtedly correct. As an explosion erupted, Wilt, recovering from the brief disorientation caused by the shockwave, beheld a terrifying sight. A man with golden hair and a scarred mouth grinned menacingly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. In his right hand, he wielded a scythe-like weapon, while in his left, he gripped a chain, the other end of which was attached to a lantern-like object. The man surveyed them with a predatory gaze. Henry Rodz. It seems I have garnered some notoriety. Observing the expression of his adversary, Rodz rose menacingly, gracefully descending. Eliminate him, regardless of life or death. Wilt, seeing this audacious figure charging forth alone, commanded that this individual be dealt with on the spot. With a height of over a meter, Rodz landed silently, yet the moment he descended, a thunderous sound erupted. The lantern, like a heavy hammer, soared through the air. Thud. Thud. The 2 sword-wielding assailants were the first to be struck, collapsing to the ground, their strength merely a notch above that of ordinary men. "Ah, my hand." One man's face was etched with terror as he cradled his blood-soaked, incapacitated right hand with his left. The other's right hand was a blur of pain. Bang! Clink! Gunfire rang out, and Rhodes seemed to have sensed the impending danger, raising his scythe to shield his chest. Sparks flew. A tremendous force struck him in the chest, causing his body to stagger back 2 steps. How perilous! Rhodes glanced towards the figure resembling a merchant, realizing it was one of his companions who had drawn a gun to fire. With a disdainful grunt, Rhodes initiated his assault towards that direction. Seeing this, Wild urgently commanded, "Fire!" Bang! Bang! This time, 2 gunshots rang out. Confronted with a firearm that possessed 2 bullets, Raz's steps were erratic, enabling him to evade the poorly aimed shots. Meanwhile, the individual beside Wilt fell to the ground, writhing in agony from a gunshot wound. "Excellent, the head is mine." Observing the scene, Raz immediately quickened his pace, charging towards Wilt. As for the 3 insignificant foes incapacitated by their injuries, he would effortlessly dispose of them later. Chapter 29. A death sentence and kill him. Wilt commanded, retreating several paces until he found himself with no avenue of escape. With a fierce expression, he gestured for action. At that moment, the hidden enforcers lurking along the ship's railing emerged, responding to their leader's orders with a menacing intent as they surged towards Ross. Instantly, the air was filled with the cacophony of violence. On this occasion, Wilt brought along half of his gang, comprising more than 30 skilled individuals, and even possessed as many as 10 firearms. The island where Wilt resided was separated from Mermaid Island by 2 smaller islands. Several days prior, a group of merchants had encroached upon their territory, and being one of the influential forces on the island, Wilt's interests were naturally intertwined with the port's business. As a member of the underworld, he had received the so-called assassination order, and inadvertently gleaned information about some peculiar occurrences on Mermaid Island from the merchant convoy. With a meticulous mind, Wilt swiftly devised a plan. Through his coercive persuasion and the infusion of spirits, he learned of a seemingly stranded small vessel on Mermaid Island. With the spirit of chance and the notion of a team-building excursion for his company, he led half of his men to the location. To his astonishment, they indeed discovered 2 individuals worth 80 million. However, the situation soon shifted from surprise to dread, as one of these individuals single-handedly overwhelmed his subordinates, while another concealed in the shadows took aim with a firearm. On the deck, amidst the clash of blades and the burgeoning scent of blood, a frenzied Rods had lost count of how many lives he had taken. The weapon in his grasp began to emanate a faint ethereal glow, though it remained elusive in the daylight. The monstrous creature, those with weaker nerves grasped their weapons and fled down the previously abandoned staircase. A gunshot rang out, and the fleeing individual collapsed to the ground with a pained cry. Frank, who had been standing in front of Vasily, pulled the trigger as the enemy emerged. Perhaps due to the gunman's chosen position, Frank's shot struck true, hitting the adversary with precision. This was the second murder he perceived. Previously, aboard the Flying Bird, Frank had encountered a pirate and had a precedent of firing upon him, unaware that the pirate had survived. During his first experience of taking a life, Frank had needed an entire day to recover his composure. Yet this time, he could decisively pull the trigger. Exhaling a breath laden with turmoil, Frank crouched and began to reload his flintlock, internally commending Vasily for selecting this optimal vantage point, an observation even an ordinary person could appreciate. From his perch atop a high building, Vasily noted Frank's actions, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, seemingly approving of Frank's astuteness. The carnage continued, 20 down, 15, 10, 5, until Wilt, felled by a heavy blow from a lantern, marked the end of the skirmish. Rose had claimed 24 lives, while Vasily and Frank accounted for 6. Although a portion of Rose's tally included heads claimed by Vasily, their spoils amounted to 10 fragments of souls. "No, please don't kill me. Spare me." Wilt cast his gleaming dagger onto the deck, his once resplendent attire now marred with the blood of his subordinates. Opposite him loomed Rose, a predator driven by bloodlust, wielding a weapon that shimmered ominously and dripped with crimson. What cowardice! How dull! How tiresome! Rose's voice was frigid as he raised his scythe, showing no intention of granting clemency. Die. As the blade descended, gunfire rang out. Bang! Rose felt his scythe halted by an unseen force, sparks igniting from the clash. Were there still foes? Turning to investigate, he encountered Vasily, causing the bloodthirsty Rose's tone to grow icier. "Do you intend to stop me?" Vasily, observing the flush in Rose's eyes and the corners of his mouth, narrowed his gaze and shook his head. "No. It's merely that a living man holds far greater value than a dead one. Besides, you have already taken enough lives." In that moment, Vasily comprehended that the wandering rose was likely a harbinger of death. Suddenly, a retching sound erupted from behind Vasily. It was Frank, who had accompanied him aboard. Having never witnessed such brutality, Frank's stomach churned violently, expelling the remnants of his morning meal along with bile. This noise jolted the blood-crazed Rose back to reality, and he surveyed his surroundings, feeling an unfamiliar detachment. When did he begin to relish in slaughter? Was it after escaping from prison? Or upon absorbing soul fragments to gain strength? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Yet, at that moment, Rose felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He suppressed his discomfort and apologized to Vasily. "I'm sorry, it seems my mindset has faltered. I apologize." At this juncture, Rod suddenly yearned for a glass of fine wine, genuine spirits. Neither the Rosie of his former existence nor the Rods of the Bordeaux kingdom had ever indulged in truly meaningful liquor. Yet today, an undeniable desire for a drink surged within him. The sound of his cloth shoes striking the sticky deck reverberated unpleasantly as Rod slowly passed by Vasily. "I leave him in your care, please." Vasily cast a glance at Rods and nodded in acquiescence to the task. A few steps later, Rods approached the pale-faced Frank, who was retching uncontrollably, and without hesitation, he lifted him up. "If you cannot bear to stay here, then do not remain." This time, Rhodes has set his sights on the tavern. After the battle erupted here, the once bustling streets were suddenly devoid of life. Pairs of eyes peered through cracks in doors and windows, and trembling hands clutched weapons, betraying the turmoil within. As they witnessed a young man, both familiar and foreign, strolling down the street with an unusual weapon entwined in his grasp, he left behind a trail of crimson footprints. The residents, paralyzed by fear, dared not cast their gaze in that direction, as if merely looking would cost them their lives. In a corner, a man with bruised wrists trembled at the scene before him, filled with regret for having provoked such a creature. He turned to glance at his wife, who often lamented his ineptitude, and his son, who cowered in fear of him, plunging into deep contemplation. Tap, tap, tap. On the deck, Vasily surveyed his surroundings. Even he, a man of experience, was taken aback. "Please, spare me," Wilt cried, his face a canvas of tears and snot. He had faced fights before, yet he had never witnessed such a one-sided slaughter. "Rest assured, we are not indiscriminate killers. Just provide me with the information I seek, and I shall grant you your life," Vasily stated earnestly. However, the grim atmosphere rendered his words devoid of any comfort. Feeling the weight of the icy gaze upon him, Wilt trembled and nodded vigorously. "I understand. I will tell you whatever you wish to know." Vasily nodded in satisfaction and began to interrogate him aboard the bloodstained vessel, seeking the information he required. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and the tavern owner, Hall, exchanged a glance with his wife, Holly. Under the coercive gaze of his spouse, Hall suppressed his fear and spoke. "We are not open today." "Cough. Boss, it's me," came the voice of Rhodes. "It's precisely because it's you that I am afraid," Hall thought to himself, and his movements grew sluggish. By the time he finally opened the door, a full minute had elapsed. "Creak. Too slow," Rhodes exclaimed, pushing the door open with dissatisfaction. At that moment, Frank finally regained some composure. "Bring me a jug of the finest Fingio." Rhodes entered the tavern nonchalantly. Hall, upon seeing the bloodstained Rhodes, hesitated to intervene. But the thought of this man's lethal reputation quelled his concerns. Holly, who had just descended from the second floor, noticed the blood-soaked youth, and her eyes sparkled with interest. This version of Rhodes was undeniably more captivating. "Goodness, Rhodes, you're going to put us out of business today." With a thud, Frank was released from Rhodes' grip, who then carelessly plopped down onto a bar stool. "Bring me a jug of wine," he demanded. Still lost in the echoes of his recent violence, his words chilling, Holly's face broke into a smile, highlighting the wrinkles on her forehead. "Not having fruit wine today?" Rhodes nodded in acknowledgement. With a thud, a ceramic jar containing Fingio was placed before Rhodes. He uncorked the bottle, and a sharp, pungent aroma wafted toward him. Gulp. As the aged liquor coursed through his mouth, the only sensation that Roz experienced was an intense heat, searing from his lips to his throat, and ultimately to the very depths of his heart. Coughing uncontrollably, he hastily gestured for Madame Hallie to bring him water. Once the cool liquid quenched his parched throat, the fiery sting of the alcohol subsided. "Roz, you're drinking too quickly. This is liquor. It should be savored," remarked Mr. Hauer, observing Roz's disheveled state. His initial trepidation dissipating entirely. With a platter of appetizers gracing the table, Roz took another small sip, and indeed, he felt significantly better. Curiously, after imbibing the potent spirits, The lingering murderous intent and various discomforts that had once plagued him began to alleviate considerably. After a few more sips, the world around him grew slightly hazy. Yet his self-awareness sharpened. Is this what it feels like to be intoxicated? It seems rather pleasant. Raz's speech had taken on a slightly slurred quality, and the alternating clarity and haze of his vision caused him to forget the events that had transpired earlier. Seizing the opportunity, the tavern owner inquired about their interests. Hey, Raz, after such an incident, you should be eager to leave this place, right? Aha, not a problem at all. We were indeed preparing to depart. Raz replied with exuberance, reveling in the bliss of inebriation, which rendered him more loquacious. Boss, we are destined for greatness. What are the 7 warlords? What of the 4 emperors? Once I unlock my full potential, I shall bring them all down. Feeling parched once more, Raz took another hearty gulp of the exquisite liquor, which only intensified his dizziness. I demand power. I desire beauty. What of the king of the Daughter Kingdom? What of the princess of Fishman Island? Suddenly struck by a thought, Raz pointed at Madame Hallie, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, madam, you must have come from Fishman Island? Haven to you? The words startled 3 individuals in an instant. Frank directed his gaze towards the proprietor, Hallie, only to find her far removed from the beauty he had envisioned. He promptly shook his head in disbelief. No, she could not possibly be a mermaid. In contrast to Frank's astonishment, Hal and Hallie were gripped by fear. After exchanging a glance, Hal swiftly retorted, Rod, you must be intoxicated. Hallie is merely an elderly woman. How could she possibly be a mermaid? I am not drunk. Not at all, Rod exclaimed, but as soon as the words left his lips, he collapsed heavily onto the bar. Chapter 30. Resolution gagging. Rod, with a heavy head, opened his eyes and took a large gulp of water to soothe his stomach, only to find it churning violently. A wave of sour ball surged up his throat, and he immediately leaned over the edge of the bed to heave. Ugh, my head is spinning. This is the current state of Rhodes. The door creaked open, and Frank entered, noticing Rhodes had vomited again. He hurried over to assist him. Brother Rhodes, you are awake. How do you feel? Dizzy and nauseous, Rhodes replied candidly. I guessed as much. You drank far too much yesterday, and it took quite an effort to carry you back. Observing that Rhodes seemed a bit better, Frank nagged him, recalling that Rhodes had not eaten dinner the night before and had skipped breakfast as well. Brother Rhodes, are you hungry? There is hot porridge outside. Upon hearing Frank's inquiry, Rhodes immediately felt his stomach protest, an overwhelming sensation of hunger flooding his mind. Yes, please. As Frank stepped outside to serve him porridge, Rhodes took the opportunity to scan his surroundings. The floor was strewn with remnants of vomit, filling the room with a pungent blend of sourness and the lingering scent of alcohol. Alcohol. The very thought made Rhodes retch again, prompting Frank, holding an empty bowl, to peek in. Frank, go eat outside. With great difficulty, Rhodes managed to rise, only to discover that his entire body ached, likely a consequence of excessive exertion and inadequate rest. Trembling, he ventured out, inhaling the fresh air outside. Still dizzy, Rhodes mused internally, making his way to the kitchen just as Frank returned with a bowl of meat porridge. The sight of the glistening dish finally piqued Rhodes' appetite. However, after a single mouthful, he promptly expelled it, along with the accompanying bile and recently ingested porridge. Brother Rhodes, are you all right? Frank inquired with concern upon witnessing this. After retching a few more times, Rhodes waved his hand and stood up, wiping away the tears from his eyes, feeling utterly devoid of appetite. A mild case of alcohol poisoning. It will pass in due time. Not far off, Vasily, who had just returned, observed the scene and quickly explained to Frank. While advising Rhodes, it's best to abstain from water and food for now. Give it a few hours for your body to adjust to the alcohol, and you should be fine. Unlike Rhodes, who had never consumed strong spirits before, Vasily was no stranger to intoxication, and he recognized Rhodes' current state at a glance. Mild alcohol poisoning? Goodness, is this my second experience with it? Before crossing over, my previous body had suffered from alcohol allergies leading to poisoning, and I thought such troubles were behind me in this world. Well, since I have no appetite, I'll eat later. Leaning against the table, Rhodes turned to Vasily, inquiring about the events of the previous day. I have 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad, he began. Rhodes interrupted, let me guess. It's all bad news. Vasily, glancing at the seemingly carefree Rhodes, shook his head. Not quite. We have been issued a bounty, 50 million and 30 million. What? Rod's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that before they could make a name for themselves through significant exploits, they had already found their way onto the Navy's list. The magnitude of 80 million berries was something that Rod had come to comprehend quite clearly after living on the island for a month. For reasons unknown, the current value of berries seemed to surpass Rod's previous understanding of its purchasing power, as evidenced by the newspaper prices at this moment. Rod vaguely recalled that in his impression of this world, a newspaper should cost 100 berries. However, the current price stood at 50 berries, which, according to Vasily, had already increased, as the price was merely 43 years prior. This implies that the current purchasing power of the Bailey is approximately double that of the future. If we project this 20 years ahead, each individual could be valued at an astounding 160 million Baileys. The only solace lies in the fact that this bounty originates from the black market. Naturally, our activities at Rose Manor have undoubtedly attracted the attention of the Navy, and it is merely a matter of time before we find ourselves facing a bounty. This liaison is certainly established. However, there is some unfortunate news, isn't there? Frank swallowed hard and inquired. We have indeed attracted the attention of the Vino family. This news was somewhat anticipated by a few. Are those ruffians affiliated with the Vino family? Roz inquired. Vasily nodded and then shook his head, saying they can only be described as associates. However, our presence here has surely been compromised, and it is possible that next time, some thugs may come our way. After a moment of contemplation, Roz declared, Then let us set sail according to our plan. Vasily, you have procured the nautical charts, correct? Vasily produced a map from his suit, gesturing with it as he spoke. The ship is the Wild, the only survivor from the Wild. The vessel has been chartered by them, and their aim, of course, is to claim our heads. They hail from Lotus Island, which is home to a small nation under the control of the Vino family. The navigation charts they possess outline this very route. This route will pass through 3 islands, 2 small ones and 1 uninhabited isle, with a voyage duration of 11 days. With Vasily's overview, Roz finally expressed a glimmer of enthusiasm and pressed on. A small nation? How small? Despite being termed a small nation, according to Wilth's description, it could only be likened to a large city. Fascinating. Let us commence our piratical journey from this small nation, Roz chuckled. Vasily, observing Roz's cheerful demeanor, felt a surge of interest himself. By all accounts, you are our captain, so your word is final. Vasily seemed to ponder something and then remarked. Since you wish to establish a pirate crew, we must discuss remuneration. While on Ritter Island, Vasily belonged to the Henry family and was well acquainted with the various customs. Knowing far more than Roz and Frank about the pirate trade, which is characterized by high risks, substantial rewards, and frequent turnover. In this era, the average monthly salary in conventional manufacturing and service industries hovers around 50,000 berries, while a sailor's standard wage at sea is approximately 100,000 berries. The pirate profession demands even higher compensation than that of ordinary sailors to attract crew members. Beyond the regular salary, pirates also receive shares of the spoils from each successful raid, distributed according to their abilities and rank. A pirate crew operates much like a corporation, a reputable name. Generous benefits and lucrative earnings are essential to draw talent. Thus, Vasily's proposition was entirely reasonable. In this regard, Rhodes had previously gathered insights from Vasily and Captain Howell, and thus had no doubts about the demands posed by Vasily. The 50 million we brought earlier would serve as the team's capital, and from there, we would adhere to the established regulations. Half of the acquired wealth would be allocated for the various expenditures of the pirate crew, while the remaining half would be distributed based on rank and contributions. Rhodes cast a glance at Vasily, believing that he would undoubtedly be free from financial concerns in the future, and thus felt indifferent to this matter. People tend to ponder over money only when they lack it. Those who possess wealth do not fret over trivial sums. We can discuss the specifics once we recruit more personnel. For now, you two should calculate your compensation as senior officers. Vasily smiled in agreement, while Frank, whose previous salary was under 100,000, immediately beamed with joy. After all, who wouldn't he desire a higher wage? What about that large ship? Rhodes suddenly inquired, recalling something. The spoils of pirates encompass everything. Treasures, goods, bounties, merchant vessels. These can all be considered spoils of war, and often, ships represent a significant portion of such spoils. Hearing Rhodes's inquiry, Vasily shook his head with a hint of resignation, saying that ship is a medium-sized merchant vessel. Operating it would be quite challenging without at least 10 crew members. At that moment, most vessels relied on wind power, with only a few equipped with manual rowing apparatus. Typically, a medium-sized merchant ship requires 6 sailors, plus a helmsman and navigator, totaling 8 individuals for proper operation, that they currently had only 3. We must not waste it. A medium-sized vessel can fetch a considerable sum. Even if we recruit villagers from this island, we must set sail, Rhodes asserted. Vasily promptly corrected him. No. It's not as simple as you think. Such ships are numbered and belong to shipping companies, and they cannot be sold at any price. Unless we sell it for scrap, otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor. Rhodes quickly grasped the situation. Shipping companies generally engage in shipbuilding, leasing, and maintenance. And every ship they own has a designated number. Even if someone were to salvage such a vessel, the shipping company retains the legal right to reclaim it. If they encountered a stubborn faction, these companies would certainly not overlook the rights of taxpayers, which would lead to those involved in illicit salvage facing the armies of various kingdoms or even the navy. Are we to simply abandon the ship then? Rhodes asked, his tone somewhat displeased. Vasily nodded. It's best to do so. Sigh, very well, then we shall proceed with our small boat. With the possession of a nautical chart, they had secured the right to set sail. Upon hearing that they were finally leaving this small island, Frank appeared quite exhilarated, quickly gathering their belongings. Meanwhile, Rhodes drew a dagger from his pocket and lightly grazed it across his wrist. A delicate cut revealed no immediate harm, but as Rhodes applied more pressure, the blade gradually pierced his skin. With a decisive stroke, he left a small gash on his arm and ceased his actions. After these recent battles, his innate talent had finally begun to yield results. It seemed that an ordinary person could no longer breach his defenses. Calculating the extent of his physical prowess, Ross felt a sense of satisfaction. Back in the kingdom of Bordeaux, blades and arrows could only penetrate his flesh halfway. At this moment, they were likely incapable of breaching his defenses. Due to the incompleteness of his enhancements, Ross was unable to view his own statistics, and amid several skirmishes, he had not taken the time to remember them. Thus, he was left to measure his capabilities manually with a dagger. The current testing indicated that it would be a long time before he could forge an impeccable defense. Chapter 31. Departure with the movements of Vasily and Frank. The villagers realized that the village's greatest wealthy grandfather and god of death was about to depart. Although they were reluctant to part with this affluent individual who could generate wealth at any moment, they cherished their own lives even more. Roz, having rested in the house until dusk, finally felt rejuvenated. Contemplating his imminent departure, he decided to bid farewell to the tavern owner, Hall, and his wife, Hallie, with whom he had grown familiar on the island. Taking a leisurely stroll along the only street of the small island, Roz suddenly sensed an oddity. After a moment of reflection, a smile crept across his face. Indeed, he had wreaked havoc before these weak villagers. None would treat him with normalcy. He made his way unobstructed to the tavern, pushed open the gate, and found a couple of patrons scattered about. An immediate waft of alcohol assaulted his senses, causing Roz to feel uneasy. Boss, madam, please prepare some wild berry wine for me. We shall be leaving tomorrow, and I wanted to bid you both farewell. The sudden appearance of Roz startled Hall and Hallie. Yesterday, in a drunken stupor, Roz had inadvertently revealed their identities, leaving them astonished. Indeed, Hall and Hallie were the protagonists of the mermaid and prince tale that Hall often recounted. Perhaps due to their advancing years, Hall had begun to reminisce like other elders. Hallie, having shed her fishtail, appeared more carefree than Hall. She smiled at Roz and jested, "No more Fingio for you?" Cough, cough. My companion claims your wine is impure, counterfeit, and that it muddles the mind. I refuse to partake, Roz stated bluntly as the sin of alcohol grew more potent. Hall, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in protest. Hey, what do you mean counterfeit? The wine is undoubtedly genuine. It's just that good wine is too expensive for this place. All right. I'm not here to debate the authenticity of your wine. Just prepare the fruit wine for me, Roz replied, feeling overwhelmed. Suddenly recalling that he had seemingly unmasked their identities yesterday, Roz had listened to Hall's stories for half a month. How could he not deduce something from the evident nostalgia etched on Hall's face? As he understood, the merfolk could choose to shed their tails for legs upon reaching 30. And although Hallie bore many wrinkles, she still possessed a youthful physique, suggesting she had once been a great beauty. With this thought, Roz turned to Hallie. Smiling as he asked, "Madam, may I inquire about your full name?" Indeed, such curiosity may be deemed impolite, yet Rod was genuinely intrigued. "I am already an old woman. What harm could there be?" laughed Hallie. "My name is Fisher, Hallie." Fisher. Rod's eyes widened in astonishment. In the world of pirates, there exists a merman who was etched into history, Fisher Tiger. The fact that this mermaid bore the surname Fisher piqued Rod's curiosity. I wonder if the proprietor knows of Tiger. His full name is presumably Fisher Tiger? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Hallie's gaze as she repeated the name Fisher Tiger, only to shake her head in confusion. No, I do not know him. However, as far as I am aware, no family on Fishman Island bears the surname Fisher. A glimmer of melancholy appeared in Hallie's eyes. A tinge of homesickness. Ah, I suppose he must be the offspring of my unaccomplished brother. With a shift in tone, Hallie inquired with curiosity. Do you know someone named Tiger? Is he a fishman or a mermaid? If he was indeed her brother's child, this mermaid would be considered an aunt to Tiger. Rod, having sorted through the familial connections, shook his head. I do not know him, but I have heard he is a renowned traveler from Fishman Island indeed. A fishman and a hero. It seems that this fishman hero was once a traveler before becoming a pirate. A traveler? How wonderful. Hallie appeared exceptionally pleased to hear tidings of her homeland and kin. Their conversation remained hushed, ensuring that the other patrons at a distance were oblivious to their exchange. After some time, Rod formally expressed his intention to take his leave. Thank you for your hospitality during these days. I have relished the fruit wine and enjoyed your tales. Moreover, should the opportunity arise, I shall visit Fishman Island to convey my regards to Tiger. As Rod departed, carrying several jars of fruit wine, Boss Howell turned to his companion. Shall we not have him bring back something for you? Ah, no, though I have a favorable impression of young Rod. The perilous nature of the Grand Line lies in its ever-present dangers. Among those who venture out to sea, merely 1 in 10 is fortunate enough to enter the Grand Line, and from that number, only 1 in 10 reaches the Sabeti archipelago, a remarkable stroke of luck indeed. To reach Fishman Island is an even greater challenge. Hallie, being born on Fishman Island, understood the terrors of the Grand Line all too well. But I have great faith in young Rod. I believe he will achieve something significant. Howell gazed at Rod's receding figure. Ah, a gamble worth taking. With several jars of wine in hand, Rod strolled leisurely towards his abode. Suddenly, a figure intercepted him, and upon recognizing the individual, Rod chuckled lightly. Ah, seeking vengeance. The newcomer was someone Rod vaguely remembered, the drunken man who had received a lesson at the tavern. And no, sir, what you mentioned, I wish to experience it for myself. The inebriated Hada bowed deeply to Roz, his demeanor replete with sincerity. We are pirates to you. That world is perilous, Roz remarked with a chilling expression. Hada gazed into Roz's eyes, inhaling deeply, and replied, It matters not. I have made my decision. I shall embrace death if necessary. How intriguing, so fearless. Tomorrow. The small dock awaits. Roz was taken aback that such a humble place would attract someone eager to venture forth, particularly a middle-aged drunkard, lacking crew members. Roz felt compelled to accept. Could I trouble you for an advance on my pay? I need to ensure my family's well-being first. Noticing a peculiar expression on Hada's face, Roz chose not to elaborate, recognizing they were both adults and that choices, once made, are not to be regretted. We are pirates. This is the monthly wage of an apprentice sailor. As captain, I can afford to provide you with an advance. Roz withdrew a small stack of banknotes from his pocket, leaving Hada astonished, as the sum was sufficient for his wife and child to subsist for 2 to 3 months. Thank you, Hada exclaimed. Roz waved his hand dismissively and departed, having perceived the ambition in Hada's eyes, an essential trait for a pirate. Moreover, he was unperturbed by the possibility of being deceived over such a trifling amount. If necessary, he could simply eliminate Hada. The following morning, a group of 5 boarded the small wooden vessel that had brought them there. The boat was cramped, clearly overwhelmed by the number of passengers. Among them was Wilt, who had narrowly escaped Roz's grasp. Acknowledging the need for a deckhand, and given Wilt's newfound appreciation for life, Vasily permitted him to join as a-guide. The arrival of the middle-aged Hada elicited no surprise from the others, as Roz had already conferred with his officers, Vasily and Frank, the previous night. Once a bold ruffian, Wool had become increasingly fearful of death after achieving some success. With a bruised visage, he regarded Roz with trepidation. The mere thought of this menacing figure sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to work diligently aboard the wooden vessel. Set sail, raise the anchor. Use the pole to propel the ship. The 12-meter-long boat gradually drifted away from the shore. This vessel comprises 3 tiers. The lowest level is designated for the storage of provisions, the middle level accommodates the inhabitants, and the uppermost tier serves as an observation chamber, which has also been transformed into the abode of Rhodes. This time, Rhodes experienced no sensation of seasickness. Perhaps the prolonged duration aboard had acclimated his body to the undulating motions. As he gazed at the receding island, Rhodes comprehended that the mundane seemed to drift away from him. Aside from Rhodes, the novice of the sea, the other 4 possessed varying degrees of maritime experience. While Rhodes was still adapting to the vessel's swaying, the others had already begun to busily sway about. The navigational chart seized from Wilt was in Vasily's possession. Perhaps due to his profession as a marksman, Vasily exhibited a keen sensitivity to wind and direction, undoubtedly enabling him to serve as a part-time navigator in the relatively safe western seas. Frank, stationed by the helm, undertook the task assigned by Vasily. Although he had never operated a ship's wheel, he was deemed more capable than the rest, thus entrusted with the critical role of helmsman. Suddenly sober, Hada assumed the duties of a sailor, managing the sails and cleaning the deck, among other tasks. The once drunken Hada had engaged in various professions back in his hometown, having worked as a carpenter in his youth. However, after marrying, the camaraderie of carpentry dwindled, leading him to try his hand at farming, yet ultimately, fate's cruel just left him adrift and idle, succumbing to the allure of alcohol. His frustrations often manifested in violence towards his discontented wife, while his son gradually distanced himself. As he watched his hometown fade from view, the man silently vowed to carve out a name for himself, proving to that disdainful household that he was not so wretched after all. Forced into this predicament, Wilt naturally assumed the dirtiest and most arduous tasks, with the promise of freedom upon reaching Lianwu Island as the price. When Rhodes felt he was idling, he conferred with Vasily and, upon realizing he could not undertake significant responsibilities, resolved to begin as a sailor. To become a competent captain, one must be familiar with every role aboard. It is not about being exceptionally skilled, but rather about understanding each position to properly allocate duties. Once the ship sailed smoothly over the waves, Rhodes finally paused his work, allowing himself the leisure to appreciate the maritime vistas. The azure sky, the fluffy clouds, the boundless sea, accompanied by the briny breeze, enveloped Rhodes in a momentary escape from sorrow. In his previous existence, if one could call it that, he had resided in the mountainous regions of Jiangnan, where he had little opportunity to experience the ocean's splendor. However, as he expressed his emotions on the sandy shores, he found himself intrigued by the scenery before him. Rhodes, savor this moment. In a few days, you may find it nauseating, he mused, as it seemed that those seasoned in the ways of the sea had long since grown indifferent to its beauty. Frank, do you have a fishing rod? Rhodes suddenly inquired with a spark of inspiration. Frank smiled and gestured toward the cabin, saying, there are some inside. After all, such items are essential for maritime vessels. Subsequently, Rhodes leisurely fished in the restless environment of Wilt. Today marks the official day when Crocodile becomes a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. As the Admiral of the Navy, Steelbone Kong is naturally qualified to represent the world government at this event. In the Ox Square, rows of neatly arranged Marines, elite fighters from various naval branches, stood ready, exhibiting remarkable combat awareness and discipline. At the forefront stood the protagonist of the day, Sir Crocodile, alongside the authorized Admiral Steelbone Kong. Thus, Sir Crocodile is formally recognized as a member of the Warlords of the Sea. With Steelbone Kong's declaration, a series of clicks and numerous flashes caused Crocodile, standing before the cameras, to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, he understood that the Navy required prominent figures to instill fear in pirates, prompting him to maintain a courteous smile. As Steelbone Kong stepped back, Crocodile commenced his journey of addressing the reporters. This long-anticipated authorization ceremony was finally underway. The event was of significant stature, marked not only by Admiral Kong's presence, but also by the majority of the Navy's formidable forces, including Admiral Sengoku. Following Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru was accompanied by a group of seasoned vice admirals active during the era of Roger, succeeded by the newly promoted generation of the Navy, who had risen through various missions. Positioned slightly further back, Vice Admiral Kazan, sporting a wild black hairstyle, observed the warlords of the sea engaging with the public, his heart filled with uncertainty. Is it truly appropriate to recruit pirates to combat pirates? Regrettably, at this moment, despite his rank as a vice admiral, he possesses little influence within the naval headquarters. The title of Warlord of the Sea, a most formidable designation. Vice Admiral Borisolino, age 36, wore a rather lecherous expression. Kazan, known as Akiji, cast a sidelong glance at Borisolino, referred to as Kazuru, and inquired with a hint of confusion, Borisolino, logically speaking, shouldn't Admiral Akainu also be present in such a scenario? What gives? I've heard that the Brute applied for deployment to quell a pirate uprising elsewhere. I detest his zeal for work. In contrast to Akainu, who relished in the extermination of pirates, Kazara held a greater admiration for the man before him. While he typically preferred to lounge about and leave work on time, this individual had the audacity to sleep in the presence of superiors. Kazara could only envy him. Have they gone to suppress the pirates? The three of them had recently been promoted to vice admirals, and as they were dubbed monsters by the Navy, they naturally enjoyed a bit of friendly rivalry. Hearing the enthusiasm of the other, Akiji could only shake his head in resignation. By the way, Vice Admiral Kazan, remember to check with the boss later about any tasks he has for you and Sakaski. The term boss was Kizaru's private reference to Admiral Steelbone Kong. Chapter 32, Parrot Island. Ah, how audacious. With a flourish, he tossed the newspaper onto the deck, which detailed Crocodile's ascension to the position of Warlord of the Sea. Observing the striking figure basking in glory stirred a twinge of jealousy within Roz. Being of the same era, he couldn't help but compare himself. While he was merely a bounty of 50 million on the black market, Crocodile had challenged Whitebeard and risen to such prominence. This disparity ignited feelings of envy and anxiety within Roz. Vasily, how long until we reach the nearest island? Roz inquired loudly. After scrutinizing the nautical chart, Vasily responded in a somewhat subdued tone. About 2 hours, I reckon. Excellent. Roz exclaimed, full speed ahead. Let us first reach Parrot Island for supplies. Most importantly, Roz aimed to recruit more personnel. Compared to the sparsely populated Mermaid Island, Parrot Island evidently boasted greater popularity, essential for expanding their crew. Oh, Frank enthusiastically responded. Clearly a spirited 16-year-old. Ugh. Will begrudgingly echoed under Roz's intimidating presence. Hada, with a headscarf wrapped around his head, followed suit with a shout. The wooden ship surged forth, heading towards the nearest Parrot Island. 2 hours later, the vessel gently approached an island resembling a parrot. Roz stood at the pinnacle, gazing at the island drawing nearer, his heart brimming with curiosity and a thirst for adventure. Splash! The sails were furled, the anchor dropped, and the vessel glided into the harbor where ample space awaited. Roz was the first to leap onto the dock, his peculiar figure clad in a gray linen suit, with a soul lantern entwined around him. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Parrot Island. Suddenly, a piercing voice echoed inexplicably, yet despite Rod's vigilant gaze, he discerned no visible presence. Yet, someone was approaching from afar. Rods was certain that the words could not have emanated from that individual. Who goes there? Rods inquired warily. Hello, hello, I am here, I am here. This time, Rhodes was exceptionally alert. Upon hearing a sound, he swiftly turned his gaze toward a direction where a flag at the port fluttered, the noise emanating from something that resembled the color of the wood. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a grayish-brown parrot staring intently at him. Ahem. Are you the one speaking to me, bird? Rhodes inquired in astonishment. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Parrot Island. The voice resonated again, causing Rhodes to feel somewhat awkward as he sensed an enigmatic gaze upon him from behind. Haha, the parrots here are indeed quite hospitable, Rhodes chuckled, promptly dismissing the presence behind him and striding towards the approaching individual. As he walked a certain distance, Rhodes noticed that every docking station bore a flag, with a parrot perched atop the horizontal wooden pole beneath each one. It appeared that the island's name, Parrot Island, derived from the multitude of parrots present. Formulating a semblance of truth, Rhodes shifted his attention to the approaching figure, who was clad in simple attire and had a striking white parrot perched on his shoulder. This island was renowned for its abundance of parrots, and what was most remarkable was the harmonious coexistence between the people and the parrots. The voice of Vasily echoed from not far behind Rhodes, followed by the subdued Wilton and the guard Frank. While Hada had been assigned by Vasily to oversee the wooden boat. Welcome, everyone, to Parrot Island. The young man with the white parrot on his shoulder offered a slight bow to the group, and then warmly inquired, Is this your first visit? Rhodes glanced back at the others. Aside from Wilton, the rest shook their heads, prompting Rhodes to disregard Wilton entirely. Indeed, sir, the young man replied with a slight bow to Rhodes. Introducing himself, You may call me Oboli. I am the dock manager, and this is my partner. By me, hello. Hello. The white parrot on Oboli's shoulder greeted Rhodes and the others. Rhodes exchanged a glance with Vasily, both noticing the peculiar expression in each other's eyes. The parrots here seemed to possess a notably high intelligence, likely due to rigorous training. Good day, Mr. Aubrey, Ms. By me. I am Rhodes, and this is Vasily. And this is Frank. Rhodes gestured towards the dock, and Mr. Aubrey, who identified himself as the manager, immediately understood and began to introduce the group. So, it is required to pay a docking fee of 10,000 for the vessels at the port? Mr. Aubrey nodded and replied, Yes. We will take good care of your ships, but please remember, this fee covers only a 3-day period. Any extension will incur additional charges. This island is relatively remote, and the fee of 10,000 is quite reasonable in Vasily's view. It is worth noting that the docking fee for regular merchant ships at Lit Island typically starts at 30,000. Furthermore, as Oberly explained, this fee is merely symbolic, intended for the maintenance of the dock. Of course, should you accept our village chief's commission, not only will the docking fee be waived, but there will also be additional rewards. Oberly suddenly shifted his tone, seemingly having noticed the weapons that adorned Roz. Just as Roz was about to speak, Vasily interrupted. Let us settle the payment first. Seeing this, Oberly refrained from further comments, accepting the 10,000 belly notes that Roz offered and gesturing in a particular direction. The group then exited the dock, and Roz glanced at Vasily, seemingly seeking clarification. Sensing Roz's inquiring gaze, Vasily replied, regardless of the commission, it is prudent to observe first. Unlike Frank, who was scanning the surroundings, Wilt, acting as both a hostage and laborer, timidly raised his hands, drawing the attention of the trio. I know a little about this island, Wilt weakly stated. His body trembled as he began to share the island's characteristics. Originally, this island was a sanctuary for birds. However, with the settlement of wandering refugees, it evolved into a habitat where humans and birds coexist. The island hosts a town overseen by a village chief named Blair. Its economy thrives on tourism, the supply of various useful parrots, and the sale of parrot fruit, making it a favored destination for the nobility. Selling parrots is just that, selling parrots. What a euphemistic way to phrase it. Frank discerned the underlying meaning. Initially intrigued by the island's model of coexistence, he now perceived that the island's inhabitants were no different from those he had encountered before. Parrot fruit? Vasily recognized a familiar term and, feeling Roz's inquisitive gaze, elaborated. Parrot fruit is a rare delicacy reputed to stimulate infants' vocalization. It is said that for some infants who are late to speak or struggle with clarity, consuming this fruit can significantly alleviate such issues. Naturally, this fruit is a luxury only the wealthy can afford, while commoners are preoccupied with the daily struggle for sustenance and cannot afford to concern themselves with their children's speech development. Is it truly so miraculous? Roz inquired with astonishment. He recalled that even the devil fruits, which bestow extraordinary abilities upon humans, exist in the world, so possessing something like this seemed entirely reasonable. There are wonders in every oceanic realm, meats that greatly enhance strength, fruits that sharpen vision, and others that promote growth. A few years ago, a gourmand named Asa released a compendium of culinary marvels, documenting an array of extraordinary foods, which has reportedly been validated by various individuals. Upon reflection, Roz immediately assigned himself a long-term task to immerse himself in literature, for the world revealed to him was but a mere fragment of its vastness. What a wondrous world! Roz exclaimed. Ever since the illustrious pirate king, Roger, proclaimed the existence of the grand treasure, humanity has gradually begun to comprehend the diversity of this realm. Frank, nearby, nodded in agreement. He had once sailed twice aboard the Flying Bird, and during his leisure moments, he could not help but envy the sailors' captivating tales of their maritime adventures. Now, it seemed he too was about to embark on similar experiences, which filled him with exhilaration. After Vasily elucidated the remarkable properties of the parrot fruit, the trio's gaze returned to Wilt. You must have visited here before. Are there any peculiarities about this island? Vasily inquired. Wilt, instinctively shrinking his form for a sense of security, replied, there is not much else. Oh, but I recall that last time we came, the port and some buildings were under repair, perhaps related to that commission. Perhaps we should first investigate the tavern here for information, Vasily suggested, subtly raising his gaze to a parrot that perpetually circled the sky. Moreover, the parrots here are peculiar. That yellow-feathered one seems to be observing us closely. At Vasily's words, the three men simultaneously looked up and indeed noticed a parrot in the sky. Let us refrain from causing trouble on this island. I have felt as though unseen eyes have been watching us, Roz remarked gravely. In unfamiliar surroundings, it is always prudent to remain cautious. The group fell silent as Wilt, having previously visited the island for supplies, led them towards a tavern. Whoosh! A colorful parrot swooped into a wooden cabin nestled against a mountain peak. As the avian friend returned, Blair reached out to catch it. Blair, a frail man in his 60s, stood at a modest height of 5'3", with a prominent beak beneath his gray-streaked hair. Phoenix, what brings you here? Blair inquired of the colorful parrot. Visitors have arrived on the island. Visitors have arrived. The parrot, dubbed Phoenix by Blair, responded with a sharp cry. Blair furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. He knew that this was unlikely to be an assault by the troublesome group, for otherwise, Phoenix would have warned him of enemies rather than visitors. What kind of people are they? Phoenix shook its head playfully, replying, unknown, unknown. Although the parrot's response was vague, Blair understood that the newcomers were certainly not ordinary. Otherwise, Phoenix would not have come to alert him. Then I shall return to rest and see if these individuals can be of assistance to us. Upon contemplating the impending crisis on the island, Blair was beset by a throbbing headache. Chapter 33. Dining taverns have always been a melting pot of diverse characters. They are filled with alcohol, information, women, and gambling, elements that draw those on the fringes of society to squander their time. The tavern that Rhodes and his companions entered was neither too large nor too small, featuring 2 levels with a dozen round tables on the ground floor. At this moment, as noon approached, the establishment was bustling with patrons, the noise level quite raucous. Come on, drink, just a sip. Is that amusing? Are you raising fish here? With a loud creak, the wooden door swung open, and the arrival of Rhodes and his companions drew the attention of the drinkers, creating a brief lull in the noise before it resumed. It appeared that the patrons were indifferent to their entrance, indicating that this island, though not thriving, had indeed encountered its share of outsiders. Savoring the lively atmosphere, Rhodes made his way directly to the tavern's bar, where a young woman with striking features was discreetly observing the newcomers. Noticing the guests approaching her, she deftly wiped a glass with her right hand, her shyness evident. "Hello, may I take your order?" Anna asked, her demeanor somewhat bashful as she regarded the group. Among the 4, Rhodes, with his golden hair, exuded a hint of gallantry, while Vasily possessed an inexplicable charm, and Frank's youthful appearance also caught Anna's eye. "Greetings to you all. Please bring us some local delicacies, and what fine wines do you offer?" Rhodes requested, intending to indulge in a hearty meal before seeking information. Suppressing her shyness, Anna swiftly produced a notepad and efficiently listed, "Our curry beef brisket is superb, as well as the pan-seared fragrant sea fish and braised pork ribs." As Anna enumerated 4 meat dishes, Rhodes felt his mouth water. Mermaid Island is remote and lacks poultry, so aside from the occasional sea fish, the local fare primarily consists of vegetables, which had grown tiresome. The cuisine of the Kingdom of Bordeaux tends to be rather bland. And hearing these enticing dish names made his stomach rumble audibly. "I'll have one of each, and add a vegetable salad. What about drinks? What do you have that's delightful?" Rhodes promptly ordered. Turning to his companions, "You may each order for yourselves." Perhaps due to his rigorous training, Rhodes had developed an appetite that far exceeded the norm. It was not unusual for him to consume several plates of meat in one sitting, adhering to the belief that the more one eats, the stronger one becomes. Rhodes was determined not to deprive his stomach. "We have the renowned Fen liquor from the West Sea, rice wine from Baiquan Town, and fruit wine brewed from parrot fruit right here on our island. This fruit wine is soothing to the throat." Anna continued her enthusiastic description. This prompted Rhodes to slightly open his eyes and quickly raise a finger to signal for a pot. "I'll have the same, minus the wine," Frank interjected promptly. A true sailor navigating the seas is often required to maintain a clear mind, thus drinking is strictly prohibited. As a former merchant ship sailor, the young Frank exhibited remarkable self-control. Wilt, whose life remained in the hands of others, dared not indulge and promptly ordered the same as Frank, timidly taking a seat beside him. Vasily opted for a serving of beef brisket and a salad, additionally ordering a locally produced rice wine from White Spring Town. Seemingly fond of the beverages from that region, the 4 of them found a larger round table, awaiting the arrival of their meal. During this time, Rhodes and Vasily discreetly observed the tavern's patrons. Among the 7 tables, half of the guests were accompanied by parrots, suggesting this was a local tradition. The remaining 3 tables bore patrons armed to varying degrees, which Rhodes surmised were merchant sailors. However, one table with 3 individuals appeared to be skilled fighters. Their identity still unclear. After a brief 10 minutes, the first dish was brought over by a young girl, accompanied by a glass of red juice. Rhodes had not yet taken much notice when Vasily halted him with a hand. "Wait, our heads are rather precious at this moment." Vasily produced a small iron box from his breast pocket and opened it to reveal a silver needle, a purchase made from the tavern owner, Hall, during their time on Mermaid Island. In this unfamiliar place, he had to resort to simple methods. Noticing this, Rhodes felt a surge of tension. He glanced at the food and drink before him and murmured, testing for poison. Vasily's peripheral vision caught the barmaid's stealing glances at them, which stirred a hint of suspicion. Poison is often the most convenient weapon against adversaries, and this silver needle could detect certain potent toxins. Rhodes, rubbing his forehead, expressed his exasperation. "Vasily, have you been reading some dubious tales? Silver oxidizes upon contact with sulfides. Aside from certain unique poisons, it is largely ineffective for detection." Nonetheless, Vasily's caution instilled in Rhodes a sense of vigilance. This world was not like animated tales where death was mere fiction. Here, it was a stark reality. And poison was indeed a universally feared substance. Poisoned arrows or hooks could be countered with agility, but if toxins were introduced into food, even 9 lives would be of no avail. We need a doctor, a skilled physician, Rhodes murmured to himself. Not all doctors possess the ability to neutralize poisons. Medical professionals often specialize, and finding one capable of rapidly analyzing toxins and crafting antidotes is a daunting task. Chopper? It seems he is yet to be born. Dr. Guriva? A centenarian. I lack the means to summon such a venerable expert. Hogabak? Though this individual hails from the West Sea, they appear to possess exceptional surgical skills. Rhodes felt a wave of frustration. However, given their current capabilities, he was unaware that it was futile to even contemplate such matters. It was certainly better to make an attempt than to forego it altogether. With a casual remark, Vasily swiftly inserted himself into the fray, confronting 5 dishes before Rhodes. As Vasily turned his attention towards the fruit wine before him, Rhodes eagerly lifted the glass and took a delicate sip. The wine was sweet upon entry, and as the refreshing liquid flowed down his throat, Rhodes experienced a cool sensation akin to consuming a soothing lozenge. As the wine settled in his stomach, a unique astringency began to emerge in his mouth. The invigorating chill tantalized his throat, leaving him pleasantly astonished. This wine is delightful. Turning his gaze towards the food arrayed before him, Rhodes clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and softly declared, "I shall begin." Upon opening his eyes, he first used his knife and fork to cut a small piece of fish. The fish was perfectly cooked, with a crispy exterior and tender interior. The distinctive sauce eliminated any lingering fishy taste without compromising its inherent sweetness. The contrast of the tender meat and the fragrant crispness exploded in his mouth, providing Rhodes with an unexpected delight. "Delicious," he exclaimed. Next, his attention shifted to the braised pork chop, which he surmised was made from pork, likely fried before being braised, rendering the small chop particularly enticing. Just as he was about to take action, he paused momentarily. Gulp. With the fruit wine now consumed, the taste of fish was enveloped by the wine's essence, and as the astringency settled in his mouth, Rhodes finally picked up his chopsticks to tackle the next dish. The smooth fruit wine served a surprising purpose for Rhodes, acting as a mouthwash. He savored the pork chop, tender on the inside yet crispy on the outside, experiencing a distinct flavor. As Rhodes indulged in his meal, the dishes of his companions gradually arrived, drawing the attention of numerous patrons in the tavern. For a grand feast of meat dishes was indeed a rarity. Delicious. Quite delightful. Each person's palate varied. Rhodes relished the fried fragrant fish and braised pork, while Frank preferred the pork chop, and Vasily was fond of the thick curry beef brisket. Paired with the fruit wine, Rhodes consumed all 5 dishes with great enthusiasm, even finishing the sticky curry mixed with rice. Previously, Rhodes had eaten like an ordinary person, discarding food once he was full. However, after enduring the agonies of the death row, food seemed to transform into something sacred for him. Observing his captain's fervor, Frank felt compelled not to waste anything. And with determination, he too gulped down every morsel. This predicament weighed heavily upon Wilt. Despite his accomplishments, he found it difficult to consume such an abundance of food. After satiating his hunger, he dared not pause, instead meticulously chewing, anxious that the looming figure beside him might take offense and strike him down. With hands clasped in gratitude, Rhodes cast his gaze towards a nearby table occupied by a trio of enigmatic individuals. During his earlier dining experience, he had vaguely overheard them discussing some sort of commission, which piqued his curiosity. Their presence here seemed to serve 3 purposes: to recruit, to profit, and to procure a vessel. The 3 individuals appeared to be mercenaries engaged in undertaking tasks, though it remained uncertain whether they could be recruited. I decided to discreetly gather information. Vasily, who ordered only a portion of curry beef brisket, a vegetable salad, and a small cup of rice wine, was the first to finish his meal. It seemed he had also taken an interest upon overhearing the conversation among the trio, and he made his way, albeit unsteadily, to the barmaid. Such striking looks. Yet what a pity, watching the handsome man, hindered in movement and missing an ear, approach her, Anna felt a pang of injustice. As Vasily went to inquire further, Rhodes's gaze shifted to a solitary man whose table was graced by a budgerigar. He was sharing a drink with the bird. A bird drinking alcohol, how peculiar. With a sense of intrigue, Rhodes boldly approached the man, lifting the remaining half-bottle of rice wine. As he drew near, the man looked up, and Rhodes greeted him first. "Greetings, I am a traveler from afar, eager to learn about this fascinating island. Placing the half bottle of rice wine on the man's table, he continued, "This wine is pristine. Please enjoy it." Walter, a worker on the island, was single and relished the opportunity to share a drink with his mates during lunchtime, though the less than generous wages hardly afforded him the luxury of fine spirits. Although the rice wine was not particularly strong, it was still a product from the renowned wine town of Baiquan, and he was not one to mind if it was left over from someone else. "Oh, where there is drink, there are guests. Come, come, young man, have a seat. You may call me Walter, and this is my companion, Gwazi." Walter, a middle-aged man, introduced his budgerigar while pointing at it as it fixed its gaze on Rods. Gwazi, the parakeet, perched before a large bowl of yellow liquid, presumably beer, was currently eyeing Rods with its pea-sized eyes. My goodness, it seemed that even the parrots here had names. With a resigned sigh, Rods took a seat. Chapter 34. The Commission. Walter, I wonder if there are any intriguing events or eccentric individuals in this place. After several exchanges, Rods found himself growing more familiar with Walter, sensing a hint of sorrow in his demeanor, a sentiment he realized was shared by many of the island's inhabitants. Intriguing events? Walter shook his head. Of late, there have been only troubles. There is nothing amusing to speak of. As if recalling a thought, he took a small sip and remarked, while there are no interesting occurrences, there is indeed an eccentric individual. To the right of the village, there is an orphan named Sturgeon, who has long been ostracized by the villagers. Yet, during a recent pirate attack, he displayed remarkable combat skills, surprising everyone with his courage in the face of danger. Previously perceived as soft and meek, he has now earned the villagers' respect. Unfortunately, the lad does not seem to have a fondness for birds, and he has yet to find a suitable companion. Listening to Walter's prideful tone and the gentle caress he bestowed upon Gwazi, Rods felt that perhaps the island took pride in its parrots. Was it not aptly named Parrot Island? Remarkable combat skills? Just how exceptional were they? Rhodes, intrigued, pressed further. Walter, with his eyes turned upwards in contemplation for several seconds, seemed to be recalling something, before softly stating, "Ah, that fellow single-handedly dispatched 3 pirates. His name is Connor Sturgeon, if I recall correctly. He managed to slay 3 pirates without any formal training?" A glimmer of interest sparked in Rhodes' eyes. His current team was in desperate need of talent, naturally prompting him to consider recruiting this individual. Walter nodded in affirmation, remarking, "He appears rather frail and often struggles to have his fill at mealtime, so he lacks the conditions for training. Yet, he managed to take down 3 pirates, albeit one's in less than optimal condition, which is quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree?" Rhodes immediately nodded in agreement, cautiously suggesting, "We aspire to undertake something grand. Do you think we have a chance at recruiting this individual? Also, do you have any inclination to venture out and explore?" Walter quickly raised his glass, took a sip, and shook his head with a smile, saying, "As for Sturgeon, I cannot say. However, I certainly have no desire to risk my life out there. As for money, having enough to eat and drink suffices." Rhodes, upon hearing Walter's refusal, was not particularly surprised. It is indeed challenging to recruit anyone over 30. Hada was truly an exception. A wife, children, and parents often become shackles to a man's dreams. Perhaps it is only the young who dare to dream and chase those dreams. Is that so? Understood. Noticing Vasily seemed to be making a move to return, Rhodes hastily took his leave. Once the 4 reconvened, Rhodes turned his gaze towards Vasily, inquiring, "So, have you gathered any intelligence?" Vasily then began to share the information he had collected with the 3. A month prior, a tempest had suddenly swept through these waters, the very storm that had assaulted Rhodes and his companions. This disaster did not merely affect Rhodes' group. A band of pirates had likewise weathered the storm and found refuge here, suffering from damaged vessels and scant supplies, compounded by an inexplicable contagious flu. This group was far worse off than Rhodes and his companions. The pirates, who had appeared near Parrot Island, were inherently treacherous, masquerading as mercenaries to gain the island's aid. After receiving medical assistance, food, and repairs for their ships, these pirates revealed their true nature, resorting to murder, robbery, and even plotting to seize control of the island. However, they were utterly unprepared for the fierce resistance put up by the islanders, who ultimately repelled the pirates and defended their homeland. In the ensuing days, the islanders began to repair their structures, but their village chief soon delivered grim news. The pirates remained undeterred and were planning another assault on their home. The previous encounter had taken place while the pirates were still recovering from their illness, but this time, they would face fully armed marauders. In anticipation of this pirate threat, Blair had no choice but to issue a request for external assistance. However, due to the remote geographical location and the unappealing remuneration offered, they had thus far struggled to recruit any formidable allies. So, it seems the current request pertains to dealing with the pirates. Frank was suddenly filled with confidence after having ventured out to sea twice aboard the Flying Bird, successfully repelling 2 waves of pirates. This led him to believe that there were no formidable foes among the pirates. Do not underestimate the pirates. Those who navigate the treacherous seas are far from simple. Vasily cautioned. At this moment, Roz was in dire need of soul fragments to rejuvenate his corporeal form, which piqued his interest. What rewards does Parrot Island offer? Roz inquired. Vasily immediately relayed the information he had gathered from a young girl named Anna. 100,000 berries. This is the entry fee, should we emerge victorious. An additional 100,000 will be awarded. Furthermore, if we make a significant contribution, another 100,000 awaits. In fact, the village chief here will present 3 guiding parrots as a reward. Guiding parrots? Frank voiced his confusion. Vasily had evidently clarified this point, explaining, in that sinister maritime region, there exists a species known as guiding birds, which possess a natural inclination to face south, serving the purpose of a compass. The guiding parrots are hybrids bred by the village chief, Blair, from these guiding birds and parrots. Such creatures are exceedingly practical on the open sea. Vasily glanced at Roz, adding, indeed. Roz quickly recognized the utility of these birds. While navigating the West Sea is manageable with a traditional compass, the Grand Line's unique magnetic forces render it ineffective, necessitating the use of a log pose, which only directs one to the next island. If we had guiding parrots at that moment, we could deftly alter our course. Of course, skilled navigators can achieve this through their innate talent. Well, if we are to traverse the seas, such a creature holds significant practical value. Especially since we can afford to care for a bird, Roz remarked, prompting the others to understand his intentions. By the way, you mentioned that this pirate crew operates a medium-sized ship, correct? At that moment, a sly smile crept across Roz's face. Vasily immediately grasped Roz's implication, stroking his chin as he contemplated the feasibility. Who should we approach to accept this commission? Roz asked. The captain of the city defense team at the guard post by the village entrance, Walker. You can register there, and if you do so, you will receive the initial 10,000 berries in advance, Vasily replied. Oh, it seems the crisis at Parrot Island is imminent. To Roz, a reward of 100,000 or even several 100,000 was utterly insignificant. Individuals of their caliber undoubtedly commanded a higher price. Perhaps they could even negotiate with the captain of the city defense for a better deal. Lost in these thoughts, Roz was oblivious to the entrance of another patron into the tavern, but the vigilant Vasily took note. The newcomer was an elderly man, his hair graying and drooping, slightly hunched, and leaning on a ceremonial cane. Dressed in old-fashioned linen garments, the weeds clinging to him suggested a disregard for trivialities. With his practical cane, the weeds adorning his clothes, and the mud on his shoes, he appeared to be an ordinary old man. Yet, one wondered why such a man would visit a tavern at this hour. To drink? Vasily, perplexed, closely observed the old man's actions, who strode directly towards Miss Anna as if placing an order. This somewhat relaxed Vasily's tension. However, once the old man completed his order and approached them, Vasily instinctively reached into his coat. In this peculiar world, one should never underestimate anyone. Good gentlemen, should you wish to undertake the commission for Parrot Island, you may contact me directly. The elderly man halted 2 meters away from Roz and the others. Noticing Vasily's earlier movement, Roz turned to look at him. Are you the captain of the city defense, Hawk? He inquired, astonished. No, I am the village chief of this island and the issuer of the commission, Yossi Blair. You may simply call me Blair, the elder introduced himself. His self-revelation caused Vasily to furrow his brow, while Frank regarded the old man with a certain admiration. Are you an ornithologist, Mr. Blair? Frank exclaimed with delight. The distance from the entrance to their position was at least 10 meters. And since no one had been standing at the door when they mentioned taking the commission, it seemed this man possessed remarkable hearing. Ornithologist? Roz echoed, simultaneously loosening his grip on the iron chain. A few years ago, I had the fortune to read your article published in the Western Sea Daily. I found it quite enlightening, Frank remarked. In the past, Miss Lily had cared for a bird, and in pursuit of common ground with her, Frank had sought out articles on avian life. Mr. Blair's paper had greatly assisted him, fostering a long-standing admiration for the man. Ah, ornithologist, that was a long time ago. Now, I should say I am a parrot specialist, Blair said with a hint of pride. Vasily, who had previously paid little attention to this subject, relaxed his final guard upon seeing Frank recognize the man, extending his right hand in greeting. By the way, you mentioned wanting to take the commission. I can grant it right away. Why? Roth appeared to have ulterior motives. Blair took a step forward, and Roth subtly nudged Wilt with his toes beneath the table. I see no elder present. Wilt's body trembled, and he promptly rose to assist Blair, who graciously waved his hand, indicating he could manage on his own. Respectfully, he allowed Blair to take the seat he had previously occupied, while Wilt turned to sit in the adjacent chair. Having extraordinary individuals like yourselves join our ranks is indeed the best possible outcome. I have specifically come to seek you all. Blair's gaze shifted towards Roth and Vasily. How does the esteemed elder know of our exceptional nature? Your hearing is rather extraordinary. Vasily ventured tentatively. It was my companion who informed me. Just as Blair finished speaking, a vibrant figure darted through the door. Chapter 35. We are. Whoosh. A gentle breeze brushed against Roth's face, and he caught a whiff of an unusual scent, an animal's musk. As the onlookers turned their attention to Blair's shoulder, they beheld a colorful parrot, slightly larger than the usual size, perched upon it, its plumage strikingly beautiful. This is my companion, Phoenix, Blair introduced, stroking the vibrant parrot. Moreover, parrots possess hearing abilities twice as acute as humans, so do not underestimate them. At that moment, Anna arrived, carrying the lunch ordered by Blair. She smiled at the village elder, saying, Grandpa Blair, here is your lunch. The meal consisted of a plate of noodles and a platter of fruit accompanied by nut-like delicacies. The noodles were for Blair, while the fruits and nuts were intended for Phoenix. Oh, thank you, Anna, Blair replied with a smile, accepting the food. Meanwhile, Anna discreetly glanced at the golden-haired youth as she departed, prompting Roth to remark, It seems Anna has taken quite a liking to you. Roth felt a tinge of shyness. Being admired by a young lady was flattering, but the teasing from others made it rather uncomfortable. Is she your granddaughter? Vasily timely interjected to ease the tension. The young ones around here all refer to me as Grandpa, Blair smiled. In truth, during Vasily's earlier information gathering, he had been filled with questions. According to his understanding, Blair, the village elder, had foreseen the intentions of a band of pirates, leading the island's youth in defense of their homeland against the marauders. And he had even issued a warning of their impending return. This man seemed to be at the heart of it all. Village Elder Blair, I have numerous inquiries. Might you enlighten us? Vasily said, arms crossed, leaning slightly forward. Blair disregarded Vasily's words, directing his gaze towards Roth and inquiring, Might I ask if you accept this commission? Roth affirmed with certainty. Only then did Blair turn his attention back to Vasily, stating, Since you have accepted the commission, there is nothing left to conceal. When we initially rescued that group of individuals, we had not anticipated such outcomes. However, due to their negligence, their intentions were discovered by the subordinates of the Phoenix. And with the Phoenix's awareness, it was tantamount to our own discovery. Seizing the opportunity before those ruffians could prepare, we launched a counterattack. Yet, even wounded, the band of pirates proved to be formidable, managing to penetrate the village and inflict considerable damage. Fortunately, our young men displayed remarkable unity, and after repelling the pirates, I harbored concerns and arranged for a parrot to be concealed aboard their ship. Indeed, as I feared, that group of pirates resumed their scheming against the island. Vasily nodded, internally astonished by the parrot's presence, while simultaneously recalling another inquiry. Mr. Blair, though it may be somewhat presumptuous, we are curious to know if it was you who repelled the pirate captain? Blair, having just slurped a noodle, paused at Vasily's question and candidly replied, It was indeed this old man who took action against them, but forgive me, for I am a 65-year-old man and quite severely injured. Following his words, the village elder coughed a few times, seemingly to emphasize his previous statement. Very well, let us allow this venerable gentleman to finish his meal before proceeding, Roz interjected, halting Vasily's further inquiries. Upon hearing this, Blair smiled at Roz and nodded in what appeared to be gratitude. A few minutes later, he continued, that pirate was formidable. I exerted every ounce of strength to repel them, yet it was merely a retreat, not a kill, and they were not even at their peak. Blair paused his chopsticks, suddenly responding to Vasily's earlier question, then turned to the group, activating his ability. To the astonishment of all, Blair's nose and mouth seamlessly merged into a protruding, curved beak. Roz, tightening his grip on the iron chain, furrowed his brow in surprise, exclaiming, A power user? A power user? A flicker of confusion crossed Frank's mind. I am a parrot person who consumed a parrot fruit, And it was with the ability of the parrot that I repelled that band of pirates. Blair's voice sharpened slightly. The changes here have also captured the attention of the guests nearby, stirring a wave of intrigue. Hey, isn't that the power of a devil fruit? One of the mercenaries, dressed in a mercenary garb, exclaimed in astonishment. As a trio somewhat renowned in the West Sea, they had never encountered a user of a devil fruit but had heard tales of such wondrous abilities. Watching the old man nearby showcase his extraordinary prowess naturally left them in awe. Without paying much heed to the discussions of outsiders, Blair's beak gradually retracted, transforming back into his original nose and mouth. A zoan-type parrot fruit? One of the 5 flying abilities? Rods remarked with a hint of surprise. Blair hastily waved his hand, stating, No. Parrots cannot be considered to possess true flying capabilities. Typically, parrots can only fly short distances, unlike other formidable avian species. Ignoring the expressions of those around him, Rods began to envy him alone. After all, this was the ability to fly, one of humanity's long-held dreams. Upon this reflection, Rods thought of Lafitte and mentally condemned him 100 times over. Devil fruit? Frank, seated closer to the mercenary trio, overheard their conversation, causing his eyes to widen involuntarily. Could it be that the legends of the devil fruits were true? As a sailor who had traversed the seas twice, Frank had indeed heard of the lore surrounding devil fruits, yet he had always regarded it as mere myth. Indeed, this is the devil fruit that turns one into a landlubber, Blair confirmed with a nod. Hiss. Both Frank and Wilt, sitting at another table, couldn't help but gasp. The patrons in the restaurant, genuinely envious. Are those pirates formidable? Rod suddenly inquired. Yes, quite powerful, Blair responded, pulling out a bounty notice from his pocket, revealing the notorious pirate set to invade Parrot Island. Heavy artilleryman, chase. Bounty, 20,000,000 berries. Life or death? 20 million berries? Frank's eyes widened, his tone rising in intensity. Upon hearing the gasps of the patrons who were about to accept the commission, Blair quickly tucked the bounty notice away, his tone becoming more sincere. I have faith in your abilities. After all, you are among the few capable of detecting the surveillance from the skies. Should the adversary prove too formidable, I will increase the reward. In truth, Blair, the village chief, was well aware of the terrifying strength of the opponent. Had it not been for the power of the devil fruit and the adversary's injuries, he would never have been able to fend them off. Despite Blair's adeptness at controlling the fruit's abilities and his bodily transformations, it was merely a pursuit of interest. Studying avian species was his vocation, and inadvertently consuming this bird fruit had deepened his understanding of his research. However, research aside, he was merely a scholar when it came to combat. He was far from skilled. 20 million in bounty, eh? Higi, how intriguing. We shall accept this commission. Suddenly, Rhodes chuckled. In truth, he harbored another intention, to test his own mettle. In the previous skirmishes, only Lafitte, who had consumed a devil fruit, posed a grave threat to Rhodes. At this moment, he was eager to ascertain who among him and the individual named Heavy Gunner Chase was the stronger. Chase was a notorious figure, with a bounty of 20 million on his head, a genuine menace, unlike the implications of Vasily's words, which seemed to caution Rhodes against underestimating them. While one had a bounty of 30 million and the other an even heftier 50 million, those were merely underground bounties, lacking the credibility of the Navy's official rewards, and thus contained a fair amount of embellishment. However, one should not underestimate their capabilities. Let this so-called heavy gunner be our first opponent, Rhodes interjected, dismissing Vasily's despondent remarks. In his view, if they could not secure a mere 20 million, they might as well settle down and farm the land. Observing Rhodes's resolute expression, Vasily fell silent for a moment before the tension in his lips relaxed. Is that so? Since this is your decision, let us proceed as you wish, Captain. Captain. Upon hearing this title, Village Chief Blair felt a surge of anxiety. As an educated scholar, Blair was not oblivious to the happenings around him. He had been following the news, including the stirring words spoken after the death of Pirate King Roger. He understood that these words had inspired a multitude of so-called pirates pursuing their dreams. In the past, captains typically represented merchants or adventurers. But now the first thought that came to people's minds was that of pirates, and coupled with the iron chains adorning Rhodes, it was hard for Blair not to speculate. Ah, we are pirates, Rhodes stated candidly, observing the village chief's apprehension. The declaration stirred a commotion among the patrons of the restaurant, as most had been captivated by Blair's previous display of abilities, causing them to quickly overhear Rhodes's words. The sound of a safety being disengaged was heard, and both Frank and Wilt felt a twinge of tension. "You don't seem like any pirates I know. Pirates wouldn't pay for their meals so straightforwardly." Blair's acknowledgement of their honesty surprisingly eased his concerns. Rhodes offered an awkward smile. "Haha, we are newly established and lack notoriety," hence with a grin. The scar on Rhodes's face twitched, rendering his smile quite charming. "We aim to use our adversaries as stepping stones." Blair regarded the confident young man before him and was suddenly struck by a sense of steadiness. After a brief contemplation, he chose to trust his instincts. "Then, I extend my gratitude for your assistance." Blair reached out his rough, weathered hand, and upon seeing this, Rhodes reciprocated with a firm handshake. "Pirates? Collaborating with pirates to combat other pirates seems rather absurd, doesn't it?" At the very moment their hands clasped, an extremely displeased voice echoed from not far away, accompanied by the sounds of chairs scraping and someone abruptly rising. Chapter 36. The Knight. Sensing a diminishment in the grip of the opposing hand, Rhodes released and withdrew his right hand. As he turned to look, he beheld the trio who had been enjoying their lunch not far off. "Indeed, collaborating with pirates? I fear that before the battle even begins, I must contend with a dagger in my back." The speaker bore a square emblem on his arm, with a sword sheathed at each hip. Thor. The speaker was the only one seated among the trio, a middle-aged man with a finely groomed beard and curly brown hair, leaning against an ornate golden staff. His voice was deep, resonant, and possessed a hint of authority. The man referred to as Thor appeared somewhat younger and more handsome than the others, yet beside them, he seemed rather frivolous. Upon hearing his elder brother's warning, Thor initially wished to retort, but upon noticing the staff beside his brother, he promptly abandoned any thoughts of defiance. That staff was not merely a weapon against foes. It could be wielded mercilessly against their own as well. Since Village Chief Blair has chosen to place his trust in them, we too should attempt to extend our trust. The composed middle-aged man seated before them regarded Rhodes and his companions, advising the two brothers. At that moment, Rhodes and Vasily scrutinized the trio closely. Clad in mercenary attire, their vital areas were protected by armor, rendering them reminiscent of warriors from a bygone era. From Rhodes's perspective, the seated man appeared to be the eldest, likely around 35. With distinct features, a fine beard, curly hair, an ornate staff, and conspicuous spade tattoos on his arms. The individual on the right was approximately 30 years of age, bearing a resemblance to the seated man, except that his beard was curled and his hair flowed straight. He wielded an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, casting a malevolent glare towards Rhodes and his group. Rhodes noted the heart symbol tattooed on this man's arm. Spade, heart, diamond. Surely, there must be a club as well. Quietly musing to himself, Rhodes scanned the tavern with his peripheral vision, finding no individuals that appeared to belong to this group. Just as Rhodes was about to speak, Village Chief Blair promptly rose and confidently stepped between the two factions. Though pirates are vile, these young men clearly seem to have just embarked on their journey and must not have committed any heinous acts. After defending Rhodes and his companions, Village Chief Blair continued, stating, "We are all here to confront the impending pirate threat. Even if we cannot cooperate, there is no need for enmity." Such reasoning is indeed sound. The seated man abruptly rose, gripping a long staff in his left hand as he approached with measured steps. As he drew near, Rhodes felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, undoubtedly stemming from the man's imposing height. At 19, Rhodes stood at 176 centimeters, yet the individual before him towered over him by a considerable margin, likely measuring around 195 centimeters, while the other two companions were approximately 190 centimeters tall. Gale, Horgus J. Gale, the man, wielding the staff and identifying himself as Gale, performed a gesture of striking his chest with his right hand, seemingly an ancient knightly salute. Not wishing to fall short in return, Rhodes initially considered mimicking the gesture, but it felt somewhat inauthentic. A spark of inspiration struck him, reminding him of the customs of his own culture. He clenched his right fist, placing his left hand atop it, and raised it before his chest in a graceful salute. A fist salute. Henry Rhodes. Gale's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized the resemblance to a ritual from the Land of Flowers. Its traditions were indeed ancient, and their customs could rival knightly ceremonies. However, the diverse hair colors of those before him indicated they could not possibly belong to the Land of Flowers. Thud. Horgus J. Hale, the man with curled whiskers, wielding a shield and a short axe at his waist, introduced himself with the same chest-striking gesture. Horgus J. Thor. The handsome Thor reluctantly made his introduction. Such a greeting left those behind Rhodes somewhat at a loss. Vasily, after a brief pause, removed his top hat and placed it against his chest, offering a slight bow. Vasily, Frank, feeling overwhelmed, could only muster the courage to mimic the captain's gesture with a clumsy salute. "I am Frank, a sailor." The young mariner found himself somewhat bewildered by the situation. Gurr, with a smile as gentle as a breeze, nodded slightly, seemingly committing the names to memory, and then remarked, "Regardless of your intentions, as long as you assist the common folk, we shall refrain from causing you harm. Of course, we hope you will not hinder our progress." After speaking, Gurr turned and approached the bar, inquiring earnestly about the prices from Miss Anna. He retrieved banknotes from his pocket, meticulously counted them, and then tenderly handed the exact amount to Anna, precisely covering the cost of the meal. "Let us depart." Gurr, wielding a stick, commanded his younger brothers with an air of authority. Upon hearing their elders' words, Hale dutifully followed, while the youngest, Thor, left with visible reluctance. Casting a parting glare at Rhodes, "I hope you do not take offense. My brothers possess such a temperament," explained Village Chief Blair on their behalf. "Humph, they underestimate us." Not only that sword-wielding Thor, but also Hale, and even the seemingly composed Gurr, all harbored a subtle sense of arrogance. Rhodes squinted, observing the three as they departed, before turning to address Chief Blair's comments. "Ha ha, it is of no consequence. Such treatment is to be expected. After all, we are pirates." At that moment, Blair shook his head and chuckled, saying, "You truly do not resemble pirates at all. With merely 5 of you and a small vessel. Even your flag lacks the emblematic design of a pirate." Frank retorted, "Village Chief, we are indeed bona fide pirates." "Very well, I comprehend your spirit. The primary reason for my visit today is to request your assistance in taking on a commission to enhance the security of this island." Suddenly, Blair coughed a few times, hastily wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. "Are you all right?" Frank quickly supported Chief Blair, who waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was not gravely harmed. "The aftermath of my previous battle with that pirate captain lingers. I am merely a scholar of animal studies, and combat is not my forte. Sustaining minor injuries is to be expected. All right, here is the intelligence concerning that group of pirates. I shall entrust it directly to you. Tomorrow morning, at the village's front kiosk, I will assign regions to all who accept the task. I hope you will not be tardy." With that, Chief Blair, leaning on his cane, slowly departed. Initially, Roz intended to have Frank escort him, but the old man stubbornly declined. Gazing at the 2 newspapers on the table, Roz picked one up with mild interest, while Vasily, who had remained silent, suddenly remarked, "I am somewhat curious about those 3 mercenaries. Their names seem familiar. I will gather some information." As a captain, Roz naturally would not hinder his subordinates' efforts to collect intelligence, and he quietly began to peruse the newspaper's contents. After a brief interval, the 3 reconvened. Wilt obediently seated himself in an adjacent chair. "Allow me to begin." Roz waved the newspaper in his hand, directing his gaze at the 2. "This band of pirates has a notable background. Their leader, Chase, hails from the Flower Kingdom." It was then that Roz realized the sudden alertness of the man named Gurr when he mentioned the Flower Kingdom, as its essence closely mirrored that of Roz's own homeland. Noticing the astonished expressions on the faces of his companions, Roz nodded and continued, "Indeed, that remarkably powerful Flower Kingdom. Furthermore, this individual who has a bounty on his head from the Navy was once a member of the 8 Treasures Navy." "The 8 Treasures Navy of the Flower Kingdom? That subordinate of the Pepper?" Vasily exclaimed in shock. As a resident of the West Sea, he could not be oblivious to the notorious 8 Treasures Navy, which had roamed the West Sea and even the latter half of the New World under the command of the formidable pirate, Pepper, over a decade ago. Observing Vasily's unusual state of shock, Roz felt a surge of curiosity. Was the retired Pepper, who had been struck down by a single punch, truly so formidable? Fortunately, this individual was expelled from the 8 Treasures Navy 3 years ago. Even during his tenure, he was merely a squad leader. Hearing Roz's explanation, Vasily finally exhaled in relief. That's a relief. 8 years ago, the renowned Green Pepper was vanquished by the naval hero Garp, subsequently retreating to become the leader behind the 8 Treasure Water Army. The command of this formidable force was then entrusted to the then vice captain. Although the army lacked a terrifying powerhouse like Green Pepper, none dared to underestimate the illustrious reputation of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Vasily had once accompanied Carlos to the stronghold of the Vino family and had overheard a casual conversation among the officers. They discussed the nations one should never provoke lightly in the West Sea, particularly the Flower Kingdom. The Flower Kingdom boasts 2 exceptionally renowned armies, the 8 Treasure Water Army, the Spear of Territorial Expansion, and the 2 Treasure Water Army, the Shield of National Defense. In a nation where nearly everyone is adept in combat, only they pose a threat. As long as one does not provoke the Flower Kingdom, there would be no issues. Those who have been expelled from the nation must have committed a significant offense. Vasily, typically reserved, spoke more than usual, leading Roz to regard him with seriousness. The heavy artillery chase was first offered a bounty 3 years ago when he was expelled from the 8 Treasure Water Army, with a reward of 12 million. The second bounty, issued 6 months later, was 20 million, after which his whereabouts became unknown. Vasily immediately remarked that his capabilities must exceed the 20 million bounty. Roz nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether the individual was lying low or for other reasons, his strength was undoubtedly greater than it had been 3 years prior. Given the moniker bestowed by the Navy, this individual's boxing skills must be extraordinary. Vasily's gaze fell upon the bounty poster for heavy artillery chase, depicting a fierce man with short hair, clad in the distinctive attire of the Flower Kingdom, adorned with wrist guards. What was the Flower Kingdom's ultimate technique? Roz vaguely recalled it being a form of martial arts. Yes, I will exercise caution, he affirmed. Meanwhile, Frank and Wilt began to tremble. One was merely a sailor, while the other was a captive, and facing such truly ruthless pirates instilled a lack of confidence in them. Suddenly struck by a thought, Roz slapped his forehead and stated earnestly, "We have yet to solidify the pirate flag and the name of our crew. We must establish our reputation here. P.S. The first battle of the Roz pirate crew is imminent." Chapter 37. Pirates. "Let us hold off on that for now," Vasily interjected, preventing Roz from indulging in trivial matters, and began to recount the intelligence he had gathered. The individuals in question were the somewhat notable mercenary team known as 3J, the Haugus brothers, Spade Gel, Heart Jail, and Diamond Thor. In the world of pirates, playing cards exist, which instantly rekindled Roz's curiosity. Surely there must be a club as well? Originally, this was a quartet, and they were known by the moniker of the Jack in a deck of cards. However, it seems that during an unfortunate incident, the Jack of Spades met his demise. Vasily responded. Noticing the gazes of his companions upon him, Vasily continued, "Their strength remains uncertain, yet their character is undoubtedly trustworthy. This is also one of the reasons for their modest fame." The tenacious knights? Wilt, who sat nearby, suddenly interjected, seemingly reminded by the information previously disclosed by Vasily. Vasily cast a glance at Wilt and nodded. Indeed, they are 3 brothers from a noble knightly lineage. Knights? Does this peculiar world still harbor such phenomena? Indeed. It is both an honor and a profession. It is said that ancient knights possessed a form of fighting spirit, a means of attack that enveloped their bodies or weapons in a radiant white sanctity, thereby augmenting their offensive and defensive capabilities. Vasily felt a sense of longing. Such an ability, whether found in the pages of a storybook or in reality, is something that no one could possibly refuse. Fighting spirit? A flicker of understanding suddenly ignited within the puzzled Roz, and he chuckled. "You are referring to the domineering aura, aren't you?" Domineering aura? This time, it was Vasily who was puzzled. Naturally, the other 2 were equally intrigued, their ears perked up in interest. Such a wondrous ability, unmatched by anyone. "Oh, are you unaware?" Roz furrowed his brow momentarily, only to smooth it out again. It is indeed his fault. Vasily has consistently exhibited remarkable competence in his presence, leading Roz to perceive him as a person endowed with exceptional intelligence capabilities. He even assumed that Vasily had acquired knowledge in this domain through the black market. Hockey. This is an extraordinary art that can enhance one's abilities, and it is said that every individual harbors the potential for hockey within their being. Hockey is categorized into 3 distinct forms. The observation hockey allows one to sense the presence, number, and strength of adversaries, even without sight. Those possessing observation hockey can engage in combat as effectively as any ordinary person. Those who refine it to its utmost can even gain a fleeting glimpse into the future and delve into the hearts of others. Rods continued without hesitation. The armament hockey envelopes the body in an invisible armor, augmenting both defensive and offensive capabilities. At this point, even bullets or cannon fire cannot inflict harm. Those who master it become formidable forces in the world. Armament hockey? Vasily murmured. Rods replied with a smile, "Indeed. Much like the fighting spirit you mentioned. However, as far as I know, hockey is typically black. Perhaps this knight has a unique method to render it white." Rods was initially taken aback when Vasily first mentioned fighting spirit, as it is a powerful force that exists in illustrated novels. Yet, as Vasily elaborated on its effects, Rods quickly grasped its essence. Hockey varies in nomenclature due to differing traditions. Thus, the methods of cultivation may also diverge, yet they converge in their ultimate efficacy. For instance, Some refer to armament hockey simply as hockey, while samurai from Wano call it flowing cherry blossom. The same applies to observation hockey. The inhabitants of Skypiea even refer to it as heartnet. Consequently, Rods immediately associated it with hockey. I see. Vasily mused, his expression brightening as he asked, so, this power truly exists? Indeed, especially in the latter half of the Grand Line, it is almost a standard for the powerful. However, acquiring such techniques in the West Blue is undoubtedly challenging. Upon realizing the world he inhabited within the Kingdom of Bordeaux, Rods had previously consulted Uncle Hall and even sought information in the kingdom's library, but regrettably, he found no methods for cultivating hockey. Throughout his subsequent life of peril, Rods had little time to ponder such matters. Now, with Vasily suddenly presenting clues about hockey, a sense of yearning stirred within Rods. To emerge as one of the mightiest in this world, possessing formidable hockey is essential. The earlier one begins their training, the better. The Grand Line? Vasily whispered thoughtfully. Rods, you mentioned there are 3 forms of hockey. What about the last one? Frank inquired with curiosity. Rods took a calm sip of the tea offered by the proprietor and replied, the final type is called Conqueror's hockey, said to be possessed by only 1 in a million individuals. This form of hockey is also regarded as a symbol of kings. A king? Frank expressed his bewilderment. To my knowledge, the Pirate King Roger, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, the Marine Hero Garb, and even the formidable Green Pepper of the 8 Treasures Navy all wield this power. The names, as illustrious as the heavens, tumbled from Roz's lips, causing the other 3 to involuntarily swallow their saliva. What effect does this hockey possess? Vasily inquired. The effect? A single glare can render tens of thousands of soldiers unconscious. Roz replied with a smile. The group gasped in astonishment. Tens of thousands is a staggering figure, equivalent to the entire military force of a medium-sized nation. Even the mightiest pirate crews have never commanded such numbers. Roz merely mentioned a simple capability and refrained from elaborating further. Let us not dwell on this for now. Those extraordinary abilities are still too distant for us. We shall discuss them when we are ready to venture into the Grand Line. This time, Rods is determined to embody the legendary sword god of Shirley Slope. He intends to confront the formidable beings of the Grand Line once his extraordinary abilities reach their zenith. Meanwhile, Vasily, who also recognizes his own restless spirit, takes a deep sip of tea to regain his composure. He reflects on his journey as a marksman, realizing that he has not yet fully traversed this path, and thus, he refrains from wandering into other matters. After a moment of introspection, Vasily dismisses Rods's enticing discussions of power and redirects his focus onto 3J. As Vasily shares the information he has gathered, Rods and Frank gain a clearer understanding of the 3 mercenaries. In the medieval era, the profession of knight was prevalent in both the West Sea and the North Sea. Commoners often strove to cultivate their strength and resolve, aspiring to become the noble protectors known as knights. Upon earning recognition through their arduous efforts, these knights could ascend to noble status and wield considerable power. In certain nations, knightly orders served as the backbone of military might. However, with the advent of the Industrial Revolution and the emergence of various new inventions, the status of knights was profoundly affected. The introduction of firearms marked the decline of their prominence. An ordinary individual, having trained for merely a few months, could wield a gun and defeat a knight who had honed his skills for years. As royal families across nations began to form gunner brigades, the once glorious knights fell into obscurity. By the 15th century, few noble families could boast a genuine lineage of knights. 3J hails from a once prominent knightly family, now evidently in decline. Yet, despite the fall of knighthood, these 3 individuals have dedicated themselves to training throughout the West Sea, consistently embodying the virtues of knighthood. They exhibit a fierce disdain for malevolent forces, vanquishing pirates to protect the innocent, and even utilize the rewards from their missions to aid impoverished families in dire straits. This has earned them the moniker of knights among the common folk, while those who disapprove have labeled them as stubborn. Thus they are often referred to as the stubborn knights. Are they knights in training? Rods murmured to himself. He harbored a few conjectures regarding the acquisition of hockey, having previously analyzed it during his time in the Kingdom of Bordeaux. Hockey is an enigmatic force. First, it undoubtedly requires a certain level of physical prowess, and second, it calls for willpower. From that anime, it is evident that those with a resolute will are more likely to awaken hockey and allow it to transcend. The 3 individuals who proclaim themselves knights evidently appear to be honing both their will and physique. Perhaps this is the method through which knights attain hockey. It is well known that true knights exist by adhering to the 8 virtues of humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, soul, honesty, and justice. Yet, in such an era, few can embody these values. In modern times, authentic knights are nearly non-existent. Perhaps this is the reason the so-called knights of today are unable to wield fighting spirit. Rods pondered, prompting Frankwell to nod repeatedly in apparent agreement. Vasily, however, chose not to dwell too much on these matters. Even if this is a form of cultivation, it is undoubtedly difficult for ordinary individuals to master. For now, it would be prudent to focus on the tricks of the marksman. With that said, these 3 seem to be trustworthy. Vasily nodded, stating, according to the rumors, they can be believed. It is said they were invited by the village chief, Blair. Is that so? Understood. Rod nodded, signifying his receipt of the information. With the intelligence exchanged, he eagerly commenced a discussion with Vasily and Frank regarding matters of the pirate crew, while Hada, being a sailor, and Wild, a captive, naturally held no standing in these deliberations. The first consensus reached was the design of their pirate flag, which without doubt would feature the emblem upon Rod's person, the soul lantern. The scythe on the right crossed with the lantern on the left replaced the traditional 2 bone sticks, with the customary skull positioned at the center and beneath it a wavy iron chain linking the scythe and the lantern. Now confirmed, the design awaited merely a painter and a tailor on Parrot Island to bring it to life. 10 minutes later, the trio finally concluded their discussions regarding the name of their pirate crew. They had contemplated numerous titles, yet none seemed satisfactory. Eventually, one selected a favorite, and they resorted to a game of chance. In the end, it was the young sailor Frank who fortuitously emerged victorious. The name they settled upon was quite ordinary, yet reeked of sycophancy. Thus, the Rod's pirate crew was officially established on Parrot Island. Chapter 38. Sturgeon. The 3 raised their glasses, consuming the fine wine within as a celebration of their newly formed crew. Who could have predicted that a pirate crew of such renown would be birthed upon this humble isle? Anna, cease your gaze. Such fellows are hardly worthy choices. A man with aspirations for distant horizons should not linger, for such wisdom ensures one remains unscathed. The tavern owner, Anna's uncle, fully understood the allure these rogues held for young girls embarking on their first forays into romance. Girls were drawn to the bad boys, to men of strength. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that such individuals would not linger for their sake. He had witnessed countless girls, weeping and despairing, as they watched their suitors depart, and even knew of unfortunate maidens who, having lost their virtue and found themselves with child, succumbed to shame and despair, ultimately taking their own lives. Uncle, I know. Anna quickly averted her gaze, realizing she was merely admiring the handsome visage of the young man, certainly not so easily swayed. In the distance, the 4 began to part ways, with Vasily escorting Wilt towards the ship to join Hada, who had taken on the island's commission, thus negating the need to arrange for the ship's acquisition. They had also prepared a portion of food for Hada. Rod, where shall we find that fellow? Frank inquired, glancing up at Captain Rod, who towered over him by a small margin. Rod scratched his cheek, suddenly aware of something diving towards him. He quickly looked up to behold a snowy white figure. Not sensing any malice, Rod remained unfazed. Whoosh! A white parrot landed atop Frank's head. Frank swiftly reached out, attempting to grasp the creature that had settled upon him, yet the parrot proved remarkably agile, evading capture with playful hops. Hello, hello. A sharp voice emanated from the beak of a white parrot, which shook its head in a manner that was quite captivating. Greetings. I am Mickey, your guide. Rods raised his hand to halt Frank's actions, allowing the white parrot to complete its introduction in peace. Mickey? Mickey is here. The parrot responded. Goodness. The intelligence of this parrot is astonishing. It can speak. The parrot, who identified itself as Mickey, tilted its small head, and a silver pendant hanging from its neck shimmered with a glimmer, seemingly engraved with the name Mickey. At that moment, Mickey appeared somewhat puzzled by Rod's words. Pausing for a couple of seconds before replying, the words were taught by Blair. With a swift move, Frank seized Mickey, who struggled briefly in Frank's grasp before settling down. What is a guide? Rods inquired. Blair summoned Mickey, the parrot explained, shaking its head. Mickey can lead guests to wherever they wish to go, Mickey continued intermittently. After this brief exchange, Rods finally comprehended the reason for the parrot's visit. Since they had taken on a task, Blair had arranged for such a guiding parrot to accompany them. As the parrot itself stated, it could lead Rods to his desired destination. Moreover, as long as the guiding parrot was present, they would enjoy a 20% discount on shopping on the island, a privilege reserved for esteemed guests. Brother Rods, these parrots possess a higher intelligence than those outside, But that's about it. They cannot comprehend overly complex inquiries, Frank remarked, mocking the white parrot struggling to answer questions. After a moment of contemplation, Rods murmured, "Perhaps the things we ask are not questions others would pose?" Clearly, this was merely a guiding parrot. And yet they foolishly sought deeper insights from it. "Very well, Mickey, lead us to the home of Connor Sturgis." "Certainly, Mickey knows." Mickey first cooed twice to signal Frank to release him, then leaped onto Frank's head to commence its task. These guiding parrots appear to have undergone specialized training, as they genuinely recall the residences of the island's inhabitants. With Mickey leading the way, after a flurry of directions, Roz and the others arrived in front of a modest dwelling within a mere 15 minutes. The dwelling is but a single story, rather humble in its appearance. Unlike the homes of others, which are adorned with trees and flowers in their front and backyards, this house possesses merely a small patch of vegetable garden in its courtyard. Observing the neighbors who occupy vast tracts of land, while his own family struggles to survive within the confines of their yard, Rod squinted slightly. Whether in the village or the city, there always exists a faction that preys upon the weak. These individuals, perceiving one's docility and frailty, only become more cruel. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated, and after a considerable pause, a deep voice emanated from within the house. "Who is it?" Mickey, it's Blair's guest." The white parrot was the first to greet. Upon hearing the sharp voice of Mickey, Sturgeon realized it was the parrot, the guiding parrot. As he opened the door, he beheld two men accompanied by the white, named Parrot. The leading man towered over him, his physique well-proportioned. But what captured Sturgeon's attention were the chains wrapped around him and the peculiar weaponry. The chains were coiled twice around his waist, then slanted from his left shoulder to his right hip, completely encircling his left chest. A sickle and a lantern dangled ominously at his waist, creating an intimidating presence. The intricacies of such entanglements are indeed noteworthy. Previously, on Mermaid Island or other isles, when Rhodes had yet to gain fame, no one would maliciously strike him from the shadows. However, the circumstances have changed. He is now valued at 50 million berries. Aware of his worth, Rhodes must certainly safeguard himself. To preempt any potential ambush, he has taken special care to wrap himself in a manner that protects his heart, and has even donned a headscarf to conceal his golden locks. As Sturgeon's gaze shifted, he spotted Frank, clad in a sailor's attire, and also noticed the white parrot perched atop his head. Upon catching sight of Mickey, a flicker of light ignited in his eyes, only to be quickly extinguished. For reasons unknown, the parrots on this island have never favored him. At every annual matchmaking event, no parrot has ever chosen him, thus contributing to his experiences of bullying. Indeed, Parrot Island hosts such matchmaking gatherings, where every islander who has reached the age of 12 must pair with a parrot, regardless of gender. If a youthful parrot and a human find mutual affection, they may establish a nurturing relationship. Those without a parrot partner are looked down upon in this society, and cannot participate in certain special village festivities, such as the beauty pageant or the parrot and human sports day. At 15, Sturgeon, already an orphan, has endured 3 years of rejection, which has led to feelings of inferiority. He often hurriedly avoids the gazes of his neighbors. That is until the pirate raid occurred. "Greetings. I am Rhodes, Henry Rhodes, a pirate captain, here to invite you to join our crew." Observing the lean, dark-skinned youth, Rhodes flashed a bright smile. One that was not directed at an enemy, but rather exuded warmth and trustworthiness. Were any former soldiers from the Kingdom of Bordeaux present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as their youthful general, Hero Rhodes. "Pirate?" Sturgeon uttered in confusion, taking a step back. Due to long-term malnutrition, Sturgeon, still in his developmental stage, appeared somewhat frail, standing at merely 1.55 meters. However, his intellect was sharp. He quickly deduced that since the guiding parrot was present, these two individuals must have received the endorsement of village chief Blair. With that realization, he declared, "Very well, I shall join." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Sturgeon's eyes. "Ah, have you not considered or inquired about the salary?" Rhodes responded with surprise. He had mentally prepared for both acceptance and rejection scenarios, even crafting a speech, yet he was utterly unprepared for such a prompt agreement. "No need to ponder. I am joining you," Sturgeon replied, fully opening the door to his abode. Though his frame was slender, his posture remained upright as he stated, "I have long desired to leave this place, but I was always afraid of the outside world. However, after the encounter with those pirates, I fear not even them. So what could possibly frighten me about the world beyond? When a man can endure everything, what remains that could possibly bring him down?" A glimmer sparkled in Sturgeon eyes, and Rhodes even discovered a neatly packed bag and a dagger on the desk behind him. Indeed. This once timid boy ceased to be so after slaying a pirate. He despised this place, yet he held a fondness for the parrot. Had it not been for the commission issued by village chief Blair, Sturgeon might have long since departed with another ship. The boy struggled to survive in this unwelcoming environment. And thus, he prepared to leave. How intriguing, indeed. You, my friend, possess the makings of a pirate. The world is replete with individuals like him, often timid and hesitant. Yet upon confronting their fears, they find themselves unshackled from trepidation. The fear that once paralyzed them transforms into a source of strength. Rhodes believed in this frail boy who dared to confront pirates. With sufficient willpower, it would not be difficult for him to fortify his physique. Rhodes smiled in approval and then extended his right hand. Welcome to the Rhodes Pirates. Trust me, we are a promising crew. Although Sturgeon struggled to comprehend the words of the gentle man before him, he nonetheless reached out his hand. I must wait until the crisis on the island is resolved before I can join you, he declared, gazing steadfastly into Rhodes' eyes. Rhodes smiled and replied calmly, of course. We are here to confront that band of pirates. Thank you. Sturgeon expressed his gratitude, despite his disdain for this place. He would not allow anyone to wreak havoc upon his homeland. Sturgeon grasped Rhodes' right hand firmly, and Rhodes smiled, repeating, Welcome aboard, Connor Sturgeon. Chapter 39. The surprise attack. Though Sturgeon spoke nonchalantly, Rhodes knew it was crucial to discuss the terms of remuneration. Initially taken aback by the prospect of a monthly salary of 150,000 berries upon boarding, Sturgeon was further astonished when Rhodes elaborated on the subsequent generous benefits. This conversation took place aboard the vessel, where the three individuals deliberated that should commoners akin to Hata board the ship, the remuneration for the first month would amount to 150,000. Following a month-long probationary period, contingent upon the captain's endorsement, those deemed worthy would remain as genuine sailors, earning a monthly salary of 200,000, while other pivotal roles would attract even greater compensation. What truly astonished Sturgeon was the captain's introduction of the 3 golds policy, encompassing bonuses, disability compensation, and bereavement payments. Sturgeon was uncertain about the compensation packages of other crews, but he believed the terms here were exceptionally generous, albeit fraught with considerable risk. The 3 golds policy was proposed by Rhodes, who had initially hoped to discover whether similar entities akin to insurance companies existed in this realm. To his surprise, such establishments did exist, yet they would not provide indemnity for pirates. Reluctantly, Rhodes contemplated the financial burden this would impose on their pirate crew. Vasily voiced his dissent, asserting that other crews likely did not offer such benefits, yet Rhodes remained resolute in his decision to provide them. Our pirate crew differs fundamentally from others. We do not engage in the plundering of commoners or merchant vessels, but rather we target pirates and the avaricious nobility. Thus, the inherent risks we face are significantly greater than those encountered by ordinary pirates. This combat strategy was ultimately ratified by the 3 principal officers of the Rhodes pirate crew. Unable to bring themselves to harm ordinary civilians, they set their sights on rivals within their own ranks, as well as certain members of the aristocracy. While this approach may inevitably result in significant casualties, the potential gains could be equally substantial. Confronting pirates? Such words left Sturgeon quite astonished. Parrot Island was far more attuned to the flow of news than those more remote isles, and he was already aware of the burgeoning piracy sweeping across the globe. However, the approach of this particular pirate crew seemed less like that of traditional marauders and more akin to the burgeoning trend of bounty hunters that had arisen in the wake of piracy. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Sturgeon smiled. With the recruitment going smoothly, the Roz pirate crew began to flourish on this island, commissioning artists for custom designs, enlisting tailors to craft their pirate flags, and gathering intelligence from various locales. That night, Sturgeon dined with members of the Roz pirate crew, all the while under the peculiar gazes of some villagers. He dined heartily, having indulged in a sumptuous meal, marking the second occasion in recent times when he has feasted so well. The previous instance occurred after he vanquished 2 pirates and repelled another. The emergence of this group allowed Sturgeon to once again experience the harmony with which the villagers had treated him 3 years prior. However, as time passed, his decision to forego the parrot led to his gradual alienation from others. When will this moment arrive? When I can no longer keep pace with this group? No. I refuse to be alone any longer. Sturgeon gazed at the peculiarly armed Captain Roz and the dashing yet limping Vasily, silently arriving at a profound resolution. His reclusive nature, born from being despised by others, had undergone a remarkable transformation following the chaos wrought by pirates. a yearning for acceptance began to manifest within Sturgeon. This was one of the reasons why he readily accepted the other's invitation. With his hands slowly coming together in prayer, Sturgeon inwardly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your hospitality." The following day, shrouded in fog, the sudden roar of cannon fire jolted Roz awake. He hastily rose from his slumber, and upon exiting his room, he beheld Vasily and Frank, fully prepared for whatever lay ahead. The inn is situated not far from the dock, where a room contains 2 beds. The 6 individuals have taken 3 rooms, Roz with Hada, Vasily with Wild, and Frank with Sturgeon. The 2 orphans, who are 2 years apart in age, have already grown familiar with one another since last night. Just as Roz was about to inquire about his companions, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the inn. Tap, tap, tap. "This is bad. The pirates are coming." Hada rushed in, his expression betraying his fear of the marauders. He had been anxious ever since he heard that a notorious crew with a bounty of 20 million berry was targeting them. Vasily turned to Roz, seizing the opportunity to glance outside, where he noticed the foggy sky, causing him to furrow his brow. A foggy day? He muttered to himself, contemplating the unsettling situation. The pirates could invade at any moment, and the island seemed ill-prepared. Hada immediately relayed the intelligence he had gathered from outside. "Captain, the pirates have breached the harbor." Upon hearing Hada's report, Roz fell silent and retreated to his room. Observing this, Vasily quietly arranged his spare ammunition, and seeing only 11 bullets, he steeled himself for a fierce confrontation. 10 minutes earlier, due to the necessity of assigning tasks to the guests who had accepted commissions, Blair had not conducted his usual inspections. After finishing his breakfast, a phoenix suddenly descended in a flurry, dropping several feathers into Blair's bowl. Witnessing such an unusual display from the typically composed creature, Blair's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that if his old companion was agitated, something grave must have occurred. "Phoenix, what is the matter?" Blair exclaimed, rising urgently. Blair, pirates. The pirates are here." The phoenix's words came rapidly, its own anxiety palpable. "Pirates." Blair clenched his teeth at the sudden attack. The lack of prior warning indicated that the lurking parrot must have encountered unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the timing of the pirate assault was starkly different from what he had been informed. The parrot had indicated that the attack was scheduled for 5 days hence. But now, the moment had arrived 5 days early. As he observed the dissipating fog outside, Blair comprehended the full extent of the situation. The lurking parrot had undoubtedly been discovered, while the birds he had stationed offshore for vigilance were rendered ineffective due to the fog. This exemplifies one of the remarkable traits of the zoan-type devil fruit. Upon consumption, the user instinctively understands the language of the respective animal. Most animal languages are straightforward concerning hierarchy, feeding, fighting, and mating, while some more intelligent creatures can comprehend human commands and communicate using sounds unique to their species. The parrots on this island possessed remarkable intelligence, and after Blair arrived, he harnessed the power of the fruit to perceive their chattering, resembling human conversation. Utilizing this ability, Blair ascended to a position of considerable esteem among the flock. And with Phoenix reigning as the king of the parrots on this island, he placed great trust in them. However, he never anticipated that the band of pirates would seize the advantage of the weather to launch an assault. "Phoenix, alert your kin and issue a warning across the island. Additionally, instruct those who have accepted the commission to head to the harbor and fend off the marauders." "Understood, Blair." Upon hearing his companion's command, Phoenix soared into the sky to gather its guardians. Pirates. Alas, Blair realized that this would be a formidable battle, yet he resolved to protect his home, no matter the challenge. With a thought, he activated the parrot fruit, beast form. His body began to transform, first with his lower limbs morphing into bird claws, his form shifting into that of a bird, his arms becoming wings, and his head taking on the visage of a white-headed parrot. With a flap of his wings, Blair, now in parrot form, ascended and swiftly darted towards the dock. Pirates! 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 At the harbor, the parrots perched upon the flags erupted into chaos, each shrieking in alarm, which immediately captured the attention of the city guards. "Quickly, report to Captain Huaca." The subordinate of the city defense department, Oberly, promptly released his companion, White Rice, who, upon receiving his partner's request, swiftly made his way towards the city defense post. Meanwhile, the dock manager, Oberly, immediately gathered the guards and dock workers on duty. The distinctive presence of numerous parrots as a hallmark of their companionship swiftly came to light. Before Oberly could relay the message widely, The islanders at the dock had already been roused by their parrots. As Oberly temporarily assumed the role of the commanding officer, cannons began to take aim in the direction indicated by the parrots. Remarkably, despite the day being expected to be bright and sunny, a rare fog enveloped the area before the sun had even risen, an unforeseen occurrence, particularly for the inhabitants of Parrot Island. While it was evident that the pirate crew had plotted this in advance, amidst the fog, two pirate ships approached Parrot Island with great speed, one larger and one smaller. Upon the larger vessel stood a young man wearing a cap adorned with a spyglass. He adjusted the lens with his left hand while his right hand was raised. Feeling the gentle breeze that caressed his hand, his mind attuned to the shift in wind direction. This young man, named Alge, was an orphan of a pirate, perhaps born with the essence of a buccaneer, having been raised solely by his mother. From a young age, he demonstrated an uncanny ability to navigate tumultuous waters, earning the reputation of a child of the sea in his town, where many ordinary folk referred to those adept at swimming and finding their way on the ocean as such. Just days prior, the young prodigy Alge, against his mother's wishes, accepted an invitation from Chase to join the ranks of the pirates. After joining Chase's crew, the young Alge made a significant contribution by keenly detecting the pirates hidden aboard the ship. Moreover, when Chase feared their plan had been compromised, Alge proposed a surprise attack. Leveraging his innate talent to predict that a thick fog would envelop the area the following morning. Remarkably, Chase, known as the heavy gunner, consented to this scheme. "Captain, the wind is favorable. If we charge ahead at full speed, we shall surely breach their dock." A robust man aboard the larger ship laughed heartily at the excited Alge. "Boys, full speed ahead. Charge through their pathetic defenses. The first to land on the island will be rewarded with a month's pay. Huzzah!" Chapter 40. The pirate assault. The pirates flitted through the dense fog, their indistinct forms signaling the position of the enemy. Oberly, sensing that the adversaries were nearly within range, furrowed his brow. With a decisive motion, he swung his arm down forcefully, unleashing two cannonballs that whistled through the mist. Boom! Two muffled explosions echoed across the invisible sea, causing Oberly's expression to darken immediately. The sound made it abundantly clear that the cannonballs had missed their mark. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fuses were ignited once more, and the two cannon platforms, positioned slightly farther away, followed suit in igniting their fuses. Boom! Yet again, they failed to hit. Another miss? Oberly murmured to himself, when suddenly, a gust of sea breeze brushed against his face, transforming his demeanor in an instant. Oh no, the enemy's speed is alarmingly swift. In this era, the accuracy of artillery is generally inconsistent, heavily reliant on the skill of the gunner. Previously, Oberly had calculated the distance based on the vessel's approach to the dock at a speed of 5 knots, yet 4 cannonballs had missed their mark. With the current sea breeze, Oberly suddenly grasped the enemy's intentions. Load the cannon. Aim at the dock. The abrupt command from Oberly left several city defenders bewildered. But driven by their trust in him, the force swiftly adjusted the cannon's aim. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Suddenly, the sound of a fierce rush filled the ears of those present. It was the tumult of the ship drawing near. Indeed. Prepare. Fire at the sound. Oberly was uncertain of the enemy's exact landing spot. Perhaps the next moment would see his homeland trampled underfoot, yet he was resolute in his stance. Bang! Squeak, squeak, squeak. First came the sound of the wooden vessel colliding with timber, followed by a series of friction noises. The silhouette of the ship emerged into Oberly's view. A mere 10 meters away. A sigh of relief washed over him, yet anxiety surged anew. A pirate ship had landed. This was no trivial matter. Fire! With a thunderous roar, Oberly commanded, and 2 cannonballs thundered forth, while the other 2 cannons hastily repositioned. The pirates aboard gripped the railing tightly, bracing for the impact. As the tumult began to subside, they realized they had successfully landed. With sinister grins, the pirates turned their gaze toward their captain. Within the limited visibility of just 10 meters aboard the ship, heavy gunner Chase raised his hand with authority, his voice booming. "Seize this island for me." Boom. 2 cannonballs struck the side of the pirate ship, inflicting minor casualties yet igniting their ferocity. Howling, the armed pirates surged forward, followed closely by those wielding firearms. They were keenly aware of the captain's promise that the first to land would receive a month's worth of bounty. A rope was cast down from the lookout on the foremast, and a figure swiftly descended. "Well done, Alge. Keep it up. It won't be long before you become my right hand." Standing at 6'3" and clad in a white tank top with a green cloak billowing behind him, Chase patted the diminutive Alge, who stood at 5'7", offering a few words of praise. "Captain, rest assured, I am more than willing to serve you. Alge replied with a smile, his green hair catching the light. Chase burst into a hearty laugh. Tell old man blocking to keep pace with us. Otherwise, I shall show him no mercy. The pasta master referred to by the heavy artillery operator, Chase, is the captain of a pirate ship, slightly smaller than the grand vessel. A toothless old man wielding 2 rolling pins. Although he is called an old man, he is barely nearing 50. Once a chef, this captain of the rolling pins accidentally killed his employer during a heated argument, and thus, for over a decade, he has been forced to embrace the life of a pirate, making him a seasoned marauder. A few years prior, in a skirmish, the toothless pirate earned the nickname Pasta Master and owes Chase a favor, which has now summoned him to repay it. A series of sharp whistles echoed as on a ship manned by approximately 20 pirates. The frail toothless man, rolling pins in hand, couldn't help but curl his lip. You lot, go down now, and whatever you find shall belong to us. With a swift motion of his short stick, he commanded. And a dozen men behind him shouted as they surged forth like a swarm. This group of pirates comprises the elite gathered over the years by the infamous Lan Mien So, most of whom are seasoned fighters hailing from various regions. Lan Mien So himself has a bounty of 15 million berries placed upon his head by the Navy. His crew adheres to a strategy of precision warfare, rarely engaging in assaults on towns, preferring instead to confront merchants navigating the seas. Their propensity to prey on the weak while avoiding the strong has allowed them to thrive on the ocean for over a decade, earning them the reputation of seasoned veterans of the sea. You 4 guard our ship while I indulge in a bit of fun. Lan Mien So said with a smile to those behind him, who included a chef, a shipwright, and a doctor. In this assault on the town, it is somewhat a repayment of the favor owed to that individual from Caith, for if I do not take the lead, such a favor would lack significance. Understood, Captain. We shall keep a vigilant watch over the ship. The crossed rolling pins, adorned with a skull, signify the pirate's flag, and the shipwright, wielding a hammer, smiled at his captain. Only then did the old man feel reassured and stroll away with a gentle sway, following the warning from the sentinel parrot on the island. Commander Hark swiftly gathered a contingent of men. Hark, a middle-aged man in his 40s, had an ordinary brown parrot perched on his shoulder, with a rapier at his waist. He was quick to react. Upon learning of the impending pirate attack, he immediately organized his subordinates to assemble, and he himself donned a suit of armor. The armor resembles protective gear used in Western sword duels. It is lightweight yet safeguards vital areas, thereby not hindering the speed of drawing the sword. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated, causing Harker's expression to shift dramatically. The sound of cannon fire indicated that the pirates were perilously close to the island. There was no time to waste. They must rush to the port. A group of over a dozen individuals sprinted towards the dock, driven by the desire to protect their families from the marauding pirates who threatened to invade their town once more. Upon Harker's hasty arrival at the port, a substantial number of pirates had already made landfall, their roars instilling trepidation within him, and his right hand, gripping the sword hilt, was slick with perspiration. Stop them. The advancing pirates clashed with the town's defenders, each side embroiled in combat, fueled by contrasting motives. Whistling sounds echoed through the skies, eliciting a cold smirk from Chase, who stood at the bow of the ship. Previously, he had been caught off guard due to a recent illness, compounded by the bizarre abilities of a devil fruit. However, he was confident that this time, fortune would not favor his adversaries. With a sinister grin, Chase leapt down, followed closely by 5 others. Kill. The cacophony of battle erupted. Yet within mere minutes, Harker's guard was retreating under immense pressure. Chase's ship had rammed into the dock, forcing it ashore and enabling the pirates, numbering nearly 100, to encircle the defenders, who were outnumbered 5-fold. Chase commanded 80 subordinates, and with the addition of a few other pirates, the odds were overwhelmingly against the guards. A blade pierced the abdomen of an attacking pirate, and Harker found himself gasping for breath. In just a few minutes, the stamina of their group had quickly dwindled, causing panic to rise within him. Damn it, reinforcements are too slow. Prior to confronting the invading pirates, Harker had stationed someone outside the town to await backup, which should have arrived by now. Die. A sharp blade severed the arm of one of the guards. Realizing he would become a liability, a man who had recently joined the guard resolved to fight back, thrusting his spear at the assailant. The cries of anguish were soon drowned out by the fury of battle. Agin. Witnessing the guard named Agin being overwhelmed by the relentless tide of pirates, Harker couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, their small group of a dozen had been completely surrounded. Damn it. Such a scenario was unforeseen by Captain Huaca of the city defense team. According to their strategy, They had originally planned to utilize the coastal artillery to deliver a preemptive strike, and even if they were to face close combat, their guards and hired mercenaries would not falter. However, events did not unfold as anticipated, as Huaca deftly pierced through an adversary's abdomen with his sword. A sudden tremor coursed through his body, followed by blood seeping from his left shoulder. Captain Huaca. Several members of the city defense team, witnessing their leader's injury, were instantly enveloped in despair. Although they had initially been prepared to face death, the thought of it still weighed heavily upon their hearts. With a flourish, a tempest arose, and a multitude of parrots descended alongside a great bird, their sharp talons swiftly approaching Huaca. Observing that his subordinate nearly succumbed to the gunfire, Blair, transformed into a magnificent parrot, retaliated with a claw strike, sending the pirate who aimed to cleave Huaca tumbling back. It's that old man, the one who can turn into a parrot. Kill him. While the pirates were taken aback, the 8 or so guards of the defense team rejoiced. Indeed, after mere minutes of skirmishing, their adversaries had already suffered significant losses, and the arrival of the village chief instilled a glimmer of hope within them. After all, he was a man endowed with the powers of a devil fruit, someone who had previously repelled pirates. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A gaping wound materialized in the right wing of the great bird, which bore a brown body and a white head. Blair gritted his teeth, enduring immense pain to maintain his beastly form. Perhaps due to the sound of the gunfire, the pirates regained a semblance of composure, subsequently parting to create a pathway. Supported by a young guard, the parrot Blair set his gaze upon the newly opened path, where a tall man clad in a green coat approached with deliberate slowness. He. A power wielder. Last time, you took advantage of our injuries to ambush us and claim victory. Now, you shall experience the vengeance of the pirates, Chase. With his tiger-like claws and a robust physique, advanced, his face adorned with a triumphant grin. What he had anticipated to be a fierce battle turned out to be against a feeble opponent, and barely 10 minutes had elapsed since the onset of the conflict. An ambush? Chapter 41. A clear day, fitting for bloodshed. An ambush? An ambush. Blair's avian eyes narrowed furiously at the man before him. Gritting his teeth as he declared, "We offered you our assistance, yet your treacherous ambitions led you to assault the village. Truly despicable." The heavy artilleryman Chase smirked coldly, retorting, "But the fact remains that you struck first against our wounded selves." It was evident that both pirates and navy sought a justification for their actions. Should their reputation suffer, they would recall the adage, those in the right attract support, while those in the wrong find themselves abandoned. A lesson Chase had once heard from a senior. Enough of this idle chatter. Last time, you took the lives of numerous comrades. Today, you shall face the consequences you rightfully deserve. With a grand gesture, Kaisi was about to issue a command when the encircled Blair and his group were suddenly met with a cacophony of battle cries from behind. Slay the pirates. Rescue the village chief. Instantly, the air was filled with the sounds of conflict, as a temporary reinforcement of over 30 villagers, armed and determined, surged forth from the direction of the city guards. Given the remote nature of this place, most of these individuals were amiable folk. Originally, there had been more than 50 members in the 2 city defense teams, but nearly half had perished in the previous skirmish. This batch had only recently been summoned. And compared to the previously trained city soldiers, these were predominantly robust fishermen and farmers, lacking in martial prowess. Not far away, amidst the tumult of thunder and rain, Chief Blair contemplated a breakout toward that direction. Just as he made a move, he was swiftly thwarted. Attempting to flee, 2 figures dashed forward with alarming speed, clearly outpacing the other pirates. Steel fist. This is a formidable style of boxing, as 2 individuals rushed in, swinging their calloused fists toward the white-haired parrot, Blair. Already injured, Blair could only respond in a panic. Bang, bang. Fortunately, the animal-type fruit granted Blair considerable defense. Otherwise, after enduring such a barrage of blows, he might have found himself gasping for breath. Alas, feeling frustrated, Blair was already panting heavily. His opponents, a young man in his 30s with floral and bamboo tattoos gracing his cheeks, plunged him into despair. What a miscalculation. I thought this place would be troublesome. Yet it seems I was too careless last time. Kai Si, wearing a grim expression, glanced at the onlookers, the old man and his group. Believing this location to be challenging, he had even summoned this individual out of caution upon hearing certain rumors. However, given the current situation, it appeared that he need not intervene. Brother Kai Si, more people are approaching from that side. A handsome young man with peach blossom tattoos beside him alerted. Kai Si scoffed disdainfully and replied, "We are here in our prime. No matter how many come, they are merely marching to their demise. The more cautious Kai Si began to underestimate his adversaries in anticipation of the imminent victory. Tao, you deal with those fellows over there. The man known as Tao, marked with peach blossom insignia, promptly obeyed the command. Meanwhile, the pirates had already sensed the approach of more enemies, moving closer to the old man, and upon noticing this, they shifted their positions, allowing the pirates to engage in battle. Captain, this doesn't seem right. A middle-aged man beside the old man voiced his unease. The old man tapped his short staff and chuckled. Kai Si has made a move. Why should we be anxious? He turned his gaze toward the approaching group, observing that they were led by 3 individuals clad in mercenary armor. One wielded a staff as the spearhead, while the other 2 brandished short axes and round shields, along with 2 western swords. These 3 advanced several paces ahead of their comrades, evidently intent on charging. Oh, a battle formation? Having navigated the seas for over a decade, the old man was well-versed in various tactics. In the days before firearms became predominant, the battlefield utilized numerous strategies: the spearhead formation, the long snake formation connecting head and tail, as well as circular and crescent formations. The formidable formations that once dominated the battlefield are indeed terrifying. The esteemed Lan Mianza had the fortune to witness their overwhelming might, akin to a tsunami, which would cause ordinary individuals to lose their will to fight and succumb to despair. Yet, we now dwell in an era of firearms. As this thought crossed his mind, Lan Mianza's eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld a group of 7 or 8 individuals, akin to arrows, piercing straight into the ranks of the pirates, as if driving a dart into wood, penetrating deeply. Kill! 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 The thunderous battle cries resounded like thunder as the Hogus brothers brandished their weapons, accompanied by 5 reinforcements who charged into the pirate throng. Perhaps due to their rigorous training or their noble knightly heritage, the ordinary pirates found themselves utterly helpless against the trio who formed the spearhead of this assault. The black spadegel's eyes glinted like those of an eagle. Wielding a long staff as a spear, each thrust aimed at the vital points of his foes, rendering them incapable of further combat with every strike. Good fighters? The heavy gunner Chase's eyes widened as he observed the pirates nearing the center. His gaze grew increasingly frigid, and his fists clenched ominously. Chase's attention turned towards Lan Mianzu. Sensing the chilling aura approaching, Lan Mianzu's expression shifted, and he sighed, shaking his head. This spectacle is unbearable. We must join the fray. In this instance, leveraging personal connections to summon the old man for assistance has revealed the underlying reason for the recruitment activity in this area. Otherwise, Kai Si would naturally have claimed this piece of meat for himself. Spade Gear, after fending off an adversary with a swift strike, felt the hair on his body stand on end as a bullet passed by undetected. A gunshot. Even while crouching, Spade Gear did not forget to thrust his weapon forward, loudly alerting his comrades. Behind him, Hartile, with narrowed eyes, stepped forward to take the lead. He raised his shield and, with a fierce roar, managed to force back several foes, sparks flying from his shield as bullets pounded against it like relentless fists. Annoying, the young Diamond Thor crossed his twin swords and slashed forward, causing 2 figures to collapse in a spray of blood. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the crowd, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the shield-wielding Hartile. As a practitioner who had already achieved some success in his training, Heil sensed the imminent danger and swiftly pushed forward, then recoiled and turned to defend himself. Bang! The sound exploded, causing several pirates to retreat a few steps, wary of being caught in the fallout. Impressive. Remarkable. One side had been gathering strength for a long while, while the other was caught off guard. In their clash, neither emerged victorious. By the heavens, I expected you to be merely the castaway hounds of the Flower Kingdom. Yet it appears there are formidable fighters among you. Hal laughed heartily as he swung his axe. The slender figure clad in a pink robe, Tao, forcefully glared with her right leg, using the momentum from the shield to evade Hartile's strike. Seeking death, Tao, enraged, charged forward. Spade Gear shot a disapproving glance at his younger brother Heil. Such crude language was unbecoming of a knight, and he understood this was Heil's provocation, knowing well that reprimand would follow. How about running 100 laps around the town? As Spade Gear stood upright, ready for action, he immediately sensed a hint of danger. Turning his head, he noticed that although many pirates had dispersed, a new group was encircling them, among which one figure, a gaunt, toothless pirate, caught his attention. The old man. Having unjustly killed his employer and subsequently plundered numerous merchant ships, he deserved death. The murderous intent that surged within Spade Gear was swiftly suppressed as he charged towards the old man, closely followed by Diamond with his twin swords. The original formation of spears quickly disbanded as the three renowned knights led their respective squads into battle. The remaining five, bold enough to accept the task, were naturally stronger than the average person, for were members of a mercenary team, while the other had recently arrived on the island seeking rewards. At this moment, they fought the pirates without hesitation. This is an affront to an old man like me. The old man, wielding two metallic rolling pins, spun them in his hands as he observed the mercenaries approaching him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Despite the self-deprecating humor, his posture was slightly hunched, a subtle indication of the power he was secretly gathering. Having survived over a decade at sea, his survival was attributed to two factors: a blatant disregard for shame and a profound caution. He would never underestimate any adversary. Pettigrew, that lad is entrusted to you. With those words, the old man swiftly darted toward Spadegel. By his side stood Pettigrew, the first mate of the Noodle pirate crew. While their crew's name might not evoke fear, both the captain and Pettigrew were undeniably skilled, and the captain's noodle-making prowess was equally impressive. Understood, Pettigrew replied, his gaze fixed on Diamond Thor. His hands poised on the grips of his sidearms, short guns capable of firing 2 rounds each. In an instant, his hands danced, and the 2 guns were aimed at their target. Bang! The gunfire echoed, and a pirate fell lifeless to the ground. The skirmish had raged for 10 minutes, and with the previous bombardment, the pirates had likely arrived around 15 minutes earlier. Perhaps they had calculated their timing well, for as the sun gradually rose, the mist began to dissipate. Seeing a comrade fall beside him, a pirate clad in a headscarf turned to look back. The visibility, once limited to about 10 meters, now extended to 100. In the distance, 6 figures approached, spreading out in formation. At the center stood a man wrapped in iron chains, wielding a scythe in his right hand and a lantern in his left. To his right was a limping man in a suit and top hat, while to his left stood a frail boy brandishing a knife. Following them were 2 armed individuals and one with a blade. Hada and Frank held guns, while Wilt, the central figure with a knife, appeared most reluctant, yet the guns aimed at him compelled him to advance. The weapons wielded by Hada and Wilt were remnants from Mermaid Island, with part of them still aboard their ship, while another portion had been dealt with by Vasily the previous afternoon. These arms were particularly coveted as they faced the looming crisis at Parrot Island, affording Roz and his crew a modest profit before the battle even commenced. More adversaries? How bothersome. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. The heavy gunner Chase, initially hoping to resolve the situation through his subordinates, had grown weary of this theatrical play of appearances. With a green cloak torn away, the robust Chase clenched his fists and began to approach the central figures, Village Chief Blair and Captain Huaca. Roz gazed upward at the sky, the sunlight beaming down, somewhat blinding. He tightened his grip on his weapon, surveying the approaching horde of nearly 100 pirates, his lips twitching in anticipation. On this 14th day of February, with a clear sky and brilliant sunshine, it was indeed a perfect day for bloodshed. Chapter 42, The Chaotic Battle. Kill. As the captain of their ship prepared to take matters into his own hands, the pirates began to retreat hastily. The once 10-meter perimeter expanded to 30 meters in an instant, causing the Hogus brothers line to stretch outward. Meanwhile, a few astute pirates, realizing their chances for glory were diminishing with the captain's involvement, redirected their focus towards the newly arrived Roz and his entourage. Eliminate them, they shouted, charging toward Roz with reckless abandon. Vasily let out a cold laugh, observing, even among pirates, there exists a certain foolishness. We are not soft fruit, we are solid stone. Roz, echoing Vasily's sentiment, erupted in a fierce, menacing laugh, his feet dancing with anticipation as he surged forward, weapon in hand. Kill. Though he had yet to claim a life, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. With a distance of over 60 meters rapidly closing, both sides hastened their approach. The pirates, upon catching sight of the fearsome figure, felt a tremor of apprehension. Roz's ferocity mirrored that of a deranged captain, casting a palpable aura of dread. In combat, the essence lies in momentum and an unwavering heart, a truth immediately evident between the two factions. Firmly gripping his lantern, Roz unleashed a powerful swing as they closed to 6 meters apart. The scythe, trailing behind him, was suddenly propelled by a surge of force, slicing through the air with lethal grace. The glint of cold steel was blinding. Before the leading trio could comprehend the unfolding chaos, they stumbled forward 2 more meters, only to be met with searing pain in their abdomens. Looking down, they were horrified to find their intestines spilling forth, soaked in blood. Before any questions could escape their lips, a companion nearby let out a horrific scream as he collapsed to the ground, his grievous injuries leaving no hope for survival. Crack. As one pirate aimed his firearm at the strange man, a bullet hole suddenly appeared in his forehead before he could pull the trigger. In the distance, Vasily stood with his revolver, having targeted the pirate attempting to shoot Ross. Unfazed, Ross pressed on, having claimed 3 lives with his scythe. With a few quick strides, he plunged into the midst of the remaining pirates, akin to a tiger among sheep, unstoppable and ferocious. The hammer, scythe, and iron chains became his instruments of destruction. Evading a sweeping strike, Ross absorbed a powerful punch squarely to the chest. The blow was formidable, capable of incapacitating an ordinary person, yet Ross merely felt a slight impact. Adjusting with ease, the golden-haired man, clad in a blue coat adorned with white spots, rejoiced at his apparent success, but as he met Ra's unscathed, beast-like gaze, he quickly grasped a grim truth. His adversary was dangerously formidable, beyond the capability of a single man to confront. Be cautious. This fellow is not to be underestimated. Lon. Not far away, a slender woman with an attractive visage cast her gaze upon them. After a brief moment of contemplation, she swiftly made her way over. The astonished youth named May was taken aback by the arrival of the woman, Lon. The 2 individuals who had previously attacked Blair were named Jew and Jew, titles bestowed upon them by Chase. They constituted the Flower Guard, a team formed by Chase consisting of the 5 members, Jew, Lon, May, and Tao. Jew and Jew were recruited from the outer seas during the time of the 8 Treasure Navy, and thus, when Chase was expelled from the Flower Kingdom, they departed alongside him. Lon, May, and Tao were individuals with some martial talent who had been recruited over the past 3 years. All 3 were relatively young, and the 5 of them practiced Steel Fist, a widely popular martial art in the Land of Harmony, unlike the more secretive 8-burst fist. As the name suggests, Steel Fist is a formidable technique, and in the Flower Kingdom, it is said, to master the 8-burst, one must first cultivate the steel. The ferocity of the 8-burst fist surpasses that of the Steel Fist. Consequently, the Flower Guard, due to their training, possessed greater combat prowess than ordinary pirates, akin to the rank of officers within a pirate crew. Kill. Witnessing their captain wreak havoc, Stegan's eyes widened as his once timorous heart began to stir with excitement. He let out a roar and headed toward his captain's direction. Bang! The revolver fired once more, this time by a gunman. As it appeared, Vasily had resolved to eliminate the shooters first. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Stegan's actions, which caused a flicker of concern to cross his face. Do not approach the captain? Unfamiliar with their captain's temperament, Stegan was oblivious. But Vasily was well aware of the horrors of the battlefield at the Rose Manor on Ritter Island and the dock at Mermaid Island. The gruesome scenes were enough to instill dread, compounded by Roz's bizarre 6-meter-long weapon, which even they dared not approach for fear of collateral damage. At that moment, Stegan attempted to draw closer to Roz, a reckless endeavor indeed. Upon hearing Mr. Vasily's warning, Stegan abruptly halted and turned to regard Vasily with confusion. Bang! Vasily shot down a pirate attempting to close in on Stegan. Not far behind, Frank had already advanced to the position where Stegan had previously stood, and both Vasily and Frank had moved forward by several meters, positioning themselves in the optimal area for shooting. Do not approach the captain? Vasily reiterated without further elaboration. In an instant, Stegan grasped the meaning behind his words. His first impression of Vasily was one of calmness, followed closely by competence. They had dined together the previous night, and Vasily's methodical approach to tasks had instilled trust in Stegan. Therefore, after weighing his options, Stegan redirected his focus toward an enemy 20 meters to the left of the captain. This is his hometown. Although he does not particularly cherish it, he will not allow others to destroy it. Kill. The young and fearless Sturgeon, who has already vanquished 3 pirates, stands resolute. Though his physical strength may be lacking, his spirit is formidable. Witnessing this, Vasily shakes his head and nods in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the adversaries, while he instructs, Frank, keep an eye on that lad. Do not let him perish. Understood, Frank replies. He holds a certain affinity for Sturgeon, perhaps due to their shared status as orphans after spending a night together. They have developed a bond, and Frank will not stand idly by as Sturgeon faces danger. During their days on Mermaid Island, Frank has devoted considerable time to learning firearm techniques from Vasily. Despite his considerable strength, Frank, lacking finesse, wisely opts for the gun as his weapon of choice. A flintlock pistol with a 2-shot capacity. Inhale. Exhale. Frank begins to disregard the noise around him, his focus narrowing on a pirate lurking behind his comrades. Armed with a spear, inching closer to Sturgeon, who is bravely wielding his blade amidst the fray. as the spear-wielding pirate reveals a sinister grin, preparing to strike at Sturgeon. Frank springs into action, resolutely pressing the trigger. Bang! The bullet darts forth at a velocity imperceptible to the average observer, and the pirate, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, halts and looks down to discover he has been struck. Cold sweat trickles down his brow as he retreats swiftly, seeking refuge. For a bullet wound, even to a vital area, can still be treated, granting him a chance at survival. Not bad, though accuracy requires refinement, Vasily remarks. And in the eyes of a marksman like him, Frank's performance earns only a moderate praise. Were Vasily to take the shot, he would surely hit his target with precision. With a deep exhale, Frank remains unfazed by the successful strike or Vasily's words. He has matured into a seasoned warrior. Sturgeon, leveraging his diminutive stature, skillfully evades his opponent's clumsy attacks while countering with his own strikes. However, due to his lack of strength, even when he lands a blow, it merely inflicts minor injuries upon his foe. Nevertheless, his indomitable spirit earns the respect of Vasily and Frank. Hada observes as the crew engages the enemy and feels a tremor of fear within. In the past, he appeared fearless after a drink. But faced with such a formidable scenario, how could he remain calm? After all, he is merely an ordinary man. Don't move. Spotting Wilt retreating 5 meters away, Hada instinctively aims his gun at him. He understands Wilt's significance. Without the captain's order to release him, Hata will not allow his escape. Wilt's expression stiffens. He has no intention of fleeing. On this island, where parrots outnumber people, where could he possibly hide? Venturing out to sea? That would be akin to courting death. The earlier actions were merely a response to the escalating intensity of the conflict, an attempt to create some distance. Fear not, dear brothers of the Hada, for I am acutely aware of my own path to survival and shall not flee without cause. With the sun emerging, the scene of battle has become starkly evident. The brutal clash of approximately 160 to 70 individuals is a sight that Wilt has only witnessed amidst gang warfare, though it pales in comparison to the sanguinary spectacle unfolding here. Just moments ago, the artilleryman Chase had cast aside his green cloak and, step by step, advanced towards the beleaguered Blair and his crew in the heart of the pirate circle. The pirates, upon seeing their captain prepare to engage, instinctively made way. The parted throng revealed Chase's figure, causing a shift in Blair's demeanor. It was at this moment that he comprehended the true terror of a genuine pirate. This island has previously endured attacks from pirates, yet most were repelled by cannon fire before they could set foot on land. However, at this moment, the strength of these pirates is indeed beyond their capacity to withstand. Brother Ross, Brother Hoggus, it is now your turn. Blair understood that this crisis could only be weathered with the aid of these formidable individuals. Old man, I shall repay your kindness from last time with interest. Even as the heavy gunner Chase clenched his fist, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoed ominously, and his fierce gaze compelled Blair to avoid his wrath. Touching the 3 wounds on his abdomen, inflicted by the elderly birdman due to his own negligence, Chase resolved to shatter the bird's leg with a single blow, avenging his 3 clawed injuries. Chapter 43. Chase, the Steel Fist. As he strolled within 5 meters of his target, Chase slightly bent his body, and with a sudden burst of power from his legs, the concrete ground beneath him began to show signs of cracking. The 5-meter distance closed in the blink of an eye, and under the sunlight, his gleaming left fist surged towards Blair's face. In his parrot form, Blair's vision was limited, yet his hearing was significantly heightened, surpassing that of ordinary beings. As Chase took a step forward, Blair propelled himself forcefully, his arms transforming into wings that flapped in unison. Just then, Chase's punch grazed past his bird claws. What a close call! This was precisely the moment he had been waiting for. Seemingly anticipating this, as Chase unleashed his punch, he bent his body once more and, after the initial strike, leapt powerfully, delivering an uppercut to the abdomen of the white-headed parrot. The strike took Blair by surprise, especially as he had let his guard down after evading the previous attack. Bang! The blow landed with such force that Blair instantly lost consciousness. His body propelled several meters into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the white-headed parrot gradually transformed back into Blair's original form, and he awoke from the impact, gagging. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from Blair's mouth, indicating severe internal injury. Damn it! Captain Wark shouted, swinging his sword with ferocity. Chase sidestepped to evade, but due to the prior offensive maneuver, his evasion fell short of perfection, resulting in Wark's sword grazing his underarm. The pain in his armpit did not deter Chase from retaliating. As a member of the esteemed 8 Treasures Water Army, he was naturally adept at attacking, a fact that earned him the grand title of Heavy Artilleryman. With a swift turn, Chase disregarded his wound and launched a powerful punch. Despite Wark's attempts to retreat, he underestimated the reach of his opponent's attack. While the average person's arm length is approximately 70 centimeters, Chase, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, possessed arms that were a good 30 centimeters longer than most. Coupled with his large strides, his punch struck Wark squarely on the left arm. Crack! The sound of shattered bones echoed as Wark's face contorted in agony, his right hand instinctively dropping his weapon to grasp his injured arm. Gritting his teeth to suppress any sign of weakness, Wark caught sight of Chase's contemptuous gaze. With a dismissive glance, Chase turned his back and advanced towards the crumpled, gasping Blair. The power of the devil fruit was indeed formidable, allowing even someone like you to survive under my fist. Chase's expression twisted with malice as he drew closer to Blair, who gazed up at the towering figure of the pirate with a sense of dread. Such a miraculous power wasted on a worthless individual like you is truly a travesty. Chase had encountered users of the devil fruit during his service with the 8 Treasures Water Army. They were powerful but not invincible. His vengeful nature, coupled with the realization that he had reached a plateau in his own technique, bred a tinge of jealousy towards Blair. Coughing, he found a sense of satisfaction seeing the man who had previously wounded him now reduced to a pitiful state, like a beaten dog. A smirk crept onto his face as he raised his fiercely aggressive fist high. His right hand clenched tightly, fingers poised like claws, glinting in the harsh sunlight. "Old man, go to hell," he declared, swinging his fist, yet an even swifter shadow approached. Blair. Gale's peripheral vision caught sight of the precarious situation of village chief Blair. As the fierce clash between the heavy artillery and the legendary devil fruit user captivated the attention of most present, witnessing Chief Blair being sent flying by a single punch. Captain Huawei was swiftly defeated, leaving the chief in dire straits. Gale's eyes widened in fury as he thrust his staff forward like a dragon towards the old man blocking his path. Having survived on the sea for over a decade, the old man was no pushover. Wielding his rolling pins with unparalleled skill, he crossed his arms defensively against the incoming strike. Although he successfully blocked the blow, the immense force caused him to stagger back several meters, his arms trembling slightly as he marveled at his opponent's extraordinary strength. "Chief, Mr. Blair," amidst urgent exclamations. A shadow narrowly evaded Chase's fist at a critical moment, wrapping around his punch that bore the mark of a tiger. Humph. What could have been a decisive blow against the old man was disrupted when the sudden attack ensnared Chase's wrist, altering the trajectory of his punch. Exhaling in relief, Blair felt a wave of gratitude amidst his fear. In the world of pirates, there remained a code of honor. To treat one as savior, an elderly scholar, so callously was truly disgraceful for any pirate. A light-hearted yet mocking voice drifted from Chase's left, prompting him to turn and cast a distrustful glare. A young man, adorned with a white headscarf embellished with red flowers, revealed golden hair peeking from beneath it. His youthful face tinged with an unsettling peculiarity. Positioned about 5 meters away, the youth clutched an odd weapon resembling a lantern, crafted from chains and a sickle. The latter coiled around his right wrist. A cursory glance revealed that the iron chain possessed an extraordinary quality. "Do you intend to meddle?" Chase questioned sharply. This newcomer, unfamiliar to him, must have been summoned like the previous mercenaries, relying on his years of combat experience. Chase aimed to suppress the young man's presence and observe his response. In just 5 terse words, Rod sensed a palpable aura of menace and determination. While an ordinary person might falter in the face of such intensity, Rod's was far from ordinary. His calm demeanor twisted into a grimace as the corners of his mouth curled upward, resembling a predatory beast fixating coldly on the towering figure before him. "Meddle? No. I merely wish to kill you." As his icy words fell, Chase felt a tug on his right wrist. Taking a sideways step, he planted his robust right foot firmly on the ground, his already formidable arm beginning to twist like a coiling serpent, seeking death. With a surge of strength from his right arm, the chain connecting the two men instantly tightened to a straight line. Despite the unchanging, fierce expression on Raz's face, he was inwardly taken aback by the formidable power of his opponent. In this intense struggle, both individuals swiftly reached a conclusion in their hearts. Rod's strength was inferior to Chase's. Upon realizing this, a smile appeared on Chase's face, and then, with a sudden surge of power in his right arm, he unexpectedly pulled the previously contending sprite towards him. This initial tug was merely the beginning. In a swift reaction, Chase positioned his left arm with precision, and as he felt his opponent being drawn in, he unleashed a powerful left hook. Not only was Chase a seasoned pirate with 5 years of experience, adept in combat, But Raz also proved to be a skilled fighter. In that fleeting moment of being pulled, he cleverly utilized the force to his advantage, straightening his body and delivering a fierce kick with his right leg towards Chase's limb. With a resounding thud, the unusual posture allowed Raz to evade Chase's formidable punch, while his own strike found its mark. The impact echoed as Chase retaliated with a powerful right kick, launching Raz several meters away. Before Chase could assess the injury to his left leg, his right wrist relaxed, and the chain he wielded slipped free from his grasp due to Raz's maneuver. After flexing his left leg, though it ached, it was nothing severe. His gaze shifted towards the young man he had just sent sprawling. The sudden release of the chain had made Chase aware that his opponent still possessed fighting capability. The defiant youth stood tall, wielding a lantern in one hand and a scythe in the other, the lengthy chain trailing behind him on the ground. Gently massaging his sore waist, he felt discomfort but was otherwise unharmed. He flashed a smile at Chase, a gesture that caused the veins on Chase's forehead to bulge ominously. "You little brat, prepare to meet your demise." Chase intended to ascertain the young man's identity and the extent of his background. If he were to discover that his opponent had powerful connections, he might consider sparing his life. Enough with the chatter. If you wish to fight, then fight. What need is there to inquire about names? Do you intend to report to the king of hell about your grandfather? With a thunderous shout, Raz exhibited no trace of fear. Gripping his scythe tightly, he swung it vigorously. The lantern, with a 6-meter attack range, surged forward. Upon witnessing the lantern hurtling towards him like a hammer, Chase merely scoffed, stepping back just in time to let the weapon graze past his nose. Raz, undeterred, wore a smirk of satisfaction. The lantern's assault continued unabated, akin to a cannonball, obliterating a wide-eyed victim attempting to evade it, showering blood and brains that sent nearby pirates into a panic. It was only then that some turned their gaze toward the direction from whence this individual had approached, unveiling a gruesome scene of fallen bodies, grotesquely mutilated, leaving the pirates appalled. Limbs severed, blood and brain matter mingling in a noxious stench, the corpses were scarcely recognizable. Further afield, a frail youth was retching violently, evidently disturbed by the macabre spectacle. This fellow should not be underestimated. Casting aside his earlier disdain, Chase discreetly swung his arm, a habitual gesture before a fight, signaling his newfound seriousness. Observing Chase's apparent shift in demeanor, Raz grinned fearlessly, his eyes flicking over the pirates, all of whom seemed deserving of death. From the corpse previously crushed by rods emerged a subtle, unnoticed glow. Rod's smile deepened. "Trash, become my strength." Clearly, in Rod's eyes, this band of pirates was gradually transforming into a source of wealth. "Kill." Both sides roared in unison, springing into action, though their targets deviated. Chapter 44. The balance tips. Vasily's gaze swept leisurely over the battleground where Rods had fought. All the pirates there lay dead, and he now set his sights on Rod's current skirmish. Simultaneously, his peripheral vision caught sight of a few individuals he had been monitoring. Upon seeing Village Chief Blair being shielded by several villagers amid the chaos, Jell felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Indeed, now I can deal with you seriously." "Old Man Lon." In a calm tone, Spade Jell addressed the toothless pirate. Lon did not respond immediately. He surveyed Jell's two brothers, seemingly pondering something, before suddenly realizing, "I believe I've heard of you. You are the 3J brothers, right? The Stubborn Knights." Recalling the title, he expressed disdain. "Knights? This era has no need for knights." However, upon remembering the identity of his adversary, Lon became cautious. Although the opponent had no particularly alarming achievements, he nonetheless warranted careful consideration. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Knights, regardless of the era, they shall never be extinguished. Jell remained composed and unperturbed, gradually closing the distance to Lon, his staff rotating slowly. Just as both believed they were in the optimal position, they moved simultaneously. Sweep. Block. Point. In the midst of a fierce clash between two combatants, the atmosphere crackled with intensity, reminiscent of a whirlwind. As the leader of the trio, Gear, who had long been influenced by his father's teachings, felt a surge of exhilaration. At the same moment, his two younger brothers were equally determined, engaging their respective adversaries. The youth clad in peach attire, known as Tau, skilled in the steel fist, faced off against the versatile shield and axe warrior, the Red Hardhile. Meanwhile, the formidable Pettigrew, wielding powerful firearms, contended with Squarethor, a master of Western swordsmanship. The battles across various arenas commenced with fervor and brilliance. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as Vasily's keen gaze swept over the battlefield, taking down every gunman within his sight. He understood the lethal threat of firearms. To ensure the safety of his comrades and subordinates, it was imperative for a marksman to eliminate such dangers with precision. Scythe, hammer, rather than engaging the artilleryman, Chase. In a direct confrontation, Rod sensed that his experience points were being harvested by others, stirring a sense of urgency within him. He could not allow the enemy general to be vanquished while his own rewards were snatched away. Run, little one? Chase seized the opportunity while Rods was distracted by the demise of his lesser subordinates, unleashing a powerful punch that sent Rods tumbling several meters. The force of Chase's strike was formidable. How many have I slain? Countless? Then let it continue. Rods could hardly recall how many luminous orbs had been absorbed to nourish his body. His eyes began to take on a crimson hue. A mark of the carnage he had wrought. Kill. He rallied himself to stand, a roar escaping his lips, drawing Chase's attention. Despite the timing, power, and ferocity behind Chase's punch, capable of shattering bones or ending lives, it seemed that the man before him had withstood it all and risen again. Chase realized that he would need to exert his full strength to conclude this confrontation. With legs bent and body coiled, he launched himself forward. His right arm raised in preparation, exuding an overwhelming force as he aimed for a decisive blow. With each breath, Chase's inhalations became remarkably rhythmic. A technique learned only by the gifted from the Flower Kingdom. An imperceptible energy surged towards his right arm, causing it to swell subtly. 8-fist strike. In mere moments, Chase closed the distance of 7 to 8 meters, his fist, imbued with the strength of a tiger's claw, aimed directly at Rods's head. This punch was several times more powerful than the previous attacks. Chase was convinced that should this blow connect, it would surely claim the opponent's life. Seemingly prepared for this moment, Rhodes unexpectedly executed a bridge maneuver in response to the strike, evading his opponent's confident assault in such an unusual manner. Just as the punch was unleashed, a formidable shockwave, akin to a powerful gust of air, surged forth. Faced with this force capable of shattering equilibrium, Rhodes instantly collapsed to the ground, while the area in front of Chase's fist was engulfed in a swirling storm of dust and debris within a 3-meter conical radius. This is the remarkable prowess of the 8-chunk fist, delivering formidable attacks powered by energy, strength, and technique, with each move imbued with an impactful effect. A vulnerability. The sharp-eyed Chase seized upon this opening. Elated, he felt an explosive surge of power in his right leg and unleashed a fierce kick. 8-chunk fist, martial leg. Gathering energy at the tip of his foot, he thrust towards his opponent's chest before they could react. Die, you bastard! He roared, a surge of confidence swelling within him. This kick would surely land. Bang! Under the blazing sun, a shadow shot forth rapidly in one direction. Thud. Crash. The figure of Rods collided with the wall of a makeshift structure, coming to a halt, the faint odor surrounding him unmistakably indicating that this was a restroom. Impossible! Chase exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the man rising once more, utterly astonished. His previous 2 strikes, each capable of easily shattering stone and splitting wood, had failed to incapacitate his opponent, who, despite possessing formidable physical attributes, had managed to stand after receiving the brunt of his 8-chunk fist. Such resilience he had only witnessed in monstrous beings. Gradually rising, Rods's eyes were bloodshot. He discreetly touched his ribs, relieved to find them unbroken. In an instant, he had forcefully twisted his body to distance his heart from the range of his opponent's attacks. Yet the pain in his abdomen was overwhelming, plunging him into a state of utter despair. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The 2 combatants had come to understand each other's strengths through their exchanges. One practiced ferocious techniques and excelled in offense, while the other relied on innate talent to defend. In their confrontation, a delicate equilibrium had been achieved. All things in the world are divided into yin and yang, and the same applies to fighting and slaughter. When human strength reaches its limits, an individual typically chooses a path that suits them between offense and defense. Offense is undoubtedly the pursuit of ultimate lethality, aiming to vanquish the enemy with a single sword or fist. Defense, on the other hand, is simpler. It involves evading, blocking, and protecting oneself from harm while seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Excessive defense inevitably reveals vulnerabilities, while relentless offense leads to fatigue. Once both parties comprehend the extent of each other's prowess, the confrontation becomes a battle of spear versus shield, with victory resting upon the superior skill of one contender. Bang! Bang! 2 successive shots forced the enemy back, and Vasily felt a sense of dread. He was down to his last 2 bullets. Throughout this skirmish, he had found no opportunity to replenish the ammunition in his revolver, as its bullets differed from those of flintlock pistols and had to be procured through certain channels affiliated with the Gallo family. In this fierce battle, he initially possessed 11 bullets. After dispatching 6 foes with 6 shots, he found himself targeted by an enraged pirate. Previously, on this battlefield, 2 members of the Flower Guard confronted the formidable Raz, yet they underestimated his formidable prowess. After revealing a weakness, Raz seized the opportunity to sever the throat of Lon, the striking female pirate, which prompted the other, May, who had been wounded by Vasily's bullet, to flee in terror from the conflict. With the village chief, Blair, incapacitated, Kiku and Take, who were originally engaged with the parrot men, now had their hands free. Take, who was in a romantic relationship with Lon, was filled with rage upon witnessing his beloved's demise. Though he dared not confront the captain's opponent directly, he set his sights on the limping marksman. His agile physique and erratic dodging made him a challenging target to hit. Vasily assessed the situation in his mind. He had fired 2 shots earlier, both narrowly missing their mark, and with the enemy closing in, he found himself in a precarious position. As Frank retreated with the dazed sturgeon, Vasily's focus sharpened, and a plan began to form in his mind. Take had been following chase for a longer time, yet his strength was comparable to that of the later arrivals, Lon, May, and Tao, indicating that his talents were not as formidable. In contrast to offense, dodging was clearly where Take excelled. Although his frame was slender and anger surged within him, a flicker of retreat began to surface. The marksman's skill was indeed impressive, having nearly struck him twice. To claim he would risk everything for Lon would be an exaggeration. Their relationship had encountered some turbulence lately, with Lan's superior martial talents causing a rift between them. Their connection had developed out of convenience during dull times aboard the ship or bed, and now, faced with peril, Take was naturally inclined to abandon ship. Bang! A bullet struck the ground beneath Take, prompting him to leap aside. If the captain could eliminate that fool, it would suffice for vengeance. This limping marksman could be disregarded. With a flick of his wrist, Vasily's revolver underwent a subtle change, unbeknownst to him, as he raised it once more, steadying himself to shoot. Click! A misfire. Vasily's eyes widened in disbelief. This round was empty. Had he run out of bullets? Just as Take contemplated retreat, a spark of realization ignited within him. The adversary had no bullets left. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward, albeit with caution. Seeing this, Vasily turned to flee, his steps unsteady and lacking the speed of Take. Panic-stricken, Vasily glanced back, only to find the man in green had already closed the distance. In a hasty reaction, he raised his weapon to shoot. Startled, Take dodged, only to feel a surge of joy. Click! Another misfire. Precision matters little without ammunition. Take's face contorted into a sinister grin as he laughed. Lame one. For Lon, may you descend to hell and atone for your sins. With 2 empty chambers, Zhu was certain that his opponent had run out of bullets, and the sheer terror etched on the other man's face conveyed everything. 5 meters. 3 meters. Zhu leapt into action, his right fist coiled with power, poised to strike. At such a close distance, he witnessed the limping man panic and turn, clumsily raising his pistol. Though his expression bore an icy resolve. Bang! A flash of flame erupted. The 2 collided and rolled together. Chapter 45, the confrontation ceases. Block. 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 Each punch landed against the shield, echoing a resounding thud. The brutish hire taunted the young lad in peach attire with coarse words. Indeed, the youth, driven by his impetuousness, unleashed a flurry of blows with his steel fists upon the man opposite him. One punch after another, he believed he could shatter his adversary's defense. Steel fist. Ha. Flamboyant little imp. Steel fist? Surely, that must be a woman's technique. Haya mocked. Yet, despite his derision, Hire could not afford to be careless. Verbal jabs were one thing, but true strength lay in tangible might. Feeling the force rebounding off his shield, he sensed a diminishment in his opponent's power. Most crucially, he was acutely aware of the chilling presence looming behind him. Hire knew that it could only belong to his brother, who staunchly adhered to the chivalric code. Steel fist. Once more, he blocked a punch, and with a sudden surge of strength, Haya charged forward. Among the brothers, he possessed the greatest physical prowess, thus choosing the shield as his defense, complemented by a short axe, which rendered his combat capabilities formidable. With a formidable shield, he had gathered strength for quite some time. Catching Tao off guard. Stumbling backward, Tao revealed a flaw, and in the realm of skilled combat, even the slightest imperfection could result in the loss of life. The flying axe gleamed with a chilling light as a shadow darted toward Tao's neck, and due to his clumsy retreat, he could only watch helplessly as the short axe came slicing through the air. Thud! The head, marked with the imprint of peach blossoms, rolled on the ground, its expression frozen in terror. A shiver ran down Hale's spine as he felt the coldness return from behind him, causing his countenance to darken. As a knight, the principle of not slaughtering the innocent was a tenet of their combat philosophy. However, after so many years, how many knights adhered to this creed? Yet, the Horgus family had one such anomaly, who, in fear of causing harm to the innocent, had removed the blade from his spear, ensuring that only the most heinous of wrongdoers would feel the sting of justice, and he continuously imparted this ethos to his younger brother, contemplating the troubles that lay ahead. Hale reluctantly picked up the blood-stained axe from the ground and fastened it to his side, firmly resolving to rely solely on his shield for defense. In contrast to the relatively composed Hale, the highly talented swordsman Tor danced among the crowd with twin blades in hand. The dual swords whirled with grace, and clad in armor that protected his vital points, he resembled a medieval knight performing on stage, yet his target was not a princess, but rather a pirate. Bang! Bang! With two successive shots, one narrowly missed while the other struck the opponent's armor, causing him to stagger. Pettigrew aimed to pursue, but the foe swiftly vanished into the crowd. Damn it! Slippery as an eel. Pettigrew cursed, recognizing the agility of this knight-like figure from the olden days. This was the 7th bullet he had fired, and with one round remaining in his short gun, he needed to reload. As he contemplated this, Pettigrew stepped back, attempting to create some distance for a reload. At that moment, Tor, taking advantage of his position behind the pirate, lunged forward, attempting to strike at Pettigrew directly. During a previous reload, Pettigrew had made similar movements, and it was evident that Tor was keenly observing his opponent's every move. With a grim expression, Pettigrew shifted backward, aiming his short gun at the advancing Tor, who was closing in with his twin swords poised. Firearms cannot truly enhance one's prowess, Tor remarked coldly, his body moving forward, unrelenting, with swords at the ready. As he approached his target, the fatal blow seemed imminent. Die, perish! Pettigrew felt a twinge of panic as he faced the fearless adversary, and with the enemy rapidly approaching, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet erupted from the gun's barrel at a speed imperceptible to the ordinary eye. All of Thor's focus was on Pettigrew. A chill rose in his chest. Though he could not see the trajectory of the bullet, he understood from whence it had come. With resolute intent, he crossed his twin swords behind him and swiftly executed a strike, the sound of steel clashing resonating with a spark. Unperturbed, Thor approached his target with unwavering steps, thrusting his swords forward, one aimed at the chest, the other at the kidneys. The blade pierced effortlessly into the body of the pirate Pettigrew. A wave of air surged through the central area, destabilizing the pirates and creating a vast open space. None were foolish enough to underestimate their own strength. In such a chaotic environment, being caught in the fray equated to certain death. As gasps of shock echoed, Chase's expression grew increasingly grim. Amidst the pirates' cries, Lon, Zhu, Tao, and Pettigrew had already succumbed to their fates, the deaths of the officers beginning to sway the morale of the lesser fighters, a harbinger of ill fortunes. Gazing at the man not far away, bleeding yet resolute, Chase could not help but roar in fury. Why? You are not even from this island. Why go to such lengths? Despite being on the offensive, Chase held the advantage. He had successfully disarmed his opponent. Die, was the only response he received, as if his adversary were merely a savage beast driven by bloodlust. Indeed, the opponent embodied the ferocity of a wild beast. Fists, legs, teeth, and head. These were the weapons of the man charging towards him. Each strike was lethal, targeting vital points, and coupled with the opponent's unnatural resilience, Chase found himself bearing significant injuries. Madman! Madman! He exclaimed in exasperation, raising his fist to counterattack once more. He believed that the enemy's injuries must have reached their internal organs, unlike his own, which were merely superficial. If he persisted, the opponent would surely perish. Eight-pulse fist, martial fist. Witnessing several skilled fighters fall beside him, the expression of the old man at the front grew pale, compounded by the blows he had received. The adversary was undeniably formidable, and he found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught. With the loss of his first mate and that boy in the peach-colored attire, the 3J brothers were left with 2 fewer fighters, prompting the cautious old man to contemplate retreat. You are afraid? The corner of the mouth of Spade Gear lifted in a subtle smile, for he had already ensnared the rhythm of his opponent's combat within his grasp. Yet, he harbored no desire to take a life. As the 2 adversaries clashed in several more rounds, cold sweat streamed down Lan Mian-So's brow. He was on the verge of uttering something, but such a gesture revealed a fatal flaw in Gear's discerning eyes. With a swift step forward, he charged with his staff, gathering force for a thrust. This blow, nay, this strike, was already beyond the realm of evasion in Lan Mian-So's perception. Under the might of this formidable attack, he felt the fleeting presence of a lion, a manifestation of intent. Intent. Such abilities can typically only be unleashed by martial artists and sword masters who have attained a certain level of prowess. These formidable individuals, imbued with intent, can sometimes manifest earth-shattering imagery with each strike. The adversary had taken advantage of the moment, and the distracted elder, realizing the peril, found himself unable to evade the impending onslaught. He could only muster his strength to block the lethal blow with his twin staffs, resigning himself to fate. Bang! The clash of blades echoed as the elder's short staff shattered instantaneously, leaving his body vulnerable to a subsequent assault. Thud. Though the attack lacked a pointed tip and did not penetrate the elder's flesh, he felt no relief. A sharp pain twisted in his abdomen, accompanied by the ominous crack of several ribs. Hissing, the elder, propelled backward, crashed heavily to the ground, curling into a defenseless position, exhaling a sigh of rancid air. The stoic Black Spade Gear stood tall, surveying the demoralized pirates. Addressing the elder, he remarked, "I appreciate your guidance. The sins of my two brothers I shall bear alone. I had intended to take your life, but this time, I shall spare you." Despite sparing the elder's life, Gear had no intention of letting him go so easily. To release him now would only invite future repercussions that he understood all too well. He knew the elder would not perish from this encounter, and his gaze shifted towards the sole battlefield at the center. At this moment, the majority of the pirates, whose advantage had turned into disadvantage, had largely ceased their attacks. Indeed, fewer than half remained, most having fallen to Raz's hand. The pirates were not fools. On the contrary, those who thrived upon the sea were often quite astute. Now, with their momentum lost, their leaders either slain or injured, and some having fled, the fate of the battle rested squarely upon their captain. Should Captain Chase prevail, there remained a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Otherwise, surrender would be their only recourse. As numerous gazes turned towards him, the heavy gunner Chase unleashed powerful punches. Fully aware of the precarious situation at hand, and grateful that the enemy did not coordinate their assault. Just kill him. Just kill him. Chase's expression grew increasingly frenzied. A promising situation lay before him, yet who could have anticipated the unfolding chaos? Kill. 8-fist technique. Martial fist. 8-fist technique. Martial leg. The 8-fist technique of the Flower Kingdom is formidable, so much so that with relentless practice, one can awaken the conqueror's haki. When combined with this haki, the 8-fist technique can be referred to as the ultimate art, incorporating various offensive maneuvers such as punches, kicks, and headbutts. The 8-fist technique, in the hands of Chase, becomes a whirlwind of ferocity. While the average citizen of the Flower Kingdom typically specializes in one aspect, be it fists or legs, Chase, audacious and greedy, boldly ventures into both realms simultaneously. This dual pursuit, however, has hindered him from breaking through the barrier of haki, which remains frustratingly close yet unattainable. Rose's eyes burned with a fierce crimson hue, his headscarf long lost, and his short golden hair gleamed brightly. Yet the grotesque distortion of his face, marred with blood, evoked an unsettling dread. In contrast to the increasingly deranged Chase, Rose had already succumbed to madness. Each of Chase's punches landed upon him, weakened by the curse of hell, barely withstood. Yet this meager endurance gradually tipped the scales of victory. This notion can be interpreted as the essence of the fist and sword. The intricate sword techniques of Zorro can also be explained through this essence, adhering to the established themes of this narrative. Chapter 46. The first victory as a pirate. This fellow possesses a chaotic yet structured fighting style, truly a lunatic. The Red Hardtail, armed with a short axe, approached his elder brother Gel, marveling at the frenzied clash between the two combatants. Chase is about to be defeated. Gel, with a more seasoned gaze, muttered to himself. Then remarked, "Indeed, he resembles a madman. It is precisely such individuals who are the most troublesome on the high seas." Surely not. It appears that the pirate from the Flower Kingdom is dominating that fellow, protested Squarethor, who, after vanquishing his enemies, proceeded to neutralize those who attempted to resist. This neutralization merely ensured they were incapable of fighting back, as his brother had already resolved the conflict, and none would dare to defy him in plain sight. "Thor, your perception still needs refinement," teased Red Hardtail, then added, "While it seems Chase is overpowering Rose, the rhythm of their battle has indeed shifted." Amidst the gathering crowd, Rose continued to attack Chase with the relentless fury of a rabid dog, while Chase's expression had drastically altered. Regardless of the blows he dealt, Rose seemed impervious, rising again and again to retaliate. Although Rose's offensive strength was not particularly overwhelming, he employed a strategy of exchanging wounds. Gel nodded, observing the two brothers drawing closer. and coldly stated, "After this, you shall run 100 laps around the island." "Ah, brother, surely you jest." Hale and Thor exclaimed in unison, their faces paling. Their overly serious elder brother had this unfortunate flaw. He adhered strictly to the ancient codes of knighthood, often demanding a judgment of character even before deciding to take a life. "As a form of punishment, I shall accompany you in this endeavor." Listening to Dogger's words, the two ceased their frowning, realizing that this punishment was inevitable. Alas, the wretches, why do you not perish yet? As the crowd's gaze turned upon him, the weight of the oppressive atmosphere unraveled his composure. Coupled with the tenacity of his opponent's life, this caused Chase to lose his sanity. In a moment of rashness, he launched a powerful strike, only to find his adversary advancing rather than retreating. His expression changed drastically. This mad dog had employed such tactics before, seemingly convinced that his assault would not be lethal. At times, this maniac would absorb his blows with his own body, seizing the opportunity to retaliate in close quarters. "Damn it, perish." This time, Chase chose not to defend himself, channeling his energy through his left arm, aiming solely at his opponent's head. "It's over," declared Spadegur. "Is it time to determine the victor?" The silly pondered uncertainly. At this moment, it was unclear whether Raz's consciousness remained intact or if his body's instinct for combat prevailed. After enduring Chase's right punch, he tightly grasped his opponent's fist, crouching low to evade the next strike, and then sprang upward with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as Raz's skull collided with Chase's jaw, the sharp sound unmistakably signaling a dislocation and fracture. Yet, Raz's retaliation was far from complete. After striking his opponent's chin, he ensnared Chase's waist with his legs and opened his mouth wide, aiming for Chase's throat. "Ah!" The sound emerged hoarsely, as he felt his adversary gnawing at his vital points, prompting him to unleash a flurry of punches upon his assailant. One punch. Thud. Another punch. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of blows, Chase found himself gasping for breath, his throat and windpipe severely compromised. You, as he sensed his enemy loosening his grip. Chase desperately clutched his throat, but the torrents of blood and the struggle to breathe made it clear his end was imminent. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust, and all eyes turned towards him. Anyone who could not discern the victor at that moment would truly be a fool. Spitting out a mouthful of blood and flesh, Raz turned slowly, his face devoid of expression, and walked over 20 paces to retrieve the weapon he had discarded during the battle, gradually approaching the barely breathing Chase. "Die." As the scythe cut through the air towards his throat, Raz's gaze shifted to Gur, who had previously spoken. Since intervention was no longer an option, it was best to let it be. "All is well." With a slight bow, Gur turned to leave with his captive, the other two following suit, exchanging glances. An imperceptible white orb appeared above Heavy Gunner Chase's lifeless body, seemingly drawn to something, swiftly racing towards the lantern in Raz's hand. Beneath the blazing sun, the lantern flickered with a glimmer of light, unnoticed by all. With eyes filled with a terrifying crimson hue, Raz surveyed the surroundings, raising his weapon high as if proclaiming his victory. With a final thud, the figure seemed to expend its last ounce of strength and fell heavily. "Raz! Captain Raz!" Amidst the exclamations of his companions, Raz succumbed to a deep slumber. This is a manifestation of exhaustion, compounded by significant injuries, naturally. The unconscious Raz would remain unaware of the subsequent events. Although the weather had gradually softened, a little girl walking alone by the seaside still donned her usual thin attire. The new clothes that Dr. Kloba had purchased for her had once again been taken by her aunt for her cousin. It was quite cold outside, yet she had grown accustomed to it. Recently having passed the archaeological examination, Robin felt a twinge of frustration as Dr. Clover forbade her from further studying ancient scripts, which dashed her newfound enthusiasm. Bored, she wandered to the beach, where she was soon captivated by a peculiar laughter, leading her to meet her very first friend, unaware that this friendship would herald a fateful turn in her life. 2 days later, Raz awoke to the rumbling of his stomach. Greeted by the sight of the ceiling above, he attempted to rise but found his body riddled with aches. Alas, despite the overwhelming soreness, it did not deter Raz from stretching languidly, a wave of relief washing over him, prompting a painful yet satisfying groan. Ah, the pleasure of pain. Yet, after such relief, discomfort inevitably followed. "Raz, you're awake," came Frank's voice from beside him. With great effort, Raz turned his head to see Frank hastily rising from a recliner. Frank, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Raz, you were incredible. That heavy artillery man, you defeated him outright." Raz smiled wryly, realizing he had perhaps overestimated his own abilities, or conversely, underestimated his opponent. A notorious figure who had survived on the high seas for years should not be taken lightly. Frank, what of my injuries? Oh, Roz, your injuries are not severe. The doctor examined you. It was merely overexertion, resulting in some muscle strains and a few bruised bones. Thankfully, nothing is broken or fractured. And with adequate rest, you should recover well. What a relief. Roz breathed a sigh of relief, grateful it wouldn't be another month-long convalescence like the last time. By the way, what is the status of the battle? Despite his physical fatigue, Roz was invigorated, immediately inquiring about the ongoing conflict. With the defeat of Chase, it signified the battle's culmination. The heavy artilleryman Chase was dead. His subordinate floral guardians, Bamboo, Orchid, and Peach, had perished. Plum had fled, and Chrysanthemum had surrendered. The captain of the Noodle pirate crew, Ramen, had been captured, while his first mate, Pettigrew, was dead, with approximately 100 assailants having met their end, leaving around 30 survivors. Meanwhile, Parrot Island had also suffered significant losses. Mayor Blair was gravely injured, having only just emerged from a critical state yesterday, and would likely require an extended period for recovery. Captain Huaca has suffered a fracture in his left arm, with one of the bones shattered into fragments, rendering him likely incapacitated for a considerable duration. Meanwhile, nearly 50 members of the city defense team have perished, with over 20 lives lost, which is a significant toll for an unseasoned battalion. In recent days, the atmosphere on Parrot Island has been rather oppressive, devoid of the joy that accompanies victory, overshadowed instead by the sorrow of loved ones lost in battle. Are you truly departing with just this pirate? Surely, he must be a valuable trophy, Vasily remarked, observing the Haugus brothers as they bid farewell in turn. Today marks the day of their departure from the island. These 3 knights, apart from receiving their own rewards and the captive, have taken nothing else with them. The course of a few days has allowed Vasily to grow familiar with these men. Despite their pirate status, the knights have ceased to regard them with suspicion. Moreover, Vasily has engaged in delightful conversation with Red Heartile. We have already claimed our due rewards. The rest does not belong to us, Hal responded quietly, casting a glance at his stern elder brother. The days spent circling the island have left him quite weary of the place. Recognizing the other's strict adherence to certain protocols, Vasily nodded, his gaze shifting to Gur, who bore the captive. Will you not take this man's life? I believe a head would be far easier to transport. The Navy's bounties are categorized into 2 types. One demands the capture of the individual alive, a privilege typically reserved for those criminals of value to the world government. The other pertains to the deceased. As long as their identity can be confirmed, a bounty can still be claimed, with a severed head being the most recognizable trophy. Previously, Hyle had recklessly taken lives, sparing this one as a form of atonement. Gur smiled as he explained. You are strong. Your word holds weight. Although Vasily found this method of atonement somewhat peculiar, he chose not to press the matter further. I admire your approach. Yet it is wise to show no mercy when dealing with pirates, Vasily cautioned the Haugus brothers. Gur, however, dismissed the concern, as they had their own code of conduct. Best keep an eye on your captain, Tor retorted. Gur raised a hand to silence Tor, then bid farewell to Vasily. We shall take our leave now. Hyle smiled at Vasily, saying, Until we meet again, I shall treat you to a drink. I truly look forward to it. Chapter 47. O'Hara, West Sea, O'Hara. This is an ancient island, where over 5 millennia ago, a seed from the world tree took root. Through the passage of time, the seedling matured into a magnificent tree, known as the Tree of Knowledge, standing proudly alongside the illustrious Tree of Life, Adam, and the Tree of Sun, Eve. Its age of over 5,000 years speaks volumes. Subsequently, a multitude of scholars congregated here, earning the locale the esteemed title of a sanctuary for intellectuals. Scholars from around the globe would send their works, be it literary masterpieces or academic treatises, to this hallowed ground. As the years passed, it gained yet another illustrious reputation as the largest library in the world. Several years ago, Dr. Klaba embarked on a global quest for historical truths, a pursuit that led to his arrest by the Navy on numerous occasions. However, his growing renown ensured his release each time. Upon returning to his homeland of O'Hara, the scholar, now akin to a sage, further embellished its reputation as a sanctuary for archaeology. It was anticipated that this place would flourish. However, at this moment, the world-renowned island faced imminent destruction. Quick, cast all the books down. Scholars from various regions labored to hurl volumes into the lakeside, their surroundings echoing with the ominous sounds of cannon fire, the harbingers of death itself. Yet, their focus remained unwavering, seemingly prioritizing the preservation of knowledge over their own lives. History must not be forgotten. On this day, news spread across the West Sea of O'Hara's obliteration by the extermination order due to its perilous historical research. The information soon reached the world at large. As Rhodes scanned the contents of the newspaper, a heavy pall settled over his heart. The occurrence of the extermination order implied the destruction of the illustrious island in the West Sea. Was this truly the Navy's explanation? They had arranged for evacuation vessels. Yet those vessels met with a tragic fate beneath the waves? The raised voices of Frank and Sturgeon reached Rhodes' ears, while others may have been oblivious. He was acutely aware of the true reasons behind O'Hara's demise. The study of the century of history obliterated by the world government contained numerous elements capable of destabilizing its reign. To prevent the leak of information and to thwart the escape of scholars, they had deliberately sunk the evacuation vessels they had dispatched. This encompasses all that the world government has inflicted upon O'Hara. I wonder if Mayor Blair is yet aware of this news. Let us refrain from informing him for the time being. Frank, momentarily taken aback by Rhodes' words, nodded and hurried outside. Mayor Blair, although a scholar focused on ornithology, would undoubtedly have acquaintances on that island. It is a sanctum for scholars, a place where learned individuals from all corners converge to pursue knowledge. Rising slowly, Rhodes faintly recalled that the scholars there had once devoted their lives to safeguarding certain texts. Vasily, how fares our ship? Rhodes inquired, directing his gaze towards the newly arrived Vasily, who had been adeptly managing matters in recent days. Due to your victory over Chase, their pirate vessel now stands as our prize. We currently have two options. One is the medium-sized sailing ship belonging to the heavy gunner Chase, though its condition is rather poor at present. The other is the slightly smaller vessel of the Ramen pirates, which can typically accommodate around 30 individuals. Rhodes promptly pressed, what is the status of the larger ship? Perhaps it is due to the last storm, or it may have endured too many battles, combined with the recent skirmish. That ship will require significant repairs, likely taking the better part of half a month to restore, Vasily explained. After a brief silence, Rhodes decisively stated, then we shall take the smaller one. Vasily regarded Rhodes with a perplexed expression. He had expected him to choose the larger vessel. Sensing Vasily's confusion, Rhodes gestured towards the newspaper. You have seen the news of O'Hara's destruction by the demon extermination order, have you not? Vasily's countenance darkened slightly. The swift downfall of such a renowned island could instill fear in anyone. O'Hara is indeed a sanctuary for scholars, he lamented. I wish to see it for myself, Rhodes declared earnestly. O'Hara? O'Hara. Vasily fell silent, seemingly lost in thought, before quietly remarking, there may be danger there. The Navy has recently enacted the demon extermination order. It is highly probable that peril awaits. Let us first venture into the open sea. Should danger arise, we shall retreat, Sturgeon interjected, casting a glance at the two. Frankly speaking, he too yearned to witness the island he had only encountered in newspapers. Our manpower is insufficient to manage that medium-sized sailing ship, Rhodes asserted. Then let us recruit enough personnel on this island. As if recalling something, Vasily suggested, perhaps we could enlist the forces of the two defeated factions. Seeing the questioning gaze of Roz, Vasily continued, such occurrences are quite common upon the vast ocean. Most pirates merely seek a means to survive. The victorious party inherently possesses the authority to execute the vanquished, and incorporating them into our ranks is also an option. With sufficient audacity, we could swiftly amass a formidable fighting force. However, it is prudent to eliminate any officers among these pirates, as we cannot ascertain whether they may poison our provisions or betray us from behind. Feeling the weight of Vasily's words, Roz contemplated the implications of such a maneuver. Should they directly accept this group of pirates, their crew could indeed attain a modest scale. Vasily, select around 20 skilled individuals, prioritizing navigators, cooks, and shipwrights. Compensate them according to our standards and organize the manpower promptly. Understood. Vasily nodded in response. Roz then turned his gaze towards Sturgeon, inquiring, Sturgeon, you know where the ship I desire is located, do you not? Sturgeon promptly stood and replied with respect, Captain, I am aware. Then lead me to behold our future pirate vessel. At once. As Vasily observed Roz's hurried departure towards the ship, he couldn't help but shake his head, sensing a tinge of urgency brought on by Roz, prompting him to commence his own preparations. The ship of the Ramen pirate crew had sustained minimal damage during the recent assault, which was one of the reasons Vasily considered it a viable option. A large vessel and a smaller one were secured at the dilapidated dock, and Roz's gaze was drawn to the slightly smaller of the two. This is a medium-sized vessel measuring 36 meters in length and 47 meters in height, featuring 3 levels, a lower deck, a first floor, and a second floor. collectively comprising approximately 10 rooms. It is equipped with bathing facilities, a kitchen, and a dining area, alongside 3 basic restrooms. The ship is primarily constructed from wood, with only the bow crafted from steel, which Ross suspects is intended for ramming purposes. After conducting a thorough inspection, Ross felt a sense of satisfaction. The memory of their humble little wooden boat was instantly cast aside. Indeed, this vessel bore the true semblance of a pirate ship. The subsequent itinerary became increasingly packed. But fortunately, most arrangements had already been made by Vasily in the preceding days, and now they simply needed to proceed in an orderly fashion. Dungeon of Parrot Island. 30 to 40 pirates were crammed into this dungeon, and after several days, their mental state began to deteriorate. They were uncertain of what fate awaited them. The fact that they had refrained from fighting indicated their desire to survive. Sigh. I wonder what these people will do to us. Can we still make it out alive? Murmured a pirate, leaning close to Alge. His words prompted Alge to glance over. Noticing the despondent atmosphere surrounding them, he reassured them, do not worry. Since we are being held captive, the worst outcome would be to be handed over to the Navy. At least, for the time being, our lives are not in immediate danger. I have no criminal record, so even if the Navy captures us, I can simply pay a bond to secure my release. Typically, pirates who are bounty listed are incarcerated in Navy bases, while those with bounties exceeding a certain threshold are taken over by the Navy of the Grand Line. Pirates like them, who have a criminal history but lack the qualifications for a bounty, are detained by the Navy for labor. In contrast, those without a record can be released upon payment of a bond. Alge had only recently become a pirate, so he felt little concern for his future fate. The Navy? Damn it. Someone complained. It was absurd that men striving for freedom were caught by the Navy. Just as these pirates lamented their plight, the dungeon door swung open, and a beam of light pierced through, momentarily blinding them. They beheld the figure of the man who had left a deep impression on them during the last battle. Striding forward, Taylor. Vasily's voice was icy. A stir erupted among the divided cells as a slightly younger man trembled. Are we to die? Taylor. The voice, reminiscent of death and tinged with a limping tone, rose slightly as Taylor felt the gaze of others upon him. Steeling himself, he abruptly stood. If death were inevitable, what difference did it make whether it came early or late? Vasily cast a glance his way, then gestured for a member of the city defense team to unlock the prison door. The moment the door swung open, a wave of agitation surged through the pirates, only to be quelled once more, for the man standing outside brandished a revolver. Some recognized the man's prowess, capable of dispatching even the highest-ranking officers, while others identified the formidable Garo revolver, an object of desire for any seafaring man in these times. As Taylor followed Vasily out, the remaining prisoners strained to hear the sounds of their potential fate beyond the walls. There were no gunshots, nor cries of anguish. Moments later, Vasily and the city defense member re-entered. Toby, called out another young man, his face etched with anxiety as he stood to leave. The cycle continued, and as 7 or 8 of their fellow inmates were taken away, unease began to ripple through the pirates. A middle-aged pirate's eyes darted, seemingly grasping the situation. Most of those previously summoned were young, likely new to the pirate life, and thus less inclined to seek vengeance for their former crew. Were they being recruited? Alja sensed the unfolding events as well. Alja, have you arrived? Meanwhile, amidst the recruitment efforts of Roz and his crew in the New World seas, fierce winds howled through the air, propelling a massive ship departing from Elbath. The relentless gusts multiplied the vessel's speed as it surged toward the recently devastated O'Hara. Chapter 48. Setting sail the following day dawned bright and clear, a day deemed auspicious for travel by the Elder. Aboard the newly renamed Waybreaker, nearly 20 individuals awaited the arrival of their new captain. Among them were Taylor and Toby, who had joined the crew at the same time, recruited by Chase due to prior losses on Parrot Island. On the other side stood various technicians, such as a chef, shipwright, and ship's doctor. On the upper deck, Vasily silently fiddled with his revolver. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of approaching footsteps drew the attention of the crew. Emerging from the dilapidated port into the morning light was a figure, not tall but exuding an intimidating presence. Golden hair framed a face adorned with chains. A scythe hung from his right hip, while an ancient lantern dangled from his left. Bandages were visible on his body, and a brown cloak billowed behind him. Ordinary yet peculiar. None present dared to gaze directly upon this individual. The moment their eyes met his visage, vivid images would involuntarily flood their minds. The unwavering figure that stood resilient beneath the original captain's fist, as well as the savage visage of a beast tearing at its throat. Thud, thud, thud. Their new captain surveyed the room before ascending the staircase to the second floor, each step resonating like a heavy hammer, striking at the hearts of the assembled pirates. This serves as a formidable warning. Following Rhodes is Frank, clad in his usual attire. Though at this moment, a vibrant parrot, roughly the size of a palm, perches atop his head. Its hues closely resemble those of a guide bird. Yet its appearance is distinctly that of a parrot, rendering it far more visually appealing than the guide bird. Frank, somewhat exasperated, finds himself in a predicament, for reasons unknown. When they went to claim their reward, the guide parrot seemed to have chosen his head as its nest. No matter how hard he tried to dislodge it, the bird remained steadfast. After the captain spoke, Frank resigned himself to the fact that his head had become a sanctuary for another creature, carrying a long rifle. He ascended to the second floor, following Captain Rhodes. The last aboard the ship was Sturgeon. Upon entering, he refrained from following the others upstairs, as that area was reserved for the officers, and he felt he had yet to earn his place. Gripping his long knife, he gazed enviously at his companions on the second floor. I believe most of you are familiar with me. Indeed, I am your future captain, Henry Rhodes. Rhodes announced from a prominent position on the second floor, addressing the crowd below with a voice tinged with enthusiasm. You are all the vanquished. Yet I have granted you a second chance. I trust you are well aware of the rewards and benefits, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. What I wish to convey is that this represents an opportunity for you. You should understand that I have defeated the so-called heavy gunners, which signifies my superiority over them. Your new captain will continue to grow stronger, and our ambitions shall never be confined to these waters. The Grand Line. The New World. Those are the realms where men ought to venture. Observing the stirred emotions below, Rhodes raised both hands, urging them with fervor. Come, lend me your strength. And together, let us seize the One Piece. These words, imbued with a captivating allure, resonate profoundly with pirates, particularly in this nascent era of piracy. After all, the brave souls venturing out to sea are predominantly driven by this very ambition. Oh, Captain Ross. The atmosphere was instantly electrified, evidently. The subject of the Pirate King holds a far greater appeal for them. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the tasks that vassalage has assigned to several pirates below. Alge gazed around at the surrounding pirates, all of whom were quite youthful and thus brimming with excitement. Naturally, a tempest of emotions surged within him as well. As a former commander of an army, the young General Ross possessed a considerable acumen for such brief orations. Thus, it was time to set sail. With a roar, the anchor was raised, and one by one, the sailors assigned tasks unfurled the 3 sails, adorned with the pirate flag designed by Ross and his crew, which fluttered vigorously in the maritime breeze as the ship, the breaking wave, gradually departed from Parrot Island. Oberly watched the receding figures with profound gratitude. Had it not been for them, this island would have been perilously close to ruin. Wishing them a safe journey, observing his subordinates below, who were becoming increasingly busy, Ross finally exhaled the tension he had been holding. Transforming a small team of just a few into a robust crew of over 20 was no small feat this time. Vasily successfully recruited 17 individuals for the Ross Pirates, bringing the total number of the crew to 22, including the previous 5 members. Due to Wilt's satisfactory performance, he was released on Parrot Island by the Ross crew, primarily because he no longer held any value for them. The smooth sailing of the ship marked a promising beginning for the pirate crew, as long as they followed the course outlined on the nautical charts. Reaching O'Hara would not prove to be a daunting task. Among the acquisitions of Rhodes this time were several nautical charts, which broadly outlined most of the islands in the western seas. With the assistance of a slightly more knowledgeable individual, one could reasonably deduce an appropriate maritime route. The mere thought of the nautical charts resting in his chamber caused Rhodes a slight headache, as he vaguely recalled Vasily mentioning that among the recruits was a pirate particularly attuned to changes in the weather. Vasily, you previously mentioned a pirate who possesses a keen understanding of wind direction, didn't you? Rhodes inquired, turning to Vasily. Alger. The one with the blue hair and the duck-billed cap, Vasily replied, gesturing towards Alger, who was busily familiarizing himself with the ship. Then summon him here. And I would appreciate it if you could arrange accommodations for them, Rhodes instructed. This vessel boasts 10 cabins, 3 on the lower deck, 4 on the main deck, and 3 on the second floor. With 22 individuals aboard, it is imperative to allocate accommodation judiciously, given the brevity of time to take command of the ship. The arrangements largely mirror those of the previous crew. The 3 rooms on the second floor were originally inhabited by the captain and first mate of the Ramen pirate crew, with the central room having been converted into their captain's quarters. Naturally, Rods made himself comfortable and, turning to Frank, led him into the captain's chamber, where he began to await Alge's arrival. Vasily stepped onto the deck and informed the astonished Alge, subsequently taking it upon himself to assign quarters to the pirates. During the discussions of the previous night, Rods had deliberated extensively with the officers on this matter, ultimately reaching a consensus. Aside from Rods and Vasily, the remaining 20 individuals were dispersed among 7 rooms, 3 on the lower deck, 3 on the main deck, and 1 on the second floor. As an officer, Vasily opted not to take a room on the second floor, but specifically requested a cabin on the main deck from Rods. This particular room was adjacent to the staircase leading downwards, which not only provided access to 3 more cabins but also housed the ship's provisions, fruits, and fresh water, along with a human-powered device for accelerating the vessel, truly a vital asset. Herein lies Vasily's astuteness. The room he selected allowed him to oversee the main deck while also guarding the storage area below, effectively serving multiple purposes. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in white linen and sporting a duckbill cap approached Rods. "Captain." Alge inclined his body slightly, striving to appear less impolite. Rods scrutinized the newcomer. His hair was a deep blue reminiscent of the sea, his features unremarkable, standing at a height of approximately 170. And his white linen attire bore several patches, yet they were stitched with precision. "You are Alge, are you not? I have heard you possess a keen sensitivity to changes in the weather." Rods reclined on a sofa, his bright, penetrating gaze fixed upon the fresh-faced pirate before him. Alge raised his head slightly, momentarily locking eyes with Rods before instinctively lowering it again. A mere glance left him feeling somewhat unnerved, frustrated with himself. Alge's peripheral vision caught sight of Rods's weapon, which appeared peculiar to him, leaving him puzzled as to why the new captain wielded such an odd instrument. "Alge?" At the call of his name, Alge cast aside his distractions, the earlier lapse in focus startling him for allowing his mind to wander during such a crucial moment. He promptly replied, "Yes, Captain, I am Alge. My father was a pirate, and the blood of pirates flows through my veins. I am a child of the sea." A child of the sea? Frank stood by, somewhat taken aback. During his 2 voyages, he had overheard sailors boast of being the so-called children of the sea or denizens of the ocean. In his earlier naivety, Frank had sought the counsel of old Harvey, who elucidated the meaning of the term. Upon noticing the glance cast by Rods, Frank promptly elaborated. "It is said that the children of the sea possess an extraordinary perceptive ability, enabling them to discern wind direction, humidity in the air, and exhibit remarkable diving prowess. It is not uncommon for the offspring of pirates or adventurers to occasionally manifest such traits." Upon hearing this, Rods instantly grasped the implication. This notion of sea denizens was likely a fanciful creation of pirate descendants, a means to elevate their status. It was hardly surprising that these heirs possessed abilities beyond the ordinary in this peculiar world. It was perfectly reasonable that the consumption of certain enhancing meats might alter one's genetic makeup. "Is it true that the assault on Parrot Island was your suggestion?" Alge's countenance shifted dramatically before settling into a calm demeanor. The very fact that he presently stood unharmed indicated that he would not be held accountable for past transgressions. "Indeed. Captain, I calculated that dense fog would be imminent in the coming days," he implied, trusting that the captain would comprehend his meaning. "Alge, as a newly inducted member of Chase's crew, I hope you will serve my pirate band diligently. I believe I am no less capable than Chase." Recognizing the other's unique talents, Rods contemplated appointing him, as their vessel lacked a true navigator. And now an individual with such innate abilities had presented himself, an opportunity not to be missed. Upon hearing the new captain's words, Alge's spirits soared, and he immediately bowed, exclaiming, "I would never dream of failing to serve the captain with utmost devotion." "Devotion is unnecessary. Simply perform well, and wealth and fame shall follow," Rods replied, rising to pat Alge on the shoulder, his voice firm. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "By the way, you will be residing on the second floor." Chapter 49. The disappearing books regarding the accommodations for the crew. Vasily's arrangements were quite reasonable. Most of the pirates were recruited from 2 different pirate crews. Vasily shuffled these individuals and assigned them to rooms shared by 3. He and Roz each had a room to themselves, while Alge shared his quarters with a seasoned pirate who was fortunate enough to reside next to the captain. The officers Frank, Sturgeon, and Hada, who had boarded the ship earlier, were dispersed among this group of pirates. Having familiar faces within the crew provided a sense of security, allowing them to be informed of any developments promptly, and it facilitated their integration into the pirate community. However, Roz could not partake in the camaraderie of sharing meals and lodging with these rugged men. A pirate captain must maintain an aura of authority and mystique to command respect from his subordinates. After Alj and his roommate verified the sea charts, Roz learned that the journey to O'Hara would typically take around 4 days under favorable winds. Adverse winds could extend the duration. Perhaps due to the misfortunes that had plagued them previously, this voyage was remarkably smooth. The sudden acquisition of a larger ship, coupled with an increase in crew members, imbued Roz's maritime existence with a newfound sense of enjoyment. During this time, Roz and his crew faced attacks from a rival pirate group that was nearly equal in numbers. The moment they encountered Roz's crew, it became evident that misfortune awaited them. Roz's pirates once again witnessed their captain's formidable authority and fervor. None aboard the rival ship escaped unscathed. The only lamentable aspect was that this unfortunate crew was rather impoverished, merely compensating Roz's crew with some weapons, provisions, and a modest amount of gold. Unlike his astonished subordinates, Roz continued to lament his physical inadequacies, lamenting that he had yet to attain the extraordinary prowess spoken of in that shadowy world. O'Hara. The geographical location here, even in the West Sea, is exceptionally favorable, making it an ideal springtime haven for scholars to conduct their research. Contrary to the uproar of public opinion that has erupted outside, those who occupy the realm of academia, despite engaging in vehement disputes, have largely refrained from venturing to O'Hara. Perhaps the true scholars have perished alongside the island itself. 5 days hence, with the southeast wind blowing, the direction of O'Hara lies precisely to the southeast of Roz and his companions, compelling them to stow away their sails. A crew of over a dozen sailors is laboriously pedaling a rowing apparatus akin to a bicycle in the lower deck. Against the headwind, Roz peers through a telescope at the dilapidated island in the distance. Once, O'Hara was sheltered by the Tree of All-Knowing. Yet now the entire island resembles a mangled remnant, with the only recognizable feature of O'Hara being the charred and blackened trunk of the tree, scorched by flames. "We have found nothing significant on the front. Let us circumnavigate the island," Roz commanded. The island has recently endured the assaults of Akainoan Akiji, prompting Rhodes to exercise utmost caution. He is acutely aware of the chasm that separates him from those formidable beings. A mere stroke of misfortune could lead to instant annihilation, necessitating a careful approach. After a grueling circumnavigation of the island, Rhodes finally exhaled in relief, having found no naval vessels or ships surrounding the perimeter, indicating that, at the very least, the island was devoid of any military presence. Could we be the first to set foot on this land? He pondered, as he commanded a swift landing on the leeward side. The youthful Rhodes was solely preoccupied with the preservation of the scholar's submerged tomes, as well as those ancient texts that potentially bore inscriptions of archaic languages. Little did he comprehend the magnitude of peril that such actions harbored. Even if he were to salvage the countless manuscripts in preservation, he would be ill-equipped to manage the situation. Each individual aboard the vessel could be likened to an invisible bomb. Yet, Rhodes found himself precariously traversing a tightrope above a precipice. The docks near the sea lay in ruin, with vast expanses of land having already succumbed to the depths of the ocean. There was not a single trace of vitality. This is the first impression that Rhodes has of the island. Neither the trees nor the weeds have survived. Gazing at the famed Tree of Omniscience, only the charred remnants at its base remain. At this moment, the deck of the Waybreaker is occupied by a considerable number of pirates, with Rhodes himself on the second floor, peering through a telescope. Gulp. Taylor swallowed hard, fear flickering in his eyes. It wasn't just Taylor. Everyone present had effectively placed themselves in this dire predicament. The might of the Navy is insurmountable. This is the Demon Slayer order. A pirate fell heavily to his knees on the deck. Such words and actions instantly jolted Roz, who had also been engulfed in the moment. The demon-slaying order, led by 5 generals and commanded by 10 brigadier generals, each directing a warship, accompanied by 10,000 elite soldiers, was set to unleash a merciless annihilation upon its target. Roz was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the demon-slaying order, yet that understanding was merely superficial. Witnessing it unfold before his eyes stirred a tumult within him. His startled subordinates, awakened by the sudden intensity, made Roz realize that his current actions were undoubtedly tantamount to courting death. Perhaps Vasily and the others merely assumed he sought to observe or to gain some advantage. Yet Roz had initially intended to acquire tomes rich in knowledge, capable of enlightening the understanding of ancient scripts. The ragtag group below would undoubtedly render this endeavor a deadlock. Should he depart? Reluctance clouded Roz's mind. He recognized the significance of ancient literature, for countless historical tablets chronicled clandestine histories, the locations of ancient armaments, and even the whereabouts of the fabled Final Island. He possessed intelligence on the underworld king and the sea king, and as a pirate, he had certainly contemplated reaching the final island. Was O'Hara not a part of the world government? Even if some within were studying perilous histories, did it not harbor innocent souls? Taking a deep breath, Roz suddenly shouted, his voice capturing the attention of all. I brought you here deliberately to reveal the harsh realities of this world. Piracy is not as simple as you presume, without a resolve to face inevitable death. Even the treacherous waters remain out of reach. Observing the slightly revived morale below, Roz shook his head. His words were futile in such an environment. He had clearly erred in his arrival. Gazing upon the dilapidated island, its soil bereft of life for the foreseeable future, Roz was left with a sense of lament. The world government had presided over the globe for 8 centuries and was now on the brink of decline. If one were to liken the world government to a dynasty, it had indeed existed for an extensive period. The Zhou dynasty of the last era must have endured for a similar duration. The rise and fall of empires is an inexorable truth of history. Frank, Sturgeon, follow me. Roz commanded. Turning to Vasily, he instructed, Vasily, remain here. We shall investigate. The recruits of this pirate crew had yet to earn Roz's trust. Assigning Vasily to this position was a strategic measure to intimidate them, preventing the crew from abandoning ship. Rest assured, Vasily understood Roz's intent. Then, let us proceed. With a leap from a height of approximately 2 meters, Roz was the first to land upon the island. Frank and Sturgeon exchanged a glance and obediently arranged for a ladder to be lowered. They could have jumped down, but feared injury to their knees. Thus they chose to descend the ladder. The ground was littered with shattered stones, blackened and reeking of charred remnants, both the scent of combustibles and the odor of scorched flesh. The island is modest in size. After a leisurely 20-minute stroll, the trio approached the heart of the city. However, to characterize it as a city would be somewhat misleading. It is more akin to a town. At the center lies the Tree of Omniscience, around which the scholars' abodes gradually extend outward. The dilapidated and crumbling houses appear as if they have endured the ravages of both earthquake and fire. The scene weighed heavily upon Roz. The term demon-slaying order had become a phrase to be feared in the future. Pressing onward, Roz took the lead towards what was once the largest museum in the world, now utterly transformed. Gazing at the vast ruins, he found himself at a loss for words to express his emotions. His gaze shifted to the lakeside before the former Tree of Omniscience, which appeared to be an artificial lake, likely created by scholars seeking to soothe their minds. As he strolled over, Roz began to shed his clothing and weapons. Captain, I sense something peculiar here. Allow me to investigate, he briefly explained before plunging into the water. After 7 or 8 minutes, the surface remained undisturbed, save for the ripples caused by the wind. Frank and Sturgeon grew increasingly anxious. Roz's underwater excursion had surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Sturgeon, stay vigilant. I shall take a look, Frank decided, beginning to undress. However, just as he had removed half of his attire, a splash caught their attention. They turned to see a head emerging from the water. It was their captain. Roz, filled with shock, swam toward the shore, climbing out in a daze, murmuring to himself, It can't be. It can't be. Why is it not here? In an instant, the sky fell silent. The gentle breeze ceased abruptly, causing Roz, who had just reached the shore, to break into a cold sweat. In the desolate central region of O'Hara, even the wind had stopped, instilling a sense of foreboding among the 3 men. Unbeknownst to them, high above, a man clad in a green hooded cloak was intently watching the man who had submerged. Who is he? How does he know that there are books hidden beneath the water? The relatively young man's gaze shimmered with a glint of malice and curiosity. Is he considering silencing him? The awareness of the O'Hara while being known to outsiders could spell trouble, yet the astute man quickly pondered further. Does he only know the book's existence? They had only retrieved the volumes from the lake the previous night, suggesting this individual was unaware of their situation. The man, who had only recently charted his future path, turned his attention to the pirate flag close to the shore. Pirates? Never mind. After all, he was no longer a Navy officer. Unable to ascertain whether the other was a nefarious villain, he chose to disregard them. As a naval commander, he had encountered many individuals and understood that not all pirates were malevolent. Indeed, among them were those of noble character, while the so-called world government was seldom populated by virtuous souls. Thus, he departed. The colossal vessels over there await his command to set sail. A gentle breeze caressed the faces of the 3 individuals, prompting a collective sigh of relief from their previously tense demeanor. The earlier atmosphere had been truly terrifying. In the absence of human voices and the chirping of insects, an unsettling silence enveloped everything. The air was still, and the water lay motionless. instilling a fear that rendered them incapable of uttering a single sound. The captain, having just swallowed hard, spoke in a hushed tone. "I cannot say for certain, but I can unequivocally assert that we were in grave danger, an inescapable peril that could have led to our demise." Rods wiped the cold sweat from his brow, affirming the captain's sentiment. Frank, standing nearby, nodded vigorously, sharing the same apprehension. "Captain, could it be in the water?" Sturgeon inquired, casting his gaze towards the lake's surface, which had begun to ripple once more. Such peculiar occurrences had not transpired before. Only when the captain emerged from the lake did these anomalies arise, compelling Sturgeon to ponder deeply. It should not be. The water is devoid of life, save for some fish and shrimp. He considered whether the absence of books was due to an unforeseen event that prevented scholars from casting them into the lake, or if they had been removed prematurely by someone else. The Navy? Having narrowly escaped death, Rod's mind began to wander once more, but he swiftly dismissed these thoughts. "Let us depart. We must not linger, lest we attract trouble without reaping any rewards." On this perilous journey to O'Hara, Rhodes found himself grappling with frustration, having failed to reap the rewards he so rightfully deserved. "Let's go," Rhodes commanded, swiftly donning his attire. The other two had no objections. This accursed place offered nothing but danger, and it was undoubtedly wise to depart without delay. The trio hastily packed their belongings, ready to flee, when suddenly, Rhodes sensed a peculiar disturbance. He halted, turning his gaze toward the ruins of the Tree of Knowledge. There seemed to be something there, akin to the fragments of a soul he had felt before. Noticing the inquisitive expressions of his companions, Rhodes gritted his teeth and said, "You two go ahead. I will follow shortly." With bewildered looks exchanged between Frank and Sturgeon, Rhodes dashed toward the source of his intrigue. Although he was uncertain of what awaited him, he knew that anything linked to O'Hara would undoubtedly possess significance. In an instant, Rhodes found himself standing atop a mound of ashes, distinctly aware of an enigmatic presence lurking beneath. The ashes, congealed by the rain, presented a challenge for Rhodes as he sought to uncover the treasures beneath. Casting a glance at the scythe in his right hand, he silently lamented its inadequacy before plunging into the task with fervor. Frank, observing the captain's actions from a distance, felt perplexed but nonetheless warned Sturgeon, "We must remain vigilant." With that, Frank took refuge in a more secluded spot, arming himself, while Sturgeon also chose to conceal himself nearby. Though the scythe was ill-suited for excavation, it was preferable to using one's bare hands. After nearly 5 minutes of diligent digging, an instinctive certainty surged within Rhodes. He was close. To avoid damaging whatever lay beneath, he resorted to using his hands, brushing aside the black remnants. Suddenly, his right hand encountered something distinct, a texture unlike the ashes. After a brief exploration, he finally seized it. It was an object reminiscent of a seed, enshrouded in dark ash. As Rhodes gently cleared it, he confirmed it to be a brown seed. A seed? Could this be the source of the faint vitality he had sensed earlier? Could it possibly be a seed from the Tree of Omniscience? Inadvertently, Rhodes had stumbled upon a profound truth. This seed indeed originated from the ancient tree, which had withstood the test of over 5 millennia. Perhaps, on the day of its bombardment, the tree, sensing impending doom, had summoned all its strength to leave behind the solitary seed. With an absence of peculiar feelings, Rhodes affirmed that this was the object he sought. He grasped his weapon tightly, cradling the seed, and made his way back to the lakeshore. After cleansing the scythe, he scrutinized the seed carefully before tucking it into his bosom. As the captain approached, the other two hurried to his side. "Captain, did you find anything?" they inquired in unison. "A seed," Rhodes replied. "A seed?" they echoed, astonished. Indeed, Rhodes displayed the seed briefly before securing it again, cautioning, "This must remain a secret." The three exchanged knowing glances, a shared sentiment of awkwardness settling in as they realized that their efforts had yielded but a single seed. With heightened vigilance, they returned to the ship, devoid of further conversation. Rhodes immediately commanded the sails to be raised. The Rhodes pirate crew, lacking a clear destination, yearned only to distance themselves from the island. "Rhodes, what have you encountered?" Vasily inquired with a hint of caution. Indeed, after gathering a considerable number of pirates, he had requested to address Roz as captain, but Roz had declined. On this vessel, there were 2 individuals whom Roz could genuinely trust, his savior Frank and Vasily himself. Regardless of whether he was a covert agent arranged by his adoptive father or not, Vasily possessed the capability to have taken Roz's life back then. To this day, Roz remained oblivious to the fact that this individual had followed him out of admiration for his adoptive mother. As a trusted confidant, a more familiar form of address was only natural, akin to how Frank would refer to Roz as Brother Roz in private moments. Is everything well with you? Roz retorted. What is the matter? Vasily responded, filled with confusion and curiosity. Roz then recounted the events they had encountered at the center of O'Hara. Upon hearing the silence that ensued, Vasily felt a chill of apprehension. No wonder you ordered a departure from there. It appears that place indeed harbors danger. A significant danger. Roz nodded with relief, fortunately. We are still alive. Did you find nothing of value? We obtained a seed, Roz replied. A seed? Yes. I suspect it to be a seed from the tree of knowledge, though I am uncertain of its unique properties. Roz firmly believed that this seed held special significance. After all, the Grand Line was home to an array of peculiar and extraordinary flora, and the renowned god of snipers, Usopp, wielded various strange yet powerful plants in battle. Vasily took the seed into his hands for examination. Finding no remarkable qualities, he returned it to Roz. Now that our expedition to O'Hara has concluded, what shall we do next? Vasily asked, gazing at Roz. After a moment of contemplation, Roz smiled lightly. I believe you have witnessed the tragic state of O'Hara. The future world is bound to be perilous. We must certainly prepare for what lies ahead. We shall vanquish pirates, eliminate villains. Strengthening ourselves is the best course of action. In just a few brief sentences, the combat strategy of the Roz pirate crew was firmly established. Relying on their external support, the path to strength seemed inevitable. With ample time and a significant number of foes dispatched, the ascent to power appeared less daunting. At merely 20 years of age, Roz had an abundance of time ahead of him. Observing the faint traces of bloodshot in Roz's eyes, Vasily felt a twinge of concern. Recalling the words of Black Spade Gel as they lingered in his mind, Roz, I believe it would be prudent for you to consult a physician, particularly one specializing in mental health. In stark contrast to the discussions that dictated the future of the entire crew, the 40-something Hada gazed mournfully at the vanishing silhouette of O'Hara, an island frequently gracing the pages of newspapers. With no responsibilities awaiting him, Hada returned to his quarters on the second floor, igniting a kerosene lamp to begin writing. This was his nautical diary, chronicling their adventures on Parrot Island, to which he would now add the tale of the obliterated O'Hara. He envisioned passing this diary down to his children as a testament to his competence and capability. As the flickering light of the kerosene lamp illuminated his workspace, Hada earnestly penned the legendary narrative that belonged to them. In this nascent pirate crew, no one can foretell their future or the transformations they will bring to the West Sea. The West Sea Division is situated between two islands near Reverse Mountain. This place, once a desolate isle, has been meticulously constructed by the Navy over the years into a formidable fortress. Ordinary pirates who dare to approach are met with certain death by cannon fire. A minor general is stationed here daily, and occasionally. A rear admiral pays a visit to gain experience, rendering this location a veritable bastion. A brigadier general, long stationed in this stronghold, received a task report from a naval colonel. This report was a plea for assistance received 6 or 7 days ago and had been submitted by the dispatched colonel. Upon scrutinizing the document, the brigadier general furrowed his brow, subsequently taking the report to the conference hall. Typically, a meeting is held every morning at the division. In the absence of the vice admiral, the minor general presides. If he is unavailable, the brigadier general takes over. Only when all are engaged in missions is the meeting cancelled. Upon entering, Brigadier General Hill immediately noted the presence of the minor general in the elevated position. After saluting, he took a seat beside Brigadier General Jonathan, exchanging brief pleasantries before awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Following the routine reports, discussions ensued regarding various pirate incidents across the seas. The Navy's duty is to confront these marauders, should a kingdom be beset by malefactors they cannot handle. They will request aid from the Navy, who will also address these rogues. Once Brigadier General Jonathan concluded his report on matters concerning the Kingdom of Bordeaux, Brigadier General Hill began to present the intelligence he had gathered. As he finished, a murmur of discussion arose among the attendees. Had yet another young pirate emerged in the West Sea? Compared to their older counterparts, the younger ones posed greater threats. The defeat of the bounty of 20 million berries on heavy artillery chase warrants particular attention. Additionally, another group of pirates had been vanquished. Reportedly, the infamous trio from the Hogus family, the 3J brothers. Should a bounty be placed on that group, led by a certain Roz? A suggestion was made. This seems inevitable. Gathering intelligence on this individual named Henry Roz is imperative. Upon hearing the discussions of his colleagues, Brigadier General Jonathan felt a flicker of recognition toward the name. I believe I have heard this name before. Chapter 51. The Cunning Mouse Lantern Island. Here lies an island renowned for its lanterns. A rare medium-sized island in the West Sea, devoid of a singular ruler. Rather, it is the multitude of rulers that has birthed chaos, rendering true governance an elusive concept. 6 factions vie for dominance, leaving the common folk burdened with unspoken grievances. In the southeastern region known as Silver County, which bears its name more for its defensible city and cultivable lands than for any true wealth, the ruling class descends from the rebellious nobles who once fractured the kingdom. At this moment, within the county's capital, the advisor to Duke Ryan reports the troubles plaguing Silver County. The unprecedented drought this autumn has exacerbated the scarcity of provisions in a region already ill-suited for agriculture, compounding the woes. A grave epidemic has struck the Plains District among the 6 territories, with Silver County merely a lantern-lit street away from the afflicted area. My Duke, the advisor intones. Our informants have relayed intelligence that the Ghost Mountain bandits are preparing to launch a raid as winter approaches. Such an act would inevitably plunge Lantern Island into a great conflict. Duke Ryan's expression darkens. The state of affairs is indeed tumultuous. The once prosperous Lantern Kingdom, brought low by the tyrannical actions of its king, saw its noble lords raise the banner of rebellion. The kingdom, which had endured for 2 centuries, shattered into fragments 15 years past, with Ryan's father having been among the once mighty lords. Over the course of these 15 years, relentless strife has plagued various regions, with the Silver County, once a bastion of stability, being gradually eroded by hostile nations, leaving its ruler in a state of helplessness and fury. Those accursed brigands. The so-called band of thieves is a farcical notion. They were once the steadfast guardians of the king, now reduced to mere marauders subsisting on plunder. Each time the Ghost Mountain bandits emerge, they invariably plunge the island into chaos, and this occasion promises to be no exception. Alas, these wretched fiends have taken residence on Ghost Mountain, a perilous stronghold that has withstood multiple assaults from various factions. The minister, his Mediterranean hairstyle swaying as he sighed, lamented, "My lord, if this continues, we shall lose our territory entirely." The geographical position of Silver County is precarious. To its left lies the bandit stronghold of Ghost Mountain, while to its right stands the formidable power of Lantern Kingdom, which has unabashedly claimed dominion over its territory, asserting itself as the legitimate sovereign. A fact well understood by all. Possessing several iron mines, Lantern Kingdom is acknowledged as the mightiest force, bolstered by its superior armaments, while simultaneously harboring the most aggressive intentions of conquest. My lord, without external assistance, our demise is inevitable. The minister, who oversees the granaries, knelt hastily as he felt the chilling gaze of fate approaching. He had previously broached the idea of seeking external aid to Duke Ryan, only to be met with a severe reprimand from the Duke at that time. The plan has been reiterated once more, and it seems the Duke is on the verge of fury again. The minister with a Mediterranean hairstyle hastily knelt down to offer his apologies. The atmosphere abruptly turned somber, causing beads of sweat to trickle down the Mediterranean minister's brow. After a moment of contemplation, the Rhine Duke reluctantly spoke. "Are the individuals you mentioned trustworthy?" Initially engulfed in trepidation, the Mediterranean minister's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing the Duke's inquiry. He quickly lifted his head and assured, "Your Grace, rest assured. Although they are pirates, their notoriety stems solely from their numbers. We merely need to harness their strength, as long as we present them with a sufficiently enticing prospect. They will only serve as our pawns." After a brief period of reflection, realizing he had no other cards to play, Ryan could only nod in resignation. He wished to preserve the legacy his father had built, to survive, and to become the sole ruler of Lantern Island. While it may seem like courting danger, with sufficient caution, it is not impossible to extract a morsel from the tiger's jaws. Even so, we must be impeccably prepared. Pirates can only serve as our blades. Upon exiting the grand hall, the Mediterranean minister wiped the perspiration from his brow, yet a faint smile graced his features. Upon returning to his quarters, he retrieved a din mushy and casually dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. Moshi moshi. A somewhat arrogant voice came through, and the small din mushy before the Mediterranean minister transformed into one adorned with a pirate hat. "Garuka, this is Zhang Site. Your assistance has been approved by Duke Ryan." "Ah, I truly appreciate it. I assure you, the promised reward will not be diminished in the slightest," replied the pirate referred to as Garuka, filled with gratitude. After agreeing on a date for their arrival and engaging in a brief exchange, both parties ended the call. With a beaming smile, Garuka abruptly concealed his mirth and turned to a pirate behind him, instructing, "Inform the captain, the fish has taken the bait." "Yes." Subsequently, Garuka produced a unique din mushy, one particularly adept for establishing connections. Beep, beep, beep. following a series of beeps. The din-din mushy gradually morphed into one resembling a mouse. "Hello, Garuka?" A calm voice emanated from the transponder snail. "Humph, the cowardly rat who dares not show himself." Yet, despite such thoughts, Galuka refrained from voicing them, for the individual on the other end was none other than the infamous criminal mastermind of the West Sea. Known as the Cunning Rat, he had gained notoriety for having once detonated a naval vessel, earning a bounty of 80 million berries in the black market. The reason for the bounty being exclusive to the black market was that no one had ever glimpsed the true visage of the Cunning Rat, rendering the Navy unable to place a bounty on him. A wanted poster devoid of a face would only serve as a laughingstock for the Navy. Many speculated that this bounty circulating in the black market had indeed been issued by the Navy itself. The enigmatic figure had developed informants through clandestine means and utilized the transponder snail to contact clients, revealing the rat characteristics that earned him his moniker, Cunning Rat. The matter in Silver County is settled, as long as we obtain. Before Galuka could finish his sentence, the Cunning Rat interjected. "You should be aware of my terms, 20 as a deposit, 30 for the process, and 50 for the outcome. No one may alter this agreement." "Very well. We shall promptly deposit the 20 into the account you provided, along with the previously discussed arrangements regarding those bothersome individuals," Galuka replied with earnestness. In this world, banks do exist. Before the establishment of a unified world government, what were referred to as banks were merely money houses, mostly effective in a limited maritime region. However, with the advent of the world government, the most prominent bank emerged, the St. Billy Bank. This institution is owned by 20 sovereigns. Following the rise of the authoritative St. Billy Bank, various financial magnates began to establish their own banks, leading to a proliferation of diverse banking institutions, which naturally facilitated those who dwell in the shadows. Typically, legitimate banks require personal identification, thereby enabling the world government to exert control. Yet, it is undeniable that some financial magnates are entangled with darker dealings, rendering their banks exceedingly popular. "No problem, I will arrange everything," spoke the Cunning Mouse calmly. After a brief exchange, the call from Galuka was terminated by the Cunning Mouse. In the musical city of Troy in the West Sea, within a squalid refugee camp, a man donning a mouse-themed hood ended his conversation on the phone. The incessant squeaking of mice drew his attention, revealing a small throng of rodents whose eyes glimmered in the dimness. "Wherever you wish to go, do not disturb me." The Cunning Mouse, feared by the denizens of the West Sea, said in a gentle tone, indicating a certain affinity with the creatures that inhabit the shadows. Following a series of squeaks, the swarm of mice vanished into a hole. "Number 278. He softly uttered a number, dialing another on his phone. After a few beeps, the connection was established. "Hello. Is this the Cunning Mouse?" The voice on the other end seemed to be encountering him for the first time. "First, congratulations on becoming my mouse man. I shall ensure your monthly remuneration is delivered to you punctually." The Cunning Mouse's tone reverted to its previous manner. "Thank you. I am most grateful to be designated as Mouseman 278, the individual responded. "Second, unless there is particularly crucial information, I will be the one to contact you." "Understood," replied Mouseman 278 promptly. "Lastly, I shall gift you a piece of intelligence. Duke Ryan of Silver County has forged an alliance with pirates, seeking to engulf the entire Lantern Island." With a click, the phone call was abruptly ended by the Cunning Mouse. Observing the filthy surroundings, he exhibited no sign of disgust. Approaching the window, he drew back the tattered curtains of his dilapidated lodging, allowing a beam of sunlight to penetrate the room. In the light, 2 phones were visible where the Cunning Mouse had been seated. One was a mother phone from a child-parent set, and the other was a secure communication device. Gazing out at the dilapidated streets, he shook his head, reflecting, even the prosperous Troy harbors its own darkness. The truth of this world is thus: where there is light, darkness must inevitably exist. Troy, a city renowned in the West Sea, boasts many illustrious musicians and is home to the finest music academy in the region. Regardless of one's social standing, a modicum of musical knowledge is universally understood. Some gain fame through their artistry, while others rise to prominence through dance. Yet, amidst such brilliance, there lies a realm belonging to the impoverished. Compared to the radiant areas, I find myself more accustomed to this place. The Cunning Rat, having drawn the curtains, resumed his clandestine work. Some sought his criminal expertise, while others inquired about the art of wrongdoing. He is known as the criminal mastermind of the West Sea, the Cunning Rat. Chapter 52. The Monk on Lantern Flower Island. A ship slowly approached the dock of Pingchuan District. The crowd on the pier erupted in cheers, albeit interspersed with persistent coughing. The foremost figure aboard, with a furrowed brow, heard the faint coughs and promptly instructed. Ensure all precautions are in place. Do not let the virus overwhelm us. Kate, a physician from the neighboring nation, had received a plea for help from his mentor, Dr. Osriel, 2 weeks prior, prompting him to hastily gather supplies for this region. The severe summer drought had precipitated a famine among the impoverished residents of Pingchuan district, who had barely managed to survive on scant food supplies. The situation was similarly dire for other factions on the island, but subsequent events turned the neighboring territories, once willing to accept refugees, into adversaries. Following the drought, a devastating plague emerged, resulting in a staggering death toll in Pingchuan district, compounded by the stringent blockades imposed by various factions, leaving the refugees bereft of necessary aid. Fortuitously, Dr. Osriel, once the most esteemed physician on Lanternflower Island, resided in Pingchuan district. After nearly a week of experimentation, he reluctantly reached out for help, having devised a treatment plan but lacking a crucial ingredient. The indifference of the other factions left him with few options. Having studied under Dr. Osriel, Kate, upon learning of the dire circumstances, immediately procured the required medicine and initiated fundraising efforts and volunteer recruitment in his homeland. In response to the neighboring disaster, Kate's nation did not remain passive. They provided financial support and manpower. Within a mere 2 days, a ship laden with supplies arrived at the port of Pingchuan district. Was Dr. Osriel unable to control the situation? Worry filled Kate's mind as he pondered this. In a flurry of activity, every individual aboard donned gas masks, while a contingent of soldiers took up arms, standing guard at the perimeter. As the vessel gently docked, the throng onshore surged forward, their eyes filled with a fervent desire for life. Amitba. Suddenly, the resonant sound of a Buddhist chant drew the attention of the crowd, who turned their gazes towards the young monk aboard the vessel. He was a fair-skinned, handsome young novice, appearing to be no older than 16 or 17, clad in garments reminiscent of an ascetic. Do not contend, young master. The handsome young monk, a self-proclaimed practitioner of life-saving skills, stubbornly boarded the aid vessel. In the West Sea, where Buddhism flourishes, lies the esteemed Lingshan Temple, the largest Buddhist monastery and considered the cradle of Buddhism in the world. According to statistics from recent years, the West Sea is home to over 6,000 temples dedicated to the Buddha, with the number of monks exceeding 700,000, effectively spreading the faith across all the islands in the region. This illustrates the profound devotion of the West Sea's inhabitants towards Buddhism. The young monk before us, holding a legitimate monastic certificate, is undoubtedly a true disciple of the Buddha, deserving of utmost respect. Reverently known as the uncontentious young master, he joined his palms together and bowed respectfully towards the Pingchuan district, reciting fervently, "May the medicine Buddha bestow sweet dew upon this land, and may all ailments vanish with the dew." Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd bowed in unison towards that direction, chanting Amitba. The invocation of Amitba has been in existence since the dawn of the concept of Buddha itself, seemingly encapsulating everything within its essence. With the presence of the humble monk Wuzheng, I believe this rescue may proceed with greater simplicity. Dr. Kate, addressing the throngs below, cautioned against underestimating the power of faith. For at times, such strength can transcend all barriers. Allow me, the little monk, to pave a path for all present. Upon hearing Kate's words, the perceptive Wuzheng understood her intention. With his palms joined in reverence, he stepped forward, proceeding toward the ship's ladder. As soon as the ladder was lowered, he was the first to descend. All beings are beset by troubles, and troubles are the source of suffering. These troubles are neither born nor extinguished, neither tainted nor pure, neither increased nor diminished. The tangible emerges from the intangible, the formless gives rise to the form, and the form returns to the formless. The realm is born of the heart. At that moment, Monk Wuzheng began to chant the tranquil Buddhist mantra from the temple. Instantly, the previously agitated crowd found solace, as the resonant sound of the Buddha's teachings calmed their spirits, a skill innate to every monk. At the port, a group of pallid individuals, their faces drawn and ashen, heard the soothing chants. Their inner turmoil gradually subsided as they gazed at the handsome monk descending from the ship without any semblance of defense. Instead of reassurance, a wave of concern washed over them. "Little master, please, cover your mouth and nose. The virus here appears to be transmitted through the mouth and nose," as several hoarse voices cautioned the crowd. Yet, it seems that Wu Zheng remains oblivious, continuing to chant Buddhist sutras as he strides forward. It is as if the monk before him possesses immense power, or perhaps it is the faith of the people in the Buddha that emboldens him. With each step Wu Zheng takes, the group resembling refugees retreats apace, In a short while, a significant space opens up on the dock. Do not be alarmed. We are here for you, Wu Zheng assures. The ship carries medicines capable of treating the virus, as well as ample provisions. Each of you shall be healed. After bowing to the crowd, he recites the name of Buddha. A woman cradling an infant suddenly finds tears streaming down her face. Perhaps reminded of the suffering endured during this time, and she begins to murmur the name of the Buddha softly. On board, individuals equipped for protection swiftly disembark, each bearing large packs filled with medicinal herbs requested by Dr. Osriel. Following them are guards safeguarding the vessel, who carry large pots that seem to contain food already cooked. Esteemed people, I am Dr. Kate from the Kingdom of Illusia. I studied under Dr. Osriel. Please inform us of his whereabouts. For we need to collaborate with him to create a remedy against the virus, Kate proclaims loudly. At the rear of the crowd, a robust man immediately raises his hands to indicate he knows. The coughing throng part instinctively, and the man, with his mouth and nose wrapped in tattered cloth, strides forward to face Kate, urgency in his voice. Mr. Kate, Dr. Osriel is in Chestnut Town. He has also contracted the virus. Upon hearing this, Kate's expression darkens. At 69 years of age, such a viral infection poses a grave threat to Osriel's health. What of Dr. Osriel's condition? He inquires hastily. Not well. The man replies urgently. Quickly, let us go. A team of medical personnel recruited from the Kingdom of Illusia hastily follows the sturdy man and Kate. Wu Zheng, observing the departing group and the refugees left behind, resolves to remain with them to provide care. Caw-caw. The scattered branches are occupied by black crows. Their cries reminiscent of harbingers of death, seemingly foretelling the grim fate that lingers in this place. Lids are lifted from pots of meat porridge, releasing an enticing aroma that fills the air. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of hungry stomachs echoes, and the eyes of the refugees glisten with desperation, observing their plight. Wu Zheng once more intones a Buddhist chant. Please, form an orderly queue. There is enough food to see you through this crisis. The words of restraint proved effective, undoubtedly aided by the presence of numerous guards maintaining order in the vicinity. The port's relief efforts remained unspoken as Dr. Kate followed the robust man named Ada towards the nearby town of Chestnut. A mere 15 minutes later, Kate beheld a house encircled by a throng of people. Mr. Osler declared he had developed a remedy, merely awaiting the arrival of the medicinal ingredients. Truly, these were all souls yearning for survival. Make way, make way. The medicine is here. Ada's voice stirred the crowd, and Kate anticipated encountering considerable resistance upon entering, yet she faced little obstruction. Upon reflection, the reason became clear. No one wished to delay their healing, much like the individuals at the port who, if not for their dire hunger, would not have languished in wait for salvation. As Kate pushed open the door, she encountered a nurse and her former instructor, Dr. Osler. The once vigorous Osler now lay pale and frail upon the bed, the oxygen tube affixed to his face revealing the gravity of his condition. Teacher. Upon the arrival of his former student, Osler visibly brightened, his spirits lifted. Kate, quickly. The formula is on the table, he urged, his trembling finger gesturing towards a sheet of paper on the nearby desk. Go. Kate hastened to the table, her eyes scanning the formula with urgency. Osler exhaled a long breath, sensing a fleeting resurgence of vitality, having already suffered from common ailments of old age. The recent viral assault on his lungs had become the final straw in his frail existence. Aware of his impending demise, Osler called out, Kate, come here. Responding promptly, Kate approached his side. Osler pointed to the paper in Kate's hand, his voice imbued with newfound strength. As Kate handed over the document detailing the remedy for the virus, Osler focused intently on his own written words. No mistake, it cannot be wrong. His first affirmation reassured him of his accuracy, while the second confirmed the prescription inscribed above. Osler. Kate discerned that something was amiss with her mentor. In a state teetering on the brink of demise, even in such dire circumstances, Professor Osriel remained preoccupied with the possibility of errors in his formula. Kate, I am fully aware of my condition, he uttered with a deep breath, continuing, this war, I entrust to you, and be cautious of the beaks. With that, Osriel closed his eyes, yet his heart persisted in its rhythm, as if he were clinging to life, awaiting something. Professor, Kate gritted her teeth, her gaze transforming into one of unwavering resolve. The professor was anticipating her creation of a weapon potent enough to vanquish the virus. Thus, she commenced the preparation of the potion according to the formula. The two accompanying interns exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, and swiftly joined Dr. Kate in her fervent endeavor. Chapter 53. The Black Death. 10 minutes later, it was accomplished. As the first potion was concocted, Osriel's heartbeat began to falter. For he was at the forefront of the battle. "Doctor!" A sobbing lament escaped the lips of the nurse who had vigilantly stood by Osriel's side. It was only then that Kate abruptly turned to the monitor, witnessing a flat line on the heart rate monitor. "You all continue. I will go administer the antibodies to the patients." At that moment, Kate exhibited no hesitation. Firmly believing that Professor Osriel would prefer her to prioritize the treatment of the afflicted. Grasping the syringe, she resolutely stepped toward the door, acutely aware of the multitude awaiting her outside. As she pushed open the door, a beam of sunlight flooded her vision. Let it vanish under the scorching rays. With the potion continuously being produced, the physicians from Pingchuan District began to converge at this location, aiding in the creation of a remedy capable of resisting the virus. While disseminating the concoction that Dr. Kate had named Osriel antibody. This is a virus that infects the respiratory tract, an indomitable foe that can only be conquered through the resilience of the human body. The Osler antibody, however, serves to bolster the body's defenses against respiratory ailments. Once the antibody is administered, recovery can be anticipated within 2 days. As the doctors departed with the antibodies, the gathering crowd surrounding the house began to disperse. Although some remained concerned for Dr. Osler, who had valiantly fought against the virus. Upon learning of Dr. Osler's passing at the moment the antibodies were produced, each departing individual bowed deeply before the house. Witnessing this poignant scene, Dr. Kate and 2 young interns were profoundly moved. When does a physician find true joy? Is it when receiving payment? No. Is it when basking in fame and fortune? No. It is when patients, on the brink of recovery, express their heartfelt gratitude. And the doctor graciously accepts it. "Teacher, you have triumphed over this virus." Although the antibody requires 1 to 2 days to take effect, Kate was confident that the Osler antibody would undoubtedly prove effective. After all, it was the fruit of Dr. Osler's research. As the crowd gradually thinned, Kate finally seized the opportunity to inquire about matters she deemed significant. "Where is Ada, Dr. Osler's son?" Earlier on her way here, Kate had learned that Ada was a servant acquired by Dr. Osler's son, Odigo, during his travels. Ada respectfully replied, "Mr. Odigo recently took his family to Dracula for a medical symposium." "Dracula?" Kate mused, well aware that it was a small island known to the people of the Western Sea as the city of crime and land of gold seekers. Statistically, Dracula boasts the highest crime rate in the Western Sea, yet it is a place where many have achieved sudden fame. In such a spotlighted city, notoriety comes easily, and with it, wealth. Thus, many individuals, despite the risks, willingly venture forth. "Has Odigo been informed?" Kate inquired. The robust Ada nodded. "We attempted to reach Mr. Odigo when the epidemic broke out, but were unsuccessful. A few days ago, Mr. Osler instructed some friends in Dracula to search for him, yet there has been no news." A flicker of worry crossed Kate's mind, but she reassured herself. Dracula is the territory of several powerful crime families, and outsiders dare not cause trouble there. Besides, those in the underworld have historically shown a degree of tolerance towards doctors. After all, no one wishes to incur the wrath of a healer. In this tumultuous world, one never knows when illness may strike. If unsavory rumors were to surface, it would complicate matters when seeking medical aid. Alas, the matter of Mr. Odigo must be set aside, though it is regrettable that he cannot bid farewell to Mr. Osler. Ada, filled with melancholy, sighed deeply. It was evident that the Osler family held Ada, their servant and protector, in high regard. Suddenly recalling Mr. Osler's mention of the beaked mask, Kate's expression darkened. Could it be? She began. Ada, observing the doctor's troubled visage, understood her thoughts and nodded helplessly. Before the outbreak of the pandemic, there were reports of individuals clad in black coats and wearing beaked masks. Kate's countenance shifted dramatically, her voice tightening with anxiety. The Black Death Organization? That remains uncertain. Ada replied. The Black Death Organization, which originated from the North Sea and took root along the Grand Line, was notorious for wreaking havoc across several nations with pathogens as their weapon. They had previously been subjected to extensive purges by the world government. Yet signs of their resurgence had emerged amidst the tumult stirred by the pirate king, Roger. The garb of medieval physicians, with their dark cloaks and beaked masks, were emblematic of this fearsome organization. If a commoner were faced with the choice between pirates and the Black Death Organization, Kate was certain they would opt for the pirates. As there remained a glimmer of safety in such a choice, confronting those madmen was an entirely different matter. If it truly is the Black Death Organization, we must alert the Navy and have them address this threat, Kate urged swiftly. Ada shook his head, unusually contradicting Kate. We cannot ascertain whether this is indeed the work of the Black Death organization. The Navy would not squander their resources on such uncertainty. But how can we know without trying? Kate retorted. Filch, go to the ship and use the transponder snail to contact the Navy for assistance. Understood, Mr. Kate. Filch, an exceptional young man nearing graduation from the medical school, was currently interning at Kate's side. If this is the doing of the Black Death organization, they must have ulterior motives and will not simply relent, Kate pondered solemnly. Gazing towards the direction of the house, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Mr. Kate. A voice called from behind, belonging to Wu Zheng, the monk. Turning, Kate saw a small contingent, previously stationed at the merchant ship, hastening towards Chestnut Town. Among whom was Wu Zheng. Have you developed the antidote? He inquired, observing the refugees who had received their vaccinations retreating with bows. Yes, thanks to Professor Osler's medical expertise. The antidote to combat the virus is largely assured, Kate affirmed, understanding the gravity of the situation from Kate's demeanor and the refugees' actions. Wu Zheng joined his palms in prayer towards the house and recited a sutra for the departed. Dr. Osler is a good man, a truly virtuous soul, without contention. Wu Zheng sighed, cast out from the temple by his master. He had become well acquainted with the dualities of this world, the good and the bad, over the nearly year-long span since his departure. It is not merely those who receive verbal commendation from others that embody goodness. The approval of the populace undoubtedly signifies a commendable character. Young Master Wu Zheng, it appears we have encountered traces of the Black Death organization here. I believe we may need to remain for a while, Kate remarked. The Black Death? An organization? Wu Zheng inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. Noticing the naivety of the young monk before her, Kate took a moment to elucidate the matter. Is that so? It is only right to confront those who should descend into hell, Wu Zheng retorted, a rare flash of indignation crossing his features. The tasks at hand appeared to multiply, administering antibodies, alleviating the hunger of refugees, establishing defenses, and managing the corpses of the deceased, all necessary to restore order. It seemed that the atmosphere was about to become bustling with activity in Shengshui County. This is the region of Lantern Island with the most rivers, and it is also the only place unaffected by drought during the summer. The Water County ranks in the middle among the 6 factions, boasting the largest population. Unlike Silver County, which is flanked by the Ghost Mountain on the left and the Lantern Kingdom on the right, both formidable foes. The only concern here is the bandits from the neighboring Ghost Mountain. However, now there is an additional worry with the outbreak of disease in the flatlands. General, the situation in this battle is exceedingly dire, a soldier, dressed as a commander, remarked to the leader seated at the head of the table. We have faced skirmishes every year. The leader of Water County, once a great general stationed here, had been one of the main forces against the kingdom's army. Yet this time is different, he replied. Externally, Silver County is colluding with pirates to plot mischief, while internally, the flatlands are plagued by disease. Furthermore, the so-called legitimate Lantern Kingdom is sharpening its knives, and with the arrival of winter, the Ghost Mountain bandits will surely wreak havoc. A battle capable of altering the landscape is inevitable. Sighing deeply, General Hisar, whose hair was already flecked with white, lamented. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to restore tranquility to this island after such prolonged chaos. For a full 15 years, the power struggle among various factions had shifted from contention to dominance by a single entity, reflecting the adage that what is long divided must unite. The aging General Hisar had lost his conviction for unification. General, even so, we must ensure the safety of our citizens. You are well aware of the harm posed by pirates, murder, arson, pillaging. They commit every conceivable evil. It will be exceedingly difficult to withstand their onslaught. News had already spread in Water County about Silver County's plan to summon pirates for war. Balak, have you confirmed that this is not a mere rumor? Hisar inquired, looking at his subordinate who had been with him for over a decade. Balak nodded promptly. I have confirmed with our informant in Silver County. Indeed, pirates are preparing to land, and their numbers are considerable. Disseminate this information widely, so that everyone is aware of Rhine's scheme, and you are correct. Hisar resolved. Even if we cannot end the war, we must protect our people. We should reach out to the outside world and summon mercenaries to combat the pirates. Using outsiders to combat outsiders? Balak's eyes brightened. That is a brilliant strategy. Not far from here lies Slanka, a town renowned for mercenaries. Those money-driven individuals may prove useful. Balak recalled that notorious place was home to many famous mercenaries, such as Viper, the 3J Brothers, and the Dawn Brigade. General, I shall go and issue the request immediately. Balak hurriedly took his leave. Observing his robust subordinate, Hisar couldn't help but shake his head. The man's intentions were transparent. His talk of protecting the populace was merely a guise for his desire to be the one to achieve glory, and indeed, the allure of the dragon's legacy was captivating. Chapter 54, The Hunt Chirp. Boom. The cannonball detonated on the starboard side of the ship, instilling sheer terror in Elvin's countenance. He bellowed at his subordinates, urging them to hasten, declaring that survival depended on their relentless efforts. Commands reverberated through the ship's deck, where the captured laborers, under the lash of several men clad in black, hastily tread upon the boards before them, sweat pouring from their brows. Among these laborers was a child, seemingly of mixed African descent, no older than 10. From a distance, two ships, nearly identical, raced across the sea, one trailing closely behind the other. Elvin, with his ebony skin and disheveled hair, felt a surge of anxiety, compounded by an encroaching dread. How unfortunate it was to encounter this rabid pack. Fire! Came the command, followed by the thunderous roar of the cannon, as if the gunners were toying with those attempting to flee. After finally cornering them, there would be no mercy shown. Beside the fluttering pirate flag, a man with azure hair observed the approaching vessels with a smirk. Hurry, we are almost at Lantern Island. Safety awaits us there. The crew aboard the vessel gazed longingly at the island, now appearing as a mere speck on the horizon, filled with a fervent desire for life. The following day in mercenary town, Slanka, whispers of a bounty concerning Lantern Island had begun to circulate. Slanka was a favored haunt for mercenaries of the West Sea, strategically located amidst several turbulent mid-sized nations, drawing many to its shores and elevating its previously obscure status. This cursed task, let those who wish to take it do so. Such meager rewards for a journey to Lantern Island. Are they not aware of the plague ravaging its shores? Seeking death? Scoffed one mercenary, eyeing the paltry sum listed on the bounty. Plague? Plague. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. There was no greater fear on the open sea than illness. For once infected by a virus, it was akin to half one's life being claimed by the Grim Reaper. Damn it, does White Shirt not investigate before issuing tasks? In Slanka, there existed an organization known as White Shirt, a firm that accepted and disseminated bounties. Formerly, it was called White Shirt Company, a venerable establishment operating for nearly 50 years, renowned for its extensive array of tasks and prompt payments. Ever since the old president passed away, the quality of White Shirt's assignments has been increasingly lackluster. A cacophony of intermittent rebuttals and mockery filled the air, drawing the attention of three patrons dining on the second floor, their brows furrowed in concern. Plague and pirate invasions, what a string of misfortunes. Observing a lone diner nearby, known as Viper, the youngest of the trio jested, "Viper, will you take on this task?" The man, with raven hair and a complexion devoid of sunlight, his gaze reminiscent of a serpent's, glanced at the trio before shaking his head, his voice icy. "I will not. In any case, with you self-proclaimed knights of justice present, I shall take my leave." How chillingly indifferent. 3 pirate ships sailed into the port of Silver County, one after the other. These vessels bore no pirate insignia, yet the soldiers at the port understood all too well. Minister Stirs of the Mediterranean gazed at the approaching ships, a flicker of anger crossing his features. Thud. Splash. The ships docked, their anchors plunged into the water, and a figure adorned with a pirate hat and dreadlocks on either side was the first to leap ashore. "Goluka, you had only reported one ship," Minister Stirs exclaimed, incensed. Goluka waved dismissively, interrupting with a grin. "Oh, come now. We've recently made quite a fortune and acquired 2 ships. A throng of people wishes to join us. Haha. It's simply unavoidable. Please forgive us." With a grim expression, Stirs scanned the 3 pirate vessels and muttered, "You had best not try any tricks. Rest assured, we are pirates, solely in pursuit of treasure. As per our agreement, we shall relinquish your territory while claiming our due elsewhere," Goluka declared, waving his hand as the ship's gangplank was lowered, and a steady stream of well-equipped pirates began to disembark. Longswords, pikes, and firearms were in abundance, and Stirs' countenance darkened. The pirates were well armed indeed. The sound of their boots echoed as they advanced from either side, revealing a scattered group of a dozen individuals in distinct attire, each exuding an air of distinction. The foremost among them towered over 2 meters tall, wielding a naginata, his face thick with muscle, evidently the captain of this pirate crew. The Grand Pirate Crew, led by Demon Scythe Grand, carried a bounty of 69 million berries, commanding a formidable ship and boasting over 500 subordinates. "Captain," Goluka called out, waving in greeting. Upon witnessing the newcomer, Minister Stirs bowed slightly and addressed him, "Captain Grant." The Duke of Rhine had instructed him to host this band, and he dared not be remiss. With a stoic expression, the burly Demon Scythe Grand strode past the 2, causing Stir's face to flush crimson after becoming the minister of Silver County. He had seldom encountered such blatant disrespect. My apologies. Our captain has a rather brusque demeanor. I hope you will not take offense, Mr. Stirs. Galuka said with an apologetic tone. Minister Stirs suppressed his ire, his internal vigilance easing slightly, should the other party have approached with excessive deference. It would have only aroused his suspicion. Let us proceed. We have prepared accommodations and provisions for you at Silver Moonport. A flicker of annoyance crossed Galuka's eyes as he replied, Aren't we going to Silver Moon City? Minister Stirs displayed a hint of discomfort, saying, Galuka, you know well that our Duke holds a rather unfavorable view of pirates. It took considerable effort on my part to allow your entry this time. Regardless, your intentions are merely to seize what you desire. Whether you enter Silver Moon City or not is of little consequence. Upon hearing this, Galuka suddenly smiled, stroking his chin adorned with a small mustache, and remarked, It seems there is a lack of trust in us. Oh well, it matters not. Silver Moon Harbor shall suffice. The city where Duke Ryan resides is indeed Silver Moon City, and at this moment, the pirates' docking point belongs to Silver Moon Harbor Town. Over 800 pirates have settled at Silver Moon Harbor, arranged by the Mediterranean minister. With the return of Jingtai to report, the surface reveals that the three major pirate factions have commenced their clandestine plotting. Damn it, those are rabid dogs, cursed mad dogs. Elvin, with dark skin, exclaimed in a mixture of terror and fury, urging his three subordinates beside him. Their constant glances over their shoulders indicated that something was pursuing or hunting them. Tap, tap, tap. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Elvin turned to see two figures, one brandishing a sword and the other a gun. Damn it, if they breach the front line, they might as well prepare for death. Elvin fumed. Since their encounter at sea 3 days prior, the adversaries had treated him like a stray dog, relentlessly chasing him from the sea to the Bamboo Stream district of Lantern Island, and then to the defenses of the Chuan district. Elvin had exhausted every means to escape. Yet he could never elude their pursuit. Were it not for his employer's prior arrangements in the Bamboo Stream district, he would have long been dispatched by those vile fiends. Stop. Entry is prohibited here. Bang. A squad of guards, upon noticing the four rushing figures, attempted to intervene, only to be struck in the leg by a bullet. A cry of agony erupted, and Elvin bellowed, Those who wish to live, step aside. The soldiers, armed only with ordinary weapons, stood no chance against the ferocious pirates. Moreover, the latter were intent on entering to meet their demise. They were not foolish enough to sacrifice their lives to obstruct the intruders. As the four broke through the line, several guards hurriedly surrounded their wounded comrade, though they too wished to intervene. They recognized the evident superiority in the assailant's strength and deemed it unnecessary to share the misfortune of their unfortunate colleague. Tap, tap. Are these fellows truly akin to rabbits, running so swiftly? Stetkin, adorned with a red bandana, glanced at Frank beside him and continued, Frank, what do you think? Shall we continue the chase? It appears this place is indeed the epidemic zone of Lantern Island. Frank, speaking to himself, observed the vigilant guards nearby. Hey, that area over there is the Pingchuan district, right? Frank tightened his grip on his revolver, inquiring. The leading soldier, evidently a coward, had anticipated a simple assignment. But consecutive encounters with villains had left him in a state of panic. Yes, sir, directly across is the Pingchuan district. What is the status of the epidemic within? Frank raised his handgun, aiming at the soldier. Thud. The soldier fell to his knees, his face a mask of terror, pleading, My lord, please, do not kill me. Answer my questions. Frank replied coldly, No, I do not know much, but those inside claim that the epidemic has been brought under control. The epidemic is under control? The thought of the relentless pursuers rushing in without hesitation stirred a plan within Frank and his companions. Is that so? Then we shall enter as well. After all, this is a mission assigned to us by the captain, Frank stated, directing his gaze at Sturgeon. Sturgeon, who had long contemplated this course of action, grinned and boldly advanced towards the quarantine zone. Frank, retrieving a flare gun from his left side, aimed it skyward and fired. Bang! A plume of red smoke erupted into the air, and Frank knew that the reinforcements approaching from behind would surely see it. Casting his gaze towards the defenses of Pingchuan and Jushi districts, he squinted, quickening his pace, since the captain had entrusted them with the task of capturing these individuals. Regardless of what lay ahead, they were determined to execute their mission flawlessly. The action of lying down has already succeeded to a considerable extent. However, only the leader, the dark-skinned man, along with 3 other miscreants, managed to escape with the aid of the troops from the Jushi district. The remaining members of the Rod's pirate crew were engaged in combat with the local forces under the command of the dark-skinned Elvin. The captain, reluctant to partake in the troubles of pursuit, delegated the task to the two of them. Passing through a wooden fence, Frank drew his dagger from his waist and etched a mark upon it, a signal for their pirate crew, indicating that those who follow should wait at this location. Chapter 55. The Crimson Butcher Elvin, whose strides had widened somewhat, gazed upon the gradually restoring order of the Pingchuan district with a sullen expression. Damn it, did the virus not take effect? 10 days prior, Elvin had received a mission to pour a vial of serum into a well in the Pingchuan district. Having undertaken similar tasks before, he understood the vial's purpose, and indeed, the virus was supposed to spread at that moment. Filled with the delight of completing yet another mission, he intended to return laden with success, only to be targeted by a pack of wretched wild dogs. Reluctantly returning to this place, they covered their mouths and noses, yet were astonished to discover that the anticipated chaos was absent. The supposed dead civilians were still alive. Hey, isn't this the place where a plague broke out? Elvin, with a menacing demeanor, seized a man clutching corn and demanded fiercely. Observing the firearms aimed at him, the man, who had finally regained some mobility, trembled and nervously divulged all he knew to the imposing figure before him. Interfering Elusia Kingdom, Elvin cursed under his breath. The Elusia Kingdom, having long allied with the world government, enjoyed engaging in acts that would earn them a favorable reputation, coupled with the protection of the Navy. This had made some schemers grit their teeth in resentment. Forget it. At this moment, one's life takes precedence, and there is no time to concern oneself with such matters. Perfect. Let us depart from the port of the Pingchuan district, Elvin instructed his subordinate beside him. Just then, a voice echoed from behind them. Leave. You cannot go anywhere. Sensing the faint odor of disinfectant in the air, Frank furrowed his brow. He had also ascertained the situation here and confirmed that even if one were infected by the virus, an injection of antibodies would ensure safety. Without delay, Frank and Sturgeon hastened to catch up with the dark-skinned man before them. You, Elvin exclaimed, startled as he raised his pistol. Frank, equally swift, drew his gun and aimed it at Elvin. Give it up. To fall into the hands of a butcher is to meet only death. Slaying them may offer a path to survival. Elvin bellowed loudly, his movements unceasing as he seized one of his subordinates, forcefully pushing them towards Frank and urging them into battle. The Rhodes Pirates, a notorious crew within the pirate realm, specialized in preying upon other pirate factions and criminal organizations, engaging in nefarious acts of betrayal. Yet, this crew was infamous not merely for their underhanded deeds, but for their deranged captain, known among pirates as the Butcher, with a bounty of 58 million berries placed upon him by the Navy. Anyone who dared to oppose them would not escape alive. Even more terrifying was the fact that this Butcher had established a rule for his crew. Under permissible conditions, no subordinate was allowed to take a life. Not out of mercy, but because the Butcher insisted on personally delivering the fatal blow. Rumors circulated that this individual was a cannibal, consuming the hearts and brains of formidable foes to augment his own strength. It was said that should the Butcher go a day without tasting human flesh, he would descend into a frenzied madness, devoid of recognition for kin or acquaintance. Elvin disregarded other folktales, but he knew well that falling into this man's clutches meant certain death. With no combat spirit left, Elvin watched as his three subordinates charged towards the enemy, and he turned to flee, having summoned them for this very purpose. Humph. Frank, calm and composed, observed the approaching trio. Their movements were vividly etched in his mind. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, striking the legs of 2 adversaries, rendering their mobility severely impaired. The sole remaining assailant approached, brandishing a spear, preparing to thrust. To the left, anticipating the attack, Frank effortlessly evaded, then lunged forward, his dagger pressed against the assailant's throat. Do not move. Without glancing back, Elvin surged ahead. The sudden chaos inciting panic among the refugees who had just endured a calamity, scattering in all directions like startled birds. Not far off, a bald monk, alerted by the commotion, approached with determination. Wujing, little master, quickly leave this place. Nodding in gratitude, Wujing found a vantage point from which he could survey the entire scene. Elvin, who had initially fled alongside the panicked masses, came to an abrupt halt as he faced a diminutive figure ahead. Mad Dog, Sturgeon. The notorious Mad Dog, Connor Sturgeon, with a bounty of 12 million berries, was known for his brutal killings and proficiency with a blade. His face bore multiple scars, with tattoos of lanterns on his left hand and a sickle on his right. Sturgeon, upon spotting his target, flashed a toothy grin as he unsheathed his long knife. His crimson tongue flicked around his lips, and he crouched low, charging forward. "Raise your weapons." In a moment of panic, Elvin raised his gun and fired, but Sturgeon, having sensed the impending danger, deftly dodged aside. Observing his adversary wielding a firearm, the notorious Mad Dog, who had a bounty on his head from the Navy, moved with erratic agility, swaying within a meter's range, employing a zigzagging gait to evade the shots. Intriguing, yet I cannot stand idly by. The original distance between them was approximately 15 meters. And Sturgeon, standing at just under 1.70 meters, covered the ground to Elvin, who had fired 4 bullets in a mere 5 seconds. The glint of his long knife flashed as it aimed directly at the right leg of the towering black man before him. Clang! Just as Sturgeon revealed a smile. His blade, which should have severed his opponent's thigh, was halted by an unseen force, so potent that it rendered him unable to grip the hilt firmly. Whoosh! Clang! Another enemy. Reacting with extraordinary speed, Sturgeon's right leg lashed out, striking Elvin's right hand and causing him to exclaim in surprise, thus relinquishing his weapon. Sturgeon then charged forward, his right shoulder colliding with the imposing figure of the black man, pushing him back 3 meters, allowing Sturgeon a moment to glance in another direction. There appeared a striking bald monk, only slightly taller than himself, clad in a patched robe. "Are you in league with them?" Sturgeon inquired, rubbing his hand where he had struck. Noticing the absence of weapons on the monk, he remained cautious. "Sturgeon, be wary. This individual just used a stone to thwart you," Frank warned, positioning his dagger against the throat of the captive before him while aiming his gun at the unexpectedly arrived monk. "In league? No, you misunderstand. I am Wu Zheng, a traveling monk," the bald man replied calmly, assessing the expressions of the 4 before him. It was evident to Sturgeon that the monk was meddling in affairs that did not concern him. "These two are far from virtuous individuals," Frank interjected with a frown. The captain had once remarked, after being stabbed by a woman and subsequently exploding her head, that one should never underestimate monks, Taoists, or women in the underworld. Indeed, that was the general sentiment. Confronted by the suddenly appearing monk, Frank pondered this. "Master, please save me. They are truly not good people." "They belong to the human butcher pirate crew," Elvin pleaded, sensing the intervention of a formidable presence like a lifeline. "Human butcher?" Wu Zheng inquired, puzzled by the term. Noticing the monk's apparent ignorance, Elvin quickly clarified, "The Rod's pirate crew, notorious for their debut bounty of 58 million from the Navy, known as the Crimson Butcher, do not struggle. For it is then that one truly attains enlightenment, yet his countenance darkened with foreboding." In this world illuminated by light, most of Wu Zheng's information was gleaned from newspapers. He had taken note of the reports on the Blood Butcher, who appeared to be an exceedingly cruel individual. Wu Zheng's gaze fell upon the rolled-up sleeves of Sturgeon, adorned with patterns of lanterns and sickles, seemingly the emblem of the Rod's pirate crew. "Master, save me. I am but a merchant," Elvin implored. Seizing upon the sudden glimmer of hope, Wu Zheng turned his gaze, laughing, "I am no fool. You hardly present yourself as a virtuous man." Elvin's face turned ashen in an instant, though his dark skin concealed the change. "Gentlemen, might I request a favor? Let us cease hostilities here," Wu Zheng said, his hands clasped together in supplication. "Huh? Who do you think you are?" Sturgeon, now infamous as the Mad Dog, was no longer the same, decisive in his brutality. He swiftly retrieved his long knife and advanced toward Wu Zheng with measured steps. "A mere bald-headed monk, do you consider yourself a Buddha? Die." As he approached, Sturgeon swung his long knife in a horizontal arc. The blade, poised to cleave the meddlesome monk in two, was met with Wu Zheng's deft retreat. Evading the strike at the critical moment, Sturgeon's eyelid twitched, and with unyielding defiance, he reversed the blade to launch another horizontal swipe. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Yet, Wu Zheng nimbly evaded each of Sturgeon's relentless attacks. Growing weary of the dance, Wu Zheng inhaled deeply, positioning his body like a great bell. A subtle copper gleam flickering across his skin, unnoticed by others. The Mad Dog felt a surge of satisfaction. Had his opponent finally ceased evasion? With a powerful and cunning strike, the blade whistled through the air. Clang! The long knife met Wu Zheng as if striking a bell, producing a resonant sound, while Sturgeon's hands trembled uncontrollably. Bang! Frank's revolver discharged a bullet, yet as the gunfire erupted, Wu Zheng sidestepped, twisting his body to narrowly avoid the projectile. "Sturgeon, be cautious. This monk is no ordinary foe," Frank warned, beads of cold sweat beginning to form. Over the span of more than 10 months with the Rod's pirate crew, he had transformed completely. Under Vasili's tutelage and through numerous battles, Frank had become a proficient marksman. His lack of a bounty was not due to lack of skill. but rather a preference for subtlety, unlike Sturgeon, who reveled in the limelight. Beneath his thin garments, he bore no armor, and the fact that he remained steadfast against Sturgeon's blade left no doubt that the man before him was a formidable warrior. A warrior capable of withstanding swords should still harbor a fear of bullets, Frank reasoned, feeling the pressure of the moment. How he wished Rods or Vasily were present. Humph. Foolish. As the young lad before him gritted his teeth and swung his blade once more, a flicker of anger surged within Wu Zhang. After enduring another strike, he gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful punch. Thud. It struck the target squarely in the abdomen, sending Sturgeon soaring like a large shrimp. You scoundrel. Frank immediately raised his gun and fired another bullet, yet the opponent effortlessly evaded it. Get lost. Seething with rage, Frank kicked aside the lowly adversary in front of him and hastened towards Sturgeon. Umaba, my apologies. Chapter 56, Mental Illness. So, you two returned in utter disgrace? Alye, donning a duckbill cap, teased the disheveled pair. This vessel was home to a majority of young individuals, and naturally, these fellows easily formed bonds. Over the course of 6 months, they developed a competitive spirit. One faction, led by the bosun Frank and Sturgeon, faced off against another, composed of the combat unit led by Tyler Toby. The various rivalries propelled these young people to rapid advancements. Alye, a technical talent who seldom engaged in combat, maintained a neutral stance, being well acquainted with both groups, which allowed him to jest without restraint. A monk, with a complexion flushed and slightly bronzed, Roz, who spoke with an innate authority that commanded respect, turned his gaze towards Frank, who was standing beneath a parrot facing south, prompting Frank to quickly lower his head. He was acutely aware of the changes in Captain Roz. Even after knowing him for over 10 months, Frank dared not meet his captain's gaze for long. Indeed, Captain, he is akin to his ascetic, Frank answered earnestly. Since setting sail from O'Hara, the Roz pirate crew had been navigating the seas for nearly 8 months. And they had certainly not been idle during this time. Battles, treacherous dealings, purposeful training, and searching for traces of devil fruits occupied their days. Their notorious reputation stemmed from both combat and various underhanded dealings, proving effective in training young and talented recruits. However, encountering suitable devil fruits remained a formidable challenge. In the span of 8 months, Roz's crew had encountered devil fruits twice in the West Sea, though one could argue it was effectively once. Both instances occurred at an auction in the black market. The first was a Zoan-type devil fruit, snatched away by an unknown individual at a price double that of what Roz and his crew could afford. Roz had no intention of consuming an ordinary fruit, thus refrained from pursuing the elusive buyer. The second was an unidentified devil fruit, which Roz secured for 80 million, utilizing the entirety of the crew's funds. With the mindset of taking a gamble and seizing an opportunity, there was no unpleasant odor. This ordeal has exacted a heavy toll on the auction house, leading to a substantial bounty being placed on Rod's head by the Navy. As his reputation deteriorated, and he became entirely unmanageable, Rod ultimately relinquished any hope of regaining control, rendering him unable to navigate the black markets and effectively branding him as persona non grata. Following an encounter where he eliminated a member of the Vino family who had come to showcase their formidable power, the Rod's pirate crew found themselves irrevocably at odds with this mafia. After successfully dismantling several territories controlled by the Vino family, including Lotus Island, Rod's attention shifted towards Elvin. Elvin, an African-American, was reported to be a minor leader responsible for escorting captives in the aftermath of warfare. Upon receiving this intel, Rod and his crew fortuitously stumbled upon the unfortunate individual who had just completed his mission on their way to Lantern Island, leading to previous events. Returning to the main narrative, amidst their supposed adventures and skirmishes, they encountered various monks, both virtuous and malevolent, but one ascetic left a particularly profound impression on Rod. This sparked his curiosity regarding the ascetic Frank had mentioned. Captain, shall we seek retribution? Sturgeon grumbled, clutching his stomach in displeasure. Rod abruptly rose to his feet. The crimson pirate cloak draped over his form, concealing the weapons entwined around him. With a grave tone, he declared, "Honor is earned by oneself. Since that individual dared to strike at you, he has challenged our authority. It is only fitting that he pays the price." A chorus of enthusiastic shouts erupted, with numerous crew members volunteering to procure the head of the adversary. Captain, exercise caution. That individual appears unafraid of blades, Frank cautioned, having reiterated this point earlier. Observing the crew's heightened spirits, he felt compelled to remind them once more. Unfazed by blades? I am eager to see who truly fears them less. Rod replied with a confident grin, then called out, "Frank, Sturgeon, Taylor, Toby, and Algie, You 5 will accompany me. Some of the pirates bore minor injuries, yet most were stained with the blood of their enemies, clearly having endured a fierce battle prior. I understood, Captain. They responded in unison. As Rod scanned the surroundings and noted the absence of Vasily, he remembered that he was stationed aboard the ship. With a calm demeanor, Rod added, "You all gather the spoils and return to the ship." The crew swiftly set about their tasks. "Captain Rod, please be mindful of your temper, avoid conflict if possible. And remember to take your medicine," a middle-aged man advised from behind Rod. Chapman, a psychologist, had been sought by Rod as he found himself increasingly unable to control his violent tendencies. Despite his current obedient demeanor, this man had previously been a true scoundrel, exploiting his profession to take advantage of numerous female patients before joining the crew. After being reported, Ling Deng was imprisoned. Had it not been for the dire lack of suitable candidates, they would not have resorted to breaking out a scoundrel like him. Understood. According to Chapman's speculation, during his incarceration in the Kingdom of Bordeaux, Rod's developed some latent psychological issues. A person is most susceptible to mental collapse during the drastic shift from elation to despair. Yet Rod's managed to withstand it through sheer willpower. However, amid the bloodshed and violence, these latent issues were exacerbated, ultimately leading to the manifestation of his prior afflictions. Since Rod's concealed the fact that he could gain strength through murder, Chapman could only conclude that Rod's exhibited tendencies toward violence. Through Chapman's diagnosis, Rod's gained a clearer understanding of himself. The monotony of life at sea, coupled with the allure of power through killing, was the root cause of Rod's mental afflictions. A normal individual who has taken many lives will inevitably differ from the average person. Rod's, with his insatiable thirst for power and penchant for slaughter, is even more so. Having been on medication for several months, prescribed by Chapman to stabilize his psyche, he was also advised to refrain from engaging in combat easily. Thus emerged the rumor that the members of the Rod's pirate crew would leave the heads of their adversaries for their captain to handle. Let us proceed to meet the monk, who was impervious to blades. Rising to his feet, Rod's, after 8 months, had grown slightly taller, now standing at 183 meters. This height, while considerable compared to the average person, rendered him somewhat diminutive among certain aberrations. Leading a contingent of 5, Rod set forth towards the plague-ridden plains, determined to reclaim lost dignity. "What is the situation with these 4 individuals, Master Wu?" Dr. Kate inquired, observing Wu's return with the quartet, 2 of whom bore gruesome wounds upon their legs. "These are individuals I just rescued from the clutches of pirates," Wu replied, casting a glance at the 4. "They likely are not of good character. Let us tend to their injuries and confine them for now." Having emerged from over 10 months in the world, Wu had matured, realizing that life was not as uncomplicated as he had once believed. "Not good people, indeed," Dr. Kate remarked, his gaze shifting to the foremost figure among the captives. A black man. As a product of a traditional household, he harbored disdain for the black race, associating it with trouble. "Take him in and extract the bullets to staunch the bleeding. The Navy should be on their way soon." 3 days prior, they had established a communication line with the Navy, who were alerted to the possibility that the outbreak was linked to the Black Death organization. Once the situation had been contained, the Navy had promised to dispatch a warship for investigation. Thanks to Dr. Kate's development of a life-saving serum in the area, most soldiers were inclined to heed his commands. Following his orders, the 2 moaning individuals were sent for treatment, while the other 2 were escorted to the prison for confinement. Once matters had settled, we suddenly recalled something and addressed Dr. Kate. "Additionally, we may soon face trouble from pirates. Instruct the guards to exercise caution." Dr. Kate appeared taken aback. Having spent several days in close quarters with Wu, he had come to regard the young monk as formidable, seemingly untroubled by any situation. "What? These individuals are being pursued by the Blood Butcher's pirate crew?" Wu blinked innocently. Dr. Kate's expression shifted dramatically, his tone escalating in alarm. "The Blood Butcher? Henry Rod's. The one who has vanquished heavy gunner chase and fragment geos, wreaking havoc in the black market, infamous for his brutality in the West Sea. How could I, a doctor who enjoys reading the news, be unaware of such a figure? Why would such a character appear here?" Dr. Kate asked, visibly distressed. Wu remained composed, smiling as he replied, "Pirates can manifest anywhere." Just as they were conversing, a volunteer from the Kingdom of Illusia hurriedly approached the 2. "Dr. Kate, Master Wu, trouble arises. A band of pirates has arrived outside Lizi town, displaying extraordinary ferocity, and they are threatening to seek out Master Wu." After speaking, the man cast a lingering glance at Wu Zhang. Upon hearing his words, Kate's expression shifted, He was not a boastful individual, understanding well that this world harbors countless monsters, each capable of forming an army through their own prowess. Although such beings are rare, many others are indeed formidable adversaries. How swiftly they arrive. The speed of their approach took Wu Zheng by surprise, and just as he took a step forward, Kate called out to him, "Master Wu Zheng, perhaps you should leave this place quickly. The blood butcher is indeed fearsome, yet there are few tales of him slaying the innocent. You need not confront him head-on." Wu Zheng waved his hand dismissively, a charming smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Ahmedba, I rather hope they seek me out. I've never feared a confrontation." Having spent 10 months away from home, Wu Zheng's manner of speaking had transformed significantly, alternating between ordinary speech and phrases of Buddhist wisdom, at times rendering his words quite peculiar. With that, he strode forward to meet the one whom the pirates referred to as the Butcher of Men. Chapter 57. 18 Techniques. Arriving swiftly at the outskirts of the town, Wu Zheng's gaze fell upon the foremost figure among 5 silhouettes. With bronze skin and striking golden hair that fell just above his brow, the man's piercing sword-like eyebrows framed a scarred mouth that bore a slight smirk. The peculiar weapon he wielded also drew attention. Though not tall in stature, he exuded an undeniable air of authority. Such a heavy aura of killing intent. Wu Zheng observed the man's lush hair, absent-mindedly touching his own bald head. A wave of melancholy washing over him as he pondered when he might wish for hair atop his head. I do not favor this individual. As the bald figure Rods emerged from a small door, he squinted his eyes. Clad in a tattered, gray monk's robe, his well-proportioned and fair physique compelled Rods to inwardly remark on the striking appearance of this handsome little monk. This bald monk bore a resemblance to the legendary monk Tang Sung. He mused. Who is Tang Sing? Frank scratched his head in confusion. Noting Rods's slip of the tongue, he shrugged without further explanation, tightening his grip on his weapon as he approached the striking little bald monk directly. Perhaps due to the leisurely nature of his subordinates engaging the enemy, Rods had taken to speaking provocatively to lighten the mood, often using terms not of this world, which Frank and the others had grown accustomed to. As the two parties drew closer, tension thickened within a mere 7 meters, an ominous distance for those skilled in ranged attacks, yet ideal for Rods's offensive strategy. "Monk, are you the one who injured me?" Rods glared menacingly at Wu Zheng. "Are you pirates?" Wu Zheng retorted. Rather than engaging in proper meditation. "Is it now the monk's duty to dispense justice?" Rod scoffed, his previous life having been spent riding the waves of the internet, absorbing countless disparaging remarks about the bald and portly. Naturally, he held no affection for this group of bald heads at the moment. Noticing the growing hostility in their tone, he gradually began to loosen his monk's robe. Just as he intended to articulate a thought, his gaze fell upon the adversary's shorts, and with a slight snort, he realized that this monk was not one to engage in idle chatter. With a subtle nod of his head, his 4 companions instinctively retreated. For they had witnessed their captain in battle before. The carnage was one thing, but the sheer madness was another. Only those seeking their own demise would dare to linger in such a scene. Rods, ever vigilant of his opponent's movements, sensed that his subordinates had created sufficient distance. With a fierce glare, he acted in an instant. With a powerful flick of his right arm and a decisive step forward with his right leg, the scythe he wielded shot forth like a meteor, aimed squarely at ensnaring his foe. How swift! With a swift and precise strike aimed at the upper body, Wu Zheng, who had mastered the upper-level martial arts, found himself unable to evade it. Taking a deep breath, he focused his energy into his dantian, his muscles tensing rapidly. Remarkably, Wu Zheng stood his ground, resolute in his decision to confront this blow head-on. 18 Techniques. Iron Body. This technique of body refinement originates from Ling Mountain Temple, designed to enhance one's defensive capabilities, and is a mandatory course for the majority of disciples at the martial arts temple. Clang. The sickle blade tore through Wu Zheng's garment, yet merely left a crimson mark upon his skin. 18th Technique. Dragon Claw. The instant the iron body was released, Wu Zheng's right hand transformed into a claw, swiftly reaching for the iron chain that sought to retract. With a single claw, one could effortlessly bend steel and shatter stone. Any ordinary person caught in such a grip would have their bones easily crushed. Crack. The strike, reminiscent of a dragon's claw, firmly seized the retreating iron chain, and then, without hesitation, Wu Zheng exerted tremendous force. As the opponent displayed an unwavering stance, and the sound of steel reverberated from their body, Luoz realized the formidable hardness of their opponent's physique, prompting him to dismiss any prior underestimation. Exerting strength, with both parties applying force almost simultaneously, the Soul Lantern shot straight up, transforming their engagement into a tug-of-war. One person's eyelid twitched slightly, while the other widened their eyes in astonishment, amidst the struggle of strength. Their disparity was surprisingly negligible. Golden Bell Shield? Dragon Claw Hand? Luoz inquired tentatively. Wu Zheng, perplexed, pondered the meaning of such terms. Never mind, onward. Noticing their powers were evenly matched, Luoz boldly grasped the chain and charged forward, prompting a smirk from Wu Zheng as he resolved to replicate the action. One wielded a lantern, while the other brandished a scythe. In an instant, they collided. Clang. Boom. Given their similar strength, this encounter yielded no advantage for either side. While both displayed impressive power and physical prowess, their combat skills lacked finesse, with techniques that boasted flair yet lacked lethal intent. Luoz, with keen observation, discerned that his opponent was a monk with a heritage but little practical combat experience. From the weapon wielded by Wu Zheng, Luoz deduced that this individual, resembling the bounty poster, likely excelled in close and mid-range combat. The proximity between them brought a flicker of delight to Wu Zheng, who possessed a wealth of martial techniques. 18 techniques. Dragon Claw. With his right hand wielding the scythe and his left curled into a claw, Wu Zheng swiftly reached for Luoz's arm. The moment he made contact, a surge of triumph coursed through him, yet the force he applied softened slightly. Snap! His fingers tightly clasped around Luoz's right arm, and seeing that Luoz seemed unaffected, Wu Zheng was taken aback. Then, with all his might, his fingers dug into Luoz's skin, powerful enough to snap bones, yet at a certain depth. They could penetrate no further. What a gripping attack! Luoz felt the force radiating from his arm, and could not help but commend the technique. However, he then grinned and remarked, "But you should not underestimate me. We are pirates." With a vigorous tug, as Wu Zheng's body shifted slightly, Luoz's head suddenly collided with his opponent's. Standing at 183 meters and 180 meters, their heads struck together with a resounding thud. Thunk! Like a hammer striking a great bell, a resounding clash reverberated at the point of contact, accompanied by a gust of air that dispersed in all directions. Wu Zheng felt a momentary dizziness, retreating several steps despite having activated the 18 techniques. Copper head state at a critical moment. Had he failed to react to this blow, his skull would have surely been fractured. Roth, with a smirk at the corners of his mouth, employed a combat style he had developed during his encounters with pirates. Leveraging the armor granted by his external enhancement for reverse operations, he was endowed with what was termed armor value, which mitigated all physical damage, whether through his own actions or those inflicted upon him. Oftentimes, Roth resorted to this unexpected self-harming technique to launch effective assaults against his adversaries. Indeed, the head of the bald monk was formidable. He pressed on. With his left hand, Roth forcefully tugged at the chain, attempting to catch his opponent off guard once again. However, having previously suffered a surprise, Wu Zheng was no longer careless. Sensing his opponent's movement, he took a deep breath, and his abdomen visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. A shockwave? Roth, frowning in contemplation, had already closed the distance to Wu Zheng, disregarding everything else as he swung his lantern down fiercely upon the bald head. 18 techniques. Buddha-esque sound. A thunderous roar echoed in Roth's ears, causing the strike he had unleashed to come to a halt. This time, Wu Zheng did not squander the opportunity. With a thought, his abilities activated, enveloping his entire body in a faint copper hue, and his right fist surged forward with tremendous force. Bang! The force of this strike was so immense that it surpassed its predecessor by a factor of 2. In the face of this assault, Ross, who chose to endure it, was instantaneously sent flying. However, grasping the lantern's handle allowed him to halt his trajectory 6 meters away. Witnessing that his opponent seemed relatively unscathed ignited a flicker of anger within him. With a firm grip on the scythe's handle, Wu Zheng exerted tremendous force, pulling Ross back in an instant. "Come back to me," he commanded. Subsequently, Wu Zheng unleashed another punch, striking Ross squarely in the chest. Boom! Ross was sent hurtling once more, and Wu Zheng attempted to replicate his previous assault. Boom! Like a mere ball being batted about, Ross found himself helpless. Releasing his grip on the lantern and being sent flying again, tumbling for several meters in a manner reminiscent of a windmill. A testament to the escalating power of Wu Zheng's strikes. Thud, thud, thud. Captain Ross. He has been knocked away. The 4 onlookers were wide-eyed, having never witnessed such a spectacle before. Marvelous. Meanwhile, Kate and her companions, concealed within the town and observing the unfolding events, felt a surge of elation. After several somersaults, Ross rose, disheveled, brushing the dust from the corner of his mouth with his right hand, and with a sinister grin remarked, "Ha ha ha. Your punches are as soft as a woman's." After this taunt, Ross finally took a moment to assess the changes in his opponent. The once pale skin before him had transformed to a light bronze, resembling a figure forged of copper. A copper man? 18 copper men? Is this a unique technique or the power of a devil fruit? Ross inquired with a fierce expression as he stood. The sight of Ross in such a state caused Wu Zheng to narrow his copper-colored eyes. Is this truly acceptable? After enduring an arduous accumulation over the span of 8 months, Ross remains oblivious to the extent of souls he has absorbed, only aware that it is substantial enough to render him a monster or an extraordinary entity in the eyes of the common populace. Blades cannot pierce him. Bullets merely leave crimson imprints upon his flesh, and amidst cannon fire, he can retreat unscathed. In the West Sea, few can breach his defenses using mere physical attacks. It is indeed remarkable. This so-called armor appears to function as a principle. While his body may be pushed back or even sent flying by the force of an opponent's strike, it cannot sustain harm. Not even from Ross himself. For a time, this induced a sense of panic within him, for bladed instruments are classified as physical attacks, including surgical knives. Now, ordinary individuals wielding a blade cannot leave a single mark upon him. Should a situation arise requiring an appendectomy or similar surgery, Ross fears he may perish due to the inability to undergo an operation. Of course, such worries occasionally resurface, yet they have faded significantly with the passage of time. If it were to reach such a critical point, perhaps he could enlist the aid of a skilled individual, such as one adept in opening doors or surgery, if all else fails. A great swordsman might suffice to perform the necessary procedure. Chapter 58. Hard collides with hard your body? Wu Zheng inquired in astonishment. Ross advanced step by step toward the copper man, his formidable presence and deliberate pace instilling a sense of trepidation in the onlookers. Indeed, it is sufficiently resilient. I shall refer to it as my iron physique. Prior to the confrontation, Ross had ingested 2 calming pills, affording him the composure to test the physical talents of the formidable woman before him. It has been quite some time since I have engaged in an exhilarating battle. I hope you will not disappoint me. The corners of Ross's mouth lifted as the distance between them narrowed to 3 meters. Bang! Wu Zheng relinquished the confiscated weapon. A rare instrument that, in his hands, might prove to be a liability. My mentor once taught me to treat others with kindness. Yet he also imparted that since I am not a deity, it is only natural to harbor a semblance of anger at times. Wu Zheng's voice rang clear as he once again summoned his abilities, the bronze hue of his body intensifying with the depletion of his stamina. Furious Diamond. Seemingly entering a heightened state, Wu Zheng suddenly roared, unleashing his power as he lunged forward, his fist aimed squarely at Ross. 18 techniques. Diamond Fist. Bolstered by the martial arts of Ling Mountain Temple and the enhancement of a devil fruit, Wu Zheng was confident in this strike. However, Ross was no mere mindless target. As his adversary charged, Ross executed a rapid squat to evade the potent punch, then, with the grace of flowing water, delivered a whip-like kick. Clang! The sound echoed. Yet his opponent remained utterly unmoved, prompting a disquieting sensation within Ross. Had the defense of his foe been fortified? Suddenly rising to his feet, Ross's right fist followed suit, delivering a ferocious uppercut that struck the bronze man squarely on the jaw. 18 techniques. Iron Body. With his energy concentrated in his dantian, every muscle in his body tensed in unison, augmented by the defensive capabilities bestowed by the devil fruit, which rendered Wu Zheng's defense unparalleled. Thud. Unmoved, disbelieving in his own misfortune, Ross was instantly engulfed by a surge of inexplicable fury, unleashing all the lethal techniques acquired through life-and-death combat upon the towering bronze man before him. Direct punches, heavy blows, uppercuts, side kicks, straight kicks, knee strikes, eye gouges, throat locks, and low blows. Within the span of mere seconds, Ross unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their clash resonated like the beating of a drum. Noticing the ineffectiveness of his strikes, Ross retreated with 2 swift jumps, creating distance between them. Has his defense grown exponentially stronger? Amipa. Wu Zheng murmured a solemn chant. Playing tricks. You, who have fortified your own defense, are now rendered immobile, are you not? Ross impatiently inquired. CP agents? Navy's 6th style, iron block? The posture of this individual, unmoving, strikingly resembles the iron block technique mastered by the world government's navy. Given the opponent's defensive stance, it would be futile to attempt to break through. Questions surged in my mind. CP? Navy? Iron block? I suppressed the urge to inquire further, allowing my focus to shift away from the iron body state. Regardless of the technique employed, stamina serves as the foundation of all. The application of iron body and the devil fruit demands considerable energy. Will they not attack? Merely relying on defense will not vanquish an adversary. In moments of necessity, Raz even chastised himself. What a pity, this is indeed a display of the wrathful Vajra. Continuing to provoke, Raz understood that the opponent's current state undoubtedly required significant exertion. As anticipated, the copper hue enveloping Wu Jing's body, having consumed the devil fruit less than a year ago, did indeed entail a cost, albeit minimal. However, if maintained throughout the conflict, the disparity in stamina between the two would inevitably widen. Attack. Aware of the futility in defeating an enemy solely through defense, Wu Jing suddenly exerted his legs with immense force, propelling himself forward to land before Raz. This is precisely how it should be. A balanced approach of offense and defense is the correct strategy for Raz. Now that the opponent had initiated the attack, his evasive maneuvers would become effective during counterstrikes. Once a punch is thrown, the resulting openings in one's defense become most pronounced, a truth well understood by those who have engaged in combat. Boom. In an instant, both collided once more. Fists, feet, heads, every part of their bodies transformed into instruments of defeat. One side wielded ruthless techniques honed through battle, while the other employed unrefined ancient techniques, both proficient in defense. The outcome hinged on stamina and willpower. Am I dreaming? It is truly rare to witness someone capable of battling the captain to such an extent. Tyler, the leader of the combat team, stared wide-eyed at the contrasting figures of gray and copper clashing before him. Tyler and Toby, two brothers adept in street fighting since childhood, had found themselves in trouble for refusing to pay the so-called protection fees demanded by gangsters. In a fit of rage, they had resorted to lethal violence, forcing them to escape to sea, becoming part of the new recruits enlisted by Chase. The two brothers bore a resemblance in height and appearance, yet their personalities were starkly divergent. The elder, Taylor, was brash and domineering, while the younger, Toby, exuded a mature and composed demeanor. Observing each other's aggressive postures, they were acutely aware of the captain's formidable defense, a true manifestation of innate talent, as Toby calmly remarked. They understood well the captain's extraordinary abilities. Even if one were to unleash a barrage of bullets at a single target, it would merely result in a mere splash of red and purple. Ordinary individuals might withstand bullets through physical means or techniques that drain their stamina, yet Raz did not require such methods. As long as the captain's defense remained unbroken, he would dictate the rhythm of the encounter, rendering even the bald-headed adversary incapable of overcoming him. Sturgeon, his lips moist and his right hand tightly gripping the hilt of his knife, widened his eyes, striving to scrutinize both sides' movements with meticulous attention. Why had Raz brought these exceptionally gifted youths here? Was it to bolster their numbers? No, it was to expose them to the rigors of intense combat, thereby enhancing their perceptual acuity. Frank remained silent, his composed demeanor indicating his complete lack of concern. After all, he had sensed from the outset that Raz was no ordinary individual. On the walls of the small town, heads began to emerge, drawn by the rumor that pirates were seeking trouble with the unyielding master. Though claimed to be there to assist, many were merely spectators, eager to watch the unfolding drama against the ruthless pirates. Could these ordinary folk truly contend with such menacing foes? In the days leading up to this moment, Wu Jing had tirelessly performed rituals, earning the gratitude of families mourning their deceased. Yet, when it came to the preservation of their own lives, many were fraught with fear and hesitation. Now, witnessing the young monk gaining the upper hand, they could not help but cheer. The monk, with his radiant aura, seemed a reincarnation of the Buddha or a rebirth of an arhat. Master Wu Jing, vanquished the pirates. To the majority of the commoners, who had never experienced conflict, the pirates appeared inept. They observed that each of the pirates' attacks against Wu Jing bore no fruit, while every strike from the young master yielded tangible results. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Amidst the overcast sky, the two figures clashed and struggled, their movements gradually slowing. Both sides gasped for breath, their bodies trembling as the chill of the weather seeped into their soaked garments. At that moment, Raz suddenly rose, inhaling deeply before violently expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, a flash of crimson flickering in his eyes. Bald One, you still have one strike left in you, so prepare to meet your demise. Having endured countless blows, his body bore minor injuries, while his opponent's stamina was waning. Raz had no intention of dawdling. With a sudden surge, he charged directly at the monk, intent on concluding the battle. Meanwhile, the spectators by the wall had dwindled significantly. Those who sought to avoid peril quickly retreated, cursing under their breath as they hurried home to bolt their doors. Alas, the young monk's condition appeared precarious. Before he could voice his concerns, the fierce pirate lunged towards him. "Stand guard," Dr. Kate commanded. And a dozen soldiers from the Kingdom of Irusia and Chestnut Town raised their weapons. However, the guards from Chestnut Town hesitated, ultimately lowering their guns. The opponent was a pirate, a notorious one with a bounty of 58 million baileys. To offend such a figure over a monk who had merely conducted a few rituals for them could spell disaster for the local residents. Observing the soldiers' actions, Kate suppressed his words, instantly grasping their trepidation. How could ordinary citizens involve themselves in such a conflict? The devastation evident in the surroundings made that clear. Let it be. We must prevent the pirates from breaching our defenses. Also, swiftly retrieve the 4 individuals who were brought earlier. Though reluctant, he understood the necessity of abandoning the monk in this dire situation. Frank was the first to sense the unusual atmosphere in the town. His hand rested upon the grip of his weapon, yet after a careful assessment, he let out a derisive chuckle. Such is human nature. Sensing no threat from that direction, a furious roar drew Frank's gaze towards the captain. There stood Rhodes, advancing with swift strides, his right fist taut with bulging veins, clearly having amassed power for quite some time. In response to Rhodes's impending strike, Wu Zheng refused to remain passive. His body ached all over, on the verge of losing his Vidra body. Although bolstered by this transformation, the ferocity of the opponent's attack posed no mortal peril. However, should the Vidra body falter, the consequences would be dire. Chanting a Buddhist mantra within, he quelled the restless turmoil in his heart. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, revealing the opponent's flaw. At that critical moment, he instinctively dispelled the Vidra body. Taking a deep breath, the air entered his mouth, flowed into his lungs, descended into his abdomen, and after a full cycle, surged back from his abdomen to his lungs, finally erupting forth from his open mouth. 18 techniques, Buddha's voice. At that very moment, Rhodes's powerful punch met Wu Zheng's countenance. The bullet fist. Bang. Wu Zheng roared, yet was sent flying as soon as he opened his mouth. Genuinely propelled away. Thud. 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 Observing his opponent like a kite caught in the wind, Rhodes let out a chilling smile, his blood-red pupils gleaming with a twisted delight as he taunted, only just now realizing, too late. After his laughter subsided, appearing somewhat deranged, he slowly approached his weapon, preparing to claim the head of his defeated foe. Chapter 59. Das Bonus. The following day, under a bright sun, in the Lord's Manor of the Jushi district, a middle-aged man clad in opulent attire knelt in panic upon the ground, beads of sweat streaming from his forehead, epitomizing his current state. "So, you became the Lord with the support of the Vino family," Rhodes remarked, sipping a beverage akin to beer while gazing at the kneeling Mayor Marion, a corpulent figure. The Jushi district, the most commercially prosperous area of Lantern Island, was gradually succumbing to the formidable military pressure of the Lantern Nation. However, an unknown force sought to intervene, aiming to enable the disheartened former mayor to maintain independence under their backing, perhaps weary of the tragic divisions and mutual aggressions over territory. The former mayor had rejected this force's demands. Subsequently, the former mayor passed away, followed by the demise of the second-in-command of Jushi district, allowing Malian to ascend to the position of new mayor. Under the dominion of the Vino family, this area became the most bustling trade hub, where the exchange of local specialties and the trafficking of individuals transpired. The Vino family, which profited from warfare, naturally sought to prevent the unification of this populous, expansive medium-sized island. Upon receiving Malian's request, the Vino family dispatched Elvin to release a virus in this region. It is worth noting that the virus deployed in Pingchuan district was merely a rudimentary trial version, with a mortality rate of only 30%. Originally, if the operations here proceeded smoothly, a more potent virus was to be unleashed upon the dominant force, the Lantern Nation. My lord, indeed. All of this was coerced upon me by that black scoundrel and this wretched cur. I am innocent, lamented Mayor Malian, tears streaming down his face, as he stood near the lifeless body of an enforcer planted by the Vino family. Earlier, in the Grand Hall, Rods had gleaned from Vasily the motives behind the assault on himself and his companions. Hearing this, Rods grew increasingly displeased with the gluttonous figure before him, his gaze cooling to a frigid intensity, rendering the fate of this individual seemingly inconsequential. Exasperated, Rods could no longer contain himself. He drew a gilded short firearm from the holster at his left hip and disengaged the safety. The sound startled Malian, who instantly looked up to find the icy muzzle directed at him. A wave of dread surged from his head to his limbs as he scrambled to his feet, attempting to flee. Bang! Malian felt a searing pain erupt from his back, and unable to withstand it, He stumbled and collapsed heavily onto the ground. Bang! Another shot rang out, causing Malian's body to convulse. After a series of agonized groans, he fell silent. 10 seconds later, such a wretched being possesses fragments. Rising with the cheat in hand, I approached the corpse amidst Vasily's astonished gaze. The soul fragments were instantly drawn into the lantern. While Raz assumed the task of flipping the body over, though this action might appear somewhat counterproductive, it was certainly preferable to inaction. It was prudent to keep my talents concealed. Otherwise, the Navy might indeed set their sights upon me. Glancing down at my soaked lower half, accompanied by a nauseating odor, disdain flickered in my eyes. My gaze shifted to the firearm in my hand. Ever since Chapman had provided the treatment plan, I had executed prisoners with firearms. As the sensation of killing with my own hands differed fundamentally from that of using a gun. Although both resulted in death, pulling the trigger merely required a gentle squeeze, thereby lightening the psychological burden to some extent. This short pistol, adorned with golden patterns, had been seized during a tumultuous raid on the black market. An operation that had rewarded the crew handsomely, with several members departing after amassing sufficient wealth. What has become of Frank and Sturgeon? I asked, turning to Vasily. Vasily, lost in thought regarding the lifeless body at our feet, took a few moments before replying. They have been sent to Chestnut Town for antibody injections. Those who have had contact with them need not worry. Since there is already a life-saving antibody available there, anyone infected can simply go there for treatment. Moreover, isn't it said that the probability of infected patients transmitting the disease during the incubation period is only 50%? Earlier that morning, Frank and Sturgeon had exhibited symptoms of fever, and the uncertain diagnosis from the doctor we had procured from the intercepting sage indicated an infection from that region's plague. They were promptly dispatched for treatment. As the epidemic in Pingchuan district was brought under control, the infection rate had drastically diminished, so I paid little heed to the matter. Has that monk awakened? I recalled the monk I had defeated yesterday. At this moment, Vasily was indeed the de facto first mate of the Raz pirate crew, managing most affairs, and he was well aware of the monk I had brought back and requested special attention for. Not yet. Jim mentioned he might awaken by tomorrow. There are no significant issues, merely exhaustion and minor injuries. The thought of the battered monk, who had been forcibly returned, elicited a chuckle from Vasily. Raz, do you intend to recruit him? Vasily inquired. Indeed, this fellow possesses commendable combat prowess. Last night, when I stood before the unconscious monk, having seemingly lost my senses, I ultimately refrained from claiming his life. His combat skills were astounding. He had fought for over 20 minutes before succumbing, which was quite impressive. Especially considering his youth and the possibility that he possessed unique abilities, his future appeared promising. As neither side had reached a point of desperation, there was no need to extinguish a life for a few fragments. It will be challenging. He is a monk, and he appears to be a hermit, devoid of even a single coin, clearly a person of resolute will. Vasily shook his head. Raz cast a glance at the now more robust and composed first mate, and a sudden smile graced his lips. I believe you can handle it, he remarked. Perhaps it was his inherent nature to be industrious. In the course of 10 months, Vasily had made remarkable strides in management, earning Raz's profound trust. This is quite a predicament. I can only give it a try. Vasily suddenly lamented, which took Raz by surprise. By the way, Raz, you are aware that among the captives we acquired, there are over 20 slaves, right? Vasily recalled abruptly. What? Raz inquired. One of them, a 10-year-old boy, is insisting on joining us, Vasily explained. Raz displayed a look of impatience. We are not a shelter. They are pirates. A band of desperate souls entrusting their lives to the sea. Taking in a child is utterly impractical. I find him quite persistent. That boy has been kneeling by our ship for a whole day, Vasily expressed with a hint of sympathy. A 10-year-old boy? Kneeling for a day? Raz suddenly became somewhat intrigued. Vasily nodded, flicking a candy from his mouth with his right hand. Yes, he has been kneeling for a day now. I believe he is nearing his limit. Interesting. What is the boy's name? There are many resilient individuals in this world. But if one possesses both tenacity and a bit of fortune, they might achieve something remarkable. The future is long. Perhaps they should start planning for it. I believe he is called Das Bornis. Das? Raz echoed the name, seeming somewhat familiar. Over the past 7 years in this world, he had met numerous individuals, leading to the gradual fading of memory regarding those less renowned. Arrange for someone to gather the treasures here. Let us meet this boy, Raz suggested. Vasily, who held a certain admiration for the lad named Das, had no objections. After organizing a few nimble hands to collect the items, the two made their way to their ship, the Breaking Wave. The Jushi district boasted a well-established port, and the journey to the city where Roz was located took just half an hour by carriage. As he sat in the jostling carriage, Roz couldn't help but voice his inner thoughts. The technological landscape of this world is perplexing. In some backward regions, kerosene lamps, human-powered carts, and horse-drawn carriages are still in use, while more advanced areas have already embraced the steam age, with widespread utilization of electrical and thermal energies. Clearly, Lantern Island is not an advanced isle. It is even situated in a maritime region, the West Sea, that cannot be deemed technologically proficient. It is noteworthy that Rod's vessel remains a conventional sailing ship, devoid of electrical installations, relying on kerosene lamps for illumination and coal for cooking. This prompted Rods to contemplate a journey to the Grand Line on several occasions. Time swiftly passed as they allowed their thoughts to wander, and before long, the two arrived at a port town. Observing the somewhat dilapidated harbor, they paid it no mind, for it was, after all, a result of their own actions. Tap, tap, tap. The 10-year-old boy, Daz, with skin as dark as night, appeared quite pallid at that moment. Even upon hearing footsteps, he did not lift his gaze. The footsteps drew nearer, and two figures gradually obscured the brilliant sunlight. Hey, little one. Upon hearing the voice, Daz's scattered awareness returned. He extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips and slowly opened his eyes, straining to look up at the newcomers. With skin of mixed heritage, full lips, and short hair, the individual before him was evidently a biracial child. Yet, as he gazed at the somewhat familiar visage, a sudden realization struck Rods. Daz bonus. The West Blue assassin 19 years hence. The swift slasher with the power of the chop fruit, subordinate to Mr. One, Sand Crocodile. A fragment of memory surfaced, recalling a robust man resembling the boy before him, transforming into a blade to strike a man known as Green Algae Head. Ah, so it is you. The corners of Rods's mouth involuntarily curled upward, only to vanish instantly. At this moment, the boy before him likely had yet to awaken his powers. If he were to rescue Daz, a slave, would he still be able to consume the devil fruit? Might this alter the boy's fate? Never mind that. Let us first welcome him aboard. What compels you to join us? Rods inquired. After a few moments of silence, a tender voice emerged from the parched lips of the young boy. You saved me. You are my benefactor. You are a hero. Hero? What an irksome term. We are pirates. Rod scoffed. Des strained to widen his eyes, resolutely declaring, Yet to me, you are a hero. Though the man before him was a pirate, he had rescued them, and after preparing a meal, he allowed them, these slaves, to go free, a kindness they had not experienced in 2 years. Des still vividly recalled the taste of the roasted ham from the previous night. It was the most delectable food he had ever savored. Intriguing. I, Henry Rods, hereby permit you to join my crew as an apprentice pirate. Seemingly hearing the response he longed for, Daz, who had been valiantly fighting off unconsciousness, suddenly succumbed. Just as he was about to collapse, Rods extended his leg to catch Daz, swiftly lifting him with his right hand, and the unconscious boy rested in his grasp. A stubborn little chap, indeed, Rods replied with satisfaction. Captain, trouble arises. The monk has awakened. A voice interrupted their reverie. Chapter 60. The monk joins the crew. The events unfolding here had long captured the attention of the pirates remaining aboard the ship. Standing beside the foresail, the lookout and navigator, Alge, gazed down upon the lively scene, while 6 or 7 heads bobbed below, eager to join them. A young lad who had knelt on the ground all day had already been deemed a mere gambling tool by this group of pirates. I wager that lad one team make it aboard. Haha, I'll place 20,000 berries on that. I bet he won't either. I'll stake 10,000. Toby, observing the two smug individuals, shook his head. Since the arrival of the captain and first mate, the boy named Des evidently had a greater chance of boarding. Contemplating this, the composed Toby lifted his gaze towards Alge and shouted, I'm betting on that lad. Yet Alge promptly interrupted. Sorry, Toby, the outcome has already been determined. No further bets will be accepted. As they watched the boy being selected by the captain, the crowd understood that the result was settled. Let us disperse. It's time to play cards, suggested one. The world of playing cards existed in this realm, albeit with varying rules. And the previously somber atmosphere aboard the pirate ship had been transformed since the arrival of a certain psychologist, allowing for such diversions. Playing cards, dice, audiovisual phone worms, and even fresh water aboard had largely been replaced with beer. A little intoxication, coupled with a focus on merriment, ensured that at least amidst the monotony of the vast ocean, they would not succumb to madness. Gwazi, haven't you lost enough? You still have money. What are you afraid of? The prize this time will be substantial. In this instance, at the Lord's Mansion in Juchi District, a significant advancement was made, and it was evident that the subsequent dividends would be substantial. Suddenly, the cabin door was thrust open, and a sailor proclaimed loudly, "The bald man has awakened." Instantly, the news was relayed. "Captain, the monk is awake." Clearly, the struggle between Roz and the bald man had spread among the 4 spectators. The emergence of a formidable opponent, one who could match the captain blow for blow, warranted serious attention. Below, Roz lifted his gaze, turning to Vasily, and teased, "Did you not say you would not awaken until tomorrow?" Vasily shook his head in rebuttal. "What do you mean by difficult to part? I emerged victorious." Meanwhile, Vasily pondered how to fulfill the task Roz had previously assigned, recruiting a monk of faith, a rather challenging endeavor. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him, and he formulated a plan. "Leave Das to me. Roz, you should refrain from intervening," Vasily proposed. Upon receiving Roz's puzzled glance, he elaborated, "You have already beaten him. Your involvement would only complicate the task." All right. Roz raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. With a gentle toss, the unconscious lad was caught by Vasily, who then strode purposefully toward the ship, the Waybreaker. Roz, after a moment's contemplation, turned to depart, recalling a tavern at this port and suddenly feeling an urge for a drink. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed as the ship's doctor, Jim, opened the door to find the first mate, Vasily, striding in and placing Daz onto another sickbed. This is a medical room transformed from a bedroom, where ship's Dr. Jim resides alongside the later psychologist. At this moment, lying on the Chapman bed is a monk with a scowling demeanor. Despite a few bruises marring his otherwise fair complexion, he appears to be in good spirits. "Are you pirates?" Upon awakening and surveying the room's layout, the monk realizes he is aboard a pirate ship. "Indeed, young master, this is the Waybreaker of the Rhodes pirate crew." "Wretched? What a ridiculous name." Vasily corrected him, saying, "Waybreaker, the one that braves the waves." The monk's expression shifted, clearly recalling a formidable adversary. "Jim, you may step outside. I have matters to discuss with the young master," Vasily instructed the doctor, who promptly exited the room without hesitation. "I wonder how to address you, young master." Perhaps due to Vasily's relatively amiable demeanor, the monk remained silent for a few moments before folding his hands in prayer and introducing himself. "I am Wu Zhang." Wu Zhang, the one who does not contend, a name of profound significance. "I am Vasily, the first mate of the ship. I am curious to know your impression of our pirate crew." Wu Zhang's mind was filled with questions, and he shook his head, replying, "Very poor. I do not like you." "Ah, that is to be expected. We are pirates, and being despised is quite normal. In truth, I do not wish for it either." Vasily sighed. A fleeting thought crossed Wu Zhang's mind. To counsel others towards goodness is indeed a virtue in Buddhism, and the man before him seemed to harbor a desire for redemption. "You need not continue as a pirate." Vasily did not respond directly to the inquiry, but instead posed a question. "Young Master Wu Zhang, how do you perceive this world?" Wu Zhang furrowed his brow, unable to decipher the man's intent, and replied honestly, "This world undoubtedly has both good and evil. Is there more of the bad or the good?" "Naturally, there is more good." Over the span of 10 months, from the Spirit Mountain Temple at the foot of Lingwood to Lantern Island, he had traversed 5 islands, encountering numerous villains, yet there were certainly more virtuous souls. Pirates are villains, are they not? Indeed. Vasily's lips curled into a smile as he continued. "Then does our act of slaying pirates count as ridding the world of evil?" Wu Zhang immediately retorted, "That is different." "In what way is it different?" "Our crew does not treat civilians as other pirate crews do. We do not slaughter them, and we always pay for our ordinary expenses." "Do you know what the person you saved yesterday did in this country?" Vasily suddenly sneered. Without any preamble, Vasily stated, "He poisoned the virus from the Pingchuan district." Wu Zhang's face displayed surprise, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Was it not the Black Death Organization?" "The Black Death Organization?" Vasily echoed, shaking his head. "Certainly not. It was that black man who released the virus. What you are suggesting is a ruse concocted by those nefarious individuals. We have interrogated them, and it is indeed they who are responsible. Moreover, we have come here for this very matter." Vasily, subtly taking some credit for the resolution, refrained from over-explaining, wary of revealing too much to the small bald man before him. Truly, Wu Zhang's expression was marked by a mix of confusion and frustration. If what the other party claimed were true, then even if he were a genuine villain, it would be just for the law to administer justice. Observing the monk's fluctuating demeanor, as if he were piecing together a revelation, Vasily continued to escalate the stakes. They are still plotting to unleash something even more potent than this virus upon the Lantern Country. Should they succeed, who knows how many lives would be lost? Wu Zheng's face paled instantly. If his actions were to bring about the demise of the innocent, it would indeed be a grave sin. Vasily secretly reveled in his success, aiming to alter the other's perception of pirates, or perhaps even of their beliefs. Before revealing the final truth, I wish to share a tale with you, one concerning our captain. It appeared to pique the monk's interest, prompting Vasily to pull up a chair beside Dr. Jim's desk, thus commencing a new round of persuasion. While one might label it mere persuasion, it was not entirely so. Throughout the ensuing narrative, Vasily divulged all he knew about Captain Rhodes, of course, skillfully omitting any unfavorable details. After a span of several minutes, Wu Zheng furrowed his brow. Yet his tone softened slightly as he remarked, "So, it is true that your captain is afflicted with an ailment. According to Buddhist philosophy, your captain is troubled by inner demons, which over time may transform him into a being of malevolence." Noticing a flicker of doubt in the other's expression, Wu Zheng elaborated, "This corresponds to what modern psychologists refer to as dissociative identity disorder." Upon hearing this, Vasily immediately grasped the implication. Dr. Chapman had previously diagnosed Rhodes with mild symptoms of this very condition. A normal individual is primarily guided by their true self. Yet even this true self possesses both a benevolent and a malevolent facet. The benevolent aspect minimally influences the true self, often steering one towards virtuous actions. Conversely, the malevolent aspect poses a significant threat to the true self's existence. Dark and oppressive environments, unfulfilled desires, and violence, these are the fertile ground for the cultivation of evil. The so-called evil is the inner demon. When malevolence reaches a certain threshold, it seeks to eradicate the true self. Is it a struggle between the sinister personality and the normal one? Fortunately, the captain's condition was detected early, preventing the emergence of a fully formed alternate persona. However, it seems the efficacy of the current medication has diminished. Previously, one pill sufficed, but now two are required. It is well known that any medication, when overused, inevitably leads to the development of resistance in the body. Vasily promptly rose, bowing respectfully to Wu Zheng, and beseeched, "Thus, having heard of your profound wisdom, I wish to request your continued companionship for a while longer. Our captain's background is indeed a harrowing tale, and we do not wish for him to descend into villainy, as his late parents would not have desired. Moreover, our captain possesses formidable strength, and none aboard this vessel can impede his actions. Should the young master be at his side, he would undoubtedly assist in suppressing the turmoil within, the inner demons." Vasily eloquently appealed to both emotion and reason, recounting Rod's unfortunate experiences in great detail and attributing the heinous acts against pirates to these so-called inner demons. In the heart of Wu Zheng, Rod's image gradually took on a more nuanced form. His tragic childhood and harrowing experiences had forged a distorted psyche, yet within this twisted mind lay a glimmer of humanity. Vasily's plea resonated in Wu Zheng's mind, as he had previously learned from the man before him of their intentions to venture into the Grand Line, which clearly aligned with his own objectives. The current incarnation of the Buddha appears to be a formidable individual. The endeavor to reclaim the relics of the Buddha is undoubtedly a challenging one, and augmenting his own strength seemingly enhances the likelihood of success. Perhaps his presence here could indeed save a few lives. Should the opposing party choose to lower their guard, vanquishing the malevolent forces would not pose a significant challenge. By employing the teachings of Buddhism to diminish the presence of evil in the world, is this not their sacred duty? In antiquity, the Buddha sacrificed his flesh for an eagle, descending into hell to subdue myriad demons. The young monk harbors a similar aspiration. Vasily felt a twinge of awkwardness upon hearing the suddenly serious demeanor of the monk Wu Zheng, as if the latter regarded him with a sense of grandiosity. With the inclusion of the young master Wu Zheng, it is assured that the healing powers of Buddhism could restore their captain to health. A genuine smile unexpectedly graced Vasily's face. Regardless of the circumstances, he certainly wished for the cessation of his friend Lilia's son, Rod's suffering. In any case, the task had been accomplished flawlessly. As Vasily took his leave, not wishing to disturb Wu Zheng's rest, the monk gently shook his smooth head and nodded. He would not take all of the other's words at face value. After a period of observation, the truth would inevitably reveal itself. Chapter 61. The banquet. Another day has passed, and the weather remains pleasant. The previous day, one individual had enjoyed a fine drinking session at the tavern, while the owner was mysteriously absent. Rods, still somewhat hungover, staggered as he pushed open his door, shielding his eyes from a beam of sunlight. He had grown accustomed to the sharpness of strong spirits, often contemplating a drink whether in joy or sorrow. Observing his subordinates bustling below, busy with the transport of treasures and supplies, Rhodes gazed skyward, his thoughts drifting off. Suddenly filled with nostalgia for that quaint tavern in the kingdom of Bordeaux. Perhaps it would be time to return and deal with that fellow, Lafitte. In recent months, Rhodes has been attentive to the news from the kingdom of Bordeaux. However, aside from its accession to the world government and the opening of trade avenues, it seems that information from that nation is rather sparse, leading Rhodes to contemplate a return on several occasions. Previously, he lacked the confidence to confront the might of an entire nation, but now it appears he might be ready to attempt it. At the time of retrieving his weapons, Rhodes had discreetly signaled a waiting message beneath the hole made by the sword, and now, with a modicum of strength, he finds himself concerned about Uncle Hall's safety. Well then, after finishing up, I shall stealthily gather some intelligence. Having made this silent decision, Rhodes was oblivious to Vasily's approach until he heard a soft call. It seems you had quite the night yesterday. How was the wine? Rhodes shook his head in silence, but then recalled something and inquired of Vasily, what news? Vasily, fully aware of the captain's query, nodded affirmatively, saying, Wu Zheng has agreed to join us, although I employed a few minor tactics. I hope you won't mind. Ha. I knew you could manage it. Any thoughts of those minor tactics were quickly cast aside by Rhodes, whose curiosity was piqued by the peculiarities of this formidable monk. Vasily, did you inquire if he possesses any abilities? Rhodes asked urgently. No, as long as he is aboard the pirate ship. He will naturally learn what he needs to know later. Rhodes nodded in agreement, and seeing that Rhodes was in good spirits, Vasily chuckled. However, Wu Zheng has one condition. He requires you to meditate and recite scriptures with him for an hour each day. Rhodes was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. Why me? Cough, cough. Vasily replied. It seems that Wu Zheng has heard of your illustrious name and appears to regard you as some great demon, hoping to enlighten you. Rhodes was instantly filled with frustration. What is this nonsense? This was Wu Zheng's condition for joining. Observing Rhodes's sudden dismay, Vasily secretly reveled in his joy. Captain Rhodes, Vice Captain Vasily, we have accounted for the treasures we have amassed, totaling nearly 60 million belly, reported Alge as he leapt up to the second floor to relay the news to the two leaders. For a city, 60 million is not an insignificant sum. Vasily remarked with a sigh. They were well aware of the reasons behind it. This city was under the influence of the Vino family of the Mafia. Although it was renowned for trade, a substantial portion of the profits undoubtedly belonged to the underworld. According to regulations, the 60 million berries must be divided, with half retained by the crew, leaving 30 million for the pirates. The distribution among the captain, first mate, and various officers, as well as the combatants and those who have demonstrated exceptional valor in battle, will naturally differ. Even the less active sailors will receive nearly a month's wages from this share, while the combat troops will obviously receive more. It is worth noting that the treatment afforded to the Ra's pirate crew is among the most generous across the West Seas pirate factions. The ship, too, is included in this arrangement. If this continues, the vessel will become quite cramped. After 8 or 9 months of conflict and adventure, the original 22 crew members have now grown to 26. Some of the previous pirates have perished, and others have disembarked, yet new recruits have also joined their ranks. Unfortunately, during the recent skirmish, one individual was struck fatally by a stray bullet, leaving them with 25 members. Adding the young apprentice Daz and the monk Wu Zheng, the total rises to 27, making their quarters increasingly congested, with some rooms now accommodating 4 individuals. Listening to the reports from Vasily and Alge, Raz had already reached a conclusion. He then made the decision to designate the medium-sized ship they had captured as their second vessel. The announcement was met with cheers from the pirates. It is a known hardship for several large men to share a single room. Now, with the addition of another ship, it implies they might enjoy the luxury of 2 to a room. Observing the jubilant crew, Raz turned to Vasily and inquired about the young Daz and the monk Wu Zheng. Vasily affirmed that they had eaten a light breakfast and were instructed to rest, though Raz suspected they were likely finding it difficult to sleep amidst the excitement. As the cheers grew louder, Vasily felt a sense of resignation. Being a pirate is a brutal profession, yet it is also the most liberating. Since the arrival of the psychologist Chapman, the crew has evidently shifted towards a more normalized existence. Their daily life consists of sailing, combat, inventorying treasures, and feasting. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of wood striking the chairs echoed through the air. It was the prelude to Bink's sake. Following the beats came the raucous singing of the robust men. Filled with unrestrained joy, Bink's sake, they chorused. This gathering was not merely a feast, but also a farewell ceremony. In the realm of conflict, casualties are an inevitable consequence. After each skirmish, the pirates of the Raz Pirates crew are rewarded handsomely. Not all individuals venture into the sea in pursuit of dreams. Some have families, wives and children, awaiting their return. When they amass sufficient wealth, these pirates will disembark at the most opportune islands. Farewells are tinged with sorrow, not only death, but parting carries its own weight. Bonds forged through shared struggles and nightly battles form swiftly, and failing to channel such emotions may dampen the pirates' morale. Thus, at Chapman's suggestion, a celebratory feast was instituted following each battle. 2 chefs, well prepared, along with assisting sailors, began to present an array of food and drink. As the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat and wine wafted through the air. Upon hearing the commotion in the corridor and the distant melodies, Daz's eyes widened. After enduring 2 years of servitude, Daz had become taciturn, yet he remained a child, curiosity ignited by the sounds. Reminiscent of the times he would secretly observe gatherings aboard the slave ship. They're celebrating? Daz, with his dark complexion, felt a pang of envy. Are you not joining the so-called pirate feast? A calm voice inquired from beside him. Turning to look, Daz noticed the handsome monk he had previously observed. With a hint of disappointment, he shook his head. Someone like me has no right. What right? Is not the feast meant to be egalitarian? Since you are now a pirate here, does it not seem natural for you to partake? Last night, Vasily had learned from Dr. Jim of the young boy's background, an apprentice pirate who had joined the crew from a life of slavery. Vasily was puzzled as to why a mere child of 10, standing at just 1 meter and 23 centimeters, would seek to join such a perilous band. Yet he wished to soothe the wounds of the boy's heart. Vasily's words momentarily stunned Daz. Indeed, he no longer bore the label of a slave. The captain of this vessel had granted him membership in the crew. Just 3 days prior, he had been merely a slave, subsisting on scraps. Suffering from hunger and restless nights, perpetually fearful of a fatal blow from an inattentive guard. But now, that ghastly existence was behind him. Thank you, master. Daz clasped his hands in reverence, bowing to Vasily, whose shining head revealed his monastic nature. He recalled a few years back when his mother had taken him to a temple to pray. Alas, the Buddha had not shielded them. And no heroes appeared amidst the sudden calamity, only the nefarious slave traders. Your name is Daz, is it not? Vasily inquired. Daz, taken aback, nodded. I am Vasily. A monk. May I pose a question to you? Daz, still embodying the subservience of his past, responded earnestly. Please, go ahead. Why have you chosen the life of a pirate? Daz fell silent at the question, reminiscent of the man from yesterday who had led his subordinates to rescue them. This world cannot exist without Sora. Daz suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, and declared, but this world cannot be devoid of Sora. I aspire to become Sora. Sora, the naval hero and protagonist of the renowned comic, is celebrated as a legendary figure in the world of pirates. A hero indeed. How splendid. Wu Zheng remarked with a smile of approval. It seemed that the owner of this vessel had once been a hero himself. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed, and the two exchanged glances before Jim popped his head through the door. You too, it's time to join the gathering. Wu Zheng remained calm. But Daz's face lit up with surprise as his youthful voice eagerly inquired, Is that so? Haha, what nonsense are you saying? You were invited by the captain, right? Whether you're an apprentice or not, you're one of us now. After speaking, Jim turned to Wu Zheng, smiling. The first mate has instructed us to treat the young master as a special personnel, so let us include the young master in our gathering. Wu Zheng gently shook his head, chuckling, I am a monk and do not partake in alcohol, and I must abstain from meat. So fear not, young master Wu Zheng. We have prepared food that you can eat, and if you don't drink, we have yerba mate on board. Yerba mate, a beverage produced on a certain island in the West Sea, possesses a slight bitterness, yet offers a unique flavor when combined with fruit slices. Additionally, it invigorates the mind, making it a favorite among pirates and sailors alike. Jim seemed well prepared, and amidst a flurry of persuasion, he successfully ushered Wu Zheng and Daz out of the room. The pirates gradually entered into a spirited mood. Some beat on wooden barrels, others whistled, and a few played wind instruments, heightening the joyful atmosphere as the two newcomers emerged. Yo-ho-ho-ho, here is a toast of Bink sake. Riding the winds and waves, I roam freely. The sunset surges with mighty tides, the rousing song resonated with a powerful cadence. Chapter 62. The rising chaos. The sudden enthusiasm made Wu Zheng feel somewhat out of place. The lively ambience clearly contrasted with his demeanor. However, the fervor of the surrounding crowd made it inappropriate for him to withdraw. and with Daz appearing somewhat timid beside him, he chose to remain for the sake of comfort. "Hello, Daz, right? I am the navigator and lookout of this ship. My name is Alch." Alch, a cheerful soul who mingled effortlessly among the crowd, slid down from the rigging and approached the trio with a friendly introduction. "Why yes, Mr. Alch." Daz responded somewhat shyly. Seemingly naturally sociable, Alch playfully patted Daz, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Alch then turned to the monk who could spar verbally with the captain, respectfully addressing him, "Master Wu Zhang." One should not strike a smiling face. When approached with respect, it is wise to return the courtesy. The individual promptly bowed and said, "Master, I dare not claim such a title. I am even lesser than you. You may simply call me Wu Zhang." "Then I shall not stand on ceremony," came the reply, as RG took the lead. A group of pirates approached, singing merrily while introducing themselves. Their curiosity was piqued by the monk who could rival their captain, especially since it was rumored that this monk possessed the very essence of the Buddha's golden form. Among this group of pirates, there are also those who adhere to the teachings of Buddhism, and naturally, they harbor a fondness for Wu Zhang. This world is replete with myriad beliefs where the creator, deities, and the Buddha occupy exalted positions, each revered in their respective sects as the legends of cosmic creation. Beneath these supreme beings, countless divine tales unfold. The god of thunder governs storms, the god of the sea rules the depths, and the god of winds commands tempests alongside the sun god, the god of fortune, the muse of music, and the god of misfortune, among others. At this moment, the arrival of a disciple of the Buddha brings immense joy to his followers. The presence of these two newcomers elevates the banquet to its zenith, and as the atmosphere intensifies, Daz gradually sheds his trepidation, while Wu Zhang's perspective on the group of pirates before him undergoes a significant transformation. On this vessel, distinctions of class seem to vanish. All are treated as equals, dining on the same fare. There is, however, one exception: the captain, whose formidable reputation and fearsome name instill a sense of awe, stands apart, clutching a wine jug as he gazes at the clouds above. Is it fear that keeps the crew at a distance? Perhaps reflecting on his own responsibilities. Wu Zhang bows to the assembled company and strides directly towards Raz. Once the banquet commences, Raz descends and offers a few words to enhance the celebratory atmosphere before retreating to a corner, seemingly aware of his subordinates' apprehensions, and thus refraining from dampening their spirits. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Wu Zhang's footsteps catches Raz's attention. Instinctively, his left hand reaches for the short firearm at his waist, while his right foot leans against the nearby soul lantern. "You are quite vigilant, or perhaps you simply lack a sense of security," Wu Zhang remarks softly as he notices Raz's gaze upon him. "Heh, this is my ship," Raz retorts, releasing his hand from the weapon. Wu Zhang nods respectfully to Raz, choosing not to pursue the topic further, as the other's actions speak volumes. Reflecting on their previous encounter, a sense of defiance stirs within Wu Zhang, and he earnestly inquires, "Your physical form is not without its vulnerabilities, is it? The effects of sound waves on you are quite evident." Understanding the implication of Wu Zhang's words, Raz grins, a hint of pride in his demeanor. "Alas, I emerged victorious in the end. Defeating an ability user is enough to bring me joy for quite some time." Wu Zhang scoffs slightly, contemplating that had he not recalled the efficacy of his Buddha sound technique at the last moment, he would not have lost the battle. In another match, you would undoubtedly be defeated. Huh. Only a fool would continue to engage with you. At this moment, Raz felt the necessity of preparing earplugs, or perhaps headphones would suffice. It appeared that sonic attacks were classified under magical assaults, rendering Raz's invincible armor ineffective. Alas, if only he had mastered the art of armament hockey. He could simply block his ears with it. Raz was unaware of the training methods for armament hockey and had yet to discover them. But he had gathered a rough understanding of observation hockey. In the stillness of the ocean, this vessel harbored a few false blind and false deaf individuals, including Raz, Vasily, Frank, Sturgeon, Taylor, Toby, and Alch. They navigated life aboard the ship with their eyes covered, relying on their senses to enhance their perception. This method of honing one's hearing, smell, and sight was borrowed from the esteemed teacher Rayleigh. The effectiveness varied among them. Some showed remarkable improvement, while others, well, not so much. Among them, Alch, Vasily, and Frank exhibited the most pronounced results. Alch possessed an innate sensitivity to his surroundings, perceiving wind speed, humidity, and more through his skin, making his training both swift and effective. Vasily, being a sharpshooter, had undergone similar training, and Frank, as Vasily's disciple, naturally benefited from his guidance, attaining commendable progress in the practice of observation hockey. It seemed that observation hockey particularly suited those like sharpshooters, causing the others to appear lacking in comparison to these three. Perhaps I am better suited for armament hockey. With this thought in mind, Rods gazed at the handsome monk before him and, regaining his composure, let out a soft hum. Perhaps. Wu Zhong, feeling somewhat displeased, realized that since encountering this individual, his mind had been unable to return to its previous tranquility. Truly a demon. Umipa. Rods's lips involuntarily twitched as he noticed the changes in the monk's gaze, as if he regarded him as a formidable adversary. Surely you agree with my request. Today shall suffice, but starting tomorrow morning, I intend to sleep in. Wu Zhong replied, unhurriedly, starting at 9 o'clock, if you are not present. The monk will come to find you. It appears that this monk possesses a rather obstinate disposition. Rod mused to himself, yet to secure such a formidable ally, he had no choice but to acquiesce, despite his reservations. He understood that the process of exorcising evil required subtlety and patience. Excessive discourse could yield counterproductive results. As Wu Zhong departed, Rod unveiled a faint, imperceptible smile. For having a companion endowed with remarkable martial prowess and the power of a devil fruit significantly enhanced their chances of survival in the Grand Line. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities, while he might be deemed relatively safe in the West Sea. Such strength was woefully inadequate in the perilous expanse of the Grand Line. Reflecting on his contemporaries, who were rapidly ascending to prominence, the formidable sand crocodile, the ever-expanding Don Quixote family in the North Sea, and the formidable Moonlight Moria, who stood resolutely against the notorious Kaido, he realized he had already fallen behind. Those who set forth first need not necessarily achieve their goals sooner. Those who follow may yet surpass them. As he spoke to himself, Rod noticed Vasily approaching with a measured gait. How did your conversation with Wu Zhong go? He inquired, feigning calmness, though a hint of anxiety lingered in his voice. Ordinary. But he is quite young and will only grow stronger, Rod affirmed. Wu Zhong, still only 17, had ample time to mature. Are you worried? Vasily teased. Rod shook his head confidently, declaring, as long as an opportunity presents itself, I will not lag behind anyone. That's good to hear. However, Vasily's expression darkened as he continued in a hushed tone. Captain, it seems turmoil is brewing on this island. I have also received news of the Haugus brothers being here. Really? The Haugus brothers are present as well? Rod exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. During this period, not only had he made a name for himself, but the Haugus brothers had also risen to prominence. Embodying the spirit of chivalry, they appeared wherever difficulties arose, altruistically aiding the impoverished, fighting against evils, and using their earnings to support the needy. Their actions seemed to affirm that the essence of knighthood had not yet vanished from this era. The last I heard of them, they were betting with nobles to traverse the snow-capped mountains for the sake of orphans, Rod recounted. Indeed, it was after their success that many eyes in the West Sea turned to them. It is said that the Red Heart suits have also adopted a more knightly demeanor. The three brothers had crossed the snow-covered peaks unarmed in 3 days, securing the right to maintain a legal orphanage from the hands of a noble lord, which earned Rod's admiration. What has befallen them? Rod was no fool. Among the crew of pirates, only Vasily maintained a close rapport with the trio of brothers. Vasily's sudden mention of the matter indicated he had acquired some intelligence. The island now appeared to be on the brink of a crisis, with winter approaching. The band of thieves circling Ghost Mountain seemed poised to launch their assaults. This country had already endured a drought this year, and the plains had been poisoned, creating a tumultuous situation. Most alarming was the news I received. The Silver County had been seized by pirates. Pirates? Roz inquired. Indeed, the Grand Pirate Crew, Vasily stated plainly. The Grand Pirate Crew, the most populous band of pirates in the West Sea, was estimated to comprise around 470 members, boasting a large sailing ship and a medium-sized vessel, making them a prime focus of attention for the naval forces in the West Sea. Rumors suggested that Captain Grand was preparing to venture into the Grand Line. The latest intelligence indicated that the Lantern Kingdom was negotiating with the pirates entrenched in Silver County, seemingly contemplating a collaboration. Noticing that Roz had no intention of interrupting, Vasily continued, 5 days ago, the Water District issued a request for assistance against the pirates to the surrounding areas. In the Bamboo Stream District, someone spotted Block Tor. The three brothers have always acted in unison. An alliance with pirates? They must not fear being bitten by these ravenous wolves. After all, those who ascend to notoriety as pirates are hardly benevolent souls. Burning, killing, and plundering are merely the tip of the iceberg. Some of those who have long roamed the seas exhibit grotesque psychopathy, committing unspeakable acts before the eyes of the husbands and slaying their kin with impunity. Should we deem it misfortune for them, or for the pirates? Ross chuckled lightly. Chapter 63, The Eve of War, brother. Is this already the third wave of refugees? Red Hartheil, still clad in his previous armored attire, appeared even more gaunt than before as he gazed at the stream of refugees entering the city. His heart heavy with sorrow. Pirates should all perish. Blocktor exclaimed, his brow furrowed in anger. From the first wave of refugees, the Horgus brothers learned of the pirates' control over Silver County. As the second and third waves of refugees arrived in droves, the information they bore was enough to stir deep emotions within them. From the initial directives issued by the Duke controlling Silver County to the mobilization of armed forces against the Lantern Kingdom, and subsequently the execution of the Duke himself. Such maneuvers instilled fear in the hearts of competing factions. Observing the multitude of male refugees below, the empathetic Spade Gel instinctively tightened his grip on his staff. The presence of only men hinted at the plight of the women. Brother, please do not act rashly. Seeing his brother turn away, Heil hurriedly cautioned. Gel halted his stride. His voice steady. I am no fool. Do you think we can confront an army with just the three of us? That would be courting death. As the epidemic on Lantern Island comes under control, a considerable number of mercenaries have arrived over the past few days. Naturally, the renowned trio known as the Three Brothers from Slanka have assumed the role of leaders among this gathering of warriors. The military forces in the Shinshui district have long been prepared for conflict, and many soldiers have already established their presence in the lawless zone of Wooddank Street. Due to the increasing influx of refugees in recent days, these mercenaries have been temporarily dispatched to assist in their resettlement. Following several days of clear skies, winter seems to be approaching. Yesterday's rainfall marked a distinct drop in temperature. Feeling the chill in the air, Gear, acutely aware of the impending war, could not help but shake his head in despair. Alas, a great battle is unavoidable. If the band of thieves does not seize the opportunity to descend from the mountains and plunder before the weather turns frigid, they would not be regarded as a formidable threat by the various factions. The descent of the bandits from Ghost Mountain heralds the onset of chaos. This is a matter well understood by all parties involved. Meanwhile, the notorious Ghost Mountain thieves, whom they had been anxiously anticipating, indeed descended from their lair. However, in an unexpected turn of events, this desperate band of marauders found themselves under scrutiny from others. The ruler of the territory known as the Lantern Kingdom, Balisa Yuri, was intently studying a map before him. Behind him stood two ministers, motionless and silent. We must not follow the path of Duke Rhine. Pirates are ultimately untrustworthy. Indeed, Your Highness, after the war, they shall all be eliminated. Balisa Yuri, of royal lineage, descended from ancestors who were brothers of the former king, had never envisioned that the throne would be so tantalizingly within his grasp. This territory was once owned by a minister who, upon receiving a royal decree for execution, chose to rebel. This minister was the first to raise the banner of defiance and, indeed, succeeded in shattering a kingdom. It seemed as though fate had compelled him to act. After seizing a portion of land, he was unwilling to settle for such a modest gain. Subsequently, he discovered a young individual of royal blood, Balisa Yuri, among the common folk. However, the found Balisa was no ordinary figure, originally a captive son of heaven. This son concealed within him the ferocity of a hidden tiger. Enduring humiliation for 2 years, he adeptly maneuvered through alliances and subterfuge, ultimately turning the tables. After eliminating the leader of the rebellion, Balisa ascended as the new head of this faction and, leveraging both his influence and noble lineage, proclaimed the revival of the old kingdom. With the mantle of righteousness upon him, his strength burgeoned rapidly, establishing him as the most formidable force within a mere 2 years. Originally, following a strategy of steady advancement, Balisa could have unified the realm in another year or two. However, none could have anticipated that Duke Rhine would invite pirates into the country. In a foolish turn of events, the pirates managed to seize control, leading to a devastating assault orchestrated 5 days ago by the soldiers of Silver County in collusion with the pirates, causing significant losses for the Lantern Kingdom. No one had foreseen that Silver County would dare challenge them. When Balisa commenced troop movements to attack Silver County, the pirates finally recognized the might of the Lantern Kingdom. In a bid to preserve their forces, the pirates dispatched envoys to negotiate surrender. Perhaps due to the envoy's persuasive eloquence, Balisa was swayed, and as both factions united, the pirates became instruments in Balisa's hands. Gazing at the map before him, Balisa was filled with a fervent desire for unification, rejoicing in what seemed to be divine assistance. Just a day prior, his spies had reported an intriguing development. The neighboring region of Jushi was in disarray, beset by a band of pirates who, After vanquishing several small squads, wreaked havoc, even slaying Mayor Marion and several key ministers. How could such a sudden surprise fail to stir Balisa's heart? With the surrender of Silver County, the death of the leader of Zhu Creek District, and the plague rendering Pingshuan District utterly defenseless, only the Ghost Mountain Bandits and General Heather from the Shengshui District remained. Let the pirates proceed to Pingshuan District to assist us in attacking Shengshui District, Balisa declared, pointing to the Lantern Street in the central area. Yes, a minister swiftly exited the palace to convey the military orders. Arrange for someone to go to Ghost Mountain. The bandits were once a loyal army of the royal family. As a descendant of the royal lineage, under the imminent tide of unification, they should surrender to prevent our nation from suffering as it once did, Balisa asserted. Your Highness, the Ghost Mountain Bandits are as untrustworthy as the pirates. Those ruffians are utterly mad, the minister cautioned from behind Balisa. Frowning slightly, Balisa expressed his dissatisfaction. Just send someone, whether to persuade them to surrender or to stall them. It matters not. Upon hearing this, the minister's eyes brightened with understanding. If they could merely delay the Ghost Mountain Bandits from causing trouble, they could focus entirely on dealing with Shengshui District. Once unification was achieved, the bandits on the mountain would be easily managed. Your Highness, when shall we take action? Balisa pondered the timing before responding calmly. In 5 days. Typically, it rains and cools down during this period, making descent from the mountain difficult, even if they come down. Ascending will be troublesome. If the bandits on Ghost Mountain do not descend to plunder within these 5 days, they shall pose no threat. As the days passed with overcast skies, it seemed the heavens were gathering rainwater. With the gradual decrease of refugees, everyone understood that the tranquil days would not last long. Even Zhu Creek District fell to the pirates. The pirates are truly despicable. General Balak lamented as he listened to the reports from his subordinates, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Although he had previously devised a plan to have mercenaries from the outer seas combat the pirates, it now appeared that the mercenaries would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Stationed at the front lines, Balak could already sense the tense atmosphere that precedes battle. Quickly send word. Commander Heather, the enemy has reinforced their front lines, he ordered. The war had yet to resume, but according to reconnaissance, the front line now boasted an additional 10,000 troops, nearly doubling their numbers. 15 years ago, this island boasted a population of 1.3 million, yet today it barely exceeds 1 million, with each of the 5 regions averaging only a few tens of thousands. And the standing army comprising merely 10,000 to 20,000 soldiers. The front lines now matched the size of the standing army, which only heightened Balak's urgency. Meanwhile, Commander Heather, stationed in Greenwater City, received Balak's plea for reinforcements. He could only shake his head sorrowfully. Shengshui District had the highest population among several nations, with over 200,000 residents and a standing army of 20,000. Had Pingshuan District remained intact, he could have allocated a significant portion of his forces. However, with the Ghost Mountain Bandits poised to descend at any moment, he had stationed 3,000 troops for defense there. While the already vulnerable Pingshuan District necessitated his attention for fortification, calculating the circumstances, it indeed amounts to a 3-front battle. The defenses to the north, south, and west have compelled him to deploy 13,000 troops, leaving approximately 7,000 in Greenwater Town at present. This situation is untenable. Ashi, you shall lead a small contingent to Ghost Mountain, ensuring that the bandits do not disrupt our efforts here. Garcia, take the mercenaries and head to the southern plains. Mere defense will not suffice. Should enemies approach, strike them fiercely. If none appear, you are to be my dagger, thrusting towards the enemy's heart. I shall provide you with 3,000 soldiers. Understood. The 2 men standing by the table swiftly rose to carry out their orders. Inaction is not my style. The entire army must advance to the front lines. If we establish Firelight Street as our battlefront, it would facilitate the movement of troops for both sides. However, if we rely on the plains and Bamboo Creek as our line of defense, it would squander significant resources. Those 800 pirates remain a considerable threat. Heath's mind was troubled. There exists a disparity between the combat capabilities of ordinary soldiers and pirates. In close combat, he believed a single pirate could easily dispatch 3 soldiers. The ferocity and brutality cultivated among the pirates through their tumultuous existence far surpassed those of ordinary soldiers. If utilized effectively, those 800 could indeed sway the tide of battle, and such a shift could alter the chances of victory or defeat. Yet Heath was confident that those 800 would not dare to appear on the front lines, where thousands would clash. A single misstep could lead to their annihilation. However, in terms of numbers, could they prevail? Consider that the opposing side has already seized control of 3 regions, and their forces will swell to an unimaginable scale. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Heath has arranged for his descendants to board ships in the prosperous water district, should they succeed. Retreat would be unnecessary, but if they fail, what is to be done with an aging body? Brother, the officials have dispatched us to the south, where the plague previously struck, Hale remarked, taking a hearty swig of his drink, his tone laced with impatience. Tor, gently brushing a strand of hair from his forehead, replied with remarkable calmness, they expect us to fight for them? Mercenaries do not engage in wars for free, as long as the remuneration is adequate. Mercenaries can be hired to protect individuals, guard goods, catch pests, or even eliminate villains, but actual combat is reserved for hired soldiers. We are merely mercenaries. Hale slammed the bottle on the table, addressing his meditative elder brother. What do you say? Shall we refuse? After all, our original mission was to resist the pirates. Moments later, Gur opened his eyes, seemingly having reached a decision, and spoke solemnly. We shall not go to the plains. Engaging in battle would entangle us in foreign affairs, while defense remains our duty. Are we to disobey then? We are not their soldiers. Gur rose and addressed his two brothers. This is merely our choice. Chapter 64. The Siege Station. Bang. Bang. As the drums of war resounded, a great battle was imminent. The once thriving Lantern Street had now been reduced to ruins. The leader of the Lantern Nation, Balisiuli, commanded an army of 20,000, while General Heather of the Water District led a force of 13,000. Engaging in fierce combat. War is inherently brutal, especially when it involves the clash of cold and hot weaponry. Given the Lantern Island's mediocre position and limited resources, their advanced weaponry consisted merely of double-barreled flintlock guns and ordinary cannons found on pirate ships. Longswords, cold arrows, and war horses remained the mainstay of warfare. The outcome of this conflict would be difficult to ascertain in the short term, a matter to set aside for now. In the Flat Plain District, following the containment of the epidemic, Kate did not anticipate the swift onset of war. Before he could fully grasp the situation, several armies had already taken residence in the Flat Plain District. Fortunately, his vigilance paid off. As soon as the pirates who had taken Wujing departed from the Bamboo Creek District, he swiftly gathered some soldiers with combat capabilities. Deploying over 3,000 armed forces across two towns, they raised the banner of the Kingdom of Alusia, invoking the righteous cause of international aid. And the soldiers who arrived from Bamboo Creek abandoned their assault on the two towns, as nearly 5,000 soldiers were carelessly positioned in the Flat Plain District. Kate found himself at a loss. Being a citizen of the powerful Alusia meant that he could safeguard himself by remaining within the town, a privilege of a strong nation. However, the civilians could only huddle in place, waiting anxiously to see who would emerge victorious in the unfolding conflict. On the second day following the outbreak of hostilities on Lantern Street, Gur received the latest intelligence in Greenwater Town. Despite his usual composure, Gur was momentarily taken aback. Brother, it has been confirmed that the 3,000 troops led by Garcia were ambushed at the junction of the Flat Plain and Bamboo Creek, resulting in a rout. Greenwater Town has already taken in 300 deserters. As Heil recounted the situation, Gur sprang to his feet, alarmed. This is dire. We cannot accept any more deserters. This location was of utmost importance, a critical point for the Flat Plains offensive against the Water District. If they could hold this ground, the attacking enemies would be hesitant to proceed. Why? Asked Thor, observing his brother Geir's sudden pallor, feeling a rising tension. This place was crucial and must be secured. The incoming deserters could not be definitively identified as true defectors. If any pirates infiltrated their ranks, the impending enemy attack would spell disaster. Heil and Thor's expressions darkened immediately. If Geir's concerns were valid, they were indeed in a perilous situation. Let us gather the mercenaries and seek out Captain AMU. Originally, there were 2,000 soldiers stationed here. But as the great battle commenced, only one army remained. Leading this contingent was a commander named AMU, who was somewhat acquainted with the three brothers. Without delay, the trio dispersed. Hailtor ventured to rally the unruly mercenaries, while Gur sought out Captain AMU directly. Moments later, the temporary leader of the mercenaries entered Captain AMU's quarters. Captain AMU, the city can no longer accept any more refugees. To ensure we do not lose this town, we must impose martial law, he declared. AMU, a bearded man in his 40s, was poring over a map when the night arrived, promptly rising to greet him. Brother Gur, do not fret. I have already ordered the city gates closed. It was evident that AMU sensed the gravity of the situation. I have arranged for all the refugees to be gathered in one location. There must be enemy infiltrators among them. AMU gazed earnestly at the renowned knight within the mercenary realm, bowing deeply, "I implore you, Brother Ger, to save this city." He was acutely aware of the man's prowess. Upon Ger's arrival, one of his subordinates had foolishly challenged him over a trivial matter. That subordinate, famed for his strength, capable of lifting 1,000 pounds, had nonetheless been defeated by the knight. "I am well aware of the pirates' malevolence, plundering, pillaging, and committing unspeakable atrocities. Should this place fall, countless lives within the city would be at stake." Ger struck his chest with his right hand, asserting, "By the name of Horgus, we shall spare no effort in this endeavor." "Very well," Captain Amu responded with a brief smile, but the gravity of the situation quickly quelled his mirth. "You are aware of the military situation, I presume? Garcia has been defeated, and those pirates are close at hand." Ger tightened his grip on his staff, nodding in affirmation. "Then let us proceed. Our time is limited." As the city gates closed, the outside cries transformed from faint pleas to a cacophony of desperation. Ger shook his head, observing the demoralized soldiers below. "How many pirates are present here?" An hour ago, after the city gates were shut, Captain Amu dispatched men to interrogate the 300 fleeing soldiers. Surprisingly, among these mere 300, several individuals with dubious identities were uncovered, including 7 or 8 confirmed scoundrels known to be pirates. Following the execution of these rebellious pirates, the remaining individuals whose identities could not be verified were temporarily detained. The soldiers and mercenaries, having had their fill in batches, have now taken their positions on the city walls in preparation for defense. Flee at once. The main army is approaching, and staying here is tantamount to awaiting death. Captain Amu seemed reluctant, assigning 10 soldiers to shout towards those below, striving to save the lives of the people beneath the walls. The individuals below were not entirely devoid of wit. Upon hearing the furious shouts from above, they quickly realized their predicament. They had been defeated but were not yet dead, as the fierce adversaries behind them resembled ravenous beasts. "Retreat! Escape quickly!" As some began to depart, the crowd, driven by the instinct to survive, started to disperse, with the desperate still pleading below while those seeking to live exerted every effort to flee. Captain Amu indeed displayed some skill. Redheart Hale recognized Amu's intentions at this moment and could not help but express his admiration. "Indeed, much better than that Garcia," remarked the square-jawed Tor, gripping his twin swords and gazing into the distance. "Boom, boom, boom. They are coming," Geller intoned solemnly. From afar, a series of thunderous sounds echoed, raising considerable dust. The blaring of horns signaled a squad of well-trained soldiers swiftly taking up defensive positions. The 5 cannons were manned by 15 men, one loading the cannonballs, another igniting them. With assistance from a third, archers and pikemen positioned themselves, with 50 men at the rear wielding double-barreled flintlock firearms. Observing all this, many anxious mercenaries felt a slight sense of reassurance. "It seems we need not remain here for the time being." The 3 brothers exchanged glances before descending from the city walls, leaving behind a few mercenaries skilled in firearms to guard the gate. They were capable defenders, but it would be a waste. When the city fell, it would be their moment to showcase their prowess. Alas, there were no cavalry. As knights, they excelled in mounted combat, but the only cavalry had vanished alongside Garcia. Silence. Geller descended to the ground, seated cross-legged. With a single utterance, he closed his eyes. Among this group of pirates, there are indeed formidable individuals whose modest accomplishments warrant serious consideration. At this moment, as the battle has yet to commence, resting is the best preparation. Heil and Tor exchanged a glance, resigned to sit down and close their eyes in repose. Below them stood around 80 to 90 mercenaries, who had originally arrived either in groups or independently. Aside from those who abandoned their missions and fled, all were prepared for the impending conflict. Despite their readiness, a sense of trepidation lingered. However, witnessing the demeanor of the renowned 3 brothers of Slanka provided them with a measure of reassurance. In the age of firearms, how does one besiege a city? Naturally, the answer is through bombardment. Cannons, drawn by horses, were pushed to the forefront, with a dozen artillery pieces gradually entering range. Fully equipped and ready. Boom. In an instant, both sides fired their cannons almost simultaneously, one targeting the city walls and gates, while the other aimed at the artillery in densely populated areas. The resounding blasts echoed relentlessly, causing the entire city to resonate like a cicada's cry. As the walls trembled under the onslaught, after the loss of 3 artillery pieces, a significant breach finally emerged in one section of the wall, heralding the true onset of battle. Enter the city first. A reward of 100 taels of gold. Kill. Kill. The army of the Lantern Nation, having only lost a few hundred in the previous skirmish, launched a full-scale assault. Soldiers atop the walls commenced their defense. Arrows flew wildly. Cannons roared. Bullets struck deadly. At this distance, it was the ideal moment for archers and firearms to shine. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. In an instant, casualties mounted among the Lantern Nation troops. As bodies fell, the soldiers behind them swiftly filled the gaps. Moreover, as the defenders on the walls needed to draw bows and reload, they advanced a short distance. Captain AMU. There are too many enemies. The odds were 4-1 against them, and without formidable weaponry, it seemed impossible to turn the tide. Lives were as expendable as chaff. After the cannon fire erupted, Gel opened his eyes, springing to his feet alongside his two brothers. They had witnessed modern warfare and understood that the walls were no longer invincible. They were mentally prepared. Spades. Over here, the wall has been breached. A mercenary shouted with urgency, prompting Gel of Spades to swiftly advance towards the breach. Hearts Heil and Diamonds Tor, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely behind. The mercenaries, witnessing the gaping black hole in the wall, felt a chill run down their spines. I do not know why you are here, but pirates are not invincible. And soldiers are no different. We are gamblers, wagering our lives upon the sea. Heil surveyed the surroundings and laughed heartily, declaring, whoever enters, we shall eliminate them. Bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, and a figure tumbled out from the cave. A cowboy, blowing into the barrel of his gun, chuckled, I apologize. But I have claimed the first prize. His laughter, though jovial, was laced with bitterness, for behind him lay countless foes. Chapter 65. The Emergence of the Pirates' Kill. The cacophony of slaughter erupted, and defending the gaping breach proved to be a wise choice. Outside, the assailants surged forward in exhilaration, utterly oblivious to the fact that they were stepping into a voracious abyss. 1 man, 10 men. Soon, the soldiers of the Lantern Nation realized something was amiss. Formidable guardians were stationed within. Are these fellows truly mere mortals? Scoffed a burly man with a scruffy beard, who was relishing the chaos. Tor, too, felt perplexed. These adversaries were far less formidable than he had anticipated. Could it be that his own strength had surged? Boom. A tremendous noise reverberated from the other side, drawing attention to yet another breach where debris had scattered. Split half our forces to that side. Gel commanded swiftly. Numerous soldiers, previously confined to the two openings, abandoned their restraint, with some drawing grappling hooks from their belts and launching them towards the 7-meter-high wall in swift arcs. Cut the ropes. Half the spear squad shall descend to guard below, ordered Captain AMU. With 2 additional exits now present on the wall, it was evident that the structure would not withstand for long. The spear squad, adept in close combat, would undoubtedly prove more effective below. Understood. AMU turned to face the densely packed enemy forces, a fleeting shadow of concern crossing his features. In such circumstances, aside from fighting to the death or surrendering, are there any alternative options? It seems that the band of sea marauders is ready to take the field, leading a contingent of 5,000, Lulu Band. A trusted subordinate of Balisa has notably altered his usual tactics for this raid, opting for an ambush instead of the previously planned assault. After lying in wait for a day, he successfully routed the 3,000 incoming enemies and subsequently swept through the region. Initially, Lulu Ban intended to deploy the pirates as the vanguard, but the obstinate scoundrels refused to comply. Reluctantly, he had to allow his own troops to breach the enemy lines first. Amidst the ranks of over 4,000 soldiers, there exists a peculiar group, dressed in a variety of garbs, most with unsavory expressions. Some adorned with tattoos on their faces and arms. Yet, despite their disarray, their combat prowess is undeniable. Hey, Grand, how long must we endure this? Engaging in such warfare poses a risk of total annihilation at any moment, grumbled a burly man with a terrifying scar that resembled a centipede. He is the captain of the Centipede pirate crew, known as the Venomous Centipede with a bounty of 39 million. Infamous for his ruthless tactics and mastery of a pair of poison hooks, commanding over 100 fighters. As long as we maintain control over the conflict, victory shall inevitably be ours. Moreover, we have already seized a considerable amount of treasure, Grand replied calmly. Gurgle. Grunt a dove nearby, but this deviates from our previous discussions. According to your claims, everything on this island is rightfully ours. Dove, with a bounty of 42 million, is a skilled kicker known for his formidable leg techniques, also leading a crew of around 100. Initially targeting this island, Grand fortuitously acquired the contact of the cunning Mouse and, after a modest investment, secured assistance for lawful residency. At that moment, a grand scheme began to unfold in Grand's mind. an alliance with 2 other pirate crews with whom he had some rapport to jointly plot the conquest of Lantern Island. Everything thereafter fell within his grasp, leveraging the authority of Duke Rhine, the ruler of Silver County, to attack rival factions using the county's military. However, he underestimated the rising power of Lantern Nation. In their confrontation, Grand swiftly realized that victory would demand a substantial price. After conferring with the 2 concealed pirate leaders within his crew, they devised another plan. Utilizing the influence of Lantern Nation for their assaults, they commenced direct acts of piracy, striving to seize the benefits that rightfully belonged to them. Grand, with his arms crossed beneath a pirate hat that accentuated his uneven eyes, exuded an undeniable presence, forged by his long-standing command over hundreds of pirates. Occupying this island and plundering it extensively is akin to a foregone conclusion. I trust that you have already amassed considerable wealth. Grande gazed at the 2 individuals seated across the table, a sudden malevolent smile creeping across his face. Although an unexpected turn of events has occurred, I have conceived a new plan. Noticing their inquisitive glances, Grande revealed his intentions without reservation. You must have received the news, Haven TU? There are approximately 100 mercenaries drawn to this town for monetary gain, among whom are those troublesome 3J brothers who have thwarted our plans on multiple occasions. In our previous endeavors, we have failed to eliminate these 3 pests, but this opportunity is rare. If we can dispose of those 100 mercenaries here, it would deal a severe blow to Skull Island. You should be well aware of the value of the white shirt. With Grande's sinister chuckle, the others quickly grasped his meaning. The white shirt had operated in Skull for decades, evolving from a mere trading company into a purveyor of intelligence and a facilitator of contracts, encompassing a value that was indeed enticing. However, the presence of approximately 300 mercenaries in the area was a formidable deterrent. Should they succeed in eliminating this 100 alongside the Horgus brothers, they could then scheme to seize control of the small town. A glimmer of avarice sparkled in Grande's eyes, though this insatiable greed was not fully comprehended by the other 2 pirates. 2 months prior, Grande had learned from information provided by the cunning rat that a nation desperate for wealth was selling a devil fruit. Witnesses described it as an exceedingly rare specimen, with a high probability of being a natural-type fruit. In this world, individuals are generally reluctant to entrust their fates to demons for judgment. Consuming a worthless fruit that diminishes one's strength would indeed be a grave mistake. Once, an unfortunate soul ingested a repugnant fruit and subsequently lost all his friends and his fiancée E, who was on the verge of marriage. It is said that he was banned from all public places in the nation, and eventually, he vanished without a trace. The unknown abilities and his incapacity to confront seawater, coupled with the exorbitant cost, rendered the allure of the devil fruit unattainable, even for those intrigued by it. However, if a fruit with a guaranteed ability were to surface, its value would multiply exponentially. It is worth noting that the destitute nation initially offered a staggering price of 500 million berries. Even now, when few can afford such a sum, it has only decreased to 300 million berries. A natural-type devil fruit, once consumed, would make the conquest of the Grand Line a mere formality. After all, among the 3 formidable vice admirals currently in the Navy, all possess natural abilities. With these thoughts, Grand suppressed his inner desires and excitement. At that moment, Galuka rushed in. Captain, that fellow Lulubin has issued orders, requesting us to launch an assault on the city. Grand lightly tapped the table, rising to his towering height of 2 meters, and spoke in a deep voice. Eliminate those mercenaries. Then wait for the opportune moment to devour the thousands in the Lantern Nation. They had been monitoring the previous siege, aware that both sides had sustained injuries. All right. Let us do it. The venomous centipede grinned. With our strength, it is certainly within our capabilities to conquer them, the dove murmured, unconsciously tugging at one of his own whiskers. They had previously plundered treasures in Silver County, far exceeding their past hauls, and this easy wealth had undoubtedly amplified their greed. Various pirate leaders rallied their crews, determined to eliminate the mercenaries. After Grand's thunderous shout, the group began to disperse. 10 minutes later, a multitude of fearsome pirates, adorned in diverse armaments, surged into the city through a cleared passage. With a sharp whistle, a mercenary clad in combat attire effortlessly extracted his sword from the abdomen of an incoming soldier. The disparity between ordinary soldiers and those seasoned in battle was glaringly evident. The difference in strength and technique was sufficient for them to achieve victory with ease. As a frail adversary re-emerged from the cave, his face contorted in disdain. He swung his blade with intent to strike. Yet, the anticipated scene of bloodshed failed to materialize. His attack was thwarted. To his astonishment, the slender figure countered with a swift thrust of his dagger, forcefully disarming the mercenary before lunging toward his chest like a nimble monkey. Excellent. In a fleeting moment, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a searing pain surged through his chest. With a desperate effort, he shoved aside the assailant who had tackled him, only to find blood seeping from his wound. The death of a single mercenary went unnoticed by the others, but the subsequent demise of a second and third individual swiftly ignited a sense of urgency among them. As they engaged with the newly arrived adversaries, it became abundantly clear that these foes were of a vastly superior caliber compared to their earlier counterparts. They were pirates. The dreaded pirates had arrived. With a series of resounding shouts, the mercenaries were instantly enshrouded in tension. The news of the grand pirate crew, which commanded 700 pirates wreaking havoc on Lantern Island, had reached their ears. However, the reason for this sudden expansion from fewer than 500 to 700 or 800 remained a mystery to them. All they could convince themselves of was that at least half of this formidable force could not be considered elite. This is a widely held belief among mercenaries. The emergence of pirates signifies the advent of trials for the mercenary ranks. Are these meddlesome fellows present? Kill them, in the name of Lord Grand. Slay these wretched pirates. The two factions seem to harbor a long-standing grudge, and upon meeting, they engage in a fierce battle. The tall, slender man in a suit frowned at the losses depicted on the paper before him. In just half a year, the pirate crew, which had risen like a dark horse, had ravaged several of their well-established territories. While the financial losses were not immense, the detrimental impact on their reputation among the mafia was considerable. Lord Mino, if this continues, the West Sea will no longer fear us, remarked Abuski, leaning against his sword sheath, his hands busy maintaining the blade's edge. Since the Raz pirates began opposing us, this marks the third pirate crew to attack our territories. It is said that other families are experiencing similar issues. The mafia's reputation in the West Sea has been challenged. Mino dropped his right hand, which had been massaging his forehead, his voice hoarse as he replied, "We cannot remain passive. I will negotiate with the other families." Recalling the news of the Raz pirates breaching the Bamboo Stream district of Lantern Island, which had been relayed by the crafty rat, Abuski suggested, "That rat fellow has quite the skill. Should we enlist his help to facilitate our efforts?" After a moment of silence, Mino nodded in agreement to Abuski's proposal. Chapter 66. Demon Vidicino. I did not expect you to personally reach out to me. The phone bug's receiver was placed in the corner of the table by Simon, who was intently folding a piece of white paper into something. The phone bug had begun to mimic certain characteristics of the individual on the other end. Yet Simon did not cast a direct glance. The era of pirates has emerged, challenging our position, and I believe you have sensed this as well. The phone bug, with its dark rings under its eyes, stuttered in imitation of the other's accent. Upon hearing this, Simon paused his paper folding, and the already folded paper bird suddenly flapped its wings and took flight, circling Simon before ascending into the sky. "What do you intend to do, Vidicino?" Simon asked the phone bug calmly. "We should unite to strike against the pirates," came the response. The voice on the snail phone crackled intermittently. Simon Guri, the head of the infamous Simon family, was indeed an ally of the Vino family, having amassed wealth through the ravages of war. Following the Vino family's instigation of conflicts across various regions, the populations they gathered would be sold to the Simon family, who would then meticulously groom these captives for resale. Simon felt a flicker of interest in the proposal from the ailing figure on the other end. Recently, a band of pirates had raided his base, resulting in a substantial loss of merchandise, and he had long harbored a deep disdain for these marauders. It was time to devise a plan, ideally one that could ensnare the pirates in one fell swoop. "Very well," he declared, abruptly severing the connection with the snail phone, as he was reluctant to engage further with such an eccentric individual. Meanwhile, as the boss of the Vino family conversed with the leader of the Simon family, Abuski also reached out to the cunning rat via snail phone. "First and foremost, I express our gratitude for the kindness you have shown in releasing us. We shall compensate you with the customary fee for information." After expressing his thanks to the rat-like figure on the phone, Abuski ventured to articulate their needs. "So, you wish to deal with the pirates of the West Sea," the cunning rat echoed. I wonder what schemes you, a master of crime, might possess to help us eliminate that bothersome lot." The cunning rat fell silent for a moment before responding. "I have a notion brewing. Please grant me half a day, and I shall present you with a suitable plan." All right. With that, the connection was severed. Abuski felt no discontent. Rather, his expression reflected surprise at the prowess of this criminal mastermind, whose reputation had soared in the last 2 years. Merely voicing a request had yielded a direction for a potential strategy. In this era, all manner of strange entities had emerged, ever since Roger stirred the world's waters. This age had been rife with individuals unwilling to fade into obscurity. Suddenly, blood splattered across the sky as a mercenary fell, his eyes brimming with defiance amidst the agony. "Is this where my life ends?" he lamented. "Damn it, these wretches." Red Hardheil hurled his shield, sending a small adversary flying. He could distinctly perceive the disparity between these ruffians and the soldiers. "Ah, bastards! Kill them! Annihilate these fiends!" The cacophony of battle intensified as Thor, wielding dual swords, dispatched two approaching pirates, his expression tightening with concern. There were simply too many adversaries surrounding him. If this continues, they will inevitably exhaust themselves to death. In confronting this group of pirates, who exhibit significantly greater combat experience and employ more ferocious tactics, every strike he makes must be executed with utmost seriousness. A mere ordinary thrust cannot vanquish these marauders. Only a focused and determined blow can achieve the desired instant kill. However, maintaining such concentration exacts a tremendous toll on one's mental faculties, potentially leading to one's own demise. "Jurgo, this cannot persist. There are too many pirates." Not far away, Tor witnessed the agile movements of Spade Gur as he deftly evaded the incoming onslaught of blades and axes, swiftly retaliating with a powerful jab that struck the opponent squarely on the forehead. The golden staff drew forth a splash of crimson and ivory, causing the pirate wielding the long sword and massive axe to collapse with a resounding thud. Exhaling a few deep breaths, Ger's body was already adorned with patches of crimson. And even he, usually reluctant to take lives, began to seize the lives of the pirates. Observing the former companions with whom he had shared drinks in Scalon being overwhelmed and slain by the pirates ignited a flicker of anger within him. "Humph, die." With a sweeping motion, he sent 3 adversaries flying, finally allowing him a moment to glance at his brother, Tor. In a mere 10 minutes, their band of over 100 mercenaries had been scattered by the overwhelming number of pirates. As time progressed, the pirates, now in the majority, began to gradually seize control of the battlefield, leading to the demise of numerous mercenaries. "Tor, we cannot hold this position. I shall take the lead. Let us charge the main camp." Gur bellowed fiercely. With a swift kick, he sent a pirate's weapon flying before delivering a punch to the man's abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground. "Understood. The situation is collapsing far too swiftly, from the onset of battle to the city's fall. And from the fall to the current rout, merely half an hour had elapsed, far beyond Gur and the others' expectations. Get away." Tor pivoted, his sword dancing through the air, each strike claiming a splash of crimson. The two swiftly converged, with Gur taking the lead and Tor providing support from the side. "Charge." Gur's prowess ranks among the finest on Mercenary Island, his nimble staff techniques and robust physique rendering him strikingly prominent in battle. Tor's swordsmanship was equally impressive, and as the two united, they immediately attracted the attention of the pirates. It's Spade J and Diamond J. Kill them. They are also targets of the boss. Their swift convergence and instant elimination of several foes drew the pirates' notice, and upon recognizing their names, the band of pirates became even more vigilant. Easily dispatched. "Gur, should we seek out hell?" Tor parried a descending strike with his sword, forcefully pushing it aside before swiftly thrusting his own blade forward. Sensing he had struck an enemy, Tor surveyed his surroundings, only to find that foes still surrounded him. "Do not stop." Gale spoke with a sense of calm. Before him lay a comrade, already bearing numerous wounds yet still valiantly fighting. Gale swiftly approached, his staff striking with precision against the mercenary's large blade. Clang. The sound echoed. "Thank you for joining my ranks." Gale uttered no further words. The battlefield was fraught with peril, and he needed to rally his comrades to form an assault team. "All right." Z/. A shimmer of cold light flashed as Thor executed a Z-shaped arc with his 2 western swords, delivering a fatal blow to one foe. The 3 then banded together to charge through the throngs of pirates. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out, striking a pirate attempting to close in. The cowboy felt a surge of panic, sensing he had become a target. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen into a tightening encirclement. Were it not for the companion beside him wielding a large blade, he would have been torn asunder long ago. "Damn it, am I to perish here?" The cowboy cursed inwardly, his thoughts drifting far away. If he were to die here, his beautiful lovers would surely be heartbroken. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. Looking down, he realized he had been shot, which explained his thoughts of those fiery women. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, yet this bullet failed to claim his life. Clang! A towering figure emerged, their shield deflecting the incoming bullet. "Hail, hail!" The red-hearted Hale glanced back at the cowboy's injury, urgently inquiring, "Cowboy, are you all right?" Dressed and fighting similarly to the cowboy, the man, dubbed Cowboy, shook his head. "Please, hurry and save me. Apologies, but I cannot do that at this moment." "Tend to your wounds," Hale replied, his gaze shifting helplessly ahead, where a figure loomed menacingly. "Redheart J? Heh, at last. I've cornered you meddlesome fools," Galuka taunted, his tongue circling his lips with excitement as he eyed the man wielding a shield and short axe. Die. Bang. 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 Galuka unleashed a rapid succession of shots from his 5-round revolver, forcing Hale to crouch behind his sturdy shield for cover. Thud. Thud. The sound of heavy footsteps and steel striking the ground reached Hale's ears. His gaze shifted to the towering figure behind the gunman, standing over 2 meters tall. Donning a captain's hat, the fierce visage bore slightly mismatched eyes, yet the sharpness in his gaze made Hale instinctively frown. The Naginata he wielded, nearly as tall as himself, further confirmed his identity. With a bounty of 69 million, Demon Naginata Grande. The imposing Demon Naginata Grande fixed his gaze upon Hale, his voice laced with an authoritative pressure. "Redheart Gale? I have been keenly interested in your trio for quite some time. Several months prior, the Haugus brothers found themselves embroiled in a confrontation with a small contingent of the Grand Pirates due to a particular mission. After vanquishing 2 officers leading the squad, they turned them over to the Navy in exchange for a bounty, thus igniting a bitter enmity between the 2 factions." Hyle felt a foreboding sense of dread. He had never encountered a pirate with a bounty of 69 million, and he was uncertain whether the opponent truly lived up to such a reputation or if he could withstand their might. Previously, he had single-handedly defeated a pirate with a bounty of 30 million under the protection of his 2 brothers, but that was merely a level 3 prison adversary. Those with bounties exceeding 50 million were classified as level 4 criminals, a category that only Gur had successfully dispatched, albeit while sustaining considerable injuries. Mercenaries differentiate pirates based on their bounties and corresponding prison classifications. Those with bounties below 5 million are deemed inconsequential and are ineligible for incarceration in the high-security prison, making them the most favored targets for mercenaries. Bounties ranging from 5 million to 20 million can be detained by the Navy in the first tier, referred to as level 1 criminals by mercenaries. Bounties from 20 million to 30 million are typically held in the second tier, termed level 2 criminals. Those with bounties from 30 million to 50 million are classified as level 3 criminals, while those ranging from 50 million to 100 million fall into the category of level 4 criminals. Bounties exceeding 100 million are exceedingly rare in the 4 seas and are labeled as level 5 criminals by mercenaries. Successfully hunting such formidable figures would undoubtedly lead to instant renown. "This time, I shall ensure your demise here." With a resounding explosion, the azure stone ground shattered as the towering figure of Grand approached wielding a Naginata dragon tail. Under the immense pressure, Hyle perceived the Naginata transforming momentarily into a spectral bone dragon exuding dark energy. Whoosh! A deafening roar filled Hyle's ears, a clear indication of the overwhelming power behind the opponent's strike. With an injured cowboy at his back and realizing he had no escape, Hyle summoned all his strength to raise his shield in defense. Boom! The force of the impact sent the surrounding crowd reeling, and Hyle was propelled backward by the sheer might of the blow. The cowboy, unable to evade in time, was likewise caught in the chaotic tumble, and they both rolled together, with Hyle unable to suppress a spurt of blood from his lips. Chapter 67. A duel, perhaps? Hyle, not far off, Gur, having gathered a group of over 10 individuals, caught sight of this unfolding scene, prompting an involuntary exclamation of shock from him. With a series of desperate rolls, Hyle thrust his short axe into the ground, leveraging the earth to halt his retreat. His complexion was flushed, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The force was astonishing. It is noteworthy that among the 3 brothers, his strength was the greatest, yet even he could not withstand the opponent's strike. What could this possibly mean? In a fleeting moment, he beheld a shadow of white bones exuding black mist, a clear indication of the opponent as formidable blade intent. The ability to wield such intent signified that this individual was no ordinary foe, for one must possess not only personal will but also the accumulated momentum from battles, transforming momentum into intent. The adversary was undoubtedly a seasoned warrior. As the saying goes, beneath great renown, there are no idle men. Truly, this individual was deemed the most likely contender to challenge the great rout in the current phase of the Western Sea. Hal slowly rose, using his right hand, which had long relinquished the shield, to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Breakthrough, he commanded, wielding his staff like a spear, advancing with unwavering determination. Seeing his brother Hyle in peril, Gur erupted with a surge of power, propelling several adversaries away, and subsequently led a contingent of 10 to carve a path forward. Amidst a cacophony of footsteps, Gur reached his brother Hyle's side, his expression tinged with urgency. "Hyle, are you all right?" Hyle shook his head, his gaze fixed intently upon the towering figure of Grant. "Be cautious of that man. His strength is immense." Having witnessed the unfolding scene, Gur grasped the peculiarity of the situation. He was acutely aware of Hyle's prowess, capable of exerting a force of 1 ton at full strength. Yet he had been sent flying. The magnitude of the opponent's power was indeed terrifying. "Leave the Onitachi to me. You two handle those individuals," Gur stated, his expression somewhat strained. It was only upon Ger's prompting that Hyle took a moment to survey their surroundings, and what he discovered was startling. To the right stood a bald man with a centipede-like scar on his face, brandishing dual hooks. To the left was a stern figure clad in white and black, with black trousers adorned with white bird motifs on either side. Bounty of 42 million berries, the ground dove. Bounty of 39 million berries, the poisonous centipede. Hyle's complexion turned ashen, uncertain whether it was due to his prior injuries or the current predicament. So, it was revealed that the 700 pirates included 2 additional pirate crews. This island was indeed fortunate to host such a gathering. Thor gripped his twin swords tightly, his mind taut with tension. Had it only been Grand with the Onitachi and the so-called 700 pirates, they might have charged forth with their own strength. However, with 3 formidable pirate crews and their powerful captains in command, any assault would likely lead to certain doom. As the sounds of battle intensified around them, a chill crept into the hearts of the 3 brothers and the mercenaries, all bearing wounds to varying degrees. This signifies that the companions surrounding us are in grave danger. However, I can offer you 3 brothers an opportunity. Do you not knights enjoy challenging yourselves? Grande stepped forward, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he spoke with the tone dripping with menace. "Defeat us, and you may yet find a path to survival. Otherwise, crack, crack, crack." The dozen or so individuals already encircled broke into a cold sweat, as 2 or 3 dozen guns were trained upon them. Gur turned to the side to look at Hire, who noticed the concern in his eyes and smiled broadly, saying, "Gur, you underestimate me, even with missing limbs. Nothing can hinder a knight's advance, can it?" A fleeting smile crossed Ger's face. His brother was indeed beginning to grasp the essence of the knight's path. With his hair cascading down the sides of his head, Thor cast his gaze upon the man whose face bore a centipede-like scar, poisoned centipede, a merciless figure. After each raid, no woman escaped his torment. Thor had long intended to make this man his target for honing his skills. "That guy belongs to me," Thor stated coldly. With no alternative left, the 3 had no choice but to step forward. As the 3 targets emerged, Grande raised his left hand, and with a sweeping motion, a multitude of pirates began to retreat, clearing a space for the 6 in the arena. "Gur," called out a cowboy, clutching his abdomen. Upon seeing Ger's attention, he earnestly declared, "I entrust my life to you." His right hand clenched into a fist and struck his chest. Thud, thud, thud. The trio mirrored each other's movements, and as the mercenaries withdrew, they advanced toward their respective adversaries. "Redheart J, you shall perish beneath my legs." After uttering this statement nonchalantly, the dove slightly bent his body, and the power emanating from his legs propelled him forward. Whoosh! In mere strides, the dove closed in on Haya's side, coming to an abrupt halt before delivering a swift kick with his right leg. Haya barely caught a glimpse of a shadow streaking past him, and before he knew it, his abdomen had been struck. Thud! With a single strike, a wave of force surged forth, sending Haya flying several meters away. How swift! Truly resilient! The corners of the dove's mouth curled upwards, and before the opponent could utter a word, it darted towards him once more. Dove dance! Its legs shot out rapidly, delivering a flurry of strikes. 1, 2, 3, those long and sturdy limbs executed a series of intricate kicks aimed at Hire. The white bird patterns on its black trousers seemed to flutter like 2 doves incessantly pecking at Hire's form, desperately shielding his vital points with his shield. Hire endured the pain and attempted to counter with his short axe. However, not only was his opponent's kicking technique remarkable, but their combat agility was also exceptional, deftly evading Hire's strikes with graceful maneuvers. In truth, this was a vulnerability shared by the 3 brothers. Redheart Hire excelled in defense. Square Thor was proficient in offense, while only Black Spade Gur possessed a balance of both. With inherently weak offensive capabilities, Haya found himself in a difficult position against such a nimble adversary. In this unfolding scenario, reliance fell solely upon the two brothers, prompting Hire to resolutely adopt a defensive stance. Observing the early offensive maneuver executed by the centipede, which surged forth with venomous intent, it too refused to yield, its poisonous stinger twisting ominously as it slithered towards Thor. "Be cautious," Jell could not help but urge. Thor's gaze sharpened with utmost focus, his feet springing into action. In the blink of an eye, the two figures crossed paths. Alas, in this clash of dual stingers against dual swords, neither party gained the upper hand. Avoid being struck, lest the venom prove fatal. Thor gripped his two western swords tightly, his concentration reaching its zenith. Attack. Perish. The combatants surged forth once more beneath the dimming sun, their blades sparking like fireflies, intermittently brightening and dimming as they collided. The duel between swordsmen is perilous, a contest of strength, technique, and above all, experience and willpower. In this narrow space where blades entwine, even the slightest lapse in vigilance could spell the difference between life and death. Clang. Clang. The forces of both adversaries were nearly matched. Yet the centipede understood that persistence in offense would ultimately lead to its victory. After all, its opponent had already been engaged in battle for several minutes, while it awaited its moment to strike. Press on. Press on. Press on. The centipede's tactics were a blend of ferocity and treachery, starkly contrasting with Thor's overt swordsmanship. It believed that a vigorous assault lasting 5 minutes would herald triumph. Once both brothers engaged in combat, Jell stood firm, brandishing his staff. Observing that the enemy remained passive, Grand, wielding his naginata, unleashed a powerful leap, cleaving downward with ferocity. Dragon slash? Beneath a shroud of darkness, a skeletal dragon emerged, unseen by others, while Jell's demeanor transformed into one of chilling calm. Step back 2 paces. The staff thrust forth. Grand's massive blade struck the earth, creating a staggering fissure. Although the blow missed its target, its intent reverberated through the air, bearing down upon Jell. Herein lies Jell's prowess. He not only executed a flawless retreat, but also utilized his thrust into the void to dissipate the oncoming force. Another thrust. In an instant, Jell retracted his staff with a powerful stride forward, aiming it at the point where offense had commenced but defense had yet to arrive. The heart, as the notorious ghost slash Grand. With a bounty of 69 million, demonstrated exceptional prowess, he twisted his body to evade the attack, unleashing a horizontal slash with his naginata. In this fleeting moment, Jell swiftly retracted his staff while propelling himself forward, striving to regain the time lost in the staff's retraction. His right hand swiftly swept downward, positioning the staff at his side. The energy surged forth, and with a firm grip on the staff, his power surged dramatically. Clang. The incessant sound of shoes scraping against the ground echoed as Jell, in a state of frantic defense, managed to block the impending strike. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Grande's eyes as he retreated a step, resuming his assault with a swift slash of his blade. Dragon's Fang. The naginata lunged forward like a dragon's tooth, ferociously biting down. Jell, stepping back in kind, swept his staff toward the trajectory of the descending naginata. Lion's tail. A fleeting image of a lion flicking its tail flashed before them. This is a clash of intentions. Boom. The commotion created by the two individuals certainly draws attention. Intention? It has some significance now. Grande's mind sparked, and the naginata in his hand danced with increased swiftness, while Jell, naturally, followed suit with his staff, adopting an aggressive approach. Thud. 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 Such a scene left the gathered pirates astounded. Goluka narrowed his eyes and promptly commanded his subordinates to take action. Who? Ha. Who? Ha. Kill him. Kill him. Who? Ha. Who? Ha. Kill him. Kill him. It was unclear who among the pirates initiated it, but a rhythmic chant erupted, soon echoed by the rest. Amidst the thunderous roar, the momentum on both sides began to shift dramatically. This cacophony unsettled the 3 combatants, and their momentary distraction nearly cost them their lives. Conversely, the pirate leader grew increasingly exhilarated, knowing he was surrounded by his loyal followers. Regardless of the outcome, his adversaries were fated to perish, which only intensified his ferocity. One side trembled with fear, while the other surged with vigor, a stark contrast between having a leader and lacking one. This is dire. The 3 brothers simultaneously sensed the gravity of their predicament. Pat, pat, pat. The tremendous shouts reverberated throughout the city, reaching distant battlegrounds. A black figure, like a wave, rushed forward, now perilously close to the city where the battle erupted. Undoubtedly, the enemy scouts had detected their presence. Yet, what of it? They had come prepared to turn the tide of battle. Who? Ha. Who? Ha! Kill him. A faint echo lingered as Roz, seated atop a charging herd, felt a grin tug at his lips, the scar at the corner of his mouth rendering his smile all the more menacing. This group of pirates is truly exhilarated. I wonder if they will exhibit similar fervor when the time comes for bloodshed. Chapter 68. 1,000 Enemies? With his gaze fixed intently on Roz, Wu Jing furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the malevolence and murderous intent emanating from the other party. This terrifying intent to kill is truly diabolical. As such thoughts crossed her mind, her gaze, previously gentle, turned sharp and piercing. Suddenly, feeling as though she were sitting on pins and needles, Roz turned to look back, only to find the young monk once again regarding her with an unwavering gaze, one that seemed to embody the determination to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness. Suddenly, I felt that keeping this monk by my side was a grave mistake. Leader Andre, given the circumstances, we have lagged behind by a step. Let us advance towards the direction of the pirates. Among these individuals, only that group of pirates poses the most significant threat. Roz, with his keen insight, immediately discerned that this was a crucial juncture. He turned to a gaunt man beside him and spoke. Andre, standing at a modest height of 1.8 meters, wore the marks of a harsh mountain life, his sunken cheeks rendering him quite emaciated. Similarly perched upon the back of a bison, Andre cast his gaze towards the man who had addressed him. His thoughts drifted back to 2 days prior, when life in the mountains was arduous. Cultivating crops was no easy feat typically. They subsisted on wild vegetables and hunted animals. When their larders ran bare, the former captain of the royal guard would lead these wayward souls down from the mountains to pillage. Though they engaged in plunder, they seldom took lives. Under the influence of those in power, such behavior naturally transformed individuals into ruthless villains. This year, Lantern Island experienced a severe drought, affecting not only a few counties but also ensnaring Ghost Mountain in its grasp. The originally planned descent was delayed for several days due to unforeseen circumstances. Yet upon their eventual descent, they were unexpectedly confronted. A dozen individuals may not have seemed significant in Andre's eyes, but when one person consistently struck the caps of his companions with bullets, another withstood a buffalo's charge, lifting both man and beast, and yet another stood immobile. Allowing bullets to pierce vital areas, Andre was compelled to negotiate terms with them. The fact that they spared their lives suggested that at least these inhuman beings were not excessively hostile. In truth, the Ghost Mountain bandits were not without their combat prowess. With their 800 thieves, they had the capability to win the skirmish. Excluding the man impervious to bullets and the muscle-bound monk who could withstand a buffalo's might, he believed that the rest would surely perish beneath their iron steeds. However, the question loomed, how many of their own would they lose in the process? After a brief exchange, both parties harmoniously reached a consensus. The Ghost Mountain bandits would assist the Rod's pirates as circumstances dictated, while the bandits themselves sought the throne of this nation. Rod's dismissed the bandits' greed with disdain. Everyone aspired to power, yet the so-called rulers were themselves puppets of fate. Rod's temporarily acquiesced to the bandits' desire for the throne, leaving the final outcome to the whims of destiny. Following a brief period of action, the conduct of these dozen individuals allowed Andre, the leader of the bandits, to lower his guard slightly. This band of pirates exhibited peculiar behavior, seemingly uninterested in arson and pillaging. Over the course of 2 days, the Ghost Mountain bandits encountered 2 waves of envoys from the Rod's pirates, who devised a strategy of striking and then retreating. In their quest to rescue the targeted Horgus brothers, a confrontation with the pirates was inevitable, and the Lantern Nation, which colluded with the pirates, became their objective. As a competitor against the Lantern Nation, Rod chose to forge an alliance, which elucidated their ability to traverse Ghost Mountain for the rescue. To confront the pirates? Certainly. A sharp whistle pierced the air from Andre's lips, and he led the charge, redirecting towards the city walls, followed closely by Rod's and the 600 Buffalo Knights trailing behind. Of course, the so-called Buffalo Knights was a title they had conferred upon themselves. The reason for the deviation from the original 800 remained a mystery. In fact, behind them lay a contingent of 500 individuals, divided into 200 brigands and 300 naval soldiers. Although a verbal agreement had been reached, the sentinel at the border, Ashurgu, could not rest easy, allowing this amalgamation of pirates and thieves to wreak havoc within the territory. Meanwhile, the other 200 brigands, laden with provisions, included an individual whose presence was the reason for Andre's decision to position this band of thieves at the rear. Upon receiving the military intelligence, Lulu furrowed his brow and, with gritted teeth, declared, "It has been confirmed. It is indeed the Ghost Mountain Thieves Guild. My Lord Luluban, indeed. Damn it. How could this happen at such a critical moment?" The war, which was on the verge of concluding, found itself in a precarious balance. With 4,000 troops at his command and formidable artillery at his disposal, the losses sustained earlier seemed trivial in light of the advantage gained upon the pirates' incursion into the city. Victory was but a mere 10 minutes away. Yet surrender was not an option. Stifling the urge to retreat, Lulu Band declared with resolute simplicity, "What do the damned brigands of Ghost Mountain matter? This is a battlefield. Relay my orders, attack those miscreants who ought to have met their doom long ago." With the command disseminated, the soldiers began to form their ranks. Soon, a thunderous sound echoed in their ears, accompanied by a subtle tremor beneath their feet, causing some soldiers to involuntarily swallow hard. Form ranks. Prepare. Attack. Boom. The first rounds of cannon fire surged forth. Swoosh. The piercing whistle resonated, a harbinger of the incoming projectiles. With an acute awareness honed aboard the ship, Rods could distinctly perceive the trajectory of the cannonballs. Gripping the handle of his scythe tightly, the 6-meter chain attached to the lantern began to whirl in the air, emitting a whooshing sound, reminiscent of a cowboy from a bygone era. Andre, not blind to the unfolding scene, issued a command upon witnessing the enemy's readiness. The knights behind him slowed their advance, splitting into 3 groups to maintain distance while following suit. A select few rode forth on bison, hastening their charge, thus allowing Rods to wield his weapon with greater confidence. Whoosh, swoosh, boom. It appears that, after meticulous calculations, a shell was detonated 6 meters ahead of Rhodes by an equine trap, yet the cacophony failed to startle the bison behind them. Instead, it ignited the primal instincts of the cattle. Their steeds, known as the Tempest Bulls, are notorious for their volatile temperaments and a propensity for herd behavior. It is said that their meat possesses a natural spiciness, a breed that took Andre 5 arduous years to fully subdue atop Ghost Mountain. The resonant grunts of the Tempest Bulls provoked a furious roar from the herd, seemingly heightened in excitement by the explosion of the shell. In truth, prior to Rhodes' destruction of the incoming shells, a certain marksman named Vasily, who was not far behind him, had already preemptively obliterated 2 projectiles. With a bounty of 30 million Bailey on his head as the gunslinger at the foot of the mountain, Vasily's prowess had undeniably sharpened. His marksmanship had become something to be feared. Combat and adversaries are perpetually the finest instructors. Throughout his piratical journey, Vasily had acquired 2 new gunshot wounds, which further honed his firearm skills, solidifying his reputation as a bona fide sharpshooter. The instant the shell was discharged, Vasily's heightened perception seemed to suspend time, the model of the shell, its velocity, wind speed, and trajectory all lined up in his mind. In that fleeting moment, sparks erupted from his revolver, and 2 distant locations suddenly erupted in explosions. The first wave of assailants comprised 7 individuals, including Rhodes, Vasily, Tyler, Andre, and the relentless Wu Zheng, who followed closely behind. Confronted with the shell, Wu Zheng was undaunted. Empowered by his combat skills and the abilities granted by his devil fruit, he was no stranger to facing projectiles. However, he lacked ranged offensive capabilities. Observing Rhodes, brimming with lethal intent as he advanced with weapon drawn, Wu Zheng reluctantly resorted to utilizing his abilities to cling to the bull. Continue. Continue. Fire. The commander at the forefront, witnessing the unfolding scenario, felt an immediate sense of entanglement yet remained steadfast in his duties, his voice trembling as he issued commands. Stimulated, the Tempest Bulls surged forward with increased velocity, closing the distance of nearly 1,000 meters in an instant, with Rhodes, the foremost figure wielding a weapon, becoming the target. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets arrived first, and while Rhodes could typically face such assaults without flinching, his mount could not withstand the onslaught. Thus, Rhodes swiftly brandished his weapon ahead, striving to shield the bulls from the incoming fire. As the enemy drew near, the terror evident on Rhodes' face ignited a thrill within him. Yet, the anguished cries from beneath him signaled that the Tempest Bull was losing its balance. Realizing this, Rhodes swiftly twisted his body, retracting his weapon to brace himself against the bull's back. With a powerful leap, he assumed a prone position atop the bull, and his legs erupted with force. Bang! Beneath him, the formidable bull seemed to endure an immense force, abruptly halting its movement and collapsing to the ground, revealing shattered bones along its spine upon closer inspection. The agile Rods, leaping high, wielded his weapon with fervor, indifferent to becoming a target for the soldier's assault. As the energy surged through him, his right arm's muscles involuntarily tensed. And with a fierce determination, Rods brought his lantern crashing down. Boom! A hapless soul was instantaneously reduced to a sanguine puddle, while the ground beneath the lantern bore the scars of its impact, cracking wide open. The bluestone surface erupted, sending a wave of chaos that propelled debris in all directions. Get ready, for your grandfather has arrived. With a forceful tug on the chain, Rods raised his head, flashing a grin that revealed pearly whites, yet his words dripped with an icy chill. Rods was the first to plunge into the military formation. Akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep, effortlessly slaying hundreds and thousands seemed hardly a challenge for him at this moment. The surroundings evoked memories from over a year ago, when the unseasoned Rods relied on cunning to claim victory. Yet now, endowed with absolute power, such thoughts were far from his mind. Sweeping through legions, undaunted by blades, Rods gripped the scythe tightly, his arm tensing as he began to whirl the 6-meter-long weapon. A monstrous windmill of a lantern emerged, reminiscent of a meat grinder, as he advanced toward the cacophony of the city. Chapter 69, Paving the Way Amida Buddha. A resonant chant echoed beside Rods, causing a tremor to ripple through his exhilarated heart. Damn it, that monk. A glance to the side revealed the strikingly handsome monk Wuzheng, his gaze laden with pity. Monk, this is war. You wouldn't dare to impede my path, would you? That would be exceedingly foolish. Without faltering in his stride, Rods gestured toward the city, remarking, over there lies the pirates wreaking havoc. But there is no need to slay them. Wuzheng lamented. Foolishness, they're the enemy. Rods scoffed. A deep sigh escaped Wuzheng, his heart in turmoil. Even the sound of bullets striking him failed to stir him from his resolve. Watching Rods continue his path of carnage, Wuzheng finally made up his mind. If that is the case, then, Fury of the Vajra, you wish to enter the city, then follow my lead. In that moment, Wuzheng's form shimmered with a bronze hue, radiating an otherworldly aura, as his words carried a chill that transcended mere mortals. Thud, thud, thud. In the city of Rhodes, with wide eyes filled with disbelief, Wuzheng appeared to transform into an invincible bronze figure, fearlessly charging forward. Undeterred by the blades that flashed around him, only the bullets could momentarily halt his relentless advance. Aura, aura, aura. Rhodes seemed to hear a chorus of aura. But upon closer inspection, it subtly morphed into Amitabha. While his lips chanted Amitabha, his heart was consumed by guilt. In that moment, Wuzheng resembled an unstoppable war chariot, miraculously carving a path for Rhodes by sending the first unfortunate soul flying. Gradually, as his eyes widened in astonishment, Rhodes found himself somewhat dumbfounded. What was up with this monk? Wasn't he a bit too fierce? Yet, after a fleeting moment of distraction, Rhodes quickly regained his composure. Although he could not fathom why this stranger had suddenly come to his aid, he promptly matched the pace of the bulldozer. Bang, bang, one by one. He witnessed the soldiers before him being knocked aside, fear compelling even the most seasoned warriors to instinctively clear a path. Of course, there were those who dared to defy fate. A soldier nicknamed Stone, known in the ranks for his immense strength, had lifted boulders weighing 1,000 pounds before. Observing the chaos ahead, he had already taken note of the unstoppable bronze man, and seeing no one daring to intervene, Stone voiced his disdain. What a bunch of useless fools. With the impatient gazes of his fellow soldiers upon him, he strode toward the line between the bronze figure and the city gates. He raised his right foot high and then stomped down fiercely. Thud! His foot sank into the ground up to his ankle, and he followed suit with his left foot, causing a small portion of both feet to embed into the earth, lowering his stature slightly as he squatted into a sumo stance. Closing his eyes to concentrate and gather strength. Clang, clang, clang. A series of resonant impacts drew closer, and Stone suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a powerful roar, his limbs expanded rapidly. As solid as a rock, he proclaimed, convinced that in his current state, he could undoubtedly withstand anything. Come forth and witness the might of the strongest man in the army. Meanwhile, Wuzheng, now fully transformed into a bronze hue, maintained a steady pace, ensuring that even if he collided with someone, it would not result in fatality, nor even serious injury. As he barreled forward, he encountered no resistance. Those soldiers instinctively parted to clear a path. However, he soon caught sight of a solitary figure standing resolutely, braced for confrontation. What a formidable man! Wuzheng's eyes flashed with a deeper shade of bronze as he observed the man's muscular arms and thighs nearly matching his own waist and size, leading him to deduce that this individual was no ordinary opponent. How could one dare to stand defiantly in such a situation without possessing formidable strength? I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to obstruct my path. I am here to save you. Noticing the confident smile on his adversary's face, Wuzheng took the situation more seriously. Tap, tap, tap. 18 techniques. Bronze head. With hands raised in defense, the bald figure pressed forward, his steps unwavering as he swiftly approached the imposing figure before him. Gazing at the formidable copper-clad warrior advancing with fierce intent, the heart of the stone-cold man suddenly wavered, overwhelmed by such an indomitable aura. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. He had to confront this challenge. Thud, whack, splash. Prepared for the impending collision, the man braced himself, yet upon impact, he initially encountered only a fleeting resistance before breaking through it. He had transcended the barrier. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion as he soared through the air for a few seconds, his mind blank. Who was he? Where was he? What had transpired? It was only when he crashed heavily onto the ground that realization dawned upon him. He had been struck and sent flying. No, this was impossible. He could not fathom that such a creature could exist in this world. He yearned to resist, but the weakness in his limbs forced him to bury his head into the ground. It seemed he had fundamentally misunderstood the situation. Amitabha, with hands pressed together in prayer, he hastily uttered a Buddhist chant. Following the earlier breach of the city by pirates, the gates had been left ajar, with 2 gaping holes created by cannon fire. Now, the vicinity of the entrance was predominantly occupied by pirates. The commotion outside attracted the attention of some, and one pirate, peering through his telescope, noticed an inexplicable path emerging amidst the dark soldiers, leading to a blinding glimmer of copper beyond. Though puzzled, this cautious pirate observed intently for a moment, and his expression shifted dramatically. The newcomers did not come with good intentions. The pirate abruptly turned, straining to separate the crowd with both hands, while his voice echoed frantically. This is bad. This is terrible. Near the city wall, a multitude of pirates had encircled several mercenaries, and above, the sounds of fierce combat resounded, clearly indicating that the soldiers atop the wall had not yet surrendered. The moment had come for the pigeon dance, as if the warm-up was complete. The agile legs of the pigeon unleashed extraordinary power. With a resounding crack, one leg struck a shield, and then, leveraging that force, he retreated, pivoting to charge forward. In the blink of an eye, the pigeon appeared at Hale's side, delivering a swift and powerful kick. It struck him squarely in the left side, sending Hale tumbling to the ground. Clambering back to his feet in disarray, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and vigorously rubbed his left waist. Fortunately, he had reacted just in time, crouching slightly to deflect the blow onto his ribs. Otherwise, his left side would have been severely injured. Yet, even so, his ribs were now bruised. Damn it, the earlier exertion was too great, compounded by the sneak attack from the Spectre. Hale, renowned for his formidable defense, was the first to falter, while his counterpart, Thor, was also struggling. In the adjacent battlefield, Thor, who was usually adept at offense, found himself on the defensive. During the prior intense skirmish, the venomous centipede had sustained a few minor wounds, but they were not grievous. Now, with both sides' offensives waning and the opponent transitioning to defense, it was the perfect moment for the venomous centipede to assert its dominance. A successful strike would ensure that the foe would suffer from its potent toxins. Hee. A square block, is it? I absolutely loathe pretty boys like you. Every time I encounter someone like you, I make sure to give you a good beating first. The venomous centipede's strikes were cunning and vicious, accompanied by a stream of vile invectives. You scum, you truly deserve it. Thor endeavored to block the attacks, then forcefully pushed back. He understood the meaning behind the words. Many of those who roamed the seas had their vices, especially the pirates, who were often madmen in droves. This group of madmen engages in heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder, displaying peculiar inclinations. According to Thor, some pirates, having spent extended periods aboard their vessels without any contact with women, resolutely resort to self-gratification, while those with weaker wills extend their malevolent hands towards their comrades. This also reveals the subtle camaraderie among pirates. At this moment, Thor's opponent is evidently a scoundrel who is equally appealing to both genders. Pretty boy, do you know? Hee. I will, and then I shall remove your cherished visage, ultimately strangling you to death. Amidst the clash of the three, none found ease. Even Gel, who had trained earlier than his 2 younger brothers, felt somewhat overwhelmed in the face of the formidable Grant. This is a consequence of prior exertions. With unwavering conviction, Gur once more deflected the attack from the ghostly blade with his staff. In a swift motion, the 2 closed the distance, and both commenced a flurry of punches and kicks. This is not the first time the 2 have engaged in close combat. Clearly aware that every inch gained translates to greater strength, Gur has evidently compelled Guetachi to abandon his favored tactics and engage him in hand-to-hand combat. Such a strategy may perhaps be the only chance of victory amid this overwhelming siege. The surrounding mercenaries, bearing injuries and with pallid, vacant expressions, gazed at the trio fighting on their behalf. fully aware that the impending defeat of the three brothers would herald their own demise. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tension, capturing the attention of several. Bang! Galuka fired a shot into the sky, his furious gaze fixed upon the toothless pirate who had hurriedly intruded. Are you seeking death? The situation was favorable until you arrived. Galuka aimed his weapon at the intruder, his demeanor menacing. Lord Galuka, enemies are charging in. Enemies are breaching our defenses. The toothless pirate felt a wave of despair. The scene his nephew had witnessed had forced him, an elder who could barely speak, to deliver this grim report, an arduous task indeed. Lord Galuka, there are enemies approaching swiftly from outside the city. Stifling his rage, Galuka inquired, how many? The toothless pirate furrowed his brow, silently cursing his nephew before replying honestly, two. 2 individuals. 2. Just 2. Looking at the elder who had served the pirate crew for 5 years, Galuka's fury transformed into incredulous laughter. Ha ha, are you jesting? Is it a fine joke that these 2 are none other than the naval hero, Carp? Sensing the chilling glare from Galuka, the old pirate swallowed hard. I only saw 2. They fought their way in and are nearly at the city gates. Fought their way in? Galuka's smile vanished, replaced by a growing sense of alarm. Yes, they came in fighting. The toothless pirate lamented internally, wishing he could report that the soldiers had simply let them in. Chapter 70. Turning the tide, Galuka's expression shifted instantly. 2 individuals charging through countless foes. Surely even a captain could not escape unscathed. Send someone to intercept them, notify the captain, and execute every last one of these intruders. No matter who they are, eliminating this dangerous lot is paramount. Just as Galuka's orders were being relayed, chaos erupted at the city gates. Apologies, apologies. I am so sorry. A voice, frigid yet frantic, cut through the air. No apologies are necessary here. These individuals are pirates, and their deaths are inconsequential. The cold words were laced with civility, followed by an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Please, make way, make way. As the urgency of the words escalated, not only did a multitude of pirates turn their gazes, but even the 6 engaged in battle halted their actions. What is happening? What is going on? Amidst the bewilderment of the crowd, the 2 individuals forcefully breached the encirclement of pirates. Who are the enemies? Someone has intruded. Crack, crack. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed, clearly indicating that the pirates here were far from benevolent. Boom. 2 figures emerged before several captains, one following the other. Grand, halting his assault, squinted his eyes. His already uneven gaze appeared even more peculiar. Was that the butcher Henry Rhodes? A shadow of darkness crossed Grand's countenance, for the figure wielding a scythe and hammer, dragging a chain behind him, was none other than the Crimson Butcher, who had gained notoriety in the pirate circles of late. The individual who relishes engaging in ruthless piracy, preying upon fellow marauders, is indeed loathed by his peers, with his atrocious methods of ship slaughter being utterly suffocating. A human butcher? The Crimson Butcher? Bang! Just as Captain Grand revealed the identity of this individual, a cowardly soul inadvertently discharged their weapon in fright. Swish! A bullet was propelled towards Rhodes with a speed perceptible to onlookers. However, Rhodes, having sensed the imminent danger, chose not to evade. He deemed the sacrifice of a bullet worth the intimidation it would instill in others. Combat is not solely a contest of strength. It encompasses skill, the ability to awe through reputation, and the strategic manipulation of one's environment to influence the adversary's psyche. The sound of the bullet striking flesh, though faint, was perceptible to a select few pirates as the visible mark on the opponent's cheek swiftly faded. Many gazes turned grave, overshadowed by an undercurrent of concealed dread. Their captain could effortlessly withstand bullets. Even Grand's weaponry, including his armored gauntlets, was designed to endure such attacks. Yet, the notion of resisting a bullet purely through the fortitude of one's flesh had never crossed their minds. Such methods are far more terrifying than mere evasion. Those with keen perception swiftly discerned that this so-called butcher was indeed formidable. Even those unfamiliar with the moniker would tremble upon hearing it. Yet, there is no need for alarm. The bounty on his head is merely 58 million, a significant disparity compared to that of the captain. Galuka brandished his short firearm, directing its muzzle towards the bald copper figure. Regardless of the approach, it was evident that bullets could not contend with the butcher. At this moment, they could not afford to yield in spirit, so they turned their focus to the unknown bald man. Indeed, the captain's bounty is even higher. What does it matter if he is a butcher? They are but 2. They must eliminate them both. Several astute pirates who understood the first mate's command immediately shouted. Perhaps due to their years at sea, the pirates' temperaments were often volatile. Incited by a single word, their anger surged forth. A dozen weapons were aimed at the two, and the bolder among them already drew their blades. Kill. Regardless of the adversary's intentions, since they dared to intrude here, they were enemies. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of sparks erupted as a number of slower-witted individuals hastily raised their guns, preparing to fire as several pirates charged forward with their knives. Amitabha. The Buddha once proclaimed that to kill one is to save 10. It seems this adage holds true. In a brief span, Wu Jing witnessed numerous bodies sprawled on the ground, and the pirates' reckless assault further indicated that this gang was not to be trifled with. Although his doctrine preached against killing, compassion was reserved for the innocent creatures of the wild, not for these pirates who could easily take lives. Even the Buddha has moments of wrath. 18 techniques. Iron body. With hands pressed together, the amalgamation of copper and iron formed a formidable defense. What could bullets accomplish against such fortitude? Clang, clang, clang. A multitude of bullets struck the two, and unlike the faint sound produced when they hit Roz, the bullets met Wu Jing with a resounding metallic echo. Truly, they underestimated him. Roz smirked mockingly. Noticing movement, he had no intention of holding back. His weapon swung into action. Bang! Thud! The lantern hammer crushed bones, and the scythe sliced through flesh, eliciting cries of agony. With a swift spin, Roz dispatched several foes effortlessly, while a sense of discontent swelled within him. What does it matter how many there are? They must all be exterminated. With a fierce stomp of his right foot, Roz lunged forward, swiftly reaching the side of a tall, robust individual, and with a single slash, he effortlessly tore through the man's abdomen. A spinning lantern flew out, striking one adversary and sending him flying as he drew back the lantern. His right leg swiftly kicked towards an assailant with a blade, executing a series of movements with remarkable fluidity. It is he, the pirate of Parrot Island. Tor, distancing himself from the venomous centipede, furrowed his brow. Geller, expressionless yet inwardly pleased, mused, the crimson butcher Henry Roz. It appears today is not the day we are to be buried. Higher rose from his crouched position, the tension in his heart easing considerably. Their acquaintance with Roz was not profound, yet they shared a cordial rapport with their first mate, Vasily. During their joint struggle on Parrot Island, a bond of camaraderie had emerged, which was further solidified during their subsequent wine tastings, where Hire discovered that Vasily shared his tastes, naturally leading them to become fine drinking companions. Over the past 6 months, the Roz pirate crew had made quite a name for themselves, causing disputes among the three brothers. Tor lamented their previous inaction, claiming it had resulted in numerous civilian casualties. Hire maintained that the Roz pirate crew was merely enacting retribution, not committing a grave sin. Although Gur did not voice his thoughts, he had chosen to trust the pirates initially, maintaining a degree of confidence in his judgment. This fellow is not easy to deal with, one pirate remarked. A shifty-eyed pirate then turned his gaze toward the copper man, declaring loudly, "Let us first deal with that sorceress bald man." The copper-colored bald head commanded considerable intimidation. Few had dared to confront him before, but now, with the butcher clearly living up to his notorious reputation, attention naturally shifted to that bald figure. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Wu Jing sighed and recited a Buddhist chant. Previously, a few had attempted to attack him, and he had merely incapacitated them, but now he had become the target. Stepping forth, he released his iron body, his fingers curling into a dragon claw shape. The unmoving copper man struck at the first assailant with a claw. 18 techniques. Dragon claw. Snap. One man's arm was twisted and broken, the excruciating pain causing him to collapse to his knees, clutching his arm and screaming. Dragon claw. Dragon claw. Each strike found its mark, his specially trained fingers effortlessly snapping bones. In truth, Wu Jing could have shattered the bones of this group of pirates, but his internal aversion to killing restrained him from doing so. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, bullets struck Wu Jing's body, leaving behind stark white marks, indicating that his defenses were still somewhat lacking compared to Roz. Yet, his combat style was evidently more refined now, a testament to the lessons learned from his previous battle with Roz. Kill. A furious roar drew the attention of dozens as Gur, seeing reinforcements arriving and holding off a portion of the attackers, shouted to rally his surviving comrades. Accompanied by Ger's battle cry, his staff lashed out toward Grand, striking with the ferocity of a dragon, transforming into intent. Strike of the dragon. The golden cloud pattern staff, under Gua's relentless thrusts, appeared to be entwined by slender golden dragons. After the 5 strikes, it transformed into a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon that surged towards Grand, originally in a position of advantage. Grand, momentarily complacent due to the arrival of Roz and his companion, found himself unprepared for Gur's sudden onslaught. Although he had no time to evade, Grand relied on his remarkable combat experience to position the iron handle of his naginata defensively across his chest. Boom. Crash. The golden dragon roared as it collided with Grand's weapon, and the overwhelming force surged forward, slamming into Grand's chest. He staggered back several paces, finally halting his retreat by embedding his weapon into the ground. His complexion flushed crimson, and he felt a metallic taste of blood surge in his throat. With great effort, he swallowed the bitterness, glaring fiercely at Gur. It was not that he wished to suppress the blood. Rather, in the heat of battle, to expel it would be a devastating blow to the morale of his comrades. This is for Heil. Clearly, the knight remembered Grand's treacherous strike against Heil. For a knight's code demands retribution. You scoundrel, I shall slay you. Infuriated by the taunt, Grand suppressed his rage, gripping his sword tightly as he lunged forward with a fierce slash. Sensing a shift in fortune, Guo cast aside all distractions and prepared to engage in battle with this formidable opponent. This is both a battle and a journey of self-discovery. As the leader rises once more to engage in combat, the other two exchange a glance and spring into action. However, despite their efforts to confront the enemy, the mindset of both sides has undeniably shifted. Perhaps it is due to the fearsome reputation of the Butcher of Rhodes, or perhaps the extraordinary entrance of the duo, coupled with their impenetrable defense, which has instilled a sense of pressure upon the trio. Yet, while the opposing side feels the weight of this pressure, the Horgus brothers have found a source of motivation, leading them to fight with newfound vigor. In contrast to their refined techniques, Rhodes's approach is far more straightforward. This ferocious man-eater faces what he perceives as mere fodder, annihilating all in his path without hesitation. The other mercenaries, witnessing this, naturally rise in defiance, recognizing that their chance for survival lies before them. If they do not fight with all their might now, when will they? Chapter 71. The Battle of Life and Death. The sounds of combat erupt once more in this place. 5 minutes later, a resounding chant, powerful enough to shatter eardrums, resonates not far from Rhodes. His ears ring incessantly, and he feels a wave of dizziness wash over him, yet through the crimson haze, a glimmer of clarity emerges. Has he succumbed to his affliction once again? When was the last time it struck him? 2 months ago? Dr. Chapman, the psychologist, was rescued from prison 2.5 months prior. After undergoing diagnosis, psychological guidance, and pharmacological treatment, Rhodes had begun to gain control over himself amidst the chaos of battle. Yet, the medication has developed a resistance. What once required 1 pill has escalated to 2, and now even 2 cannot suppress the ravenous beast within. Through treatment, Rhodes has gradually come to understand his symptoms, and he is now confronting that darker aspect of himself, which thrives on the shadows it consumes. In the throes of combat, the scarlet and sanguine hues serve to stimulate the burgeoning persona within him, while the malevolent side that emerges amidst the slaughter embodies sheer madness and brutality, often leaving no survivors in its wake. Rhodes is determined not to allow this dark side to dominate his future. He questions whether he would still be himself if he were to succumb. It is time to increase the dosage. Casting aside distractions, the returning thoughts allowed Raz to free his eyes from the blood-red haze. He beheld Wu Zheng, who was grasping his scythe not far away, just a minute prior. Fueled by his inhuman defenses, Raz had ruthlessly dispatched dozens of pirates in a matter of moments. The gruesome scene, littered with severed limbs and blood, instilled terror among the remaining pirates. The unfortunate first mate, Galuka, had met his demise under the crushing force of a lantern, rendering the captains incapable of confronting this terrifying butcher, and the pirates' morale shattered instantly. As the pirates began to flee, the surrounding chaos was revealed to onlookers. With his bloodlust unabated, Raz pursued a fleeing pirate, decapitating him before turning his gaze towards a surviving mercenary. It is worth noting that during the earlier skirmish, Raz had accidentally slain a mercenary, prompting the witness to turn and flee. Yet, Raz, relentless, hurled his scythe. Wu Zheng, noticing this moment, felt a surge of urgency and propelled himself forward, imprinting a lotus flower as he grasped the scythe just as the mercenary was about to meet his end. Realizing that there was no flicker of vitality in Raz's eyes, Wu Zheng understood that he was ensnared by inner demons. After attempting in vain to disarm him, Wu Zheng recalled Raz's vulnerability. With a powerful shout of the 18 techniques, he awakened Raz from his trance. If the artist were present, he could capture a masterpiece depicting the disciple of Buddha vanquishing inner demons with a single roar. Bald One, Lord Raz, you have succumbed to madness. Wu Zheng clasped his hands together. Thank you. And please, speak in a human tongue next time. The latter remark, initially a silent thought, slipped out in his anxiety over the inner demons. Expressing the words brought some relief. Hearing Raz's response, Wu Zhang's face flushed crimson, fortunately in his current state of bronze. He avoided revealing his embarrassment. You, monk, are surprisingly useful. This indicates that Rod's concerns were indeed justified. Upon realizing that neither of the two pills could suppress his urges, Rod felt compelled to devise a strategy upon encountering this individual whose strength was nearly equal to his own. Valuing combat prowess became paramount. For should he ever lose control and cast a murderous gaze upon his comrades, it would be essential to have someone with sufficient fighting ability to restrain him. Alas, Lord Rod, it would be prudent to refrain from consuming that tranquilizing elixir any longer. Dependence on external substances can never rival one's intrinsic strength. Wu Zhang advised, in confronting that inner demon, or rather, the second persona, the key lies in defeating him head-on. However, before Rod could finish, his companions interrupted, stating, I have come here for this very purpose. Gazing into Wu Zhang's youthful visage, which radiated determination, Rod fell into a moment of silence before nodding in agreement. Understood. Then I entrust this task to you. This may well be the strength of the faithful. When confronted with peculiarities, these individuals appear to be the most inclined to believe. It is only natural. The bronze hue of their skin gradually fades, yet the corners of their mouths subtly curl upwards. This marks the initial step towards conquering one's inner demons. As the Dharma body dissipated, Wu Zhang suddenly felt a wave of aches coursing through his back and waist. Glancing at his arms, he noticed the emergence of several bruises. The release of the Dharma body could alleviate pain, yet the subsequent cessation would result in a sudden resurgence of previous discomfort. Although it would not lead to any fatal injuries, the pain was indeed quite intense. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, the young monk Wu Zhang was gritting his teeth, his gaze sweeping past the lifeless body at his feet to the three battlefronts. After careful observation, he quickly deduced that both sides had reached a critical juncture. It appeared that one victory would come at the cost of two defeats. Rods tightened his grip on his weapon and stepped forward. No, I believe it is quite the opposite, Wu Zhang replied as he slowly approached him. Having endured the initial pain. Oh, you suggest it will be two victories and one defeat? Indeed. With Wu Zhang's affirmative response, Rods redirected his attention to the combatants. At this moment, the battlefield mirrored Rods' earlier assertions. Heil had been rendered incapable of fighting. Had it not been for a lingering will to fight, he would have already collapsed. In Rods' eyes, defeat was inevitable. Meanwhile, the clash between Gur and Grand was looking increasingly dire, the pirates' disarray evidently weighing heavily on Grand. A fact that was evident in every furious strike he delivered. The sole factor that seemed to alter the tide of battle was Thor. It appeared that Rods' arrival instilled a sense of humiliation within him. In a mere 5 minutes, his swordsmanship transformed into something remarkably cunning. That man. He has discerned the opponent's moves. Wu Zhang pointed towards Thor, and Rods nodded in agreement. The individual with the disfigured face wielding dual hooks had his every strike anticipated. It would indeed be strange if he did not falter. Damn it. You scoundrel, die. Despite his subordinates fleeing in panic, this adversary, who should have long since collapsed, clung tenaciously to the fight, igniting Rods' fury. After delivering a blow that incapacitated Heil, he executed a swift spin, his heel striking with tremendous force towards Heil's head. Receive my strike. The death of the dove. Life and death hung in the balance in a split second, and Heil's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly facing death? As he observed the impending blow capable of shattering his skull, a sense of resignation washed over him. He even closed his eyes, ceasing his struggle. My life is at an end. Boom. A deafening sound and a rush of air erupted simultaneously. The anticipated pain did not arrive, and Heil abruptly opened his eyes. Lying face down on the ground, he beheld a familiar yet foreign visage. The darkness that once shrouded it had dissipated, yet its presence exuded an even greater intensity. Hey, Vasily, let me tell you something. He has prepared a jug of wine from 30 years ago at Bakwin Town. Gulch. The sound of saliva being swallowed resonated suddenly. At this moment, the dove was perched atop the back of the unexpectedly appearing butcher, suspended in midair. With a strike that had indented a semicircular mark into the opponent's back, the power of the blow was evident. However, the dove's initial delight quickly transformed into shock as it observed the other party, seemingly unperturbed, continuing to converse with that accursed red heart, utterly disregarding its presence, an affront of the highest order. I am being insulted. With a forceful shove, Raz sent the dove, which was pressing down on him, flying away. Fortunately, the dove's agility allowed it to perform a backflip, landing safely on the ground. As it regained its stance, Raz's gaze fell upon the dove. which had a bounty of 42 million berries and was adept at utilizing its legs. A pirate captain must not only understand their own strengths but also possess a profound understanding of their adversaries. Moreover, a pirate's foes are not limited to the navy. Fellow pirates also pose formidable challenges. Butcher, you are clearly declaring yourself our enemy. The dove gasped, its face pale with fury. Butcher? Since you are aware of my name, you must also know my style, Roz replied, his gaze icy yet accompanied by a smile. Yet, in the dove's eyes, that smile appeared exceedingly sinister. Besides, I have no qualms about striking down a drowning dog. With those words, Roz unleashed a long-prepared scythe blade with tremendous speed. As all previous dialogue had merely served to build up to this very attack. Judgment of death. The flying blade shot forth with unstoppable momentum, like a raging torrent. This sudden strike allowed the dove to vaguely perceive the scythe, resembling a dark serpent, emanating an aura of shadowy mist. This is the embryonic form of intention manifested. Faced with a fierce blow, the dove shifted to the left, yet Roz appeared to be well prepared. Deftly flicking his right hand as the scythe curved in a serpentine manner during its advance. Alas! The dove, aware of the precariousness of the situation, crossed his arms tightly against his chest, fully concentrated and ready to employ a kick to counter the strike. However, as the scythe rushed forth, he was confident in his ability to withstand the impending blow. Suddenly, a figure collided with the dove from the side, sending him flying and disrupting his focused defense against Roz's attack. The scythe sliced through the air, yet the adversary was no longer present. Do not contend. Roz's temples throbbed with veins, realizing that this strike should have ensnared the dove's arms, enabling him to pull him in and deliver a crushing blow that would surely fracture his skull. However, the monk had utterly thrown his plans into disarray. Glancing back at the scythe embedded in the ground, Wu Zheng offered Roz a smile, suddenly realizing that combat could hone his martial skills further, thus declaring, "Leave this fellow to me." The handsome visage paired with a smile might have seemed refreshing to an outsider, yet Roz felt an unsettling malice within that grin. He understood Wu Zheng's intentions all too well. Taking away his opponent left him with no one to slay, a realization Wu Zheng had grasped while forging his own path. Self-conceited fool, Roz muttered inwardly as he turned his gaze toward the square where Thor was engaged, witnessing the division of victory and defeat. Perhaps it was the arrival of a formidable foe that had thrown the venomous spider into disarray as Thor, in a desperate effort, pierced its heart with dual swords. What a pity! Hal, propping up his shield, rose with a puzzled expression directed at Roz, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his lament. As Roz's gaze shifted towards Gur, who was locked in a fierce battle with Grand, Hal quickly interjected, Roz, please refrain from intervening in this fight. This is a battle where knights forsake life and death. Chapter 72. Breaking barriers, whether it be the path of a knight, the way of martial arts, or the journey of a swordsman, overcoming powerful adversaries through one's own strength is the most effective means of growth. Defeating formidable foes cultivates momentum, transforming strength into